it looks like cow's horn. I don't think most Egyptians use half moon. Yeah, I've never seen it. If you have a picture of it, maybe put it up in PTR. I can't put a picture up. Yeah, I can't confirm what the thing is. I'll put a link in Alright, that's cool. But anyway, that's where the halo comes from. Halos? You mean the round halos, the sun halos? Yeah, the thing on his head. It has to come from the sun. That was the sun Ra. That was actually Horus. No, moon. The moon has its own kind of patterns. You could call it the zodiac or dendritic sign in it. And that was actually has to be a goddess of the moon, which is called Nut. And most of the time, it could be a half moon or full moon. That's what the Greek described. But based on the Cometians, they always draw the full moon anyway, because there was a description to the goddess of the moon. But if you have the picture, that would be great, or the links. Cool.
Check out Megatron's PTR.
Whoa, okay, I'm a bit of the sense. So what evidence is there that the halo behind Jesus' head is?
Halo behind Jesus' head is the sun. And you always see like they're painted yellow. And most of the time we touch his heart as well, which is the inner sun. That was our soul. That was our sun, small sun in our heart. That's our soul. And the halo is the bigger one. And they believe that was the sun that gave life to humans in God and nature. And based on some people that we actually use sun to make a lot of life, like living, cooking, dry foods, and cook food, grow food, stuff like that. All the natural stuff that we know.
Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
But it's mystical. The Jews took the magic of the Egyptians and brought it with them to Babylon. Then they took Cyrus's magic and brought it back to the promised land.
You have a bottom right-hand corner. In fact, there's
those books, right? Is it a scroll or picture?
The PTO in silver and enamel, and it's a hieroglyphic pictogram of it's hard to describe. There's poetry.
Charlie's picture has changed, and that's the picture he's referring to.
Yeah, I think it was actually a graph going on that. That looked like some ritual, and it was based on their normal ways of doing things as well, or paying homage to their goddess and goddesses. But they do worship sun, and they do worship sun. They admire sun, right? And that was Tutankhamun was actually the one that came to one god after, because he decided to go on one god as Sun Ra. And he called himself Tutankhamun Ra as well came before that. They always put Ra. When they put Ra, that just say they just admire sun as one god after. But before it was polytheistic worshipping of other deities and stuff like that. But when he died, the priest decided to go back to the old ways and worshipping many deities after that. But suppose when the Bible came along as well and changed it to one God, and that was they took away S-U-N and they put to S-O-N, become the sons of God, or the sons of God after. Well, it was son before then, and that's actually true. What you say, most of these people.
It's the same thing with lawsuits. When they say, I'm going to sue you, that's like saying, I'm going to take the sun and put the light of the sun on you. I'm going to sue you.
Like cute, Alistair Crowley. If I can segue from what Sun is saying and an interpretation from Gemini of Megatron's PTR, it says, the diagram provides a visual breakdown of monotheism to Yahweh alone. And then it explains the regional deities and cultural spheres, and that is encompassing what Sun is referring to. The diagram divides Levant into three primary cultural geographical influences. And then you have Egypt, South Egypt, which is Yahweh, a flame, and the, I can't say that, Sashu people were nomadic tribes of intermediate region, civilized Canaanite hypothesis which suggests Yahweh originated in South, in the south, and then it has North Canaan, Syria, I think Bel, the father, meaning the Canaanite Phoenician alliance representing Baal, the husband, often in regions for religious practices. The theological convergence, the arrows moving towards the center, illustrate the process of religious syncretism and exclusivism, which El versus Yahweh. In early Israelite history, it attributes El, the creator or father, and Yahweh, the warrior storm god, began to merge. You can see this as an anti-Egyptian alliance triangle where Yahweh is nestled in El. The conflict with Baal, or the Phoenician alliance triangle, showed Baal versus Yahweh, representing a biblical narrative like those in Elijah, where Yahweh's followers fought to displace Baal's worship. And then the Josiah reform. At the top of the diagram, Josiah, the king of Judah, late 7th century BCE. This represents a pivotal turning point in biblical history. Yahweh alone. Josiah's reform, following the discovery of the Book of the Law, mandates the worship of Yahweh exclusively, centralized all worship in Jerusalem. And then the absorption of El. Note the small L triangle being submerged by the large Yahweh triangle. By this stage, El's titles and functions were fully attributed to Yahweh. And then the final point is the geopolitical pressures. So the large arrow on the periphery represents the empires that squeeze these smaller kingdoms, forcing the alliance mentioned in the center, the Egyptian and the Phoenician, influencing both south and west, Assyrian and Babylon. The lost 10 tribe triangles indicates the Assyrian conquest of northern kingdom Israel in 722 BCE, which effectively ended northern El dominance that pushed refugees and their traditions to south into Judah. Okay, hopefully that gives some light clarification to his PTR and how that is encompassed in a time where there was a lot of pagan, I call it pagan, but like sun gods and a whole bunch of other gods.
Yeah,
What we understand to be God.
Yahweh was one of those. Just another one of those pagan gods.
Only become Yahweh and Enki become Baal, and Anu becomes one of their top gods. I don't know what they're calling anything, but they believe it's the first. But that was when he took over and killed Alelu and sent Alelu out of their planet to go and die somewhere else. So all that to destroy.
Therefore, showing that Yahweh, being the ultimate creator, had commanded Moses to, through a burning bush, a series of what I would call is historically known as the 10 Commandments, showing that there shall be no placement of worshiping gods or goddesses above him, and that he is ultimately not only the creator of life, the only God that should be worshipped, and that even pagan idols of things that are like deities are considered breaking a commandment of the top 10 things of like, like don't kill, honor your mom and dad, don't worship a bunch of gods. But that's just my belief. Sorry, Megatron.
Yeah, really important stuff. Don't murder, don't kill.
Sorry, LSF. That's what I believe. Love you.
You're stupid.
Intrinsically, I think you're in
Stop that shit, man. And that was straight. He came in suplex
is just some characteristics of somebody that.
shit, man.
But when you go to the Kemetic, they call the snakes the Jewel, which is taught.
Lawsuit check.
How they flip everything around to all those people that are disagreeable one. I'll leave it there.
I can't. The Bible's polemical, so it's an attack on being God. It's an attack. So, like the plagues of Egypt, those are all showing that Yahweh dominates their so-called pagan gods, so that their gods are false, up into including Pharaoh, who's looked at as a god.
Put it right in.
Yahweh had power over it.
You can't post up.
Did he?
Got it right in when you can't post up.
Yeah, because he fucking killed them. Yeah, it was right. He sent the
Which one did he kill? Which one did he kill?
his firstborn.
Which one? What's his name?
I don't know his name. I can't even pronounce those sand people names.
It's not killed him. It must be
See the movie
God.
South
Killed
Side
him. It must
Chicago.
be names.
Wait, what's the question?
Talking about the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Jebusites, the Hittites.
God did
See the movie South Side of Chicago.
Why did the Bible kill?
What's his name?
I don't know. Let's have it. If you want to know it, why don't
The
you
one
give
that
it
was
to
written in the Bible.
Thanks, Kat.
Oh, have a look, shall I? See, there's none of the that's gonna be fucking bothered.
It's not important to the Jews. That is just the Bible. He didn't even kill the Pharaoh he killed his firstborn son, but we don't have the names of those pharaohs. They never named them out. Yeah, that's how
We have a God that just whacked them. Got it? And that, we have a bunch of kings that we talk about that he put in part of these 12 tribes of Judah. And we have, he didn't kill them, no. But they made mistakes too. Let's not negate that fact. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Say, he never killed the Pharaoh, never killed the Pharaoh king. I mean, he killed his.
Well, she's walking through the cloud.
Yeah. And Pharaoh's name is over. You're not going to find a name, is what I'm saying. You're not going to find a name for him.
Yeah, there is no
Why are you deliberately not in there?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because
Yeah,
they
please.
found it unimportant. Okay, it's like this, right? It's like they don't need it. Because the person that's writing this is assuming that the audience that they're writing to understands and knows this story. They have some sort of precondition of it. If you just read kind of how they're even writing it, what they're saying is that obviously the book is not written to you. It's written to people in that time who understood these events, who probably passed it down orally before it even got written. So you have to understand, they kind of probably already knew what Pharaoh they were talking about. He also mentions these places particularly that you kind of get an idea of when, he gives some particular historical ideas like mud and brick. There's a few things mentioned in there, but Egyptologists would constantly debate this about is the Exodus story even true? Yada yada. I could argue that probably you can actually make a very structured historical argument actually that if you actually structure it through a line of different pharaohs and you keep the idea right in your head that this is not the same Pharaoh when Moses comes back. It even mentions that. So there's several pharaohs in this narrative. It's not just one pharaoh that you're dealing with. Right? So that's the other problem that a lot of people run into is they're not paying attention to the Egyptian history of what happens. And then I also see a lot of people try to I've dug into this quite a bit, but I'm just saying you're not gonna see them writing the names because they felt no need to do so. It's not like they're trying to glorify the name of this pharaoh. What they need to do is make the pharaoh anonymous in the sense because it doesn't give them any glory because that's what every pharaoh did. Look
Joshua.
down the history, type in right now. Did every pharaoh write down their accomplishments, or did they write down their defeats? They never wrote down any of their defeats. They never wrote down any issues that they ever had. They always held themselves in high esteem. They always had to have their name on everything. That's
operated in the ancient world. So if they were defeated in armies, they honestly go, absolutely not. Pharaohs were seen as deities. Like, they were seen as literal gods.
Exactly, but that's logical.
And what I'm saying is,
We'll write down the pharaohs that.
most people are not going to
Can you rap?
I can't rap, actually.
Are you an artist?
Yeah, I am.
What's your artist name?
Shannon Blake.
Can you freestyle?
Yeah, I can freestyle.
The last person to freestyle got 100 million views. You think I can beat it?
I mean, I would rather it mean something than be something. Reality turns out I'm clean actually. So you better take the knee or I'll go GOT and I'll say Jakarta.
Can you freestyle?
Yeah, I can freestyle.
The last person to freestyle got 100 million views. You think I can beat it?
I mean, I would rather.
but she was seen as a living god because she even set up an altar to a particular goddess that she emphasized and made herself look like. Her name was, I think was it?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Can you rap?
I can rap, actually.
Are you an artist?
Yeah, I am.
What's your artist name?
Shannon Blake.
Was it Mu'tadil? Let's say, like, let's say for a moment, let's say, honestly, the enslaved people I had, if their God defeated me. No, he's not gonna say that shit. He's not gonna tell you that shit. Why would he tell you that? He's supposed to have a glorious legacy, greater than all the other pharaohs. Every pharaoh wanted to outdo the other one. Like, you gotta just look at that and then think about it from that perspective. But then there's like, you can make the arguments like just from historical analysis that, well, yeah, we don't have any complete evidence to like all the evidence of Egypt, all the evidence of the ancient world is constantly nothing but educated opinions. You have people who think, well, maybe this is how it went, maybe this is how it went. Why do you think they're still debating how the pyramids are built? I mean, it's like we don't really have any absolute certainty.
So we're saying that if the people's biases are heavily
I think there's a lot of biases, but it's also, like, keep in mind, right? You can just go with the facts. Like, you can say what I would say is this, right? I'm not saying you can definitively prove the Exodus. What I'm saying is that if you look at it from a different perspective, I think you could at least point to an historical path that could lead you to at least the paradigm for what the Exodus may have been built off of. If you just pay attention to how the history of the pharaohs was and what particular events occurred throughout the history, then you probably, like, some people even look at Exodus stories like a culmination event of, like, they probably look at it like symbolically, like it's a culmination of multiple different pharaohs over the eras, and then, Moses being a conglomerate figure of many Israelite leaders of the early time, and then kind of becoming like this figure in the overall narrative of leading Israel against Egypt's gods. You know what I mean? Like, so some people look at it like a symbolic sort of story, but it's using these emphasis of characters that are just culminations of different people, one person. Does that make sense? There's some people look at it that way. There's some people look at it literally, like they say, well, this whole story did actually happen, which, I mean, that's going to be difficult to prove with certainty. What I'm saying is to dismiss it entirely.
I can prove it.
To dismiss it entirely.
Is it really written?
I'm not saying, well, I mean, I think it would be difficult to prove with certainty. I mean, a lot of Egyptologists would probably disagree and say, well, no, you can't say that.
Tenant, isn't the history irrelevant because isn't the analogies and the symbols important to us personally for our, personal development or enjoyment? I mean, who cares?
Historical claims aren't going to be certain. but because they're provisional. But when it goes to the Bible, we can be certain it's true because it's God's word.
Oh yeah, of course.
The point isn't to be for the people at that time. I mean, these are things that are meant to be passed down. I mean,
I don't think they weren't not meant to be passed down. Is what I'm saying though, is that there is some sort of understanding. Like there's certain texts even throughout the Torah, right? Like that people are not going to really get like straight up because it doesn't explain some of the stuff, right? The text doesn't really tell you what it is because it's going to assume that some of the readers may already have an idea of what that is.
I think
You know what I'm saying? Like there's even moments in the
There's an
gospel.
archaeological site as well. If you check my picture, there's a girl called Joanna James. This girl, she go to Egypt and she actually show you videos of what they're doing there. They find there's so many stuff in there. They find
It was moved. It was moved. I was correct.
But that's just how we communicate.
How you still try to make yourself look like moved? Oh, yeah, it's like
Anytime we communicate, there's like hidden assumptions. We never communicate without hidden assumptions. So
Yeah, and I think that it assumes a certain level of
So
interpretation.
normality then. What's your point?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that because I believe in the Exodus narrative. I believe it did actually occur. But the way I'd probably go about explaining that, I wouldn't say I could 100% clearly show it without a doubt that it's there.
you can
You have a few. Well, I mean, how do you take the years then? Like, do you take, like, if you were to construct a timeline, have you ever tried to construct the timeline to the Exodus?
Yeah, no,
Like, how do you, like, because you're going to have a few issues that you might run into. Unless, of course, right, you have to change the dates, right, you have to assume that the dating is flawed for at least 4 or 5 pharaohs. You have to push it back a little bit. You also have to understand, right, if you were to actually make this work historically,
archaeology and historians catch up to the Bible.
right, but what I'm saying is that if historically, ask yourself this question, right? When the baby, right, when Moses was found, right, when Moses was brought to this river, and Pharaoh's daughter saw him, what claims does it actually make about the Pharaoh's daughter in the text? Like, do you think, like, have you ever looked at it and just examined that text for a bit?
Yeah, people ask what do they say?
Well, the thing is, the Pharaoh's daughter doesn't seem
the timeline of the Moses and the Pharaoh that actually fought him wasn't aligning properly because it wasn't mentioned as a real name of the Pharaoh either. They just call him what they call him again. I forgot his name. You probably know anyway. But based on the histories of the Egyptians, right, they have 3 Moses: Moses, Thutmose, and Ahmose. And those are the grandchildren and the fathers as well. So the Moses that came after that, it was in the Bible, was actually known as the Hyksos, right? It was actually known as the Hyksos, which he came as somebody that took their knowledge and he became Egyptian as well, because they describe him as one of them. Then when it comes to like the disagreeable time, the Shasu, that's where the Christian came from. So he became the Shasu. And the Shatsus are those ones that are not it. They just use some of the east side of the Egypt as one of their own. So, and the Pharaoh at that time decided that they need to leave. And they decided to actually leave by actually taking some stuff with them as well from Egypt. So that's when the Moses of the Bible came from. That's just what my research is all about. So there's other Moses that interpret that has other definitions as well. That was kicked out for another 42 days exile. And I think some of the story was conflated with the new Moses that we have today. And that's just my research. I'm not confirming it's fact or not, but that's just me.
No, you can definitely see an Egyptian remnant in his name for sure. Moses means born of. I think they might have called him. It comes from a.
Do you know about he took the Ark of Covenant? Do you know about he took the Ark of Covenant out of Egypt?
No, don't care about it either. Right, so you've got everything from Ramesses the Second.
Right.
Is it the second or the first?
Yeah,
The second, which will be anywhere from 1279 to Hang on, which one's the latest one? Amenhotep, which is 4,500. So you've got like a 200-year wide timeline. So which one is it? PMARS. PMARS has got the answers.
Well, but you gotta look at
PMARS. That's PMARS that answers the question because he's the one who said he knows. PMARS.
Did someone what do you say?
Who was Pharaoh when the Exodus happened?
I don't know.
Well, find out. You said you know. Oh, yeah, it definitely happened. I know it happened. I can prove it happened. Well, in that case, do that.
I said it happened with certainty.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because it's in the Bible. The Bible's
The Bible's true, right? So your answer to everything is because the Bible's true.
yeah.
Right, that's okay. So there's no point in trying to have a discussion with you because your answer to everything is because of the Bible. Because of the Bible.
Your answer to everything is a needle in your arm.
Whatever you think,
Oh,
B-Mars.
wow. Okay. So I've constructed a timeline actually. I'm gonna try to bring my PTR so you can see. This is something I've actually done some research on, but okay, so I propose there's a possibility. Okay, this is gonna go with a big theory here. Okay, but this isn't like keep in mind, I'm not saying this 100% certain, but this is the theory, okay? So Moses would have been born around like the 15 something BC, or maybe around like 1526 BC, maybe around there, or maybe a bit earlier. I'm still debating on what that is exactly because I mean we have to look at the years of his life. It says that Moses lived about 120 years, so he was out. He was sent out for like around 40 years, and then around 80, he comes back. Apparently, if you're gonna take the years literally, like you're gonna take that literally. So the pharaohs that would have been alive when Moses was born, like when he was a baby, the pharaoh that most likely would have been in his time frame when he was born was Amos the first.
I can't count his way backwards.
Yeah, so you know how type in Amos. AHMOSE. Amos is before him. Before him, there's Amenhotep first, and there's Amos.
Yeah, that was I'll find out of Thutmose. So these are the granddad right there. So those are the first.
Their great grandfather. So what I'm saying is, if you follow the line, right, you're gonna have
How do you put a date on the Exodus?
I'm putting how am I putting, like, what do you mean? Like, which date?
A date. How do you have a date for the Exodus?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, but I have to get into it. Okay, so let me go up here so I can give you some of the notes that I wrote of why I say what I'm saying here, okay?
So some extra biblical source for an Exodus. Is there any?
Is there any extra biblical source for an Exodus? No.
Yeah.
No.
Alright, so the only thing we've got is the Bible.
Yes, correct.
Right. And the only thing from the Bible that exists that tells us about the Exodus is at the most 100 years before Jesus was born. Maybe 200.
It's definitely, yes, probably way before that, maybe a little bit more than that.
What's the oldest existent book that tells us about the Exodus?
Well,
There's no proof for that. Some scroll or papyrus, not even Torah.
It's written on the toilet wall. It's shit. It's going on where it is, how old it is.
There's nobody have original. It's some clay cuneiform. Cuneiform has been broken. Even Moses broke the Ten Commandments, so there's no original Ten Commandments.
The oldest copies we had, the copy about 100 BC. 100 BC.
That's what I just said.
Right, and so that's the oldest
And
copy.
the Exodus happened somewhere around 1500 BC. So we've got approximately 1300 years of time to account for between the recording of this event and it happening. And we've got something outside of that document that says it happened. Nothing.
never find it. Now they're still digging so far few.
have a lot of documents from that time.
Nobody have nothing. And if you have it, it will be completed. And you just have a little pieces of stuff somewhere they're trying to mesh together. But of course,
lived around 13 to 1500 years before Jesus. So,
yeah, possibly.
yeah, possibly. If you believe that he existed, right? That's implying that we actually are saying that he existed. Well, what I'm saying is that if we're going to take this into consideration that he did exist and the story is true, how would we align that to history, right? Let's just say it was, for the sake of this discussion. You don't have to believe it. I'm not asking you to, but I'm saying, just for the sake of this discussion, just entertain the idea. Well, how would we form a timeline of his life and what would have occurred? I would propose he's not called Moses at all. His name was never Moses in Egypt. He never went by that name.
There's so many names that describe similar activities of the same guy. But all I do know is definitely there are stories of his cause that fights of the king of that time, and that was when Moses come along. So he was like a savior to them, and he wasn't named Moses. It's just descriptions of taking somebody's characters and taking along. That's the way I kind of see it anyway, because that's what I'm also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's some people who hold that view as well, who would say that the story is a culmination of different figures.
So this is getting worse by the minute.
But if you're going to take it literally, right, we're going to take it like 100%. There was one man called Moses. Well, we have to propose that you have to believe that he lived to be 120 years old. That's what it says in the text, right? So he lived to be 120. Okay, that's the first thing we got to accept.
It wouldn't surprise me if he sprouts wings and flies in a minute.
Oh, man.
Possibly the river they cross, I don't think is the right, I think it's a small river, and for him to spend 42 days in the desert, that's not really making sense, because it is where he is to where he's going, and of Canaan. Those lands, so all the stories, some of them were made up. That's just a story books, and we had that when I was in school and I was young.
I think it's that there's a plausibility. I think that it's possible. I'm not saying it is the truth, but it's possible. I think that if we were to point to a figure, I think in history that could be the historical Moses.
Dude, can you get the close to your mic? I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's a bit better.
Is it better?
Responsibility.
I said if we're to propose, I think.
And do you have to take the oldest names of it?
I think that he might be a candidate for being the historical Moses. I've heard a lot of the arguments that actually Egyptologists give for why he can't be, and I don't think they're very strong at all. I have not been compelled to think so. I went through it with them a few times, and I've seen a few videos on it why people say it's not the case. There's one particular Egyptologist who said it, and I thought all his arguments were pretty weak on why it can't be the case. Yeah, because he used like even something as simple as like, well, it says Moses was slow speech. How could he have been this guy being a tutor if he was slow speech? It doesn't. I don't think that really defines any of it. Like I don't think that. I think he's just stretching that to mean like, oh, Moses is not very well educated. Moses is not this or that, even though you have later texts that confirm that he was educated in all the ways of the Egyptians and the wisdom, etc., of the Egyptians. So it's like, I don't know. I just think that was a bad argument from an actual Egyptologist to use. But there's more to it than that.
Settlers was sent to the desert actually for 42 days from Egypt. So that could be the same story that took us 42 years of Moses we know of. But even pre-dynasties of the Egyptians, they have migrations too. They have moved places too. And some of them are Maphite. Those are the first dynasty. And that's when the Khufu came around and the Khafre. They came in the 5th dynasty. And the Khufu's son came in the 6th dynasty. He's the one that discovered Sphinx as well. And they say Khufu himself is the one that built pyramids. I don't really really 100% confirm that yet. Just because they found his name there doesn't mean he built it. Equal premise is known to be nearly about 450,000 years old. Even thinks it's known to be 450,000 years old. So, but pyramids could be around the timeline, but they're using the water of the Nile or the floods who say that it was around before the flood as well. So, but there's a lot of things going on based on their stories anyway. You never find 100%, but I'm glad of people who archaeology that go in there and give us information, like the picture of my picture right now. The guy actually went down there and doing some digging. I know that.
Like there's so much. Do you believe that Moses had access to what could only be God tech, like technology of the gods, like when these celestial beings actually? No, I'm not laughing at you. I mean this with all seriousness. Like I see them as celestial beings.
He was a sorcerer. He was involved with sorcery. Okay, and he was heavily involved.
You're alive, man. But what gets you?
Yes.
What
The
gets
reason
you?
why
What
he
gets you?
wasn't allowed. He was not allowed in the promised land because he was doing magic. Unless you can prove that there's God magic, which I thought it was divine. They're saying no, God magic. And High Cat, I heard Nate called me on my personal phone to tell me you were back. When I was busy with my family at the time. But I'm so happy to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to hear your voice too.
That's
He was using what they there. He was using what's already there, and actually the snakes and all this magic stuff that you're talking about is all this stuff that was already there. It's just the pharaohs wasn't happy with him as well as some of the council because he was tapping into the metaphysics of healing and stuff like that. That's when it shows the Hebrew people that when they look up to the snakes and stuff and all that. So it wasn't really, they call it magic or evil spirit. Those are just people that idea of you because you given them. And that's what they've been doing.
African people ruin this app. Change my mind.
Also discrimination or maybe racism if you're gonna come with that bullshit. Then we could always tear the roof off of people. Yeah, it's coming out dumb right now. I think you are intelligent, but you're coming out stupid.
I mean, it's stupid and annoying, but it's God. It is God.
If you go to 11, can you give this to the fitters? I forgot to. The fitters that's right on the right there. The guys in the now.
Do you guys know any history about how sheep or in their relationship and the types of things his name meant and all that? Do you understand any of that?
I know what they did for this moment.
You guys understand anything about it or know about the story of how sheep?
Yeah, Sheeps actually become one of the top pharaohs after they died. They say you couldn't become a pharaoh as a woman. That's actually in African culture too, that you can become a king. But some who were in the movie for the woman king, we saw a lot of stories of these Asian people decided to take a role of the man when they died. We've seen Nefertiti take a role during the whole died, but after then it was just the name to have ships.
After the death of her husband, yeah.
She take a role. So this is the same thing. When a woman takes a role, some people will discredit them just because they think they can empower them. Mostly the priests or the priesthood always do divinations to decide who should be the next king or who should be on the next throne. But most of the time, the woman could have the power to still say she wants to rule. So Hatshepsut was powerful women and discredited after she died. They took all her image and scratched all her figurines out. When the next
I don't think that's why because she was why they did it. Like, I don't think that's
that power, she was taking a role, she was powerful, she's so brutal, and she was actually She's a fighter.
More to it than that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, read your scroll and read something for us about her. I just told you what I know.
I'm trying to make a point here, okay? So after the death of her husband, right? So she takes on the co-regent role because her son Tutmos III, is too young to rule, right? So she's this great royal wife, and then she's acting as this co-regent, so she's ruling on his behalf. And she did this for around like 20 years, they say. So on year 7 of her co-regency, Shipsu took on all these full pharaonic titles. You know, she wore the false beard. You were looking at depictions of her. She has the neatest headdress, and she has calls herself the Matakar, or aka that's like her throne name. And she often bestows herself in a fashion similar to the goddess Mut. And if you think about Mut and its connection to the Nile, and there's something very interesting about Mut's story is that Mut is known to be almost adoptive in her mythology. She adopted sons. She's like an adopted mother. And the interesting part is that Senenmut, her tutor, his name means like son of Mut, or like child of Mut. And so the interesting part is she has all these depictions of Mut. She has this man that's not royalty, but close to her, teaching her children, teaching her closest daughter. And then this guy is like, she's setting up this temple back to Mut as well. She builds this temple to Mut. And she's like, she's worshiping this goddess, and she's also, I think, claiming to be the incarnation of this goddess. She's taking on the form of this goddess. Like when you look at her hieroglyphics, look at her the way she was depicted in the hieroglyphs. She's taking on the very depiction of Mut. And so I believe she had a very close sort of religious association with Mut, because she probably thought of herself as the living incarnation of Mut. And I think that Senenmut is somebody that she adopted. And that's why I think Senenmut was the name given to him by her.
Okay, so when Tutankhamun do the same thing and become after Tutankhamun, Amun tried to attack him, or did they say that he wasn't qualified? So they're discriminating against her because she's taking over the right role of taking all that information. So that's what you do when you become a king or queen. You still exploit. You could take anything. You have the right to. So that's why they took her shit of the war, because they believe they don't want to rule what she's dictating for them anymore, because she's going to be the powerful goddess. There's always competition in Kemet. Not all of them is powerful anyway. And they always take the roles of the past king or queen out because they are the new ruler and they have to make a new legislation. And that's where all this politics shit come from right now that we're doing right now too. All right.
I hope you get the significance of what I said and why that's kind of important to the whole Exodus narrative type of ideology that I'm trying to basically help you understand.
Sorry, you actually say something that I was going to as well, just to saying that she's a woman, powerful woman, and she's actually going more and changing the way people should believe some. It's like coming out to say, I want to change the dictionary. I don't get sued for that shit.
She
That same shit.
Birth. She knows she had a claim to a divine birth.
Every goddess and every kings of the pharaohs or whatever, they always have divine connection to something.
Yeah, but it's like,
so that doesn't make her not become a queen either. What they read and respected because you read more for it. It wasn't right. She's not powerful and she's taking new divinations that they know you.
I think there's a huge significance to it because we have an actual person, right? That she's calling son of Mut, and she's depicting herself as the goddess. Like, I think it's interesting to me.
Hey guys,
that could be something they don't agree with just because this is blasphemy. Yeah, but it's in the way the Tutankhamun guy did it. He said he was to just choose the sun god Ra, and he changed all the gods and goddesses, carry them and tell the priest doesn't want to do shit with them no more. And what did they do? They listened to him until he died. But when he died, they went back again to their role. So it wasn't different from what happened to Hatshepsut as well. But they see her as a very brutal, very angry, and very detective person, and that's just what we have most of the time.
Egypt that caused it.
Well, we need to go back that one. We need to go back to
And his name from every single thing. His name, not just her name when it was hashed out, it was his name too. His name was removed from everything. It was all carved out. Crossed out. Why was Senenmu's name crossed out? Why did he disappear?
How do you cross out granite?
And you just like
You can't chisel that shit out. Try it. Yeah, then why do you think they use granite, my friend? They use granite because you can't chisel it out. So good luck trying to chisel it out, unless it's something else. But they didn't even have the means, which is the reason why most people say that they found they inherited.
Deliberately removed from the monuments the names of Senenmu and Hatshepsut. This is like no fact. You type this in right now. Any Egyptologist tell you this.
Listen, so you're saying the Egyptians built the pyramid and stuff, and the Serapeum and all that other stuff?
I'm not saying they built the pyramids. No, that's nothing to do with that. I'm talking about just Hatshepsut, this person's name, and this other person's name was removed from all the monuments. There's evidence the statues were smashed, they're buried, chiseled off temple walls. Yeah, 100%. That's the case. Replace the names with names of pharaohs.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I mean, you probably have, reason to believe that's true.
This is not just me saying this. It's like you can see this. Like there's evidence of this. It's like this is on the wall. It's like
it's very common.
Where did you want to go with this?
I'm saying, like we have, like this is what I mean. It's like I'm trying to give you a layout here. You gotta understand the significance.
You try already, you explain what happened to when they took the shit off the wall, and that's it. But based on pyramids, the ancient Egyptian built pyramids.
You think the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids?
Yes, it's called subterranean city that was actually in beneath the pyramids, right? And that city is called Tarasheta Rura. That's what it's called, which is called the city of the solar code. Yeah, one of their oldest ancestors, or the granddad of the Egyptians, buried underneath the pyramids. They say the pyramid is not a tomb, but when you dig down, nobody can go further. That is where some of the secret knowledge is. And they have internal flame cities called as well, right? Which they can detect craft shafts, the vertical shafts in there, and they got something called anchor in the transmonic multi-dimensions pillars in there. So all these things is secret knowledge to the chemists and those people that built it. And that's the same thing as the things as well.
Let me just give you some breakdown here, because I personally don't think you understand the magnitude of what we're talking about here. We're talking about the big one, the Kufa. Original pyramid alone. 2.3 million stone blocks. Original the block weighed 2.5 tons. Interior blocks, granite, are 25 to 80 tons. The total mass of the pyramid is 6 million tons of stone. We're talking about 2.3 million in the Kufa. The Carfe is 2 million, and the smaller one is 200,000. So 3 main Giza pyramids together contain roughly 4.5 million blocks of stone. So they're saying it took 20 years to build the Great Pyramid alone. So we're talking about 2580 to 260 to 2500 BCE. Okay. So they're saying 20 years. So 2.3 million blocks in 20 years. That's 115,000 blocks per year. If we break that down, that's 350 blocks a day. They would have to work 10 hours. So it's 31 blocks per hour. That sounds insane, but first, you try to remember, thousands of workers worked simultaneously. Blocks were pre-quarried and staged. Many blocks were placed at the same time in different sides. So basically, a huge coordination and construction site. So archaeologists discover a worker village that shows a permanent workforce of 20,000 workers, rotating seasonal workers during the Nile flood. So they weren't slaves. This is not a Hollywood myth. Worker two show that they were paid laborers and craftsmen. The evidence they may actually that they actually built it, archaeologists are uncovered strong evidence for construction progress. We have worker cities, we have quarries, we have transportation system that they're saying it was from the it's papyrus diary, so they haven't found actually archaeological sites for it. But I just want to let you know that you're saying they moved those large stones in that period of time. It's just going to be very difficult for me to think that that is the case.
There's been a lot of people that
Hold on. LSF, what'd you say?
I was just thinking, dude, you might be on the borderline personal incredulity policy there. I can't see how the Egyptians built the pyramids. Therefore, it must have been someone else.
There's been a lot of Egyptologists that make all the same equation that you're doing, right? That's just what they see at this time, so they can make that equations, right? That's when you research it. But there's no factual evidence, right? Based on all the stuff they say that happened. Based on what I do research on, based on some hieroglyphs and some of the pictures that I found, I saw a tall giant. Yeah, very tall giant that actually was in these hieroglyphics that was moving the stones. And there is a tall giant that's taller than many of those normal Egyptians. So there are people there at that time, they call their own helper, which are actually their deities. There has been some pictures of different deities that come and go. So they will have an extraterrestrial intervention, you could call it, to give them knowledge, the design, the blueprints and whatnot. Then you will have them staying with them as their ancestors to help them with this building of these pyramids. And these lifting stones as well, we could say is they have technology.
You're saying a lot there, but pay attention to what I'm saying to you. Wouldn't you rather say, instead of going the Nephilim route, why do I say Nephilim? The giants, right?
Okay, then that wasn't the name they call them. And there was no...
I understand, like the giants. Why not Neanderthals? Why only giants? Why not Neanderthals?
That's what we called them when we found their bones in the Netherlands.
The Neanderthals, because they were saying they were still around.
Is that Caucasian? Did the Neanderthal came from Caucasian? Yes or no?
What, the Neanderthals are Caucasian?
Yes, that is what your scholar people describe Neanderthal came from. Most Caucasian people. There's no
racist thing about this. I'll tell you one racist thing about this.
I'll bring my proof, you bring your proof.
Give me 1 second. So, and we'll give you the proof right now. It's happened for 3 minutes. Fuck me, man. I haven't talked for a long time, waiting for you guys to let me speak. So, you know that there's pyramids in Mexico. They never deny that the people of Mexico built them. But for some strange reason, when it's Africa, they never say Africans built it. They always say Egyptians. So don't talk about racists when you're the only one. You've never once said Africans built the temples. You've said Egyptians. But don't say it's racist. You're the one feeding into the racist bullshit. It was Africans who built it. It's in Africa.
Let's not compare this, right? The Egyptians, ancient Kemetans, are actually Nubian, and you could call them the Twa tribes. Some of the deity they worship is worship the same in Africa, which is called Bes. So they are the same people. They are Africans. You could call them African today.
I've never heard you say African yet. I've been waiting.
Yes, because when I think you think I'm talking about the Arab Egyptians that they are colonial that are there now. I'm not talking about those fake Egyptians. They even decided they're not Egyptians. There is a name was given to them by the Greeks. It wasn't their real name. The real names are Kopatai. So those are the real people that were there. So I'm not talking about those ones now. I'm talking the ancient. That's why I keep saying the ancient. When I say ancient, the ancestors, I'm talking about the original people that were there. So get that. Breaking up, Megan. Your network is breaking up. Try again.
Oh, no, I'm fine, my brother.
Your phone, that's why. So what I'm trying to just get to you right now, there's no racist talk here. Even the guy that was trying to bully me, he's gone. And I do know that he just having an emotional breakdown because somebody's talking bad on him. But I didn't come here to say name the toe and not part of the history. And there's no evidence that I've seen that the Neanderthal actually the original ancestors of the African. Even it's been the people researchers say that they couldn't find no DNA of Neanderthals in the Africans around that time. I don't know now. But what I'm saying to you based on the Egyptians, or this is called the Maphite, yeah, they are the oldest people. And some of you see that if you check Google now, they call them Nemer or Mesis. But they are called the Maphite. They are the people that is of the dynasties in Kemet. They've told the information that the ants are eating to actually help them with it. When you go to the they will tell planets, their own ancestors and their deity or their constellations where they arrive from. And this is not a battles of race here because race never come from anybody but English word at the end of the day. And that's just to describe people based on their ethnicity and their genealogies and where they came from. So if you're going to bring the Neanderthal to the pyramids, they wasn't there. They wasn't around that time. They were at Caucasus Mountain. They are Caucasian.
It wasn't English. It was England.
Alright, so I'm not the one making shit up here. You could go back to your scholars and they will tell you where the Neanderthal came from, where Caucasian came from, where the Germans came from, when the Greek came from, when the Roman came from, and the timeline. Right? They invaded those places, and the Greeks, the scholars in Greeks went to Kemet to study. And they actually was the best study students ever. I give them that credit just because they gave us the books to write all this, decipher everything. Not everything, because the secret knowledge wasn't given to them. They invaded the old Kemetians, the old Egyptians. But they have a bit of knowledge to write few books of what they read based on the zodiac sign they gave you right now. What
actually came out of Africa apart from AIDS?
Don't even go there with that bullshit because AIDS was actually brought to Africa by a stupid racist scientist that was injecting monkeys. Yes, that is where that shit came from. We don't bring that shit. We never have that shit. Take about the timeline, the AIDS information brought out. It was a time when it was why are you going there? Where are you going? Where are you going with your talk right now? Because it's getting sensitive. Every time people tell him the truth, you guys doesn't want to debate anymore. You don't want to do research anymore. You don't want to have a better convo anymore. You want to start become racist. You want to become emotional, targeting people that are more intelligent than you, that you can't debate shit with. I'm still looking for your evidence of your Neanderthal. Nobody will bring that shit out yet. Last year you would get me out of the room because you just because you're acting like a fucking racist cunt. If you're from the UK right now, I know you're a cunt, but I know you are low on the immune system. Why you you that can't tell you the truth, you hang yourself. Nobody will kill you. You go hang yourself, get drunk. That's the shit at the end of the day when you not start coming with that ratio shit. I never come to your stage and start calling you names. I never come to your stage and say name that all never existed. I never say that they are there. You know what I mean? When you guys start acting emotional, that means like I'm winning and you are losing. Because you can't bring the bait, you can't bring a book out. Everything waiting for more committees. That's where your fucking people go there to go hijack and bring knowledge from. Tell me if I'm lying right now. Most people that learn from Greek, my people existed more than my people are Tua tribes, yeah. Mitochondrial DNAs dated by 354,000 years old of the woman DNA found in Kenya. So we predict.
What about my people?
Your people are the Neanderthal the brother talk about. So research your people and tell me about your people, because I know a bit about your people too. And I tell you, you came from the planet Pleiades. That was in Job 9 verse 9 in the Bible.
Oh my God.
That was where most of the Pleiadians came from. They told you in the Bible. So why come you can't find out your own origin? Are you coming out with that racial shit about monkey, about AIDS? Who the fuck give you AIDS? You bring up injection Africa, injecting monkey and testing all this shit, and you create some shit to try and wipe out the black people there. And it never ever is successful. That's exactly what happened in Australia right now. The indigenous people are there, and you people are locking them to fuck up because you want to wipe out their shit and call their land now to be more Neanderthal land right now. So don't fuck with me when it comes to real story or geographical fact. I'm not speaking China.
You're probably nuts.
Well, I'm giving you the truth, so you can't debate on the truth. Oh, you can't debate like
I'm sorry. Dude, I'm sorry. But you know straight from the true colours. Stop fucking talking.
Even you throw me, I said that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You showing your true colours. That's what you're really about.
So you are innocent now.
The racist in here is you. You'll be
on your stage. Have I mentioned?
Yeah. My people came to Africa to inject you with AIDS. The fucking hell, what are you talking about?
Why do you say why did AIDS come from Africa where your dumbass never do this?
Because I was trolling you.
Because you're a dumb troller. You're a dumb troller.
Right, okay, I'm a dumb troller. You're the one
who... So I won them because I'm not the one getting angry after that shit. I'm telling you the fact. But you can't debate me on what the shit I've been saying. All you have to say is I'm trying.
I can't debate somebody who's a lunatic.
Yeah, because it's the fact, it's the truth. And debate me or debunk me. You won't find out the real fact and bring it back to me and say I'm lying. You can't debunk the truth. That's the problem with you guys. See how your room is getting empty because you guys, the dumbest guy that first say when Africans spoil the app, he run the fuck away just because he can't debate too. Now the second guy come out with the bullshit, and now you come out with your AIDS shit. That's just sensitive, emotional feelings. Right? And they sound like a bunch of cowards to me. You can't debate. Everything I've laid down on this fucking stage right now, you know I'm going zigzag bullshit, balabu, or boo, and nothing else to say. Rather than just racial word, insulting me, and slur words. Weak ass fuckers, man. So tell me when you end up.
You should kiss them on the lips. You should kiss them on the lips.
Tell me where Neanderthal came from and debunk me if I'm lying then. Dumbass, wanna talk to me about Neanderthal and
The Netherlands.
Okay then, give me your history then, so we can go through the book.
Kiss them on the
How long is the timeline of the Neanderthal? How long is the timeline? When did they came out to start existing to actually repopulate the planet? Give me the timeline.
God created them 6,000 years ago.
Your shit. Tell me the Bible, the oldest ones I can go and read.
We've got the originals in the Vatican.
The Vatican, they're keeping the original for you and they give you the pseudo, so you can come here and be fighting me about about your Jane what came 1400 when Jesus never existed. And there's another person.
only the Pope's allowed to see the real Bible.
Okay then, so that means you ain't got no defense, you ain't got no proof, you ain't got no evidence of nothing to argue with me about. So there's no need.
Yeah, but the Pope. The Pope.
Okay, the Pope is a pseudo. You got pseudo Bible, and you tell me the real one is in Vatican. They don't give you the real one of the information. Plain Bible anyway, if I were you, so you can check out a bit of original people that came before you. Come on with that bullshit.
The Pope's infallible, though. The Pope can't be wrong.
Okay,
Son, he's just playing around. He's just trying to get to know you. He's just All right, so son, the reason why I said Neanderthal, right, is because allegedly, I have no evidence for this. They said that they were still around during the end of the Younger Dryas of 12,000 years ago. I'm not sure if you believe in that sort of story, but there is new evidence that says that the pyramids themselves were completely flooded all the way up to the top. So it says so when the ice caps melted, in the beginning they were like, oh, it's got to be a meteor, but they didn't realize that there's this precession that gives the northern part of the world more sun, so it's easy to melt. And we could see that from the Grand Canyon, because it looks like there's just water that ripped right through the middle of America. So we see evidence of this in these huge rip tides that are still actually like for example, when you're on the beach and you see like the ripples from the waves coming in, we have ripples like that are in like North America, on the East Coast and the West Coast, where there's just tons of evidence for it, is what I'm saying. So now, if all of that water was entering in, there's going to be a series of events that's going to be catastrophic. On top of all the new the water that it just keeps gushing, we're talking gigatons. On top of that, we have the diaphragm of the northern part of the world that is going to cause some sort of deflection or some sort of bounce. So there's going to be earthquakes. Earthquakes cause tsunamis. Earthquakes also cause volcanic eruptions that possibly weren't supposed to happen, but did. So it looks like a lot of catastrophic events happen in the result of that water breaking through the ice wall there. So, and I don't mean ice wall like flat Earth. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the mile high, just like it is in Greenland right now. And in Greenland, for them to go. The only reason why I mention Neanderthals is because of their strength. So I don't think that the Egyptians built it, because they just didn't leave back any technology to show us. Even the Serapeum, with the 24 boxes that weigh 100 tons, like the 24 different boxes that they say they put these cows in or whatever, right? When it was the time of Taurus, which would make sense, right? And then the beginning of Judaism is when we went into Aries, right? And then from Aries, that era was over, and now we're in Pisces. You can see that, Jesus with the fish. They were sacrificing the lamb, the goat, and then that era is over. So the only thing that makes sense is that the people of that time just inherited this real estate. because there really is no evidence to say that they built it. I know what you're saying. It's not the Egyptians of today. This and the other. It could have been the Africans in the past, but in order for such a thing to happen, they would need like wood. They would need like huge lakes, possibly to transport these huge pieces of granite to canals or whatever. Right now, it's hard to think that they did it in the desert. Well, what do you think about that, son? I mean, I said a lot there, but.
Well, you try, you do your research. I talk to someone like you that are more intelligent and peaceful, not the insult I've been getting since for about 3 people right now, but I will leave that let it pass. And I didn't bring no racial shit in it until I get called monkey, AIDS and Africa and all that other bullshit. But at the end of the day, I'll leave it to the knowledge that you require.
He's black, just to let you know, so he's messing with you.
Well, even though he's black, he even though he's a black guy, definitely he does have a bit of racial in him. He could hate even his own black skin himself. That's why he talked that shit anyway to a black person. So I'm not surprised you have people who don't like that. But go back to what you're saying. I respect your knowledge based on your research. I've listened to all this Egyptology as well, talk about the flood. We know about the flood. It's not just one flood, and it doesn't really flood the whole planet. It has to be some geographical places. We heard about the Mesopotamian flood, we heard about the Egyptian flood, and we heard about the flood in the Bible. So which one are we going to say for that timeline? Nobody knows. But based on the Egyptians' pyramid, the Khufu pyramid itself, they do find the name called Khufu in there, but they say that it could have been found after by him, and he has to put his name in there. And that's the stuff we were talking earlier before about the dominations when they came to be a king. They want to put their names everywhere. So, but the premise itself could be actually called Mai in Kemet, which is ascending point. It's called Mai, M-I-R. That's the name of it. And they have the real original names actually, right? It wasn't called pyramids because the Greeks gave it pyramids, which they call it a big cake. They call it a big cake. That's what pyramid means. So, but the name of it was Ma, and it was ascending point. So if they give you ascension point or ascending point, you have to think like, who built the ascending point, or what is the knowledge that behind it? Or if some these people told you they have deities, they have extraterrestrial intervention, which most of the Africans do say it. And that will question more to say, yes, definitely, it must be very old. And it's not only Egypt, you have pyramids. You have the biggest pyramid in Bosnia. You have pyramids in Africa, in America, in Europe. So the third story, according to his hieroglyphics of reading the third books, he says that he uses pyramids to navigate places. And his spacecraft is always packed inside the pyramids. So they will never leave little spacecraft for us to see. Now they find an inner earth inside the pyramids, which is called, I named it for you, it's called Tarasheta, which is called City of the Solar Code, right? That was what they described it like. But the ancient papyrus, that you say there's no evidence of building the pyramids, there were evidence of building the pyramids. They are workers. And there are giants that are taller than them that shows I was helping them with the building of the pyramids. That's the only evidence I find so far. And another evidence of the pyramids is to say they use it as a navigation to planets. That was Osiris, because Osiris was buried after a few meters away from the pyramids, and his shaft was actually aligned to under the pyramids, which is possible will be used as transition to another planet, because it was called the gods of Orion. That's what Osiris was called. So most of the pyramids that you will see has to deal with a lot of transmonics or multi-dimensions pillar flame, because the triangle that was based on top of it, which was gold, that was missing, was actually a conductor of heat as well. So that could be named what it was named before, which is called the man. Right? So that says the 3 dimensions that are above it, and the cylinders and all these multi-dimensions of shafts that were inside it was called Crystal City, because it is a civilization that always live in down there, or they use it as a burial ground for their ancestors. It's called the city of Amentukura. Yeah, flame tube is called flame tube. Yeah, and for anything to call flame, that is just telling you is referred to maybe soul transition as well, because the soul could be called flame, and for them to use it as a DNA code, and that could be a dimension resurrection to or rejuvenations of DNA code. Right? So there's more to a lot of things people doesn't know about, but the diggers are digging in, but they can't dig that far according to how deep they say it is. But the information that we know so far is there's a Stargate, there's Ark of Covenant that was used actually that time to align inside the pyramids, that all these pharaohs, all the deities used to transcend inside the pyramid or used to disappear outside the pyramid to another destination. We use them plain. They could use pyramids that time. That was a very, very strong spiritual intelligent.
I respect your opinions and you sound like you've done some homework also, but for me, I can't cope with the fact that they did something about like we're not like extraterrestrial beings or gateway or things like that. So I'm not an atheist, but the belief in aliens to me is just a very foreign thing.
Find that extraterrestrial being or alien, if I may ask, what will be your definitions of that?
Well, just the name extraterrestrial just means not from this planet.
Doesn't mean not from this planet, right? Extraterrestrial, it could mean somebody that have another knowledge, higher knowledge, yeah, that is extra, and it's terrain. Terrain means another land that came from another land, not planet. Planet means planet ET, that's what it means, yeah. But extraterrestrial, yeah, not the movie, not the Will Smith shit, not all those crap things that we're saying, all these fake aliens thing they're giving us in movies. That's not it, yeah. These are people that advance scientist knowledge that have already advanced and moved through other places, other solar system, yeah, far away from us, and they never left the firmament, because nobody left the firmament. So that is what they call extraterrestrial. So when they visited, the Dogon mentioned them that they came to visit them. Right? When they visited, they told the Dogon that we are the one that actually gave left to you. I think you're on the phone right now. Let you go. You're echoing.
No. I hear you. I'm sorry.
Let me just carry on with this, right? There's a history. There's been a lot of information that was called oral languages. That was before written language. That was before dictionary. That was before computer writing and all that shit. Oral means things that was given to people by recisive. Oral means people that draws as well, like Pythagoras drawings on the wall, caves and stuff. Those are defined by your scientists or your archaeologists. They actually decipher it better than most of us in Africa. I would be honest with that, because I listen to them. So when they find the evidence of all of those remnants, that is when they're trying to decipher it. That's when it goes wrong, because they're going to use Greek interpretation of it. I'm not saying it's not credited, but it's not the original words. But when you go to Metuneta, you start finding the original words. You won't even argue with me that far, because you will get more understanding than what I'm talking about. So pyramids itself is not called pyramids, yeah. So the people that built it, yeah, are ancient ancestors of the Kemetians, and they are tall being. Some of them are up to 8 to 9 feet tall, and they use scientific knowledge to build it. And we know in your history that some of your scholars actually use electromagnetic field to navigate stones, or sound energy to levitate stones. Yeah, one of your scholars died from that, and never gave the information to nobody, right? So this knowledge is well kept. That's why you get a high priest, and you got those people that are called the pantheons that don't give those knowledge out for anybody to write. So you will never find no technology remnants until you dig more than even 80 feet down, then you start seeing stories. But nobody have go that day before. Even in the Phoenix, things, they say there's some cabin there, but they kept that secret too. So we're just going to leave it there that we don't know a lot yet until we find more information. Yeah? But aliens are not just alien from other planets. they are extraterrestrials here because they are older scientists that have long passed us with technology and they built star system to navigate. And that's when the comedian is talking about thought, right? You know, all these deities and stuff. That's what they describe it. But you put them in your movie as superheroes. Superman, Iron Man, Incredible Man, do your thing. Look at all this shit.
Let's start with
I live it.
what a country.
You want me to? Yeah, that Stargate movie as well was similar to that shit. Exactly. Thank you for that one. Stargate is actually similar. Stargate movie. And Stargate is connected to the temple. Yeah, there's Stargate 4 to 7 in Egypt itself. Yeah, but there's store inner city. It's called Crystal Container Chamber. That is where it's stored. They have technology there. There are 12 avatars that was buried there, avatar passages that was actually buried there. Yeah, which is called HTs. There's that shit to unlock the code, and done some of these things that people are digging out as money. Sooner or later, you will see what's going to happen because those body needs to get back to those body. So I think we don't know what we're doing yet until the time comes when we're about to fuck up the planet, fuck up all the remnants, and go into the secret haven to go and dig what we're not supposed to dig. Then you will see who is the owner that built the pyramid is arrived. And you will see they're viewing them in the sky right now. What is you call it UFO? They call it USO. Recently, someone said he got kidnapped by what? A dolphin. What do you think dolphins are? They're mermaids. They know how to change their body to mermaids. So sooner or later, the owner of the planet will pop up, and you guys will bring your Star War or your information to try to find them. That's the time is coming to that right now. But I'm just here to actually blend into you. You don't have to believe everything I'm saying. I'm to be infectious very Mr. I know. It's pain, passion, to do. All people building, you know.
No, it's no. Okay, so now I understand the language you're using. Now I understand. So yeah. I think I would be able to say that there are certain things you said that I would actually be I would actually like co-sign. The extraterrestrial thing sounds legit because obviously they were people from another time period. So that I agree with you. I think these people were possibly pre-flood, but just to think that all the people that died, that they only only the smart people were left. I mean, maybe they had maybe they had like some remnants of what that was, but it's just hard for me to think it was the actual Egyptians. I'm not saying they weren't Africans. I'm saying they are Africans, just not Egyptians. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they're called Kemet too. They're not actually called Egyptians, and that's exactly what I'm saying to you. I know it'll be that for you because that's a name you know how to pronounce. That's what I used to call them too before. Until when I started getting back to Metroneta to find the real names, meanings. They're called Kemet too, right? And Kemet too just means those people that know about chemistry. You could put that in English word of chemistry now, right?
But you mean like you're saying what they call an acclimatus.
Yeah, alchemists, yeah. You could call them that. But the original names of them was Pattaya. Yeah, or Pattaya, which means the gate opener. Yeah. When I say gate opener, you already know what that is. The Stargate opener. Orion was a gate opener. Pattaya was a gate opener. So this is what they are really. They are people that come from different terrains, which already built already, and come and develop other existence places. We have that in Gilgamesh book as well. Yeah, they have their own. They have their own flood. They have their own story.
So you know the big huge sort of they took it to a museum, right? And it stands because it was tipped over. It stands like 300 feet tall. They have it in a museum now. I forget the name of it. It's like it's one of the king, one of the kings or whatever, and then they made it like a sculpture of him, like a huge stone. The one that they brought into the
There's a movie, and it could be maybe
the really, really tall one, right? Where it's like he's missing a leg or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Tutankhamun was the one that says disabled, but he had the shape of
Not disabled. Not. Ancient giant statue. This way. This is it. This is it right here. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. And you'll know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I posted the link. I posted the link in the chat. I posted the link in the chat. That statue. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm gonna refresh and come back and check it out.
It's in the yeah. No, it's fine.
Yeah, I can see your profile.
That's not a statue. That's like that's like triangles. What's
No,
that?
mi amor, yo estoy hablando de otra
Oh,
cosa. I'm talking about this thing.
Which one?
It's in the museum. It's laying down. They have it laying down. It's fucking Ramses.
Okay, let me see it.
Ramses. The Colossus of Ramses.
Ramses.
Into anything.
Okay, so I'll do it again. Yeah, this
It's
is
my seat.
sorry. If the link is not opening to anything, I'll show you this one. I'll
It's
erase it.
not it. It's the Ramses.
The Ramses.
Ramses.
Yeah, Ramses. Like, remember this one, right? Do you know what it took for us to even put that in the museum? The feat that it took. How long it took them to do it?
How long?
Hey, you want me to give you? Hold on, let me give you the
Yeah.
I'll show you.
Did you just read all the
I know.
I just
Do
didn't
you
know.
what is that? LSF? LSF what?
That's such a glass. If you took that retail on stage, so just invited.
No. I didn't.
He must have chipped himself. I invited back in. Sorry, no, it's good.
Go on. Oh, I just want to say, you could say most of all this thing was granite. Some of the
No, it's
granite was
limestone. It's limestone. The length of it is 36 feet. It's a 90 tons. It's limestone. Original stood up in Memphis. How long did it take? No exact record of time is specific to the statue, but the estimated base known in Egypt methods and experts. So they can only do using sledges and mud sand. They can only go 1 kilometer a day.
no. This is why
So it took several weeks. If in the short distances of 2 to 7 days, and more complex terrain, it took from 1 to 3 weeks. We're talking about a very, very long time.
I get what you're saying, right? But it's not a fact. Let's call it a theory, right? It's just a theory to say this is how it could have happened if human build it or some kind of a size of some thousands of people move it, but we don't know. You know why we don't know? Just because they said it doesn't mean it's fact. But the only thing we can go with here is to say, these people talk about metaphysics or metaphorics when they're actually describing based on the hieroglyphics. One of their kings, that was a giant, who was seen flying a boat in the star. And there's another one seen flying in a boat in the water. Do you know what they use as propeller to actually move the kings and thousands of people in the boat with a lot of bricks, stones, all kind of stuff? Guess what they put under the boat? They put Aposes there. Aposes is a snake. It was used as a way to move that heavy object. So that is a metaphoric most people won't be able to decipher. Just because it's Aposes doesn't mean it doesn't have helping them move the heavy lifting, right? Because they put it there. So that's just telling you already that you might be thinking it's a human that moving this shit. They could have a deity or some spiritual knowledge to move that heavy object away from human. So that is just one thing I'll give to you. If I find a picture, I'll post it for you as well, so you won't just think I'm talking. So there's a lot of metaphoric or metaphysics of spoken or languages in Kemet that we won't be able to decipher. We're just going to be guessing on theory. It's okay to do that too, because Greek does that and they give us a lot of readings, which is intelligent, but it's not facts, most of it. So they have their ways of moving stuff we don't know. And I told you some of your scholar he described how he actually levitates stone, but he doesn't give them the secret knowledge to. And he died it. He went to bravery. So I find his name, I'll put it up for you.
Your scholars, I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't have scholars here. I don't have any scholars.
I agree with
He was an English, British, and European scholar. That's why I say your scholar is different from African scholar, isn't it? So don't get sensitive again, man. And don't come with the racial shit. Because I'm already
That's the point, dude. You're the one who's being a racist. Your scholars. White man scholars. You mean scholars. Do you know what I mean? It keeps going, your scholars, when he means white men.
Son, were you ever a Christian?
Son, they're racist.
Son, were you ever a Christian? I'll take that as a yes.
So he's right about one thing, guys. Like, some of the hieroglyphs, right, could have been like metaphorical, such as like the snake underneath, like wiggling, carrying him.
Actually, I'll talk to people now.
Not because it was a real snake. Not because it was a real snake. Perhaps they had a mechanism in which they could slide the freaking thing, right? The statue. And it's depicted, it's a very intelligent way to depict sliding something. It's a poetic way to do it. I think that's possible as a theory that he's positing.
Yeah, no, and you know what it is? No one's ever really wrong, right? Because we're all like trying to use our intuition and the knowledge that we've gained throughout the work, throughout our lives, say, well, how could this be the case? So I don't think that none of us are being irrational by saying, this could have happened this way or the other. We're all just kind of using guesswork because that's all we have.
Yeah, we have to only speculate.
Yeah, we can only speculate.
Yeah.
Well, I think all the information should be taken, all the information, and I think that's the thing, everybody likes to, and I think that's the most interesting part of conversations like this, right? Because we all have our little input on stuff.
We are marvelous.
These things aren't really up for debate, they're just up to share the information,
But the common thing I think is that we're just so marveled by this era
stuff. I read it when I was like 16 or something, maybe younger. He believes the aliens came down and actually didn't. That's one theory he has. They could have used police and levers and stuff. I don't know, there's so many ways they could have done it.
Hey,
Did you like how they changed the entire location of Moses?
What's crazy about aliens building the pyramids?
It's not, they were probably just like bigger people who look different. That's what I'm saying, like, there's nothing crazy about anything in that era because it's just so, it's a very mysterious civilization.
Like this, I put a picture of based on the snake that was used as propeller for the boat. There's a lot of picture of it. And the aliens you guys talking about a giant. I'm going to post that picture of two giants that was carrying a bigger bricks, yeah, that was used in pyramids. And the human was standing next to him, looked very small. Yeah, that was finally one of the temples of one of their workers as well, right? They put this description for you. These people, they're not joking. They have a writing system. So it will be very difficult just to come with only the theory when you neglect their real information and you can't. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really say only thousands of people are going to be using chisels and a stone, yeah, to be chiseling granite or limestone that was harder than a liquid, even diamond, for thousands of years to come to that shape. They have their own technology, but we can't decipher it, and they're not leaving nothing behind for you. Sorry, just because they know there are people coming to invade them or coming to take some of their stuff, or they give you few education, but they're not giving you all the information. So that's why we ain't finding nothing, but we're nearly there now to find something by looking under the pyramids of Giza. They scan it, they find chambers, they find a lot of cabinets. So what they're going to try and do now, we don't know. But by the time they get there, they're going to face a lot of surprises, definitely. But they won't be able to touch a lot of things because the owner was going to turn up, and they're watching everyone. So that's just my own theory, we'll call it. But based on lifting stones, you people actually decipher that how stone can be levitated through sound energy, right? And through metaphysics. So that's possible. Asians have done it before us. We're not the only brilliant guy here. We have people that done the best. We'll talk about Neanderthal too. They actually came out with how to cut, how to hunt. They have their own carving, where they carve their stones and so. They have their intelligence. So you can't knock all these ancestors out before you start talking about, because we're reading about books today or somebody tell you something today is the fact. You have to go back and put everything together from the past and the future. Then you might come with logical answers. I'll leave it there.
I found some tools where they found them like sliding these things on like angle surfaces, right? Like what do you call those slides that kids play in freaking
I call them slides.
in playgrounds? Huh?
We call them slides.
Slides, yeah. So they have
A slipping slide?
yeah. And these things were they were very clever. I mean, the architects too. We had to study Egyptian civilization in architecture for like my third year in university. The King's Chamber had like.
If you look online, if you look at Wally from Texas, he can show you how to move a megalith on his own.
That's not granite.
Using two pebbles.
He wasn't moving granite. Yeah, he wasn't moving granite.
It was moving concrete, moving enormous. The guy moves buildings like that.
I see.
Yeah, but this guy was in. I don't know about this guy. I hear a lot about this guy. People talk about it.
Wally from Texas.
Yeah.
He's famous. Yeah.
They have a mechanism by which they could like, you know how you used to play with those? Like you could pull the stone back like a bow and arrow kind of a thing. They would pull the freaking stone back and this thing would fly. That's another theory they have, but that's a dangerous way to do it. Plus, they're very connected connected with the sky and the stars and stuff like that. So you'll see like in the King's Chamber, you have like a small little window that points at the constellations exactly at 45 degrees. So how is it that they could calculate this angle so precisely?
No, guys, not precise.
You want to go to the craziest? You want to get the craziest one?
Pretty well done. Use that telescope.
They were using star map tracking. It's called star map tracking celestial time. That's what they were using, right? And they invent the solar calendar, and it was used around the world today. So before then, they don't know about measurement time. They use lunar calendar.
Right. It's that thing pointing today exactly at what you'll say is pointing at, yeah?
How many?
The Big Dipper?
No, just
The Big Dipper?
just tell me, is it pointing exactly at a star?
At a constellation or something.
Eh?
It's not at a star. It's like some kind of. I think the see these clearly, obviously, because it's a night sky. You don't have freaking pollution or anything. They sit at night and they just stare at the marble of the sky.
Where's it pointing?
Most of
Is it
the
pointing?
stars were
The King's Chamber. There's a small window in the King's Chamber that points. Can you just see if I'm right on that? If it's the Queen's.
Right. Is it pointing exactly at a point?
Exactly like at some kind of.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, right?
And how long has it been there?
I don't know, Elizabeth.
Give me a clue.
Well,
It's 5,000.
Basically, right?
says the Orion constellations was older, and that was what they used in the pyramids too.
Tell me, please,
How
how
many more
long,
decent times?
approximately, how long has it been there?
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
The pyramid with a shaft in it.
Oh, the shaft. 3 to 5,000 years?
Much older than that.
Okay. Right.
Hold on.
I think so.
Right, hang on. Right. I'll give you an answer in a second. I just need to do a calculation.
Either that's either. You're gonna come up with some pseudo shit, and I know where you're reading from either. So don't come up with some shit.
I'm doing a calculation, so what calculation am I doing?
What do you
Ain't gonna work.
degree or something, right? I don't know where that's location.
Well, they use 365 days calendars, and that was the end of the year to match the rhythms of the natural season of their solar year. So if you're gonna calculate the solar year and the lunar year, you can come up with your answer. If you ain't got no calculation for that shit, you're gonna come up with your pseudo shit anyway. Well, it's okay. It's just
Why don't you wait and see what I'm going to come out with?
Amenhotep was 1390 to 1352 BC. So he met the pyramids there too. So go back to 1330 to 1352 BC and see where you come out who is the from
Right, now you I love people who sit there and sprout what they're going to tell you what they're going to do, mind readers, right? Have you heard of something called procession?
Yeah, I know about nation. Yeah, go on.
Right, procession is how the fixed stars, or inverted commas, fixed stars, move slowly over 25,000 years to do one full rotation. Thus, in the last 5,000 years, that shaft has moved 17 degrees to where it's pointing. So it's not even pointing in the same fucking direction.
Because the tall small pyramids it's not aligning anymore just because it's the small one, the Kitover is still aligned to Atom star constellation. The smaller one, they say it move a little shift. I'm sure that's what you're explaining here. That's just telling you the solar axis of those time rotations is changing from
You're robot.
So it's that's just what you explain. No pyramid.
Can't hear a word you're saying. Right, anyway, so anybody who says that shaft is pointing at X position, it clearly can't be because it keeps moving. So you
But then
found
you want like
the
25,000.
understanding of astronomy is my problem.
Okay.
No shafts that move. The constellations rotate through the Earth axis. No shaft will move. If you're talking about shaft, no. Like you build a
Shafts don't move the sky. The stuff in the sky is moving.
sky constellations just changes, but only one that change doesn't move either. And that could be that the gas burst, it bursts. Right? Whenever they use a telescope to view the star burst, they find out that he has burst long time years ago. So maybe the burst have shifted from the constellation, because we know about constellation star that always burst as well. Like, the gas line is just.
What word do you use into? If you hear the word boss or something, boss.
Burst, I think, is the word.
Yeah, they call it burst. BURST, right? It's anything that bursts, like chemicals just bangs and stuff like that. And you get dust after that. So that's what.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
It's not a
Yeah, you don't. And I give you the answer, and you want to be ignorant. I just gave you, and she
I
just
cannot understand your fucking accent, dude.
She just told you, and I just told you a dumbass, and you want to argue again. You see how you go?
burst.
He just told you, and I told you, and you
What's
think
he
you're
talking
ignorant.
about, Nigel? Shut up, you fucking piece of shit.
Like about bursting, like a balloon that bursts. He said it's burst.
Yeah, I just told you, dumbass.
Okay. Why are you guys fighting?
The racist cunt is being.
No, he's just not getting
Saying loss of power.
Stop. He just, your pronunciation is different.
He hasn't saying a racist word.
He's not racist, he doesn't understand.
Dumbass. Me, I go inviting neighbor next door to me. I will go dinners together. I will go picnic. I ain't got problem with no skin. Dumbass. I have Viking neighbors around me, yeah? We go dinner together and picnic. We're not.
Shut up about you fucking pig.
A Viking neighbor will slap you because they don't like racist guys like you.
Shut up.
It's not racist, he doesn't get the pronunciation.
Yeah, my Viking neighbors are very, 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 very intelligent people. They don't like dumb as racist people.
Go away, you idiot. So we sat there, Nigel, for hours. Kids going, you're scholars. You're books and all this. I'm going, why are you talking about it? Why do you keep saying that? And what it basically means is, white
I'm like,
people.
assuming LSF is the white guy.
I'm like, well, who's the fucking racist in here? Right, let's have it back up and see what the next super intelligent thing is going to tell us about.
Invite me back on because there's nobody else who talks negatives. You lonely motherfucker, man. I never know why people shit. I never say that. Yeah, this is black. I don't even give a fuck what type of black he is, yeah? But he's been saying all racist shit to me. And I told him already, I go Viking cooler, gentle, and they don't discriminate.
Your racism bullshit. Don't want to hear it.
What other question you want to ask again? Go back to your scholarship and keep reading your pseudo papyrus and tell me what question you need to ask so I can give you the right answer.
Oh, they only work as pseudo.
Well, I respect the Greek scholars. Yeah, they have a lot of information, but I don't use their zodiac sign. But that one, I know my zodiac signs that came after before then. We predicted their shit. But based on that, yeah, I respect them. They went and learned and give us books and shit. But I'm not going to factor everything because they rename everything away from the original names. So if I have to have discussion with someone like this, they're going to be talking to me about what Greeks say, and I'll be telling you about what the real ancestor says about what they give the real name, right? Pyramids means cake, a big cake. Ain't got nothing to do with transitions, transmissions, or conductors or stuff like that. They don't mention all that, but the ancient people mention that. So you have to know through the meanings of the names, you could find what the active or what the action is all about. That's just what I'm saying to him. So we're gonna have.
Sorry.
So two ancient people, the pyramid, one in one language goes, oh, that's a wiggly woo, and the other one goes, oh no, that's a boo boo. And now the person who called it a wiggly woo is wrong. It's really called a boo boo. I mean, for fuck's sake, does he not understand how different languages work?
You're like, no, we can't hear what you're saying. You're mumbling. Yeah, the ancestor is capturing your voice right now. You can't hear shit. Repeat what you're saying. You went off. You're mumbling. You can't.
Sometimes secrets that we just let go and see.
Yeah, it was fucking weird.
Yeah, Courtney yesterday in the room, you know, this white girl wants to be Jewish so bad.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah. They're telling us that the throne of David is equal to the throne of God. I don't believe it. And then Kevin kissing her ass. Kevin in there. You gotta hang out in the apostolic room with us a few times.
I don't get it. It's. I hung out with like Calvinists for a couple of times. You know who they remind me of, brethren? A lot.
Well, they're determinists. That's why.
That's not. It's the attitude. But they also are like, I don't know. They make rational arguments, I think, I guess. And they've been like
precept. They use precept.
They use precept, yeah.
They use precept. I personally, I don't like the precept that they use, but I understand it. But yeah, the Calvinist position is a position that the Catholic Church in ways they will say they hold to this view of it as like, you know, the priest enjoys the priest. They feel like they've been chosen. That's all they're saying. They're saying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think it's that. It's pretty. It's just demonstrating that God is the best of planners, and like you'll have problems with resurrection, and that whole narrative will sort of fall apart a little bit if you take that position.
No, the position's not biblical.
That's not okay.
No, it's not. It's a weird.
When did they come up with it? Like why?
Augustine Hippo. You know the I think at 4 a.m. He was the first person out. So you know how there's a dead parts of the demon?
I don't know that.
Alright, so Hippo, Augustine, Catholic, it's the card we named it 500 years later. So if you put it on, how do you say it? And you'll see that he came up with it first. He says, if I am mistaken, then I exist. That's what he says. So before I am mistaken, then I am mistaken. Because what he's trying to say is that, what he's trying to prove is that can the devil or any deity be forcing my own thoughts? What I'm saying is also return. Is someone telling us and react? And the moment I be wrong about that, means you're the only one knowing your thoughts. So, because of that, it exists. That's pretty funny. And he came up with it first, which is really interesting. Think about it. Christian theologian came up with it. It's, it's pretty interesting. How you put it. Don't like there. I think that Brian Carlos uses it all the time. He thinks this is a good way to know you exist. Like posting a lot by saying I think before I anything. And they want this because they want.
The point is, if you're having an experience, then you have to exist. It doesn't say anything about the nature of your existence, just that you must
Or you exist in order to have experience, which is what the other views say.
Yeah, that's a hard way.
First essence of existence.
His name is Augustine of Hippo. If you look at that one, well, maybe it's me. I think it's okay. I figured it out, which is separate. It's really interesting. At least the first I have it. We have these doors in here, and I put this like silver insulation in the way that it doesn't. You get what I mean? Like you don't see it now. You want the fucking glass in it. I'm fucking putting plexiglass and put the shit in here.
That plexiglass is quite easy to work with. The matte finish is really beautiful on it.
Yeah, I mean this doesn't even fit. Just this is what we call this permatemp. Because we can't say liberate now because it's kind of so we say permatemp. It's permanent but temporary. Permatemp. That's what we're using. Permatemp. Permanent, not permanent, but put it like it's permanent, but it's temporary. That was coming out again. I had to kick that guy because that guy was just on a roll.
Yeah.
He was on a mission. Everybody's going to lunch. It was nice to work in the office, huh? Fucking nice to work in the office. Lunch.
Yeah.
For lunch, it was up in the car. Did you
Huh?
what happened?
God.
But we're doing a projection of the next 20 years in New York. We have 20 years of work. And they just showed us the lineup. We have 20 years of consistent work here on out doing construction work in New York.
How long do you think it's going to take to do?
40. That's 20 years if everything goes opposed to, like one project leads to the next. There's certain projects that need to be done before other projects are.
Well, I don't know how things are going in America at the minute, but over here they're talking about, because of this Iran business, there's going to be shortages of stuff.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, food shortages, fuel shortages, the cost of everything's going to go up. Gas and electricity.
You still have that little spider? Alfa Romeo? How the fuck do you fit that?
Oh no. No, let's go.
How the fuck did you ever fit that car? Did you explore?
Are you really waiting?
Who, me? What was it? I didn't hear what you guys talking about. Yeah. What's that? Read us a poem.
Who's your poet?
Yeah. A good one.
Hang on.
I think I got one over here. Let's see if I can find.
Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind. Therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. The course of true love never did run smooth. And yet, to say truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. I me, for aught that I could ever read, could ever hear by tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth. Shakespeare.
Yes. I only heard that piece once in school. You get another one.
What's your favourite Shakespeare play?
Julius Caesar. Much Defender, second. Midsummer Night's Dream, third. Romeo and Juliet, perhaps fourth. And As You Like It.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Love is a madman.
After absorbing the power of Madeline's eternal love, I decided completely into madness. Taking to kill Ryan with his own hands, I was using this primal violence to make him understand that power is the only law of this world.
It's okay. I saw it to him.
Since his last escape from prison, Ryan's abilities had improved dramatically, and every special forces unit sent to pursue him was dispatched.
Please, look at that. I'm sorry. No one can know I was here.
Butcher then tracked Ryan down and persuaded him to lure me out so he could inject me with the virus because Ryan was the only person in the world who could get close enough to me to deliver it. When Ryan asked what would happen if he released the virus, Butcher told him the truth.
He said this virus will happen to me. He'll die. We'll be close by and we'll go together. You wouldn't be the first lad to throw his life away in a war, but you would be the first to save the world doing it.
Quietly slipped a tracker into Ryan's pocket. By this point, Butcher had already steeled himself to kill every superhuman, himself included. In his mind, it was the only way to stop superhumans from taking over the world.
Without us, without soups, the world is a better, safer place. I'll do it.
When they arrived at the base, they found that the remaining supply of the virus had been completely destroyed, and the scientists who created it had vanished without trace. The plan would have to be postponed once again, but Ryan insisted on pressing forward. He wanted to prove himself in front of Butcher.
No, without the virus.
You said I was the only one who could stop him. You said it was my destiny.
Without the germ, you'd just be another stupid kid on a fucking suicide run.
Same old lying, pathetic assholes.
Ryan, following the plan, Ryan lured me out.
Death.
Ryan. I assumed he had come to his senses and he was ready to return to my side. Instead, Zay turned around and questioned me, asking whether I had forced his mother. Of course not. I told Ryan that his mother and I had simply had an affair, a willing arrangement between two consenting adults, and that I'd always felt back.
His heart's racing.
Shut up. And frankly, your heart's breaking a little bit.
I never figured you'd do something like that.
Right. Ryan had no intention of stopping. He kept pushing me relentlessly. Ryan drew blood from my nose. I could no longer hold back. It was his turn to face my fury. I pinned his hands down and drove my fists into his face, blow after blow. After a time, Ryan's face was a mangled, bloody ruin, yet I still did not stop. The final point was insane. The Butcher arrived, all he found was Ryan lying motionless on the ground. Fortunately, there was still a breath of life left. From that moment on, the bond between father and son was shattered beyond repair. What remained between us was nothing but a fight to the death. After absorbing the power of Madeline's eternal love, this was Mary like the kiddo.
That is cool. Where should I start?
I did Shylock speech 2 once in school.
Start from the beginning. The gospel of the being the name of the work is performed for the redemption of those who were ignorant of the Father, while the name of the gospel is the proclamation of the Lord, being discovery for those who search for him. When the totality went about searching for the one from whom they had come forth, and the totality was decided him, the incomprehensible, inconceivable one, who was superior to every thought. Ignorance of Father brought about anguish and terror, and the anguish was solid like a fog, so that no one was able to see. For this reason, error became powerful. It worked on its own matter foolishly, not having known the truth. It set about with the creation, preparing with power and beauty, substitute for the truth. This was not then a humiliation for him, the incomprehensible, inconceivable one, for they were the thing. The anguish in his living, the creature of deceit, while this first truth is immutable. In return, I can't say that word. Perfect in beauty, for this reason despised them. Because it had no roots, but fell into a fog beyond the fog, while it was involved in the varied works of oblivion and terrors, in order that by means of these it might entice those of the middle.
Put a jam. Now.
The oblivion of error was not revealed. It is not from the Father. Oblivion did not come into existence from the Father, although it did indeed come into existence. What comes into existence is knowledge, which appeared in order that oblivion might vanish, and the Father might be one. Since oblivion came into existence because of the Father, is not known. Sorry, since oblivion came into existence because of the Father, was not known. Then if the Father comes to be known, oblivion will not exist. Through this, the gospel of the search, which was revealed to those who are perfect through the mercies of the Father, the hidden mystery, Jesus the Christ, enlightened those who were in darkness through oblivion. He enlightened them, he showed them a way, and the way is the truth which he taught them. Go on.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Is it Gnosis?
Gospel of truth.
Huh?
That's the gospel of truth.
It's really beautiful.
That's the gospel
The kindest thing you can do for yourself.
Okay, I got one. Okay, keep going.
No, it's all right. It's heretical.
That is why it's so beautiful. I knew it was heretical. Sounds like the Gnostic Bible you sent me path. It's just really beautiful. What LSF read.
LSF believes in the Old Testament as the demiurge.
Yeah, why not?
He believes that.
Are you Gnostic?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not religious.
Don't tell anybody. Yes. It's a little heretic. He doesn't want to go full heretic yet.
Why not? Take me to the altar of heretics. I'll wear that crown of thorns proudly on my head.
Yeah, they don't think I'm an atheist.
Well, he doesn't believe that the God of the Old Testament is the one true God. It's the God that cannot know the one true God. So that's the reason why, and I had a fucking joint, and I don't know where the fuck I put the joint now. I lost it. I'm stuck. Your fault, that was like, I'm packing my shit up. What the fuck am I still doing here? I'm going the fuck home. I'm going to fuck home. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do also? I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna fucking masturbate. That's what I'm doing. Sorry, no, I guess I didn't mean to say that in front of you. Not bad.
Coptic. Where is it? Coptic Apocalypse of Peter, that's the one.
Oh, you would love. I read her the one. She fell in love with it. LSF. You had to see how in love she was. She read it, and she read it. The first time she read it like she's read it many times. It was insane because she just loved it so much. The uncorruptible one.
The one.
The one.
I think I'm gonna read it and send it to his voice.
I think you should read what's it called? The Trimorphic Protanoia. First thought in three forms.
Which means
And on the origin of the world is the other one. They're both very good.
Well, read it. Let's maybe
Yeah, read it.
on what page? What page is it on?
I'm reading it. I've got it in a book. I've got a different book here. I don't know if it's in the Elaine Pagels one. Yeah, this is I am protanoia. So protanoia is Greek. It means first thought. So noia basically means thought. So you've got like epinoia, which is afterthought, metanoia, which basically means to change thought. So there's a bit of a thing actually in the New Testament. They use the word metanoia to mean repent. It actually literally means to change thought. So I am protanoia, thought that dwells in the light. I am the movement that dwells in the all. She in whom the all takes its stand. Firstborn among those who came to be, she who exists before the all. She in protanoia is called by three names, although she dwells alone, since she is perfect and invisible within the thoughts of an invisible one. I am revealed in the immeasurable, ineffable things. I am incomprehensible, dwelling in the incomprehensible. I move in every creature. I am the life of my epinoia, second thought, that dwells within every power and every eternal movement and invisible light, and within the archons and the angels and the demons and every sound dwelling in and every material soul. I dwell in those who came to be, I move in everyone, and I delve into them all. I walk uprightly, and those who sleep, I awaken. I am the sight of those who dwell in sleep. I am the invisible one within the all. It is I who counsel those who are hidden, since I know the all that exists in it. I am numberless, beyond everyone. I am immeasurable, ineffable. Yet whenever I wish, I shall reveal myself of my own accord. I am the head of the all. I exist before the all, and I am the all, since I exist in everyone. I am a voice speaking softly. I exist from the first. I dwell within the silence that surrounds every one of them. And it is the hidden voice that dwells within me, within the incomprehensible, immeasurable thought, within the immeasurable silence. I descended to the midst of the underworld, and I shone down upon the darkness. It is I who pointed forth the water, and it is I who am hidden within radiant waters. I am the one who gradually put forth the all by my thought. It is I whom am laden with the voice. It is through me that gnosis comes forth. I dwell in the ineffable and unknowable ones. I am perception and knowledge, uttering a voice by means of thought. I am the real voice. I cry out in everyone, and they recognize me, the voice. Since a seed indwells them, I am the thought of the Father, and through me proceeded the voice. That is the knowledge of the everlasting things. I exist as thought for the all, being joined to the unknowable and incomprehensible thought. I revealed myself, yes, I am among those who recognize me, for it is I who am joined with everyone by virtue of the hidden thought and an exalted voice, even a voice from the invisible thought. And it is immeasurable, since it dwells in the immeasurable one. It is a mystery. It is unrestrainable, and it is immeasurable by the incomprehensible one. It is invisible to those who are visible in the all. It is a light dwelling in light. It goes on. And then now the origin of the world is the Why, thank you.
magic.
So inspiration.
Read everything. Everything I can get my hand on. I don't discriminate. But I don't think all of it. But what you just read sounds very much like the Krishna speech on the Bhagavad Gita when he's introducing himself.
Yeah, that's how old is the
Much older. They've always known these things. It's not that one plagiarized from another. These were just known truths, I think, that mystics held onto whilst they experienced like deep states of perhaps like awareness, you know.
Well, it's not popular, but my personal opinion is that Christianity began as a spiritual movement via Paul.
Sure, yeah.
If you actually read carefully the letters of Paul, there's doesn't mention a sort of embodied Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a Gnostic kind of.
Okay, you want to read this one? Yeah, there's the 2 pages here. I'm going to post both pages here for you so you can see them. Yeah, this is the second one. So it starts on the second my PTR, the second one, and it is page 469. If you want to go to the book, this is out of the book on page 469 also. I think it's easier for you to read it from the book. 469.
I'll download it onto my phone.
This is just one page.
No, it's 2 pages because it folds over to the next page.
Yeah, okay, got it.
This is really interesting. It talks about the Aeon. Oh, you don't have it? You need the Gnostic.
New phone.
Just that.
Does he? Oh, he has it.
Yeah,
Do you have it?
I read it every now and then. Hey, come on, let's read this.
That's the Elaine Pagels version that you got.
So what?
Oh, the Elaine Pagels?
She's one translation.
Is it a good one?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I like it. When I went on vacation, I went to the library and I got the hard copy, the hard one, and I didn't want to return that book, and I felt guilty taking it, so I fucking brought it back to the thing. Because I'm thinking about like,
This is really good stuff.
oh yeah, but
Scriptures.
oh yeah. Or Urban has a good one too, yeah.
In fact, there's what it called Los Christianos, put the two together because he references them back and forth.
I have Autumn's Heaven as Hell. I think that's the first book I read of Autumn. It's quite linear. Do you have you read it?
What pages are they on?
Oh, in the Gnostic book, it's 469. Yeah. Not in the scroll, the actual.
Oh, right, that's the actual page number, is it?
Yeah, the actual page number, yeah, not the scroll.
Oh, right,
What is an aeon actually? Like, how is it understood?
Aeon.
Aeon is who Jesus is in the Valentinian thing.
It's quite nice. Maybe I'm reading for you shorts.
Oh, okay. 469 and it's 469, 470. A little bit of 470 on the top.
Who's reading from your PTR? That's the one, right? Jesus descends in income.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No. It starts at 469. It says the world's ruler tries to kill me.
Right.
Not that one.
Just saying, well, you know what? I don't need that. I don't need anything. I don't need anyone. And I'm just going to move away from it. Does that sound reasonable? Does that make me a lunatic or what?
No, I think, that might be part of the problem about why you're having a hard time.
We have introduced a streamer to the room. We have to be careful. Iviani, you welcome up. Alistair, we've seen you.
Oh, yes, we did.
So you're giving up on.
I think if you're not doing the one, it's really hard for the other to be successful.
Are we talking about love this afternoon?
Yes, Sonny. What's up? How you been?
Wow, love is in the air. Love is in the air for sure.
I am a proud Chicagoan, born and raised.
Okay. The reason I asked that is, and I said I wasn't going to talk anymore about it, but I just want to say one last thing about it, which is that I believe, and I believe throughout this whole thing, that any American has a vested interest in this situation. You don't have to be Jewish, because our tax dollars are very much funding this. So I just want to add that. All right, Andrew.
It's impacting everyone's lives.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay. Just in relation to this conversation, I find it's curious, I suppose. I don't want to use that word. That people that have suffered a trauma in their history, such as the Israelis/Jews coming out of World War II, and I'll compare that with the Irish that moved to Newfoundland. And when the Irish arrived in Newfoundland, it was already inhabited, of course, by the Beothuk peoples, and they wiped them out. And these are people that are coming from 900 years of subjugation by the British, and yet turn around and do the same thing to the peoples that they. And it's just very curious that don't have that empathy for the people that they encounter. There's some kind of disconnect there, so it's strange. Anyway, that's what was coming to my mind when you were talking about this.
There's actually an answer for that, but it's way too long for me to explain here. But just if you're wondering, I'm happy to share my thoughts on that and the difference.
Sure, anytime. Because it's a strange phenomenon. People have a selective memory, I suppose, But I came across an article, a couple articles. One this morning was about an economic conference that's slated for mid-September in Toronto. Mark Carney's government has been on the world stage trying to attract investment into the country. So this is being sponsored by two of the larger pension plan here in Canada, as well as maybe some of the financial institutions. And they're hoping to, because of the situation within the world, the uncertainty, changing dynamics, the geopolitics, here in Canada, offer Canada as a safe haven for investment. And it's one thing to present it like that, and the Carney government has been working, and as you mentioned in that clip that I heard part of, earlier, that the going has been slower than he'd like, or they'd liked. And so they have a lot of MOAs in terms of some of the larger projects. But Canada has had an issue with this for a very long time, and has especially under the previous liberal government, and that has to do with just the whole regulatory process that you have to go to get these things approved. It takes forever, and of course, people aren't willing to. They want a faster return on their money, and that's really what it all comes down to. So we'll see just how interested people will be to invest in Canada, because they want to build pipelines, they want to do all this stuff. And then on that note, on pipelines, out of just northwest of Edmonton, Cold Lake, Alberta, they had a large 600,000 liters oil spill of a pipeline. And this is the concern people have with pipelines, of course. And this is the bitumen coming out of the tar sands. And so it's a mixed solution with salt water. And of course, the salt water, unlike other things, perhaps it stays. That salt, once it's there, it's there. So quite concerning for the indigenous peoples in that area. And of course, there's little transparency. I won't say there's no transparency. There's little transparency on what was affected, what mitigations they've done to clean it up, the involvement of the indigenous communities, and them being informed, et cetera, et cetera. So that's quite a concern for Canadians. I mean, that's why Quebec doesn't want to see a pipeline go through their territory. And these are what you get when you have a large country with all these regional concerns that differ. Alberta has a different concern than Quebec. Obviously, Alberta wants to get their oil out. Quebec doesn't want their oil spilling all over Quebec.
It's such a complicated country, Andrew.
Oh God, is it ever? And then let's talk about the north. That adds another dimension to things in terms of proximity to Greenland and this whole golden dome that Trump is trying to promote and conceive of. Yeah, so, and I guess the other one that really hit me this morning was that Doug Ford, who's the Premier of Ontario, has just they purchased a used private jet for him at $28 million. So I don't know where he can jet to in the territory.
I need a private jet.
Don't we?
Why don't we move over to Susie, since we're having kind of a shortened room today? So I would love to hear from you, Susie. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, hi, and I just the tram that I was driving in while listening to you, Frank's points. I think that what I would love to share is that I went to a Aarhus University conference last night that was named Resilience, and we had from 4 different departments, from history, from technology, from social sciences, and also the head artistic director of the Royal Opera of Denmark as speakers. And very sobering, the topic was picked because, at the moment, the U.S. is participating in a war, but in countries like Denmark, we expect that we will be in a war and not only participating in a war. So that's the vibe of Europe and the Nordic countries. That is that our mindset is settling into preparing with emergency radios. There are especially male children, teenagers that expect that they'll be part of an army. So it's actually a major mind shift to the sort of not only bipolar world order, but China, India, possibly Russia, Europe on its own, and the US as the new centers. And it was just very interesting. And I'm very happy to say that conversations like the one we have in this room and other places in Clubhouse made none of the points that were made new to me. But I think it's interesting that it's sort of spreading out in many corners of both research and society. So I think that's what I would love to share today.
I have a question for you, Susie. I know you don't represent your whole country, but what is your take on America's Western European allies? Do you feel like this is something that with the new administration could be reversed or healed, or do you feel like things have broken down the way that?
I think the last suggestion that is that when I talk to ordinary things, there's a lot of people also on social media that says things like, I hope nobody gets insulted, that Trump is stupid, he's a lunatic, let's get rid of him. But then when it comes to the speakers in the audience yesterday, it's a much more, actually the first speaker, he said, don't have the illusion that things are going to change if Trump disappears, because there's a whole power shift of power, not only in the United States, but focusing on the United States to answer your question, that is that we are experiencing a new world order where we'll have to look at where each sort of entity, like Europe, where do we get our resources from? Are we self-sufficient or are we dependent on others? And Europe is in a bad place there, and US could be in a good place because it has access to most of the things that it needs to sustain itself. So the expectation is that the US will go its own way and it will have no reason to reconnect with Europe after this administration.
Oh man, that is not good news, Sissy. So we need you to put a good word in for those of us back here who really want to rebuild relationships. But I have no illusion. Look, I personally feel the world order needed a bit of shaking up anyway, and also not to mention the AI impact that's coming. I think China just announced that it plans to be AI dominant by 2030, and there's so much happening. As Sam Altman is talking about a public fund so that humans can benefit or get money, contributions when robots displace them, and more. But Susie, I want to say that we can't. I know that the international humanitarian financing through the World Bank and other World Bank spring meetings are happening right now. That there's a whole movement, not just around new trade blocks between Canada, Europe, and some of the BRICS, India notably, and others, but also really looking at how to reorganize international assistance as well. And my friends that live around the world and lived in years for India really are talking about, a new world order, and they just sort of are like, the U.S. is sort of going to be on its own. And I just think that has to be one of the priorities for the next administration, despite a big need to prioritize affordability and reinvestment in America, but rebuilding those strong relationships. And then it's going to take a long.
I think, if I may add to this, Andrea, I think that one of the wonderful points coming from the creative director of the Royal Danish Opera was that what makes Europe special. And he said that is that throughout history, European art has been critical of the establishment and curious. And that is what is a special take on the European culture that we should maintain despite cutting ties, for example, with US, or rather the US cutting ties with us. I think that's still how we see it. But also that we don't want to follow the lead of the leader of the free world who now sees itself in a different position. But the question is if the culture in the United States will in the future be of what he says is characteristics of the European culture, because of course the US being created by Europeans traveling out we have shared that. But the question is, will we experience a split in the values and culture behind movements, companies, and culture, where the US also export values and culture? And I think that is actually maybe the biggest underlying question, because if we share the same values and visions, we can always find a path. But if we don't, and momentarily we don't seem to, so that's that. How do you think that's going to play out with the US as a society looking away from them?
Can you repeat the last question? Sorry, I just want to cut out a little bit for me.
Okay.
Repeat the last sentence. It was very interesting insight, but the last bit of your question was, how is it going to play out with the go ahead, you rephrase.
So the artist said that the core of European culture is curiosity and critical creativity and a critical approach to things. So that has also been the base of the American culture. And he said, let's keep nurturing that as specific European, different from all the other emerging global hubs. But the question is, that I was trying to phrase, that is, will the United States maintain the same culture of critical curiosity towards the establishment, or have US already moved away from that shared values that was brought from Europe, but has that changed into something different?
Well, see, I don't know if it's changed into something different, but if I personally, well, my take on that is that there is a vibrant, creative, even more so than some of the big businesses, pushback going on right now in the United States that's exercising its free speech and critiquing this particular regime, and with it also kind of the state of affairs for average, American people. So, and you see it in the satire, which is, with comedians, and particularly our late night show hosts who have been attacked by the regime. Well, not to mention the Pope just defunded a bunch of Catholic charities. Oh, this isn't political retaliation much. And also our musicians, Bruce Springsteen, I was speaking about this earlier, is doing a Land of Hopes and Dreams tour, which is, really, check out, go online and Google his opening statements in the concerts and what he's saying and how hard he is coming down. So, and of course Trump is going after him as well. I think Trump called him a dried up prune, which is like Bruce Springsteen, even if he looked like a dried up prune, looks a million times better. I'm just saying. But anyway, he has also come out and publicly stated that he does not give a damn about, I'm sorry, if I upset my fans or if I lose fans over this moment is bigger than any party. This isn't about a party. This is about, the attack on our rights and our democracy. And this is not who America is. He does... notably, he does call out that no one that I hear speaking out about this in the creative sense is actually saying that America is perfect and that it wasn't a failed, that there aren't some things that there are many things that aren't working, but we were, for a while, we at least had some rule of law and, a general respect for the rule of law and protection of citizens' rights, which we see really vastly under attack, and increased data surveillance. So, and also increasing the highest inequality gaps in a long time. So, something's not working in the system. It's something that ushered in the likes of Donald Trump. That's all being acknowledged. I'd say I shout out Eminem there, who is, one of the most sold rappers around the world, but highly respected within the rap community, I guess, and the entertainment industry. And he is a tricky character, and he is very outspoken, and also
I mean, way more outspoken than even Springsteen on against Trump. So, and then there are many others. There's a fantastic country music artist that we played at the beginning of this room that's reaching out to folks to against this moment and where are you now? All the promises are broken, and it's very entertaining. And there's more. Are you seeing pop-up flash like mob type performances? You're seeing young dancers enact the Epstein files in front of the Lincoln Memorial down in Washington, D.C. We're seeing bronze statues. I mean, honestly, if you follow the artistic movement behind this, you'll get a really good laugh. And also, there's some very good health effects that come from laughing and taking a breath and a moment of comic relief about the insanity of it all. And not to mention all the artists and with the people of Minnesota and the signs and the protests and the art the actors that walk down the street of the No Kings protests. And I mean, I could go, and now there's some really great billboards coming up which are showing Robert Reich, my former professor and former Secretary of Labor under Clinton, teaches now at Berkeley, is he does fantastic, I think it's called Inequality Media that he works with, and he is, I think, they're going to raise for something like $10 million. They're going to do a huge billboard spread around the country focusing on the issues. So, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some of them. I mean, then there was a Bad Bunny moment, which was not an overt, supported by the NFL, which was not an overt, FU, but it was, we're standing. The NFL knows clearly its customer base and its business model moving forward, and they basically, wanted to support, Bad Bunny and its fans and make a bigger statement. And I actually got like an inside take on this from someone weirdly in my neighborhood from the NFL. who said, and they were actually a little worried, like they weren't sure what Bad Bunny was going to do when he actually got out on the stage. This was one of the most interesting conversations I've had in a while, which is that they were all imagine like you're at the Super Bowl and you're waiting for halftime and you have this huge production coming and you're sitting there going, not knowing if he was going to like stick to what they agreed to, because they were trying not to be completely overtly political at the same time. They were very, very much wanting to not be told what to do with their halftime show and not succumb to that pressure. And also, sports unite. So they really wanted to support the positive and loving community type environment that Bunny show brought together. So, sorry, I don't know how long was that, 10 minutes?
You did. Interesting note on that Bad Bunny performance was that he did a little video afterwards where he talked about the experience, and he said that the football, you recall, he was like clutching a football to his chest the whole time, and that was it had armor around it. It was what do you call it when people wear, it was a bulletproof football that was up against his heart that he carried the whole time through the whole performance. And the other thing was that he talked about how Lady Gaga had like a brooch on her shirt or dress or whatever she was wearing, and that was the signal, was that if there was any danger, anything that was about to become explosive, she was to take this brooch off, and that was a signal for the whole stage to evacuate. So, how
would she know?
Well, they've got people.
Oh, in the ear. Okay, got it.
Yeah. No, my only point being was they were anticipating the possibility of some violence, but going to like a meta place on this, what I heard you say, Susie, or ask, was whether the values of Americans were going to continue to be in sync with the values of Western Europeans. I think that was a question you were asking. And the answer to that question, which always leaves me with kind of a stomachache, is that I just feel like there's such a disconnect between people and government. It's kind of like yeah, I mean, I think people love each other. I think people are fully capable of having empathy and love and support for other people, including people who are different from themselves. But somehow the governments are running this crazy circus of destruction. And I don't know how you reconcile that, although I would say that right now I think all eyes on Hungary, because that was a really positive moment for me anyway. Last week was when we got rid of Orban. I mean, that was a little bit of a glimpse of hope. So with that glimpse of hope, anybody else?
I just want to say one thing there. Oh my God, if I did that whole total rant and then didn't even answer your question, I'm sorry. That was probably my misunderstanding. But I think right now.
Ellen, you answered the question, but Andrea, you answered the question in a different way. But that was also an answer to the question, because my personal belief is that art is always a reflection of the people and the tendencies going on and what's coming tomorrow. That's art's job to look for. So I don't want you to feel bad about it. I think both that you're perfectly online, and I'm running out of battery, and I just want to share something amazing with you. On Monday, we will host our Monday room number 200 in the Medtech lobby. And I really want all of you to come and party with us if you can. It will be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, New York time. And I shared a link in the comment here. And as always, it's wonderful to be in this room. And thank you for inviting me on today.
Thank you, Sister. I think I just want to share from friends from Europe and I have an alumni group chat with from my grad school, and folks were talking about that as well. They were talking about this alignment between Europe and US, and one of my friends in Europe was just saying that it feels very much like, the US is too much into might makes right. And I think it's shocking for people around the world to see us pivot to, whilst it hasn't been perfect, and there's been all sorts of interventions in the past, to see our military use this way so quickly, for us to start acting, like the bully hegemon, very overtly with use of force and all that, has been quite shocking to everybody. So I think it's been majority of folks don't support it, the war and this type of action. So I have hope, though there's some internal heart-to-heart conversations addressing the values of the nation that I think needs to take place moving forward.
You'll be happy to know that I went out to our little coffee bar in our lobby yesterday, and all of the pamphlets were out there for voting, along with a sign-up sheet of people needed rides to get to vote in primaries. In the midterms. So I thought that was really cool that in our building they were being proactive about that.
Hugely exciting. One of the things you can do, don't forget to check your voter registration and find out how you can help.
I've got a question. Al, you had put up a link, and thanks for gifting the article, so it could be passed on to others. Just the headline itself said 51%. It didn't. I would not have written a headline to say, it said 51% of Americans think the war in Iran has not been worthwhile. But it's only 25% support it. But they washed the language of the headline to bury the sentiment, right? Because 1% don't think it's worthwhile. It wasn't that the map didn't add up. It's just that they're burying the real thing is only a quarter of people, not even a quarter. quarter of Americans support this war. The most unpopular war. So, like, to say that anyway, don't think it's worthwhile is it's. I just think it's more of a fealty to the and sycophancy to. They're either afraid of Trump or they're doing audience capture. And if their audience keeps paying for this, they're going to keep doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have our traditional Friday song. It's good to see everybody here. Thank you, Elle, and thank you, Andrea. There's lots of stuff happening. We'll be back on Monday. So everybody have a good weekend. Here we go. Happy Friday. So bad. What about now?
You up. You get as much as you want. Yeah, it's really good. And it's made better than sugar. You know, I even tried to.
Probably depends on the intentions of the llama. So we're really missing a big component of this.
Actually, I think that llama was trained, it was staged, because that kind of logic and reasoning skills in a four-legged animal.
You want her to answer? You want her to answer? Let that woman talk. He asked, why didn't Reza say anything about the school?
They reading a script. 372?
Is that what it says in the table of contents?
What book then? The paraphrase of Shem or what?
No, it says Apocalypse and Peter.
Go to the context.
It's not in the scroll, in the page of the book.
The link you posted, right?
Yeah. Let me see. No, you're on 339. Keep going. I can treat these a great sound. We're getting close. The Apocalypse of Peter.
The letter? Peter? Which one of the letters is that?
Alright, here we go.
That's what it is. It's the Apocalypse of Peter. It's page 373.
Have you seen
this boy? 373, maybe, hold on.
Holy movies, I've got to tell John to get to the job.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, it starts on page 373. Yeah, 373. But I'm trying to look for the part where it talks about the crucifixion, which is. Oh, there it goes. It's on page 377. Right there, just start at that top right there, 377. Just start from there on. That's where it is. That's where it is right there. And the laughing part is brought up again. And this is another place where they get he either killed or crucified or whatever. It made it appear so, really.
Yes, yeah.
It was made to appear so.
Which was probably the narrative popular at that time, because that's not true. Around the region of the Arabian Peninsula, people were talking about it like this.
Hey, I skipped those smiles.
Let me go see it.
You do have to realize this doesn't demote him.
No,
this exalts. It exalts sexualize.
Yeah.
It doesn't promote his, if he had any special powers or anything like that.
It doesn't demote him at all. In fact,
this doesn't.
Let me read it.
Yeah. 377. Yeah.
That gravity bomb is sick as fuck, bro. Just saying. Oh,
What's up, buddy? What's up?
Hey, I was gonna ask you a question. Do you think Jesus was a Gnostic?
Who knows?
Because I get the feeling, based on religious history and esoteric and exoteric philosophy, and having a large book collection, that there are many people that tap into the same source power as Jesus. But to say that Jesus is the one and only God, or the God, like, you know, the all or nothing statements about Jesus, to me, just don't add up. To me, he's a powerful magician, just like Muhammad, just like Buddha, and they all have a philosophy which is essentially Gnostic, or above and below, that type of a connection. But what I'm trying to say is that if that is true for Jesus, it's also true for you. That's the good news. That's what everybody's missing out on. It's the fun of the secret.
Missing out on. Yeah, idiots think that it's all distinct and separate from each other.
Well, they're not idiots. It's a very hard thing to understand, because you have to go outside of the religion and clone and copy a bunch of other materials to understand that there's a lot of layover, or, you know. But at the end of the day,
you dabble in these things, but when I'm doing one of those projects, I don't dabble in that area.
But Courtney telling me that there's two thrones and one is identical to the other. It's just bullshit.
Wait, when you say
That's not right.
When you say you do apologetics, does that just mean when you do apologetics, you're not doing Gnosticism? So what are you doing, apologizing for not doing Gnosticism?
No. When I'm in the NBA, I'm playing by NBA rules. But when I'm playing street ball, I'm playing the street ball rules. What is the problem? I'm still a basketball player. And guess what? When we're going for the gold every 4 years, we're in the Olympics. So I got to put my Olympics hat on. So if you don't understand that analogy, you're not going to understand it all. The standard is going to be the NBA. What we're doing here is just street ball.
This is redundant. That's what John is saying.
Thanks.
Just to NBA is what he's saying.
You know, he's always got this always coming in here and fucking complaining about what we're talking about. But I don't understand. What the fuck is that? Hello. My father couldn't marry a Jew. And should I?
Are you guys talking about anything important?
You should just stop that. You should stop playing basketball. You should just become a swimmer.
I should become a what? A stripper?
You can say that, but I said swimmer.
Oh, swimmer. I can't be Michael Phelps. Yeah, please ask questions. Ask away.
It's going to be as longer. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious to know your thoughts too. So I grew up with the concept that the Day of Atonement is every day.
like Ramadan or something, we always have this like 365-day kind of approach to it. So the Day of Judgment, if it's every day, does that and then there's this idea of like the Jesus second coming on the Day of Judgment. But in the Shia tradition, or the tradition I'm in, it's very like, his spirit is still alive.
Yeah, that is Shia.
So does the idea that his spirit is always alive correlate well with the idea that Judgment Day is every day? Like we don't have to wait until death.
Imam Ali said that.
This is all here.
Imam Ali is saying, I read in the National Blog, every day is Judgment Day, every day is Eid, every day is, and that kind of concept. It's an esoteric way of like.
That's the same thing as saying now is all there is. The now is all important.
The now is all there is, yeah.
Every day is Groundhog Day.
Every day is stripper day. Every day is burning broccoli.
Every day is Valentine's Day.
No, every day is Little Boy Cried Wolf Day here on Clubhouse. And the thing about the little boy that cried wolf, every time the little boy that cried wolf, every time he does it, it's a reframe and it works every time. That's the secret.
Is this also Universe? The actor guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
John.
God, every fucking room.
It's John.
Or you could go back to Sam. You could go to Beef's room and just debate Muslims all day.
I followed him and now
Oh wait, that's Megatron's room. I got it.
But yeah, so Darkness, you read that in that epic book? Yeah, so a new version, a new translation came out. Yeah, it's like epically long. I'm gonna try to get myself a copy sometime because I've never read it. Never read it. Yeah, it's really long. It's a very good book.
Is it a tafsir? Like a commentary on?
I think it includes both, but it's some academic scholar that did the translation. I think it's
in conversation with
the Institute of
nurturing a relationship versus
So
nurturing
much contribution
thoughts on
to rich literature and
there's someone who
Wouldn't it
loves
be
you more than you
fun
love them,
to
and there's
just
always
like,
someone you love more
oh
than
my
they love
God.
you. So a lot of people
I read it in Portugal, he wrote about it,
they
right?
choose
The
between
Spidey Center.
the one
Oh
that
my
loves
God,
them
Yeah, he loves it. He's going there. He's hanging out in there.
about being
I said, yeah.
superhuman.
Wouldn't it be fun to like go to like all these different places for archives, like the Institute of Smiley Studies, and then going to like the Vatican and just like seeing all these texts in like real life?
Yeah.
Like I would love to do that, just like a textual tour of the world, you know?
Well, I heard that Lucifer lives in the Vatican, and then
Like, okay, I get that like you're gonna bring like this into the room, but like, oh my God, I sincerely have a real
So let me remind you, you made it through things you thought would break you. You've stood alone in rooms where no one noticed your
So yeah, I wonder, like, I guess I just wanted to share the idea of, I thoughts of Jesus is here every day, and therefore the Day of Judgment is every day.
Yeah, like this much. Exactly. And it is what John Kitover said. It's for us principle, basically.
So why would
waiting for Jesus to come back?
It's the same thing as saying the Constitution is written today, right now. The Declaration of Independence is written right now. And that's the essence of the now. That it's a compression of the past and a compression of the future. No, it's written now. That is the mystical. Hello? 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 Anyways, enjoy your day. Hello?
What is that theory? John, what is it called? The time theory, the block. What is it? The B time?
It's called, if I had a wife that had Clubhouse, I'd probably divorce her. That's just me.
Everyone's trying to say that I'm married, and that's not cool, because I'm not.
Everything is now, and when you're dead, it'll still be now. You just won't be in the now. You'll disappear and go to sleep forever and ever and ever, never to return. That's why this moment of life, which is so minuscule in between infinite darknesses, shouldn't be wasted saying stupid things all day long into your fucking phone like your brain is fucking rotted out.
No, he's playing for awareness and awakening. Your mind is right. We're in a slumber. I am that I am that I am that I am that I am. I am the is.
If you got something wrong, because I'm not gonna die.
Danny, you're
Here's
really
the
fucking
victim.
annoying. Like, I don't say that to very many people. I usually have a really high tolerance, but you're really fucking annoying.
Do you not like Jewish people?
I love Jews. I don't like you.
No, I think you just don't like my face because it's very Jewish
I don't care about what you
looking, and I'm gonna say this is all in the name of anti-Semitism, okay? And I'm just gonna call it as I see it.
Yeah. And for clear, those are big enough for me to assume that you're Jewish. So.
That was anti-Semitic.
It was, because you put me in that position.
That was wrong. I think you were trying to be nice. Maybe.
That is not funny, by the way. Zagu, like you know her? She grew on. I love that.
She's what?
She grew on you and just jumped on me.
She's what?
She grew on you.
Oh, should Danny grow on me? Like a back?
Yeah, that is damn funny.
Yeah.
Just sometimes I don't want to be patient. Sometimes I just want the stage. Sometimes I just want to win.
Well, you'll win me in every race that we run.
Wow.
Okay,
It's
you
not
could
because
win.
you're handicapped that you can't run. Like, that's not fair.
Well, I mean, I could kind of run.
Anyways, I was proud of that thought that I had today. I was like, oh, I get it.
Do you share these with your students sometimes?
Sometimes.
Like, do they ask? Yeah, okay.
Sometimes when I just have random observations, but it's not the area I'm teaching, right?
Yeah.
So it would just be too random.
I mean, you can sort of like connect it with like academia, I guess. Like,
I do when I'm like listing examples of like these boundaries we've created and like showing examples of like how these boundaries break depending on like which tradition you're talking about, you know? But not really. Like, I don't make truth claims like this.
yeah. Because these are not truth. These are like insights or even personal opinions to it.
Yeah. They're substantive claims. But yeah, I some of my students are capable of doing that, but others it's just too hard to. I want to blur the line, you know. Especially if I'm teaching, like, yeah, I'm already challenging them enough. Like, all the students that failed the SEEK quiz, you know. So like, this is what I'm working with.
They failed the SEEK quiz?
Yeah, like they don't even know what the khanda is. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you look at the symbol every fucking single day.
Oh my goodness.
It's because their egos get in the way, right? Like, they think they're taking some easy class.
That's
And like, talk to them about the basics and they don't get it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's really funny to tell them on their list.
The other implications of the eternal now is that politically speaking, like black tax reparations, that if you look at the now as a compression of the past and the future, everyone who's living now did not suffer that injustice. Now, if you claim it's an inherited suffering which needs to be reparated, okay, fine. but you still have to make the case against the eternal now, which is impossible to do. So politically, it's a very powerful concept, which is that the now is all important and all there is and all there ever will be. You can't relive somebody's experience from 1675. You can't. You could imagine it, you could hypothesize about it, but that's not your reality. The real is always the now, and thus all communication is hypnosis. And thus, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Everybody living right now is... Because I'm trying to tell you what philosophy is saying. If you don't like what I'm saying, that's a you problem. And you probably go through life with that type of attitude in every experience you have. That must be fucking miserable. Hello?
Just saying the now is over because it's now. And by what you've already said, it's already done. The future can change the past. Have you ever heard of a retrocausality? You just said, whoever said.
Get it, Zabu. I get it. But the thing is, I'm still talking, right? Right now.
Well, we were all talking before.
I know. But you know what you weren't doing?
What was I doing?
You weren't breathing. No, you weren't breathing.
You're fucking asshole.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The best asshole. I knew exactly what you were doing, John. Just stop.
Okay, let me neutralize that for you.
Biggest bot out. Who's recording? Is it John?
Listen, if you want to be happier, if you want more joy in your life, I would really encourage you. Zabu, didn't we have a great experience reading the I Ching and picking the numbers?
Causality only works if you're assuming time and B theory of time is more vertical causality. What we would perceive as the future causes the past, but the thing is that it's all essential, right? So it's a vertical sort of support of what we would consider a past moment, but it's just a now moment. Okay, and then so you're saying retro. What? There is no retro causality in a block time.
There is no time in a block time.
Yeah.
It don't exist.
Okay. Everything is not real.
No,
Well, that's different.
Experience. That's like,
Oh.
I gotta get off Clubhouse. I gotta call my psychiatrist and my attorney real quick. You guys just made me realize something. Thanks, everybody.
Think of it as, if you think about it dimensionally, right? We can perceive certain number of dimensions, right? We can look at two dimensions. We can perceive, a point in one dimension, a line in one dimension, right?
Those are like your tits. They went from 3D to 2D.
No, they didn't. Anyway.
You just went from 3D to 2D.
Right? If we're able to perceive vector movement, which is our experience of fourth dimension. Now, in a block time, it's the maximum number of coordinates you can have dimensionally. So we haven't figured out exactly how many dimensions there could be to say that, one of the operating functions is 11 dimensions, right, or 12 dimensions, right? In that time, if you're in the 12th dimension, you're perceiving all of what we would see as time as it's almost a sheet of paper, right? It's all there. And so you don't experience time. Photons don't experience time. They exist in all dimensions at once, right? So their experience of their existence is the full path of travel we perceive in a third and fourth dimensional experience.
What about tachyon?
Tachyon is similar. Anything that travels at the speed of light is going to not experience time.
But that's theoretical.
It's theoretical, but it's also mathematically sound.
Okay. So
can we pick numbers down here? Can you tell how many hours you have dreamt in that moment? Like, see, these become like circuitry breakers, I think. where like in a dream, the freaking tunnel or whatever, the experience is not just intense and so real, but also it has some kind of timeline sometimes, right? But who's to say how much time passed in the dream versus when you get up, right? So it's experienced differently in two different.
Have you guys ever gotten a tattoo before?
Yeah, I've been tattooed.
So getting a tattoo was a really interesting experience because it was like a 2 or 3 hour experience, and I had my eyes closed, and I was like falling asleep in and out of the tattoo or whatever. But it was so interesting because the needle wasn't where I thought it was on my body, and it was such an interesting like, oh, I think he's over here, but really the tattoo artist is like all the way over here, you know? And I think time is a very similar experience. It's like, or that dream state, it's like, oh, we think we're in that for like hours, but really it's like 30 seconds. Like multiple 30 seconds at a time, you know?
It's almost like you go into like an alpha wave state, like that hypnosis state.
Yeah.
Don't say anything, John. Anyway, and to me, I find it like if it's not an extremely painful tattoo, like getting my leg tattooed was like nothing, right? It was the best 4-hour nap I ever had in my life. Like it was so great.
I would not give up the experience of that particular kind of stinging pain, which is so addictive. And I think that is what people keep going back to. It's just enough amount of pain. It's so good.
It's like, and it's like it forces you to be present in the now, and also it's such a form of attention. I love the attention I get when I get a tattoo. Like 3 hours just on me, and I get to tell you all this bullshit about what this tattoo means to me, and you just have to fucking deal with it. Sounds great.
That's so funny. My tattoo artists love me because I don't talk. I just lay there and it's like, In fact, they ask me questions because they're wondering why I'm so effing quiet. They want to make sure I haven't passed out or something.
Yeah, it's against my religion also. Just in case, in my later years, I go Jew. I want to be buried in
You are
yeah.
You can't escape it. It's like you can't escape.
Yeah. So just in case, I want it towards the end.
That's why I always laugh so hard when people insist that I'm Jewish. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like 40% of my body is covered in ink. Like, no, you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery to have a tattoo. Yeah.
See, if you want to experience the now to a very high degree, you have to do yoga. Yoga is action in perfection, and when you do the breathing and these yoga poses, it's a little bit because you're flushing your brain with a lot of blood and oxygen. So, anyways, I'm just trying to say that like an orgasm is the metaphor for the Ein Sof, which is the limitless light, and then that trickles down to all the tingling parts of your body.
So, you know what's the best thing about this sweaty yoga?
I think sounds like fun. I feel that exactly.
Yeah, so what's great about the sweaty yoga to me is amazing, right? Because usually there's women that are dominating the room, right? And it's good to like, it's good for like, I'm telling you, if I wore like, you know, like white, you know, like boxer shorts that are kind of tight, like the white ones, and I start to get sweaty, you tend to see the silhouette. Do you get what I'm saying? No. My silhouette of my manliness.
Hot yoga because it has to be humid hot yoga. It can't be dry hot.
Yeah. So
dangerous.
What happens here is that
the weird thing is
it
it's
turns
like
into
hypermobile. I like
Yeah, it turns into like this weird. I don't know why you guys are drowning me out. I'm trying to explain to you.
Sorry.
Yeah, so my hot yoga experiences, doing them with my wife, because she wanted, when we were dating, she wanted to do this. I had this experience, and I said, no, it's fine. So I wore like biker shorts, like
Your balls probably
they weren't.
all over the place.
Can you not
They
arrest
weren't
him?
like boom boom,
Because the
but
crowds.
they were like up to the knee. And I wore like
you gotta blur the speed of
I'm
it
not
if
sure
you're
why
serious.
this stuff isn't so much detail, but go ahead.
Yeah. So it just turns into a staring fest. And my wife laughing.
Lower your gaze.
No, women are way worse than men.
Yeah, that's true.
I mostly just look at the men in hot yoga to make sure that they don't move too quickly and splash their sweat on me. It's gross.
If you don't do
I'm
yoga,
the type of person that daydreams, so I'll just catch
oh, you're a
myself staring into
somnambulist.
space.
You're sleep talking right now.
Something. Listen, and several
Listen. Just because I say listen doesn't mean I want to listen.
Like daydreaming right into somebody's junk, but I didn't know I was looking at their junk. Okay, so then they think I'm looking at their junk.
Since you are looking at their junk.
That's not on purpose. I'm not thinking about their junk. I'm thinking.
I like to think of hot yoga is kind of like a nipple clamp, right? I really hate heat and humidity, but when I go into hot yoga, I know it's going to be over in an hour and 15 minutes, right?
Is it torture? Like an enjoying trip?
Yeah, and the other thing too is because I'm so hypermobile, if I get in that humidity situation, my joints just unlock. And there was one point in hot yoga where I literally put archer pose, put the sole of my foot on the back of my head, and I was like, the fuck.
Oh my god! But you can overextend yourself in hot yoga, and it's
yeah, for sure.
Do you
What's that freaking calls the guy?
do you ever power walk and just enjoy the power walk?
I power walk a lot. Yeah.
Is it the breathing? Is it all the breathing that you're doing?
If you jog properly, you can also do a meditative breath.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the 478.
So when they say runner's high, isn't that technically gnosis?
Yeah.
Exactly, yes. Correct.
So one way of achieving gnosis is through the body, physically, without words, but just breathing.
Yeah. Just concentrating on that.
Is that samadhi, or is that near is it samadhi?
Samadhi is the ultimate state of where you don't need any of this to be there.
Oh, you just come to club? This is samadhi? Oh no!
Stop screaming, bro. Chill out, man. Stop screaming.
That's the joke.
The breathing part.
I just PTR with penis.
Whose PTR is a penis?
You tried to add me, and you could see the whole penis. It was an ugly penis.
But you're looking at him anyways. What's the difference?
Yeah. So the breathing thing, which I think is really hot, which is the reason why I usually I find Danny and Cora really attractive, because they have poses. And when I'm pushing your head down into my pelvis, and it touches your nose, or your nose touches
What's happening, Megatron? System no compute, Megatron.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's usually what happens. So, can we relax and stop being so obnoxious? And can we have
Well, the joke.
Alabaster?
You're in the Matrix. You're in the Matrix. What we're trying to say is this: if this is the highest reality, and this is the true enlightenment, I mean, I'm actually not impressed. And I don't know if I'll ever be impressed. Is that a me problem or is that an enlightenment problem? Hello?
That's why there's no such thing as samadhi, really. Because it's the only word, like in Sanskrit, where you cannot explain it. There's just no descriptions to it.
See, the only way you can rationalize it is through laughter, because if you look at all the tragedy and all the R-word behavior in society, if that's like what the earth is producing, it's absurdity. But the thing is, the diversity makes the game that much more complicated and difficult and entertaining. But the thing is, it's about survival and winning. Like, have you ever played a video game and got to the end and you actually won and got the trophy?
It's about Leela. You're just dancing and people just let it go. The moment you start competing,
Yeah.
you've lost the dance.
I know, but if like some woke trans activist murders me at like a political rally or something, I'll be pretty upset in heaven. I'll be like, God, that wasn't fair. You know? No, I'll be up in heaven with God looking down. I will, and I'll say, God, was that fair? And God will be like, you knew the rules, you knew the game, you just didn't practice proper security, and that's what happened to Charlie Kirk at the end of the day. Hello?
He didn't convert to Catholicism. The evangelicals didn't protect him because he just mouths off without knowing the repercussions of his action.
Wasn't he like anti-war in so many statements?
He was.
He was anti-Iran, anti-Palestine, like all these things.
Anti-Israel.
Black sometimes, like.
Yeah, he was controversial. They caught up to him, and this is the reason why the Catholic Church doesn't put out these public, statements about the gays. Because then the saints will be hurt, and it's unnecessary.
It's unnecessary, yeah. And there's also a lot of freedom, popularity, and status, and all of that coming with it. It's a pressure.
People don't criticize people that are aligned with their values, and if you cover up for pederasty and you are a pederast yourself, you align with other pederasts, and that's why the Catholic Church doesn't criticize homosexuality. Hello?
Well, many of them. Well, I will tell you this. I mean, when I was in Catholic school, I felt like some of the brothers and the priests were a little flamboyant, a little bit.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school in Chicago. I know all about it. I know all about gay priests in Chicago.
I know you know all about it. They know about you.
No, I know that they had to sell their parking lot to build $1 billion skyscraper because they raped so many children in their church. I know who they were. I know where they live. And guess who the Pope is now? He covered up for them. That's our Chicago Pope, covering up for pedophiles.
Okay. Well, you were still on the Epstein Island. Did you cover that up?
I'm just saying, when the head of the Pope is a pedophile cover-upper, not necessarily a pedophile himself, but he protected pedophiles, well, you might want to reevaluate which organization you decide to tithe to. That's just my opinion. Be careful who you tithe to now, brother.
No, I will tell you this, that they probably did, and I went over this yesterday, where they took people in as rehabilitation, and they probably felt like it was a success story for a small amount of them. But what happens is, once you start to make this a common thread, where you say, oh, well, these people, they had a hard past, or if they were, watch themselves, whatever story they give, to get themselves closer to children, they ate it up. Then it becomes a network of these guys. They're moving each other around. Not the Pope moves them around. We're saying the people.
No, I'm saying when he was in Chicago.
For the last 30 years.
When he was in Chicago, he was responsible for helping cover up and move around gay priests who were abusing children. That's what I'm saying. Not now as the Pope. Now he's got too many important and regal things to do. Anyways, I've seen.
Now I'm expecting something else.
Listen, have you ever seen three priests walk out of a priest clothing store holding hands and kissing each other? And then they looked at me and I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, ooh! I did not make that up.
I really don't. It doesn't really bother me. It's got nothing to do with me.
It's got nothing to do with me. I was just shocked to see 3 gay priests holding hands and kissing after they just bought a bunch of priestly robes. I was like, that's really queer.
Well, you can wear a priest's robe and not actually be a priest.
No, it's an actual Catholic clothing store where they do the actual like manufacturing.
They have one in Brooklyn. Yeah, they have one in Brooklyn. You can go in there and I bought stuff for.
I know, but these were actually priests. These weren't just like gay guys from Halstead buying very expensive vestments. They could have gone on Amazon to buy those. These were actual Catholic priests. Gay as could be, holding hands, flirting and kissing and flipping their butterfly eyebrows, being so gay and happy. Woo!
Let them be in that glory.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I had a family, though, and my children, and my wife was Catholic, and she was like, they've got to go to Father, Peter, and I'd be like, but I think my gaydar goes off, honey. She doesn't matter, baby. You got to be open to it. Open to what, baby? I don't want my kids receiving an education from a gay man. It's just my opinion.
First of all, you're gonna have to find a woman. You're gonna have to find a woman that would allow you to blow a load on her, let alone have a fucking child. So listen, John, calm the fuck down. When you start having children, then you can choose whether if they go to yeshiva or the Catholic school. Until then,
I did ask Karen if I could have this baby, and everyone barfed a lot.
Yeah.
In their mouth. They all threw up in their mouth. Even John.
Danny, actually, could you imagine the annoying child that we would create? Danny, I like this concept. We could create the most annoying person who's ever lived, Danny. Oh my God, think about the possibility. Our kid would be a natural for Hollywood, politics. Oh, we can make it big, Danny. Our kid could be in the NFL or NBA of annoyance.
All right, take it to the DMs. So, do you understand what I'm saying, Argus? It started to become a rehabilitation, and then it turns, and then it gets uglier. So now, they know these people, I would say most of them can't be rehabilitated. And putting them in front of a bunch of children doesn't help either. So it's just not a smart move. So since then, they've changed the process. They changed the process. They made most of their preparatory schools. They started hiring better teachers, charging more money, making schools not that easy to, upping the odds, picking the beautiful campuses, consolidating the money, or probably selling off property, or
Megatron, isn't it just a question of index? No matter what the subject or object, it's a question of an index of that subject or object. So when we talk about gay people, or we talk about education, or we talk about me busting a load in some woman's cunt and raising a family, what I'm trying to say, Megatron, is that it's always a bell-shaped curve, no matter what the object or what the subject. Hello?
Yeah, a bell curve. You're right. Like, every high school class you had, that you were in the stupid class, they always needed that bell curve. So the teacher would actually,
What's it called?
Is it whatever you called it? Yeah, probability.
Bell's probability?
Yeah. Danny, so how many more children can you have? You could probably bust out another 2 kids, right?
Yeah, I'm 37.
Yeah, so, at the end of the road, there's, like, if you meet a guy next year,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just wants you. He just wants to be around you and your son, and you could possibly have like 2 more kids with this guy.
It could.
That's what I'm saying. So like, don't give up.
Be fruitful and multiply. Create more annoying humans. The world's most annoying humans who have ever existed.
Just think about this, because then your son's not going to be the only child anymore. He's going to have brothers and sisters. Right?
I mean, it made me really sad to think about my son being an only child earlier. I was really sad about it. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, but you can do something about it. Like, who cares if you marry the boring Jewish guy? Who gives a fuck?
Jewish guy.
Yeah, like, just marry the boring Jewish guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be.
You never know, he might.
Danny, the problem is if your son or brother has a sister, the problem is they will hate each other because they will think that the other person is the most annoying person that has ever existed.
Oh my God. All right. Yeah, I want to have a conversation. Can we?
Okay, so like my sister's husband like really didn't
with
want
these two.
to have.
I really can't with the both of you.
And we like talked them into it, and it was like the best thing they ever did because they're like best friends, you know. And I think it's up to the parents how their siblings react with each other. Like
I'm gonna do a room reset. I'm just gonna do a room reset here. I'm gonna put the both of you in the audience, and I need because you guys are giving me a headache. I swear to God. I'm sorry, Dan. But it's when one shuts up, the other one goes. And I can't just chill for like 5 minutes. Thank you. God. Oh, Nargis, out of the books I gave you today, did you like the Syriac one? Did you like that? I thought that one was a good one, right? I'll put this one back up. I'll put this one back up for. I didn't share this book with you. This one here. Patricia Crone?
Yes, I have read Patricia Crone before. But I'm gonna
read this book though? Have you read this one?
Give me a minute, let me check. Let me see it. Yeah, I read excerpts from it. Eliasa shared. I'm gonna read this.
Recently decided to stop trading in U.S. dollars. I just want to make sure that's what you asked. So, I asked that and I said, this is a real and ongoing trend, though it's more of a gradual shift than a single recent decision. Here's the bigger picture. China and Russia, bilateral trade specifically. China and Russia have more than 90% de-dollarized their bilateral trade. This milestone was announced by Russia's Prime Minister back in late 2023. Russia is currently settling a quarter of its international trade using China renminbi, and bilateral trade with China is almost entirely settled in the two countries' respective currencies. Why it happened? This was the big trigger was Western sanctions on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, freezing a sovereign country's dollar holdings. Russia is a seismic event. It risks accelerating a move away from the dollar by countries that have different geopolitical interests in the U.S. The broader BRICS SCO context. In 2024, 90% of Russia's trade within BRICS was in local currencies, and by 2025, 97% of trade among Shanghai Cooperation Organizations, including India, Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, and others, was conducted in local currencies rather than USDO. But it says, but the dollar isn't going away globally. The transactional dominance of the dollar is still evident in FX volumes, trading, invoicing, cross-border liabilities, and foreign currency debt issuance, with the greenback dominating still 88% of traded FX volumes. So the short answer is yes, China and Russia have effectively stopped using the dollar in their bilateral trade with each other, but this is part of a years-long process rather than a single recent decision. And the dollar remains overwhelmingly dominant in trade overall, regardless. So
bilateral between, okay, so this is mainly just between Russia and China and any of their whatever their trade. Okay, so
China is so reliant on America to buy their cheap fucking shit that I think we're just, I mean, we've had a lot of people hand them the keys and get them to this place, but when it becomes basically undeniable, that's like AI. We're not just going to let AI take 90% of people's jobs. We're not going to do it. And the same thing with China.
You heard about that?
No, we're not going to. We're not. I can debate about that separately, but with with China and stuff, we're not going to let fucking China just have the fucking keys, man. We're not going to, you know what I mean? Like, we're not going to let them just take off.
You just said there's a lot of people that have already handed them the keys.
They have. A lot of the globalists in our country have. Like, think about it, man.
There you go. There you go. There we go. We just, we you know, so there's like self-sabotaging people, right?
Of course. There's lots of people who value, you know, them making money over fucking, I mean, them set over our fucking, all of our jobs overseas. But really the point is, and let me finish here, is that once it becomes undeniable, most people agree that China is trying to eat our lunch and trying to dominate us, overtake us. Once it becomes undeniable that China is trying to replace militarily, economically, the primary currency, everything, we're not just going to continue to facilitate this. We're going to stop this shit. You know, I mean, we're already trying to make moves to do it right now with the Strait of Hormuz, you know, with this whole thing, or, you know, with what Trump is doing. But I don't believe that our leadership will just hand China the keys when China declares, we're going to fucking beat you guys. We're going to introduce our own currency. We're just, we're not going to continue to trade with them. We're not going to continue to allow them to rise. Like, they are so reliant on America's economy, America buying their fucking shit, that if we stopped that, they would be in serious dire straits.
I disagree. But are we not reliant on them? Isn't it like a mutual, like...
No, if you go to China, if you go to
Wait. Yes, of course we are relying on them. It's the Dow. It's mutual. Hello? Wait. Yes, of course it's mutual. Yes. Wait. Yes. Wait.
Fucking hell, it's too early, bro. All I'm saying, if you go to the central...
Should you be doing therapy on your leg instead of talking all the time about, what's obvious? Hello?
Bro, you can go afterwards, I don't care. The central parts of China are extremely poor, and the only reason Taiwan is independent because President Harry S. Truman told Mao Zedong that if he invades Taiwan to take over the Xi Jinping at the time, that the U.S. would actually nuke China. That's the reason Taiwan is independent today.
If we nuke China, they'll nuke us.
No, but back in the day, China didn't have nuclear weapons.
Okay.
The U.S. had nuclear weapons, and that's why Taiwan is independent, because Truman told Mao at the time, you invade Taiwan, I'll just nuke you and just destroy you. But in terms of modern day economy, China's economy is reliant on U.S. people buying cheap crap.
And Taiwan's economy is responsible for America. It's all interconnected, Achek. It's all one huge system. You just can't accept the fact. Wait. Okay, Achek, go ahead.
All I'm saying is...
Wait, isn't that what you just did to Mountain?
...on the United States. And when you look at U.S. debt and U.S. treasuries, the U.S. debt, the 38 trillion or 39 trillion these right now, correct me if I'm wrong, is owned back to the U.S. It's owned back. America owns their own entire debt.
I have a question then, Achek. China decided to stop selling America cheap labor. What would happen to it? What would happen?
The economy will crash. The U.S. is going to be fine.
the U.S. economy would be fine. What would America have to do that?
The U.S. can just.
Oh yeah, America's gonna be fine in a war with China when all trade stops and we manufacture nothing. Achek, go back to therapy and heal up that leg, Achek.
Enough. You didn't ask me.
Kasumkum!
What did the U.S. do before the 1992 World Trade Agreement with China? They tried it with other countries. They tried it with Japan. They tried it with Singapore. They tried it with Mexico, USMCA, other things. You don't need China per se. You can always move on and carry on. It's not like a doomsday. So that's it.
You definitely don't need it. How you doing, Lodge? Did you have something you want to say?
Something else.
I'm just okay. Welcome to the room, by the way. Also, you know, I don't know what your politics are, but make sure to cash in your ticket regardless if you like the discussion.
I'll cash it in. Hold on 1 second.
Appreciate it.
You cash it in again.
I'm gonna get it to 1,000 today, and that's 200.
Join the room, yeah.
All I can say though, before I got interrupted by fucking Achek, man. Achek,
I'm just saying something. Achek was talking about China. And China actually plays a very important role in global dominance today as we see it. Achek, I know you think it's all about cheap goods coming from China, but for many a year, do you know how many decades China's been providing cheap goods to the rest of the world? Since the 90s. Earlier than that. Way earlier than that. The interesting thing is they built up such an arsenal that they can actually feed that arsenal to the rest of the world that is looking at China as enemy number one. So it's quite interesting what we've seen from China up until today. And I think there's a lot more to come because they're just waiting. They're just waiting to take over Taiwan. And when they do that, they know that the world is going to be in a different place to what it is today.
So my question is, what would we rather have? Do we want China to be this powerful? Does the average person around the world, would they want that? Would that be good for the mountain, whoever just said that?
I think China is already powerful. I think China already has the power, but it's a
but if they invade Taiwan, you know, they are able to if they're able to leverage more.
Well, it depends what you see as better for the world. China wants a form of dominance in that region. It's not looking to take over the rest of the world. There are ideologies that do want to take over the rest of the world and do want to take over Western dominance in a way that we don't really understand. And that's the reason why, unfortunately, America
It goes in the water.
Jump in and jump out of these rules because they don't quite understand what they're dealing with in the Middle East.
I don't disagree with that, but do you feel like it's our politicians don't understand, or do you think it's the people that don't understand?
I think there's an incredible amount of politics. Well, you could almost call it political malaise because everybody's got a certain number of years in a term, and it's not dictatorships that are being run. It's democracies. And those democracies only can hold on to power for a certain period of time. Whereas you are going against a doctrine, an ideology, and effectively a dictatorship which lasts decades. That's what you're fighting against. You're fighting fire with fire. And the problem is that because you've only got a small amount of time to deal with, to put out the fires, you put them out for a certain period of time and then another one erupts and then another one erupts because you're not dealing with them
You're all on different pages. Your democracies are all on different pages. I mean, look at it right now. You've got the Republicans in the US running things. They got a huge amount of comeback from opposition. And then you've got Europe, who you've got to deal with, who's in a complete and utter mess. And you all want the same things, but the problem is you just don't know how to get the same things because you're all on different pages.
Are you sure we all want the same thing? Somebody said it earlier, right? There's self-interested globalists in our political system right now in the U.S. I won't speak for Europe, but there's these self-interested globalists that don't have America in mind, or anybody else in the world, right? They don't really have they don't believe they have a country. So like, I see that that's the real problem. Not necessarily these different ideological beliefs that are being that are, I think, essentially being controlled by these, maybe for lack of better words, like these like hegemonic powers in America, and they're controlling narratives that the American people believe, and they all work together to essentially, I think to try to destroy America. That's what within America. So
I think the problem is that they're all on different pages. They're not exactly aligned. Yeah, there might be a line for the greater good of the people of the United States, but for international affairs, they're on completely different pages.
I'm on the blue side where, I think these people are not, globalists are not necessarily, they don't believe that there should be borders. They don't believe there should be borders. They don't believe there should be, different countries. Like globalists, they are not, they're not beholden to one country. They're not patriots. So they're like, they think it's the global thing. But I think a lot of these people really do care about this money. They're also like making lots of money and fuck the country and everybody else.
The only reason I can say why America right now is actually having some beef in the game, some serious power in this development right now, is because Donald Trump actually has what I would say are dictatorship qualities, which is effectively what the Middle East understands and what China understands. So you've got to have somebody in charge who shows qualities that people are going to respect, because unfortunately in the Middle East, the only way you get respect is through power. That's it. There's no other discussion. Everything is run through the
You think that that's a dictator quality, to be strong, to be male, to be masculine, to not put up with shit, to protect your country? That's being a dictator quality.
And I'm saying dictator-like qualities.
That's confusing to me.
I mean, anything on your brand would have a dictator of sorts to run this whole.
For the last 47 years, he ran this dictator.
Yeah, so we just gotta make sure we got the.
But there are differences between that 47 years. The kind of dictatorship that we explained at the beginning of the discussion. Everybody who got retired out of this system was replaced by a person who did not know the details and drawings of that organization. And this was manipulated by the supreme leader and their group. Always. This is a big trend. You can see if you have enough information from this. Most of the educated people who were educated in the time of before 47 years gradually retired, and they were gradually replaced by disasters.
last 47 years, let's not kid with each other. You've been run by the same type of dictatorship ideology that has forced much of the Middle East into that mess.
Gradually, at the first, they were not this dominant.
Through dictatorships.
Well, China, yeah, I'm trying to. This is probably what you're gonna ask. I'm trying to figure out where your point is, Locke. Like, what is your main point? I'm kind of
about like Trump being dictator qualities. Do you mind like elaborating? Because I'm confused about.
Yeah, they're not.
You don't see presidents and American presidents.
Locke, check this out. So there's no equivalence between, Trump and the supreme leader.
I'm not saying there is.
Okay, let's clear that up real quick.
Hold on a second, man.
Wrap that up in a bow. There's no equivalence. So we're
going next is you won't see any other president of the United States who will tweet out, tonight you're about to see a whole civilization be taken out. No other president has ever done that.
That's because Trump is not every. That's because Trump is not every president. I don't know what part of that you don't understand. Trump is Trump. He's
okay. So what Trump is saying or doing is what I think he's trying to get at. It is the reaction people have.
That's all I'm there.
It is how Trump can do no.
Hey, Mayor, no. We're asking you, Mayor. We're asking about the dictator.
That's not. Wait a minute. I'll let you know. I'll hit this conversation. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who says that Trump can do no wrong?
I didn't say this. I'm not saying this specifically. I don't know DC.
So where do people get this idea that Trump can't do anything wrong? Where are they getting this idea?
I'm asking you again, what are the dictator qualities? What are the dictator qualities? Because some tweets, listen, I have been following Trump and voting for him for years since 2016. When he says that, we understand. He doesn't mean he's going to destroy the whole fucking country and kill everybody. He's trying to scare simpletons like you who believe in that shit, bro. Like, the thing is that we understand Trump is strength. Trump is power. But none of us believe that he's going to kill everybody in Iraq. Hold on, man. Hold on, Peter, please. I want to ask fucking Peter, please, brother. But Kylie, man, like these dictator qualities that you're talking about, I fail to see them at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay. You don't have to see them if you don't want to see them. But when you send out messages showing that you're taking over and you're showing that strength in a way that no other president has shown before, then you're talking their language, the language that they understand. And that's important. And in order to talk their language, you have to talk in a way that they're going to take that on board, understand, compute, and fall in line.
You gotta be tough with these people. Like, I knew people for years that disrespected me personally. They only finally started respecting me when I beat their ass, literally. And the Iranians like that. They only understand strength. They only understand power. And that's Trump.
Hold on. Dude, the idea of dictatorship is an idea that you can take control of a situation without the assistance, help, and guidance of anybody else. That's what a dictator is. So when Trump says, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and you're going to listen to me whether you like it or not, shows dictator-like qualities.
Wait a minute. Iran has no choice. They're not U.S. citizens.
I'm not saying they have a choice. Well, they do have a choice, actually. They could have, if they had the capacity, they could have fired themselves back. They chose not to.
That's not my point, though. You're equating somehow that they're U.S. citizens, that somehow that
Trump is dictating stuff like a dictator to them. No, that's not what's going on. That's not how that works. Like, he's telling them what he's going to do, of course, yeah. But they're not U.S. citizens, you know that. I mean, come on. What's going on here?
No, he's saying to them what he wants to do, and they're falling in line and listening, which is good. Which is what you want.
Yeah, that's fine. We want someone that's strong.
But Matt is right though when he says those are Iranian. Like if he was saying that to the American people, maybe I would get what you're saying. But he was talking to the Iranians, not America. How was he a dictator?
Quote unquote at war. Still not really at war, but that's another story.
Okay, you're not understanding what I've said. What I'm saying to you, they speak in a certain type of language. He's speaking to them in the language that they speak and making them understand and making them fall in line.
Okay. Is that good or bad? I'm trying to figure you out. You're an interesting cat because you're kind of like jabbing him, but then you're not. I don't know what's going on around here.
I'm fully
Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
You're taking
I just, I feel like this. Like, if we're going badly, and if things were going like, if Iran still had the Strait of Hormuz blocked, and fuel prices were up at $7 a gallon, like the left said, then I would get this a little bit, but I feel like you're taking kind of a softer stance. You're kind of supporting him, yet you're kind of attacking him because you guys are running out of options. Like,
okay, you don't
capacity. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish here. In no capacity, remember now, when this war started, supposed war, when this thing started, we had the leftist media. Then it went to, Iran has the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what do they have? What cards do they have? Even the mental gymnastics you guys play can't even gather enough to try to paint this as a bad thing for America. In no capacity, Iran winning in this thing. Now you guys can't even play your mental gymnastics. All you can do is that, but you really need to push too hard.
Yeah, I think Locke. I'm just trying to gather. You're saying it's a good. Okay, all good, bro. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, are you saying that what Trump is doing is a good thing? Let's just try to clear this up a little bit. It's getting really messy. I don't know what's going on, but because you're saying that he's a strong person, he has, I guess, quote unquote dictatorship like qualities that makes him a good person. That's like a phrase.
On the contrary, I said, okay, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that let's take out the word dictator, all right? Maybe I used the wrong word there. Let's just say that he's speaking to they are dictators. People in these regions are effectively dictators. That's how they see themselves, and that's how they control their power, all right? He's talking to them in a language that they understand. He's basically saying to them, if you don't do what I want you to do, there ain't going to be any compromise. You got to do what I'm going to do, that's it. If you don't like it, you can fuck right off.
We got you.
It's great.
All I'm asking is that good or bad? Because, okay, I don't know why we're getting. Thank you. If you want to ask me, I don't know if you want to go. I'll wait for Anthony. He might be away. By the way, just to clear it up too, also dictators don't do negotiations. If anybody in the audience is wondering how that works, a dictator wouldn't do negotiations. But carry on.
Well, it's like that, and I'll be fast so other people can talk. But I think, and the reason why I'm sensitive to that dictator word is because of the No Kings protests that were literally just happened, and no king would allow, if Trump was a king, no king would allow them to go out and protest if he was a dictator or a king. So, we got to stop regurgitating this bullshit from the leftist media that is hell-bent on destroying not only Trump, but the country. I mean, their hate for Trump is so strong, they would rather see the whole fucking thing fail. You know, it's just crazy.
I think, Inga, welcome to the stage. Looks like you are.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I'm just listening. That was what he was saying. That it's like so many thoughts going through my.
All right, that's good to have a lot of thoughts. I mean, I guess we can have a dictator, quote unquote dictator, if you want to use a different term, that is using his dictatorship in a good way, I guess. Trump is doing what he needs to do to get shit done, in my opinion. But, yeah, I'm gonna also look at some more news. So again, oil is dropping. It's a one-time, one-day drop, biggest drop, one-day drop in a very long time. I think it's like around $81 to $83 a barrel. Just kind of give everybody a run up on the news. Iran has agreed to no enriched uranium. Of course, this all has to be like confirmed on the other side. Talked to Amir about that earlier. And ceasefire or truce is still in the works. So we're not out of the clear on like a complete truce on things. Anything could pop off at any moment. But yeah, I'm just gonna be introducing the news as we go today.
Listen, man. I think I'm glad you guys cleared it up. I was on the phone, so I don't know what the resolution was, but I just think there was a misunderstanding going on stage. What you do about nothing. With that said, man, I just want to take a moment to, I want to make an argument that this might be one of the greatest military campaigns in the history of the world. Like this, and it's sad because Trump will never get his flowers. He'll never get the recognition he deserves. Against all odds. Everyone, so many people, the narrative they painted, this is hopeless. Oh, he's going to lose. Iran is winning. Iran has us against the ropes. This is going to be another forever war. Against all odds, man. The man came in with a difficult hand. There's people, they're going to quote polls. They're going to say, Trump shouldn't do what he's doing because of polls. How's that leadership? How is that leadership? I want any thinking person to explain to me that by quoting polls, you are saying that this is good leadership. So, why don't we do away with the presidency and everybody vote on every major decision of this country? Let's make that the way we move forward.
It don't make no sense, bro.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand.
What if your family member was what's your name?
Yo, Anthony, can I piggyback on what you said?
Peter, please shut up.
Yo, the USA is always gonna win. You know why? Because we are the United States of America. That's why. That's it. We always gonna win. We always gonna Yo, the United States. This is not about Trump. This is about the United States of America. Trump's not gonna be. Listen. Trump's not gonna be president for long.
Yeah, why are you coming out there?
Peter is also Iranian and he doesn't understand English well, and he was interrupting Anthony because he thought he was saying something bad. Let me finish.
Yo, and they wanted to
Peter keeps this interrupting.
Yo, Sam, I'm not Iranian, but they don't want to
Then why are you study? I'm no more discussion.
piggyback on what you said, but I pretty much lost it. But fuck.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Just the fact that they want U.S. Troops dead, like that would make Trump look bad. I mean, it's pathetic because Anthony is 100% right on that.
Well, but also this, guys. But also, man, like, it's been trying to convince the world that Ukraine is somehow winning in Ukraine, is winning against Russia. As sad as it is, Russia is still winning. Okay, regardless of what they fucking say, the leftist media. So that same leftist media is now trying to convince the world that America is losing against Iran. And I'm sitting here thinking, in what capacity is Iran possibly winning? Like, you can't be this fucking stupid. Okay, they're blockading the Strait of Hormuz. That shit's about over with here. But man, it's really sad that we got people on our side too. People on the right. People who their hate for Israel is so strong that they would rather see us fucking lose. Their hate for Trump is so strong that they'd rather see us lose. Or, what I hate about it, is right, because we claim to have values, we have to hold on to certain values and die on dumb fucking hills and destroy the whole movement. And that's what we're seeing in my PTR. All those fucking assholes and their traitors of America, all those people were toeing the line, pretty much on the right, but because of little things they had, little problems that they had, a couple of things went against their values. They had to throw the whole fucking thing out. Now they've lost a lot of their subscribers, their brand, their political future. All for what? Because you hate Trump? Because you hate Israel? What the fuck is going on here? And now everything's working out pretty well in the Middle East with this Iran thing, the Strait of Hormuz. People are understanding it's not just about Iran, it's about China. And China's blinking. China has blinked. So, I don't know, man, we're in a greater position. But I even got a couple of people at work that I talked to about it. They hated Trump so fucking bad. No, you can't go into Iran. No, there is no fucking nuclear bomb threat. No, it's not about China. It's just, I hate Trump. So this is all a bad idea. I've tried to talk to those assholes since then, and they don't want to even talk about this shit. They hate that America is winning. They hate that America is doing good. The people on the left, it's just crazy. They're rooting against their own country, man. Fuck those people. For real. But anyway, I also said a riff.
One second, sir. Mountain, what you probably were thinking about was when I mentioned ruling by polls, leadership by polls. This is one of the craziest things that I see.
You were a smart man, Anthony. That's it. That's it.
It's mind-numbing. I don't understand. This idea that, X amount of the percentage of the population is against this. This is why we called for this man to make difficult decisions. This is why we trusted this man with our future, with our children's future, with our armed forces. This is why. And I thank God I'm not in his position. I thank God I don't have to make those hard choices. And I understand that they don't like him. And I understand they have a right to say what they want to because of our First Amendment. I get all of that. But listen, man, at least let's be honest. Let's tell the truth. Let's not pretend. You want to see Americans dead. You want to see us losing because you hate this man more than you love America. Let's just be honest.
That's it, man. Hold on. Real quickly, I was going to respond to that. Thank you, Anthony. You're such a smart dude. That's what it was about. I hear all these liberals and people on the right citing gas prices. Oh, gas prices. Gas prices went up a whole fucking dollar. Gas prices are going to be at $6.30 a gallon here by next month. That's what I was hearing people say. By next month, it was supposed to be at this time, fuel prices were supposed to be $6.36 a gallon on average. That's what they were saying.
But where's the accountability, right?
I know. Well, what drives me nuts about that is that you guys are citing financial. Oh, we can't do this. It's going to cost too much financially to stop the mullahs from having a nuclear weapon. It's going to cost too much to stop China from taking us over. But when they want their green new initiatives, they're fine with gas prices going up. When Obama is in office and he's canceling drilling fucking leases, he's canceling tax credits, he's canceling leases, he's literally destroying the gas and oil industry systematically. Left didn't say nothing when it was $5 a gallon on average around the country in 2011. They didn't say nothing. They didn't say nothing when Biden was fucking up the gas industry, canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, you name it. Nothing. Not a peep from these fucking assholes with their selective outrage. And it's just like the Epstein files where they're outraged. Now that Trump might get it or something. Yeah, they had 8 years with Obama, 4 years with Biden, not a fucking Epstein file. And all that fucking so literally we have to have, unfortunately, the fuel price going up $1 or so. So we can fully save the world from a dominant China and mullahs holding the world hostage.
Okay, look. Well said. That was great. Everybody go around and get some new people in, and then whenever there's a downside meeting, I always just jump in and always something to this. So, Sam, did you want to speak on what we said? You came in.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy that I'm finally in a group that is not retarded and is actually seeing what's going on in the world right now. The trend, we were warning you for so many years and nobody was listening to us. And now finally someone's taking charge and listening to us. And then you've got a bunch of, I don't know, I think they're lefties or extreme left, just basically going against their own country, not only their own country's safety in the future, but also just completely ignoring what's going on there with people who want freedom. And if this happens to your own country and it's too late, you're going to be looking back at now and saying, oh shit, we should have done that.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to mute you. You're off mute there doing the clicking sound. It was kind of annoying.
Yes,
but
I needed to be motivated this morning.
Yeah, exactly, Peter. Emmanuel, I'm going to go to you next because you're going to be opposition, and then Co. I don't know if I said your name right. But, hold on. We're not going to do any litmus test tonight. I don't care who's people think that they're not from.
The funny fact that we have here is whoever wants to talk about Trump in English, they say Trump. Easily, Trump. But once you go to the other rooms, specifically from the Persian groups that are supporting IRGC, they say Mr. Trump. In fact, that he's the murderer of the supreme loser. And now I'm a fan of the normal idea.
And they don't say no between us at all.
That's really fact, though.
Interesting. So, Mr. President is, you're saying out of respect, right? That's kind of your point.
I personally respect him a lot.
Yeah.
I personally respect Mr. Trump, Mr. President. I love him.
All right. Awesome. Cash in your pink ticket. Cash in your pink ticket. Appreciate it. Emmanuel, you're the opposition. Go ahead and get your shit off. I don't know what you want to speak on, but go for it.
I just have a few words. I think some of you already believe Trump cares about Iran. He doesn't care about Iran.
He cares about you.
Never had. He doesn't keep it okay. He doesn't keep it right. If you walk the land, I told him that he can't go talk to you from. Hold on, hold on. I told Emmanuel I would give him space. You guys gotta let him speak. Because this guy is explaining, I don't know who was talking earlier, talking about something. Yeah, he cares for America. And that's no. That's nothing about it. If you know how the economy works, you will see that what he's doing is wrong. You know what the GCC is? I don't think you know what that is. It was 1973, I think. They made a patent for the petrodollar to sell the gas and oil in dollar price in the Middle East. So now, guess what's happening to the GCC? That's Qatar, Saudi, and all of them. They can't sell their oil. Why? Because Trump blocked the Strait of Hormuz. It's bombing those people. No way you can run it. What is that GCC? Look it up. Man, go Google, look it up. It's a coalition that Reagan made in 1973 with Qatar. It's a petrodollar system, yeah. It was Richard Nixon. Yes. But it's relax. Not doing that tonight, AJ. Chill, man. Gosh. Man, everybody just. If you don't want the conversation, people can just leave. I'm just tired of doing it tonight. Alright, appreciate it. Thank you. So, just speak to the petrodollar. Okay. GCC. What's going on? No, like, couple words. Well, I'm saying that this is a bad idea to start this war because right now, if you see, you're trading with Iran and China. They're trying to make, they're already been doing it, but now you're encouraging more because what Trump did, given the idea of, okay, America is going to mess with us. We can't keep letting this happen to us because it's not trustworthy. So now, if you really believe what Trump is doing right now is winning, no, in the long game, America is going to lose because of this job style. Okay, now go for it. You're up. All right, man. Well, I'm glad you at least understand the petrodollar a little bit. We're not gonna fucking lose. What are you talking about? This war is really so we can continue to have the petrodollar. One of the reasons, because China wants to destroy that with their BRICS currency system, with their BRICS alliance. I mean, we were just taking away ever since. Yeah. So how the fuck is it that we first of all started the war? 47 years these people have been trying to kill us, but I'm saying how was that fucking us up by trying to maintain the petrodollar? You don't understand, dude. China was getting subsidized, literally sanctioned oil off the petrodollar in Venezuela. We stopped that. In Iran, same thing. They were getting sanctioned oil, sanctioned oil that was cheap, not on the petrodollar. We have stopped that. Making sure, so we are making sure, Emmanuel, that they are buying they're still going to be able to buy the oil from Iran and Venezuela. It's going to be American dollars. But when it ends, in a hypothetical war with China, which we're likely going to have, we could blockade the Panama Canal, the Strait of Hormuz, the Arctic shipping lane up in Greenland. Literally every shipping lane we can control. We have the capacity to. So I'm asking you, you said that America
Shouldn't have started this war for what? What?
Because it's going to ruin the economy in the long run, right?
Now you're chilling. Oh,
They got caught up. Let him respond, bro. Come on.
There will be no war with China. Put me in the queue, Matt.
Okay, done.
I'm not saying I'm not in the American here. I'm talking about concrete. But yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, Mountain, you're done.
As I said, back when Trump was trying to become president, and they were like banning Biden administration. I thought what they were doing was stupid. I thought they didn't care about America because all they were doing was giving out aid to every country that had. And I was like, that's wrong. But what Trump is doing, and what I've seen so far, and what he's doing in the future run of the economy is bad. And it's wrong because what he did to this Iran thing, this whole global oil is gone. All these big companies, these billionaire companies, they're gonna make more money. The common man and woman are gonna suffer more. America, they're gonna suffer more because they're gonna increase the price of the oil. You think these companies care? You think they care? That our gas is gonna be $7. They don't care. It's more money in your pocket. And Trump doing this war, and he's trying to start this war with Iran, just encourage them more. All they see is green, green, green. And you and the common man and woman is going to suffer more for this. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
Yeah. Listening to Mountain's petrodollar submission makes me want to kick a puppy off of a tall building, right? And I mean a real puppy, not a fake, like plush dog, like a living.
It's because you're a psychopath and a sociopath.
Because I'm just telling you how I feel. Not saying that I would do it. I said that's how I feel. So Montaigne doesn't understand the difference between cyclical changes and structural changes. Now, a cyclical change, we could just call that temporary due to the ebbs and flows of the economy or a relationship, right? Like your girl doesn't want to answer the phone because she's mad or she's busy. That's a cyclical change. She'll answer the phone again. But then there's a structural change, right? Where your girl moves outside of the country or she starts to talk to me. It's a structural change. She's never coming back, right? So there's a difference. So what Montaigne thinks is that this war in Iran is crazy.
It's the structural change after you kick the puppy off the skyscraper, Cool Creek.
Thinks.
Concrete, can you make it a question out of your
Thank
you. Or are you just gonna do a statement?
Let me think about it. I was just gonna make a statement, but I think I wanted to try to remember. My apologies. Montaigne is just like doesn't understand.
Hold on. So you have to actually have to have some substance. You can't say I don't know and then actually respond.
One second. Montaigne.
God, this guy is so retarded. It's sad.
One second. Montaigne doesn't understand the petrodollar. He doesn't understand that it's just oil sales denominated in dollars.
I fucking said that.
This what I'm saying. Petro, you want.
It's not like the sign of being like.
Dude, this guy is so stupid. He's trying to act smart by telling me I'm stupid, but it's like he doesn't understand what he's saying.
Stupid. Really, you still know what you're talking. You still know what you're cursing.
Look, Montaigne's the only one that's Christian. When I talk my facts, he gets all emotional. But Matt, I understand he's your homie, but he is an embarrassment to everything that is sacred and decent about America.
Alright, well, let's not get personal here. Let's keep it clean. Okay, Peter, you're next, and then
Thanks for responding to nothing I said, you retard.
Okay.
Shut up. Single time. They won't wait. They won't wait. You cannot even know the tape. You want to let me address your about your claim about the economy. You will, isn't it cheaper this year than last year?
In September,
For you or not?
I'm telling you.
Let's do it. He's going to holiday for you. He's going to holiday for you cheaper this year than last year. Yes or no?
You say Trump,
You don't have it on your economy.
that's what I'm
You don't have his Treasury Department about economy. You don't have voicing the Treasury Department of Trump about economy. They are keeping orders here.
He's right.
There is a queue. There is a queue.
Okay, I don't know why people are taking over other people's slots. Peter gets a chance to go. Otherwise, he's just gonna talk like we don't want him to talk. So let Peter go. Let him finish up, and then we're gonna go to Alistair, and then Alistair will go after. Yeah, and then Manuel go after Alan. Go ahead, Peter. Make it quick.
I was thinking that this hate from President Trump could cause them for this real ideological issues. These people are wiser than this, but they intend to forget the fact because he knows better than me that he can go through cheaper than last year. But I think that the collective power makes the decisions for them. And maybe even the mouth as the they cannot answer you, but the collective power are the fixable things that they would act somehow differently when it comes to, for example, Iran in comparison to the core ideas. The core ideas is fixable to the democratic party. But when it comes to Iran, they forget everything. Here's the thing.
Yeah. I for one actually really. Oh, are you gonna go, Alan? Okay, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah. So my name's concretely. The first thing I'm gonna do is say that the previous speaker made me feel like insert an insult, made me feel like I wanted to put a blender up my nose. He was a complete idiot, and now I'm going to insult him, and then I'm going to make a point, and then I'm going to make that speaker get upset, and then I'm going to leave the room. Thank you. Matt, if you want disruption in your room, do it. Otherwise, don't bring him up on the stage. That's what he does every time. And thank you for letting him go before me, because if he had gone after me, then he would have, whatever he said about you, Mountain, he would have said about me, whatever it was. So remember, just ignore concrete. As far as the topic of the room, as far as the topic of the room, I understand everybody's. We are winning. We won. Deals are being made. Are being made, and now I can't predict the future, but for now it looks good. He even told Israel to sit down and shut up because he reminded Israel that we're Israel's big daddy and they have to do what we say. So, in spite of Netanyahu always saying, well, I can control everything, etc., etc. So, we will see where this goes.
was what you said, Emmanuel. Well, I think it was pretty good. Again, we can't predict the future, but a IRGC that is either gone or controlled, and an IRGC that does not have the nuclear materials it has now is very good. And I think that's important. So let's just see what happens. I try to refrain from predicting the future, but this morning, Iran said the strait is open. They're not going to screw with anybody going through. That's another good step. Step by step, I think we're doing that.
But each and every morning, a lot of sunshines are executed. I mean, young people like sunshine.
So just does not get stopped saying. Just so house cleaning does, Alan. Every day is a new day. So I know who Concrete is. I know exactly who he is. And you're right. He's basically a moron at the end of the day. But I give everybody a chance to come up, voice that they are a moron, and then they can, move along. So
no, I understand.
Yeah. Okay. So
Show us on Sunday.
Alistair's next, and Albert. I think he came off mic.
Yeah.
Speak, but
I appreciate what Mountain brings to the conversation, and when people interrupt him, we lose out on some good analysis and insight. And Mountain, I think you're doing excellent work there. And in fact, my friend here in Chicago wants me to go to a comedy show with, what's his name, Dave Smith or whatever, the guy in the upper right in your PTR. And then I sent him that photo because, I question my friends' opinions and their values. And and Matt is so cool that he even opens these effing rooms because the truth is we live in a sea and in a society of Democrats. And if you go into other rooms, I was in a room today, one of those deep state patriot rooms, they're sitting there organizing for May Day. And here in Chicago, the mayor, the head of the schools, they want children to skip classes and go join the protests with all the other well-organized Democrats. So, I know you want to stay topical, but the truth is, if I was to offer any real value to the listeners of your room, it would be proprietary information. 3 chess moves, 5 chess moves ahead. There are people here in my, and I got to disagree with you. The United States will not go to direct, open conflict with China. We will not go to open, direct conflict with Russia. We use proxy states to do that, Mountain, and that's the way we fight modern battles in pre-approved proving grounds to direct our military resources and our $1.2 trillion annual budget every year. It's not open conflict. And I read a news article the other day that the head of Taiwan is receiving a lot of criticism because she sold out Taiwan. She's a Chinese bought and sold agent. So the point is, you don't need to go kill 100,000 people and invade an island when you can just bribe and manipulate and control subversively. So you are not thinking in terms of the shadows, the darkness of politics. Just like in love, there's dark love and there's dark politics. And the truth is, the dark politics is what Trump is doing, and that's why we're winning.
I appreciate it, Alistair.
That makes you a smart dude, man.
Yeah, right.
I think we will because of that. I'm just saying, because of that Taiwan issue. If they invade Taiwan, America's Navy will be fighting the Chinese.
Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting take. Emmanuel, your pink ticket. Pink ticket's going to cash in. I'm trying to get 1,000 people tonight because I'm like 200 plus away or whatever it is. So, Andre also did a pink ticket too. Cash that in. Andre, if you want to speak, you've been on the stage a little longer than Albert. Can I go through the next person, please? Yeah, no problem. And Ryder Ralph, I don't know if you want to speak. I see you're a house member. You're welcome to speak too. But Albert, do you want to go? Because he came on like a second ago.
Yeah, I only had one quick comment about Iran. It's been over talks them as a potential threat, so it doesn't make sense. I'll throw it ask as well. Talk to your members. I love that you're creating a good vibe here, Matt. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Sam, did you want to jump back in at all? I know you've kind of been listening now. I didn't know you made a good contribution earlier. Do you want to say anything about what you've heard so far? No?
Yeah, sure. So I think it is quite important to understand that this war did not start out of nothing. So I don't know if people really believe that America just suddenly woke up one day and was like, yeah, we're just gonna attack Iran or the Islamic Republic, just because we feel like it. Like, is that seriously like the thing people think? Have they ever looked into why they even started this war? Do you know how many American troops died in the past years before the war even started?
So, give us your opinion. I'm sorry, I got to be obvious.
It's not an opinion. You can just look it up. They have literally been funding proxy warfare all over the world. And this is just basic information that is out there. And people are like, it just came out of nowhere. I just want to say, I think that's weird. I don't know why people say that.
Albert, do you deny that Iran funds Hezbollah, Hamas, different proxies? Do you deny that? Or
Can I add something? I thought she was saying U.S. was a funds.
No.
She was referring to Iran, and it's
Iran funding its proxies. That's well known.
I think Albert was disagreeing.
Not Iranian. Can I make a comment?
Please. Yeah, hold on.
Just distinguish.
Okay, Sam, are you done? Sam?
I want a reaction on that, please.
Okay, Addy, can we still rebuttal from the opposition? Emmanuel, do you want to answer that? Why do you think that the U.S. started this? I think that's essentially what she's asking.
So, I'm not 100% sure because you might think you know why we started it. You don't know why. Because if you started it right and said American Israel, you don't know the real reason why. You're just guessing. So,
can I add something?
Can I also ask you something?
Yeah,
of the words.
Okay. Emmanuel and Abby and then Dr.
Absolutely. Yes.
Go ahead, Emmanuel. Finish up.
So, there's people that come off as haters. I never said I hate Trump. Like, dislike him. I don't like what he does. As I said, I won for the first time. He wanted to be a president. I wanted him to win because I thought he was for America. But what he's doing right now is hurting America, in my opinion. And why I said he's not doing this because he doesn't care about trans. I'm just gonna put it plain. He doesn't. Because why did Obama Biden play nice? Do you think they want me to do the same Trump did? All of them. Don't get me wrong. I know what Iran did. Iran killed 20,000 people in the protest because the Iran people needed liberation. Don't get me wrong. Iran is a bad place. The whole regime needs to go down. But what Trump is doing right now, there is no American government. I don't care about any other country. I'm going to keep it that way. We don't care. I personally I always look for myself, myself first. I'm sorry to you. Okay. I always go America first. And what
Hold up, Peter.
From the Iranian position, I became like this. What did you have? I have a vote record. What do you have? You have a vote record. Decide for yourself. I'm American citizen. What are you talking about? I haven't. You see, I have something more than being an American citizen. I have a vote record. The first in the vote. The first in the vote.
What is happening right now?
Peter, shut up.
Peter, you okay? Peter, you alright?
I don't even understand what he's saying.
set the room off a little bit there, as I expected. I don't know if you really answered the question, but we'll move on from that, and we will go to, we got Abby, and then Doctor. No, go. Yeah, go into theory. Go ahead.
Just referring to Sam's point that this war didn't start in one night. First of all, when you guys are referring to Iran, just emphasizes this. All these things in the war is not between Iran and USA. It's between USA and IRGC. The IRGC is having all these missiles during the 47 years that they are on the government. They have the power. They spend all the money from their own citizens to build the missiles inside the mountain. And all the labs for the nuclear things is inside the mountain. Just think about it. If it's in for peaceful things, so why you have to go in hiding places? Why you have to build things inside the mountains without everybody's knowing that where are those things? And then just go to the Google Earth. Just check S1 cities. Just check wherever they bombed. Look at it. Just 2 months ago, how was it? Everywhere is hole. What are these holes? For the missiles. With what ranges? And then you guys are talking about the gas prices. Are you guys suffering? Okay, let's suffer for the gas prices just now. In terms of avoiding a bigger conflict in the future. Because leaders, one of the duties for the leaders have just predicting and seeing the future. Not like us, we are living by paycheck to paycheck. That's all I wanted to say. IRGC versus Iran.
Appreciate it. Abby, go ahead, and then Doctor.
Sam is right, and this is not just something that just popped up. This is an ongoing threat, and it's been an ongoing imminent threat to the United States for several years. I think there were lots of factors that led up to it, including the failed assassination attempt against our president, which someone just got convicted in federal court for. But I think you have to look at the regime that's there and the fanatical regime that is a Shiite regime that, by the way, won't surrender. They're suicidal. So you're not going to see an actual surrender, but you will see us choking them. And we'll see what we can consider the elements of regime change as they start surrendering their uranium. I mean, I think you have to sort of look at it that way, but this is not something, to get to 60% capacity and threshold capacity is really significant for that same country to then threaten with long-range ballistic missiles, which would then reach our shores, is obviously a direct threat for them to have already attacked our assets in the region. Our military vessels, our military facilities, our shipping vessels. I mean, they were direct threats. However, you're correct. This is us with the IRGC, not with the people there. Israel's war, what they were looking at they were assisting us. They were partners with us. For them, it was getting rid of the nuclear capability that was threatening their nation, and also getting rid of the delivery systems that they were developing to deliver these nuclear warheads once they got to full capacity, as well as their short-term missiles. Sorry. Maybe my dog sense the IRGC nearby. There are other issues that were the issues of Israel, and they're different. They're aligned with the United States, but also different motivations for going in there. All that being said, and I was trying to follow what Trump said because he's here, he was in my city yesterday, that if 20 billion was released, I just wanted to say that it's like 1/10 of the destruction. We just probably destroyed about close to $270 to $300 billion loss on their infrastructure. And if money is released to them in any way, I think it's also important that we would have incredible draconian fetters and controls on any money going into that system. And in some ways, they probably won't want it because it might expose all their money laundering, and we might actually be able to see how their funds get distributed, because we would have so many windows and controls to have an eyeball on the flow of funds in their country. I mean, I have a lot to say about this, but I just think that this. Yeah, it's definitely not in a vacuum. There's so many factors that lead up to it. The fact that you have, the threats that were coming to U.S. assets and our president, members of the cabinet. It's more than handwriting on the wall. It was right there. And to answer one last thing, I'll say to answer why was Obama doing what Obama did. He didn't have the balls, nor did other presidents, other than Reagan, to really go after them. And Obama folded. He totally folded. And this is a completely different way to approach them. Obama enabled them. He gave them funds. He lifted sanctions. He enabled the proxies to be funded. He did the exact opposite of what was good for the world with that deal. And the best thing that happened, ripping up our involvement. The deal didn't go away. It just took our involvement out of it because they were cheating and they continued to cheat. So,
real quick, that deal never went away. I mean, but who was left over again? Was it the UK and who else?
It was in the JCP. Seven nations. I have to double check. It would be the UK, France.
Let's put that.
I love Obama. I love Obama.
I know we love Obama, right? I guess not. Okay.
I'll double check that.
Yeah, because that's always brought up at me. So I'd be curious how they screwed that up, but.
That was a 24-day notice. That was it. Short notice to come in. It had the worst provisions in it with respect to checking on what they were doing to proliferate. It was just a stupid, bad deal, and they clearly told that it was because they cheated.
It was just an excuse not to do anything. Bottom line, straight to the point. That's just the way it is. Like, the Democrats never want to own anything. Like, what the hell's going on here? We got a problem with them. Don't want to do anything about it,
What the motivations were behind Obama, which is a whole other conversation.
Like, rappable for sure. Okay, that card, Doctor, that card, back here. Not the name, but you're not good.
No, I'm here. I really don't remember my friend, so I really don't remember what we were talking about, so I'm sorry.
Well, because you see anything vital you want to talk about?
This Trump is around or Trump keeps on winning. Oh my God.
On there, right?
Oh, well, yeah, I have a lot to say about that, but I don't think I should because I think no, because sometimes it's very easy to try it, but if I ran,
do you think Trump is a horrible person?
No, well, yeah, because I met him multiple times when I was younger. No, when I was a child with my mother and father. He actually, yeah, and he wasn't a nice person. I wouldn't say he's a terrible person. I don't know what he's done for the rest of his life. Like that, I can't tell if this guy is a good guy or a bad guy or like. And that doesn't know, but because like we have had bad guys in our many times, so. That doesn't really matter. But oh wait, I have to ask my mother if I can. Kan jag säga det ändå? Det som var på typ såhär 96. Eller 96, kan jag säga det? Okay. Sorry. I just asked my mother. I'm sorry. No, I have nothing to say.
Okay, she didn't give you any permission. Alright, I think we're out of the
I know all the fucking information. She did me the improvement. Yeah.
Okay, Joby, did you want to speak?
Yeah.
Come on, right? We're at the end of the queue, so that
Well, you know, are you sad to hear that America's winning?
Hey, I'm in the queue.
Oh, sorry.
What are America women?
Right there in a second, Dr.
That would be a funny.
I know.
I think no, because I'm not from Iran, so like, but that would be funny. But let's talk about your girlfriend.
Joby, go ahead.
So, I'm guessing not many of you have been to Turkey. They are ours. They were ours. They will continue to be ours. And I don't get the worry. I am not worried one sticking bit. But I come from a military background, as most of you know, and I don't regret that. And I don't regret where we're headed right now. We're winning.
We have been on vacation.
Israel's winning. It's not just about Israel, it turns out. He's mad about that.
Absolutely not. But
damn it.
Turkey, that is one of the most, after Atatürk. Does anyone know who Atatürk is?
Yeah, he's just an
I don't care. Learn.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about. My father. Turkey, and I go and if you had ever
winning America, God is winning. I got it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talking about Turkey. Oh my God, you are like all over the fucking place. There is no lawyer.
This is literally what we're talking about. Like Israel, America, Iran. We're talking about Turkey.
There is no people
Hey, doctor, I am a lawyer. So would you like to have a conversation?
Oh, shit. I would love that. I would love that. I would actually love that.
You wouldn't know what that means.
You wouldn't.
Yo, I would love that. I would.
What language is she coming from? Hey, Andre.
So can we start by talking about, she said she was visiting Antalya, which is a Turk.
Hold on. We have to let Pepe go here soon because he needs to.
Okay,
Pepe, are your streets crazy there? There was so nuts here yesterday.
I'm a lawyer, but there's a
Pepe, it was so crazy here. I mean, they blocked off, with the dump trucks.
I honestly thought I could speak.
I don't know where to be.
Where's he staying? Is he flying right out?
I have no idea.
He stayed, he has a hotel here, so he stayed there. But it was, incredible security.
You just stay away from that man. You stay away from him.
I'll have to look it up on the.
Yeah, can we talk about the topic, But Pepe, I want to hear. What do you think?
Absolutely. But I would
What do I think about what?
Winning, man. Are you sad about that? I know that hurts.
Why would I be sad? I was angry about the war starting because I thought it would put America in a worse position. That's why I was mad.
Okay. We're eating crow now, are you, buddy?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It's going pretty good.
Listen, it's okay to be mistaken, but there's a different pair.
Well, he's an American-hating, Jew-hating fuck, and I want him to pay for this. With love.
we don't do that.
No, I'm just fucking with him. It's all right. I don't hate that.
People don't do
What do you think now, buddy, huh?
We don't do
Never bet against America. Never bet against Israel. Never bet against the house.
No, we let them speak. We let them make a fool out of them.
Okay, Andre, did you want to finally speak? I know you kind of held on.
Yeah, So there's one thing that I've heard I wanted to clarify because it's a misconception. It's sort of like an urban tale. The petrodollar, even though there is such a concept, what people assign to it is not usually is incorrect.
There's a
Let's
dispute.
see.
I can't hear him.
You're in the right with you.
You're cutting out, buddy.
Oh, it's
We'll come really bad.
We'll come back to that. I wanted to hear what you said. Wanted to say about the petroleum. The petrodollar.
Can you hear?
No, you're still bad, dude. Just keep working on that. But yeah, the petrodollar came up earlier, and someone was making the claim that there's somehow we're going to transition, or China and Russia are going to make that transition off it, and I guess
The U.S. dollar, he was saying. That was just what he was talking about. The petrodollar. Yeah, but the petrodollar is kind of, in a way, I guess that it's just, you're just buying oil through U.S. dollars, right? And that's what we're guaranteeing that Venezuela, if you can buy your oil through, you can buy oil still from Venezuela, just make sure that it's through U.S. dollars, petrodollars, same thing with Iran, Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and how does it work?
Oh, you'll have to Google it first.
Then tell me if I'm wrong. I just made a claim. You made a claim I'm wrong. You have to tell me how I'm wrong. You can't just say.
Here with Middle East, the people that provide oil for Taiwan, Japan, and Europe, they made a deal with them.
Know that.
So let's check out for the recent profiles for
Years ago, like in the 70s, man, like
yes. And so this current blunder Trump just did.
How was it a blunder? How was it a blunder?
Because let me tell you why it's a blunder. Because you keep thinking, you're bitching about oil prices. You're crying about you gotta pay a little bit more, buddy. When you put stocks in markets, you don't think you're gonna get your money back tomorrow. You think you're gonna be a millionaire tomorrow? That's not how it works. You look at the future. In 5 years, this price will go up. I'll make more money. So now, if
you're talking out your ass, so continue.
I'm talking out my ass. Let me finish. So now, if Trump does this little thing he just did with Iran and put us behind, how do I know he's putting us behind? Because a man who knows what he's doing and who knows who he's winning doesn't come on the news every other week and say, we're winning. We're going to take Iran over. We're winning. They have no choice. Why do you think he does that every week? Because of stock prices.
To prevent the markets from tanking. That's why he does it.
That's why the market. What's the market?
He's not lying, though.
So
Trump's not. No, dude, we're doing well, and everything's going great.
Hey, look, Emmanuel. You know nothing about the petrodollar. You know nothing about the Middle East. The GCC countries rely on the petrodollar. They rely on the U.S. armed forces. After we took Venezuela and now we fucked up Iran, we just limited China's growth militarily by 30% annually. So now everyone in the East is for everyone who is in this evil axis of BRICS. Everything in this evil axis of BRICS has gone to shits because without Venezuela, you're going to do nothing with BRICS. So the U.S. petrodollar will soar, the economies will thrive, the GC will live on, and they will have even more military strength of U.S. armed forces in the Arabian Gulf. So at the end of the day, we just secured our petrodollar for the next 3 generations. Next 3 generations for sure. For sure.
So when I said that, you just think I'm wrong, Emmanuel. It's crazy. I've been trying to tell you that.
I think you talk out your ass and you talk with what's that word? What's the word?
Can you hear me now?
Every single word you heard. Yeah, I'll get you back in, Andre.
You saw I'm like
you sound like a win for now. You put things up, you sound like you don't know what you're saying. That's what
What's crazy about that is that I was telling you, man, that exact thing earlier. I've told people that. They don't believe me. It's just crazy, man. But they can't rebuttal me. All they say is, I'm wrong, yeah. There's no rebuttal.
Yeah, man.
Well, I apologize, Emmanuel. I read something else. I guess we're on the same side of things. Excuse me. Okay, it's wrapping.
I'm here for the truth. Long live King Trump. I hear that we doing very well. And Emmanuel just left because he's like, yeah,
that's too bad. I wanted to talk to him. Yeah, so like the idea of petrodollar and like the type of meaning that people most assign to it is an urban myth. In the 70s, there was a lot of surplus in terms of trading oil, and most of the countries were converting it to dollars not because the United States made some kind of cabal or made a secret plan with other countries to use only its currency. It's because the United States provides the most stable and overwhelming financial system, and so people invest into the United States for the same reason. We have like a thriving economy. We can borrow against our economic growth, and so this is why there's this illusion that somehow people only want to use American dollar. They're kind of forced into it because the United States has created this very stable, very robust financial system. Everybody wants to have a piece of it. So just kind of getting that out of the way. I think what Trump has accomplished in Iran, I'm going to join Andy's opinion. I think one of the greatest criticism of Obama deal was that he was going to release that money without any strings attached, especially in terms of curbing the missile program that Iran was developing. There's nothing about that in the agreement. So what the criticism was that Iran is just going to sit out the time of the deal, and then as soon as it's over, they're going to start developing nuclear weapons, which is exactly what they can't do.
They can't do that.
What the deal expired is exactly what they started doing. So like within I think 4 months they went up to 10 or 15%, and then within 8 months they got up to 60%. So they had that in mind the whole time. So reading the deal, kind of throwing it into the trash can was a very good thing. It was a very much needed thing. In terms of the greater strategy, I'll just finish. I have one more point I can continue afterwards.
Yes,
so one more thing is a grander strategy against China. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. It was accomplished with Venezuela. Now the largest oil reserve is under the control of the United States, which makes the oil prices much more stable because we control it. And secondly, China has been curbing its appetite for growth. I mean, they already experienced some economic issues in their real estate, and I think this is just going to expedite their downfall. They just need to be shown their place, and they have the ambition of coming out of. Well, what's very interesting, actually, I just want to make one more point. Is what's recently shown to me. If you look at the geographic location of China and this sort of where it is located, there are two groups of islands that prevent China from having free access to the maritime ways. And the key point of the first border of islands is Taiwan. This is like, if they get Taiwan, they get access to larger maritime trade, and they should be not allowed to achieve that, because then they will be challenging the United States in a much more robust manner. So I think everything that needs to be achieved during this campaign is getting achieved, and I really hope the administration finishes what they started. That's my only kind of not the critique, but I'm hopeful that they will finish it. If they don't, there's going to be the biggest quagmire.
Well, Andre, I would
finish this year.
Yeah, I would like to say very eloquently put, and also I think a lot of people are not paying attention to the amount of the spending that all of China's customers loses the minute this blockade started by Iran. With the Strait of Hormuz being blocked, and all of the nations that need the natural gas and oil from the GCC now their spending limit, is decreased because of inflation and everything else. So it didn't matter that China was going to get the oil; their customers weren't getting their oil and natural gas. So then that leaves all of that assembly line manufacturing that the East, the West, and the world goes to China with. Now they don't have the money temporarily to buy it. So China was losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day just off of trade by Iran blocking the strait. So I believe China played an even bigger role with them and is going to let them know we're your banker. So if China pulls out and says, you know what, we're pulling our money away from you people, then Iran's regime will collapse in 2 seconds without one bomb being dropped. So I think we should pay attention to that as well.
I've been saying this for a while, man, for the outside. A lot of this has to do with China. Yes, there's the nuclear threat. I mean, there's the Iranian threat. But really, I mean, this huge thing is about China. The Venezuela,
But can I just tell you something? I've been listening to you guys for a while now. And for me, it's like, have you even went to fucking school? Have you even like...
No, we can tell.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I am going to...
Walla, you don't know. Walla, you don't know anything. Walla, you don't know.
Did you go to school? Did you go to school? No, that's absolutely nothing you have said. That is right. That is right. International. That is right. The international. In your country, there's nothing you have said. No.
She must be a Ayatollah worshiper. There you go. Allah ignores Tehran, Yeti. Allah ignores Tehran. Wallah, remember that.
Don't put the name of your capital to your mouth.
Fuck your capital. Fuck your capital. Fuck Tehran. That's why we're bombing the shit out of you. Bomb, Iran. Wallah, Mecca is in Saudiya, not in Iraq.
It was supposed to be a laugh.
Long live the Empire. Long live the GCC. Fuck Iraq. Wallah, fuck Iran. Fuck Iran, wallah.
You're not trying to sell your countries like free, asshole. Don't tell us that.
Sit down now.
Fuck them. Even if they don't be free, let them die.
They're not going to. They're not going to.
Let them die in debt. Let them die in debt.
47 years they've dealt with this shit, bro. They're not going to even stand up for their own country. Us Americans would never put up with this. But we have guns, and that's why it's so important to have them.
We got rid of Xerxes and then we had the golden age. Dr. what? Dr. Muhammad.
All right. Sounds like we are in open.
You need to change the dosage of your drug.
Peter, yeah. Rabbi, are you going after Peter? What happened here?
I'm the one that wants to be pro-Ayatollah. I hate them. I'm Arab background, so I hate the bastards. I don't like anything to do.
The worst offenders, though, are Americans who are literally rooting for their enemies to win, like Iran. Like, dude, it's pervasive. It's very pervasive in this country.
Yeah, they're the low IQ lefties, man.
How about the people?
How about the people on the right?
How about the people? Mountain, how about the people that stood in front of City Hall in Philly and cheered about having American soldiers come back in body bags?
That was crazy. Yeah. Those are pieces of shit.
That's what I'm talking about. We even have people on the right that hate Israel so much, that they would rather see America and Israel lose in this alliance, in this fight, because they hate America so much and Israel so much. It's fucked.
Well,
I'm telling you.
They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop the idea.
Left. It's people on the right, too. It's sick.
They're not going to stop it.
Since God forbid they get like a kidney problem and need dialysis, which is all coming out of Israel. I mean, go through the list of all the medications and all of the technology. They kind of forget that part.
Yeah.
But what do you guys think about the Iranians that are in your country?
countries right now defending the IRGC and literally spreading their propaganda.
I think they should be I think they should be trapped. I think there's a level of free speech, but if it's something that's challenging the security of our country and if they're not citizens and they're here on visas, then I think that's a whole different conversation. If they're citizens, no, but I mean, if they're threatening, they can't. I mean, you have to look at what they're saying, how they're saying it, and who it is that's saying it. But if it's threatening the security of the country and they're not citizens, then you do what Rubio is doing with a lot of people, and you're watching it and tracking it.
They claim they want the death of America for the fight of the Palestinian and Lebanese cause. All they did was destroy Lebanon. All they did was destroy Africa. They destroyed everything. They destroyed the Middle East. So now Israel and the United States are.
You think you know something, but you don't know shit about Iranians. I promise you, Fatas.
They're going to second straight and control the empire. I know a lot. Ayatollah, you're not even Allah. The Ayatollah is not even. The Ayatollah is fake. It's not even part of it. The Shia go before the Ayatollah. So what are they? They're just a bunch of psychotics. They're not leaders. They do nothing to destroy the world.
You're just a psychopath, Rabbi. It is not clear for me what you say.
Here, do you support the IRGC and Ayatollah?
He's delusional. He's victim. I promise you, sir.
Do you support them, yes or no?
Listen to me. No, I'm not. Let me clarify what he wants to try. I know that he wants to do. He does not let me clarify his bullshit. Just give me a minute. I will explain.
All your religions are.
Are you here?
Yes,
he's a savage. All concepts.
Okay, what's going on, Anthony?
No, I want to say something to Peter. Peter, Sam.
Stop.
I want to ask Peter a simple question. Peter wants a simple question, man.
Anthony beat you. Just hold on a second. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna. I see what we got to do. I was gonna just say we need a little more moderation. It's a lot on you, brother. If you want to pass around some beans, we need they're out of control right now, bro.
Well, let's open up. Somebody got to open the stage up.
Don't pass any beans. I'm too sensitive.
AJ, hold on. Everybody has to everybody do that. Kind of open the stage, and then I'll reel back in for Q if we need to. So if everybody's on their best behavior, we don't have to do a Q. We'll see how it goes. But
I'm being right now. I'm not even being terrible. I want to ask Peter.
You're behaving. That's because it's 4 a.m. there or 3 a.m. I don't even know.
It's almost 6 a.m. I got insomnia. I can't sleep. So
yeah, you're kind of mellow. You're like, I like this paycheck. I like this one right here.
I'm tired. I can't sleep. It's no problem. I'm really going to see a doctor, get some melatonin. I don't know what the hell it is. I can't sleep.
You're going to ask Peter a question, and then let Peter answer.
I want to ask Peter a question. Very, very simple. The same one that Sam asked him. Are you pro IRGC? Do you hate the mullahs? You what?
I see them as terrorist organization.
Okay. Do you want the Shah to come back?
I want him to play a big role. I don't want him as a Shah.
You're against Shah, really? As an Iranian?
No, I am not against them. I am for them, but I don't want a king. Because Iran belongs to not belong to a person. Iran is a country, like others.
Peter, listening to people like you is the reason why Iran has been occupied for 47 years. Because you're a goddamn fucking pussy. When you do your first chance that you happen to get liberation, you don't even want the man that wants to free your people to be in charge of your country. What are you talking about? The Shah is the people that when Khomeini got killed by the United States and Israel, people in Iran, I have some friends in Tehran. You know what they were singing? They were singing Javad Shah in their fucking music in Tehran and everything else. And you come here, wait.
and you come here, and you live in Berlin. You're not even in Iran. And to be like, oh, I'm against the Shah and everything else. If you wait, Peter. If you don't want to step, wait, Peter, you're not even in the country. Don't come to help people like Peter, one second, buddy, you're gonna fly after me. Enough. 1 second. Let me finish speaking. You're boiling my blood and it's still early in the morning. Peter, wait a second. You come here and you tell people, oh, well, the IRGC is terrible, a horrible organization, 100%. And America and Israel are trying to liberate their own goddamn people. And you son of a bitch come here and say, oh, you know what? We don't need a king and everything else like that. What if the Iranian people want that? You're one person and you're not even in Iran and you can't even vote there. So shut the hell up with your bullshit and everything else like that. No, come here. No, wait. Let me finish. Wait, Peter. Peter, enough. You're in Berlin. Enough. Wait a second. Let me finish.
It's not yours.
Enough. Shut the hell up for 1 second.
I think you got that finish.
Finish, bro.
He'll never shut up. You don't have to finish. Just to give you FYI on that. We're gonna have
True, man. You're correct. Yeah. Thank you very much. You're correct about that. But Peter, it's the first time in 47 years you have a chance at freedom, liberation, and everything else like that. And your main focus is like,
Oh, you spend most of your time.
and everything else like that. Just gonna thank you, America. Thank you, the state of Israel. We're gonna be allies and friends forever. And then just get rid of the fucking mullahs. It's been 47 years. You did sweet fuck all about it. I mean, you fled to Germany, and you didn't even do it.
They've got to mull it over. Mull it over and remove the mullahs.
I just clarified for all this, not for you. I am 34 years old. I was in Iran from
34 going on 75, Peter.
I lived and grown up in Tehran, and that makes me credible in my point of view to comment on behalf of Iranians. Since I am judged as an Iranian all day long in the streets, I would have to explain why those assholes need to make those positions. Otherwise, I was not in this stage. If my interest was not shared with them, I don't give a fuck how they live. I feel sorry to be contaminated with some of these assholes. But I would have to defend them sometimes.
Peter, how would they judge your character? What would they say about Peter?
I don't trust them to have the same slogan with these assholes. They have always lied. They have always falsified documentation even for immigration to their destinations. Okay, why should I be able to trust these assholes? Of course, I prefer to deny them, but I cannot. Since I am judged them in the street, I would have to carry the burden, but I need to ask them to change this standard. You are thinking wrong about Iran. They live in some-free countries. They think that this version and this prescription is for this country. When it comes to Iran, when it kingdom, they have other tricks and things. Go fuck off. Go think twice. You're just a couple of steps back. Nothing is different in the national stage. We need to pass those steps that these modern countries pass to reach these steps. The prescription for Iran is not different. Okay? Just we are a couple of steps back. They don't realize this. They think that Iran is different, we want different prescription thing. That makes them delusional. And even when they see me on these stages, since they denied me and humiliated me all the way along when I opened this account in Clubhouse, it is heavy for them to accept that I take my credibility from international rooms. Okay? I take my credibility from international rooms, not from their rooms. They have always blocked me. They have always removed me.
Peter, are you worried about your personal security and safety in Iran? Are you worried that Clubhouse could be putting you in danger, Peter?
So I'm thankful to you to have this time on this stage. And I feel they don't need to
Peter, are you worried about your personal safety and security because of Clubhouse, Peter?
They won't be able to. They stopped my talent to be used for Iran because I got.
Peter, we know you're very talented, but do you have ears attached to your head, Peter? Are you worried about your personal security and safety because you're using Clubhouse, Peter? I know you're talking very loud and you're very emotional, but Peter, are you worried about your personal safety and security as a result of using Clubhouse in Iran?
Clubhouse in Iran is.
He's not in fucking Iran, he's in Berlin.
I am for half a year in Berlin, yes, I am not. If I am
If I am online from Iran, inside Iran right now, on this stage, I am
But you're not in Iran, though, Peter. You're not in Iran. Hey, man. Not hello, man. Oh, man, I'm getting crazy. It's too much information.
We liberated the Middle East, and we are now liberating the stage.
Exactly. We know
Yeah, Peter, you're too emotional, Peter.
Bring it, Peter. We got the situation I'm involved in.
We got it.
Don't care, bro.
everybody knows that
I understand Peter's opinion.
Iran should be given like
He has said that he is only a transitional leader.
I don't think you've ever seen what it takes to liberate a country. Because it really takes to liberate a
So what Peter is saying is that he only wants him as a transitional leader, which I respect.
We gotta have a conversation. Sam, whatever you say to Peter or to everybody, I don't know. I didn't hear it. People were talking.
I'm just saying. So the path that we were talking about, the Crown Prince, he has repeatedly said that he will only offer himself as a transitional leader. So there are monarchists, of course, like me, which say Javid Shah all the time because we love him and we trust him and only him. But there's also people that are not monarchists, and that's fine. They want him as a transitional leader. There's going to be elections, and then they can vote for whatever they want. That they're a communist, I don't know. But anyway, they can just vote for what they like. That's fine, and we respect that.
You don't just vote for what you like, sweetheart. You vote in a government which is organized and arranged in an efficient and productive way to support the people. It's not just what people feel and like. Do you know about open and fair elections? Hello?
Exactly. That's what we're heading to, Alistair.
Yeah, but in open and fair elections, sweetheart, you don't vote for communism. You don't vote for socialism. You vote for efficiency and growth and productivity and the things that are good for your society, not these evil, backward, liberal, socialist ways that you seem to want to sneak in there.
We're going to first be voting for what kind of system the people want. Is it a republic, a constitutional monarchy, or a full monarchy?
No, not until Zarina. What is allied with Prince? I don't go with Zarina, but I'm safe from. I would not risk my life with Zarina.
That's a great question, Sam. Like, what is...
Hey, Matt. Excuse me, Matt.
Sam.
Hey, dude, excuse me, I'm calling you. Sorry, someone will come and call me. I'm going to ask you a question. So, please, I respect everybody. Just give me a moment. So,
Gotta look, Marty. I was talking. Just hold on 1 second. Sam, what were you talking? What other systems do you envision that Iran will have? What are your thoughts? Like, go through that a little bit. I mean, what do you think? Is it going to be a theocracy still? What do you got?
Well, let me go out there.
Definitely. Well, if we look at the pollings, yeah. If we look at the polls in recently, I think it was 2024 and the end of 2024, done by Gaman, we can see that 80% does not want the regime, And
200 a pound wholesale at
does not want a
Costco.
theocracy. So they want a secular. Most Iranians, majority, 80%, wants a secular. We call it. English is my fourth language. Secular.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Party's gonna next after this. Go ahead, Sam. Finish up.
Oh wait, that was the answer to your question.
Perfect. Hey, Party, what do you make of that? What she said, or did you want to speak on something else? Better.
Sorry, I'm at work, man, so I have to go. I have to go anytime they call me. I just wanna, if I just stop talking, just please forgive me. So, you know what? I cannot talk against all Iranian. Iran is, lots of people, different. It's like big, different nations are mixing together, different opinion. But you guys maybe are interested to know something about Iran. You're asking me, you're asking someone else, but we are just saying our own opinion. If you want to know, you have to go to honest media and honest news and figure out, filter it yourself. So by your education, by whatever your knowledge, you figure out what's going on over there. So I'm just asking you some questions. Please think about that. If you want to answer now. I try to listen if I be in a room. If not, people can think about this. So who made Taliban in Afghanistan? And why was that?
Obama did.
No.
Trump was there. Taliban was the legitimate government. Hold up.
We'll have Party has had this. Hold up. We have a little ISO here. Party and Kaz, go ahead.
Who made Taliban in Afghanistan?
They fucking existed for decades. Let me tell you, they were fighting the fucking Russia, the Soviets.
Bingo. So USSR was getting over Afghanistan. So US CIA made Taliban. Taliban was already there as a small group. They weren't armed, but we armed them. Hold on. So you can talk about this later. Let me finish what I'm saying. So CIA armed them to kick USSR out of Afghanistan. Yes. They did. So who brought Ayatollahs to Iran? And why they brought it? What was the reason? You think? I'm talking about my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Please don't attack each other. Go think about this. Who brought Ayatollahs to Iran?
Think about it.
But listen, man, I just wanna.
Go ahead.
I've been on Clubhouse for a week and stuff, but I'm watching the good Trump news, and of course, yes, it's gonna bring peace to the Middle East. I already knew that. QAnon Ben said that. I don't know why people just don't go read QAnon. You'll know what the fuck going on. And I've been told y'all Trump is saving Israel first. Everybody been crying about Iran war. I've been told them it's good. Trump has it handled. They thought I was crazy. Now they know they're wrong. And then Trump also told Israel they can't bomb Lebanon no more. So everything I've been saying is coming true. Now, pay attention to you idiots in the room. I come here and say the same thing and never changes. Trump is going to take down Israel for last. I don't know how he's going to do it, but the stage is set.
That's dumb as shit, bro.
Yeah, well, from what I've been saying, it looks like I'm the smartest one on Clubhouse because I'm the only person that's been right.
You've been on here for a week?
I've been on Clubhouse since it came out, bro.
All right,
this is my 5th account, bro. But it looks like I'm the only person that stays consistent, and I'm the only one that knows what's going on. I'm the only one that tells the future.
You a prophet? Well, tell us the truth then, prophet.
The last time I got clipped was years ago.
Man, nobody cares about your clippings on Clubhouse. Tell us something informative. Hello?
Please.
Game Mikhail, dude.
You ain't living in MySpace, bitch.
It's an investment. It's an investment.
Shut up and you'll suck some more cock, weirdo. You were saying you got your news from somewhere. What was that?
First of all,
QAnon.
I get my notes from a lot of different sources, but QAnon, right? I follow QAnon. I read it. They told exactly what is going on years ahead. I read it, and I'm watching everything they say happen. That's why I can vouch for it, and I can come tell you what's going to happen. Get called crazy, months go by, because it looks like what I'm saying is the most credible thing, because everybody was wrong but me.
Who's Q? Kaz, who's Q?
So what
You
was
should
wrong?
No, guys. Who's Q? Who's Q? You say you follow it. Who is Q?
Well, you probably saying that because you think Q is Epstein. It's not.
No, I have no idea. I actually don't know. That's why I'm asking. Who's Q? Pull him out. Let him answer. Who's Q?
Military operations, somebody making drops and making claims.
Who's the person? Like,
we don't know. They say it's Donald Trump.
So you're saying Q is Donald Trump?
Yeah. They say it's Donald Trump.
Matt, do you know this?
Abby, there's little signals that give.
Abby, it doesn't matter who Q is.
I know it does matter because you're quoting someone. I'm asking who it is that you're quoting. I don't know who it is.
Listen.
So you're saying Q is Donald Trump?
Correct.
Who are they?
Correct person. I'm a truthful person.
I'm not questioning your veracity. I'm asking who the person is that you're relying on.
They're anonymous.
Well, but what are they? Like, how do they exist?
They exist because they're humans.
Well, what humans are they?
Okay. Guys, I'm guessing Q to me is Uncle Sam. I agree with what you're saying. Part of that.
Who
Uncle
is it?
Sam. Uncle Sam.
But
We
who
don't
is
know
it?
who is
Uncle
Uncle
Sam's a
Sam.
poster that we all saw as kids.
We don't know who is Uncle Sam.
Yeah, he's this really cool poster that has a beard and a top hat. So can someone tell me
He's doing what?
Because I'm not asking what you believe in, I'm asking who it is. Because I don't know.
It's like
Let him answer. Just let him answer.
He's the is a group of people that have information. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Now, how do I know they're credible? Because I pay attention. So when they say it's gonna happen, and I watch it happen, I can tell I already read this because of them. Multiple things. I don't believe in too many coincidences. So that's what it is to me. You don't have to believe me. You can stay on your surface level shit. You know,
That's what I was trying to ask people. You know, I was asking you who did it. That's your cue. You know, it's my cue too. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I appreciate it, buddy. But
yeah,
listen, I'm learning not to talk to people that don't believe me and ask for sources. People that ask for sources are idiots and they can't think for themselves.
People that ask for sources are idiots. Why do you believe that?
Why do you believe you can't prove anything, right?
What's an idiot to you?
Somebody that can't think for themselves. Somebody that questions other people because of their source and not.
So you think questioning and trying to understand the foundation of what someone's saying makes someone an idiot?
The construct of thinking is I can't believe this unless I have a source because you have no discernment and
I didn't question your veracity and believing in it. I just asked who it was.
Where are you going with this?
Because I'm trying to understand who it is you're quoting.
I just told you who it was. So
you said, so you're quoting Donald Trump, basically, is what you said. I'm just trying to understand who you're quoting. I didn't question your belief or your truth. It's your truth. I just want to know who it is you're quoting. Because you're saying this is what's happening, and this person says this is happening. So I'm asking who the person is. That's a fair question.
Look, Abby, and I'm giving you a fair answer. To me, it could have been your grandmother. If your grandmother was posting stuff on the internet, and then I saw it to come true, and I know she posted it first, and it happened a couple times. It doesn't matter if it's your grandmother.
This is fucking retarded.
My grandmother makes chicken soup.
Why do you run our conversation on this trash?
Mountain, so what were you asking me, Mountain? Because you asked me something earlier. What were you saying?
Like some chicken soup. Well, I mean, okay, so when you
with
Why are you
the,
guys entertaining this? This is
yeah, I don't even know why we are.
Yo,
but
I
you're
hate
right.
Pepe, can you explain to me who Q is?
Yo,
You
Jones
just-
generation Kevin and Peter
I don't think anybody knows exactly who it is. There was this young guy that was Dr. G. Shut your fucking mouth for a minute.
No, I'm talking.
No, you can shut your fucking
Bro, you've
mouth.
been talking for a long time,
Man,
Cass.
hold on. I was answering people's questions and I never got to land my plane, so y'all should get off my dick and wait y'all turn. You feel me? Y'all dick suckers. Shout out to Matt though, you feel me? Even though he disagreed with me, you know, he's a good moderator. But like I said,
He wanted the war. Look at his last position. The people who are claiming that
Jesus Christ, Peter.
they are communicating. Look at what they said to the poor.
Matt, you see what's going on with minority people. People like Pepe and people like Mountain, when people tell y'all stuff, stop attacking people that give you information just because you don't fucking know. You guys are idiots, bro. And you guys are the problem to why other people can't see the truth in things. Because who are you guys to say he's stupid? Just say you're stupid because you don't fucking know. You guys are idiots, bro. I read QAnon, right? And they said certain things, right? They said what was going to happen in Iran. They said what was going to happen with Epstein files years ago. They said Trump is bringing peace to the East. And guess what? I just voted. Is Donald Trump bringing peace to the Middle East? Why is that a question? Well, I already knew that would be a question way before. So that's what he's doing. Saudi Arabia's on board. Everybody's on board. And I told you he's saving Israel for last. He has to clean up the mess on the outside. Then he's going to come clean up the mess on the inside. Then you will see people like Obama on trial and shit like that. Y'all this shit. And Mountain, you had a question for you. Mountain.
I mean, you already told us the truth and things, so I mean, I appreciate it.
Because I think, you know, certain people on Earth are NPCs, and, you know, Pepe is one of them.
Hold on. Cass, just 1 second. The problem is Pepe and all these guys. If he doesn't land, he's just gonna keep going. So we gotta like, okay, Cass, you're kind of wrapped up. If you don't,
Yeah, I'm kind of, I was just trying to get Mountain's question. I'm wrapped up. I'm just trying to get Mountain's question.
Because like you're pretty hot on the trigger, and Pepe's gonna answer that question about QAnon, and then if Mountain wants to do
But
something.
man, can you tell Pepe why is he yelling? I'm very calm with what I'm
No, I
saying.
got it.
Pepe yelling like, bro, you want, like, you off a coke or something, bro? Chill out.
No, it's all good, Cass.
Matt, can you just ask him where do you read what I'm now Googling trying to understand? Where do you read what Q is saying? Like where do you find it?
Go on Twitter.
Abby, don't come off the mic. That's the problem.
Go on Twitter.
They had a website like God damn it, was it the fuck, I forget the name of it.
4chan.
Well, no, there was 4chan, but then there was another one that it was a like a pro-Trump.
Oh, you're talking about for Trump. I know you're talking about.
Yeah,
Trump, whatever.
Yeah. And there were reporters or journalists that think they might have guessed who it was or found who it was, and it was like this kind of a guy in his 20s. Nobody of significance. I have no idea who it was. I mean, but it was largely the problem with QAnon is that you have no idea what you're getting. And, people will say, "Oh, well, they were right. Trust the plan." But a lot of it, unfortunately, didn't come true. Like, for example, when the 2020 election, it was trust the plan. That comes from QAnon. They were going to bring charges against a bunch of corrupt government officials, and Trump was going to be rightfully installed as president. And so, I don't take it seriously.
Real quick, actually, so this is good timing because J.D. Vance just came out that, and I'm pretty sure that isn't a troll. I'll have to look into it. He's looking into the Pizzagate. Did you hear about that, Cass? Is that?
Oh yeah, of course, because everything, man.
He has criminal charges coming.
Yes, everything is.
Who has criminal charges coming?
J.D. Vance is looking into.
I can't hear because Ken keeps fucking running his mouth.
Hold on, I'm doing that, bro.
I'm trying to listen to what Signat was saying.
Let me say what I'm saying.
No, because you talk over him and I can't hear. I want to hear what he has to
You
say.
sound like you're Italian and you're greasy, bro.
It's all good, Cass. All good.
No, I would say Pizzagate's being investigated by JD Vance. I'm just gonna go look at it, double check it.
Chris?
I'll tweet about it. JD Vance.
He doesn't know who that is.
No, I know who JD Vance is. He said who's being investigated?
He don't even know what that is. All the Trump's are the wrong person, Matt.
God damn, shut your fucking... Jesus Christ.
Matt, his dudes are
Matt,
uncontrolled.
just put this fucking chip in the audience. You know how to behave.
We can't hear, bro. Like, we keep interrupting, man.
Like, I'm trying to get simple information, but you literally stop. You literally make it so that I can't hear his voice. And so I have to keep on asking over and over again.
You learn by me.
Put his black ass in the goo. Like, he just does not know when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, for what?
Yes, I am being racist. Go eat a fucking dick.
Because you agree to Italian.
Amazing. I'm not Italian. Amazing.
But listen, bro, what the students shouldn't be talking. If y'all don't know, then shut the fuck up and listen to what me and
Okay, okay, can I please hear Matt first, and then you can go.
Yeah, because you said please, I'll be respectful too.
Don't do this. You don't want all this.
He don't want that. I'm more
I
aggressive.
get it, guys, but it goes downhill from there. Just don't do it.
But go ahead, man.
Yeah, all good. Pepe, I was saying JD Vance is looking into Pizzagate folks, whatever that means, like whoever's all involved with that shit. So, the actual crime itself, not the people that were out there on 4chan putting that out there. I don't think, but I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah, no.
Let's see, okay.
Okay.
Maui, so I could go.
Yeah, okay. So, like, from what I remember from QAnon, it was a big hoax. Like, at first, like, I do remember a bunch of mega people were trying to probe whether or not it was real, and then there was some weird shit going on in there, and most of us deemed it as to be a hoax, man. QAnon was just a giant hoax.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I'd like to hear the information.
But please be respectful.
Let me finish. You gotta let me finish here, man. So, I would just like to hear exactly a few things, not some vague shit, but some actual stuff, like where you got it, like what it's talking about Israel, what is it that everyone was talking about, I guess.
So QAnon, right? So one thing you have to understand, the media is not on your side. So if you heard it was a hoax, it's because people are manipulating you to think it was a hoax. If you don't understand that, you will forever be lost. That's the problem with you. But QAnon has been, if you follow it, right? If you actually follow it yourself, I'm not talking about, CNN says a hoax. They said it was a hoax. Go look at it yourself and with integrity, right? So they made a lot of claims. One, about the whole island before these files even came out. I already knew about the Epstein files because I believe in, y'all call them conspiracies. I just call them smart people know how to connect the dots to know what actually is going on, and dumb people call it conspiracies because the smart people that don't want to.
Listen, that was the dumbest way to explain it.
You're stupid, so
you're not talking to me because trust me, you need to calm your ass down.
If I'm not talking to you, then shut
you better.
Very gay around McHugh. Stop.
And listen, Mountain, please don't get off your mouth because now you just want to dick suck off a cat. So don't do it.
Mountain's not even on my side if you were paying attention. We're not even cool. I don't even follow the boy. But basically, so what's going on is basically it's intel. QAnon is intel. Some say it's military intel, but they've made a lot of claims. The Pizzagate, if people know Pizzagate, it's real. It's three people on this earth. People that know what's going on, people that don't know what's going on, and people that just, I forgot what the third one, people that just watching it or whatever. But the pizza, I stay in DC, so the Pizzagate, that's a restaurant. The owner is some dude, it's like the cannibal restaurant or some shit. But basically, it's a lot of claims. Pizza means little boys, little girls. That's what they call them. They do murder these people, torture kids, and all types of stuff, right? It's crimes against humanity. Trump is here to save the kids. If you see, there's a great number of kids being saved from sex trafficking. And then the Epstein files come out, which corroborates with the story. You hear a lot of mentions about pizza. It's like when do the stupid people, like this whole thing is really about waking up the stupid people. Because once the stupid people are woken up, then we can move forward.
Because if we move forward, now the stupid people again woken up first. There's gonna be a lot of commotion. So what's going on right now?
It's so funny listening to stupid people who think they're smart. It's so amazing.
Listen, I know I'm smart, but I'm not claiming I'm smart. I'm just claiming I know how to connect these dots and I see the truth. So basically, Pizzagate. You have Pizzagate. Obama ordered like $66,000 worth of pizzas at the White House, right? There's an email in the SE files that basically says, "Oh, we should have been more careful about doing this shit in the White House." From Hillary Clinton. So if you know how to connect dots and start seeing it, then the files says pizza, jerky. When they're talking about kids,
You remember the email about hot dogs?
Yes. So and people really think. Yes, man. I remember it. So if people really think they're ordering real hot dogs and ordering $1,000, no. What they're doing is trafficking kids into the White House because Obama's a homosexual, and that's what they're doing, man. It's so crazy. I understand why it sounds crazy to people, but I'm not saying this is crazy shit. But this is what's really, there's a woman. There's a lot of bro. I like talking about this because this is the biggest thing that nobody really talks about. Some people do. Obama, homosexual, bad person. This lady came to see Obama because she was complaining about her husband died in 9/11, and she wanted to open an investigation 9/11. She went to see Obama. She died 2 weeks later in a fucking plane crash. That's how they kill people, bro. And Obama's chef was basically writing a book exposing everything. He died in a fucking 3 feet pool because he was basically letting everybody know he was having homosexual relationships with Obama, bro. It's not about Obama. It's bigger than that. But he's one of them. Hillary's one of them. And if I've been paying attention, that's what Trump is fighting. It's not Iran. Iran. Trump didn't want to go into Iran and do anything for real. He just had to go there because they're.
All right, let's see if you can connect these dots. I don't know how. All right, my turn. Here we go. Okay, so how long have the Epstein files been here all along? They've been here for quite a while, even during Biden, right? So now you have this guy Epstein, which is a fucking pedophile, a disgusting fucking human being. Okay, which by the way is dead now, thankfully. But you have this guy, and people keep using this as a diversion from the fact that Trump is literally has killed a guy, that his regime legalized child marriage from 9 years old, and he's literally trying, if you guys let him, to take down the regime where they rape women in the jail, and where I just don't get it. You guys don't see it's a diversion. Everything they do, they accuse of it. They try to divert with some fucking guy named Epstein. Do you connect the dots or no? It's their propaganda. You're spooning.
So
literally their propaganda.
Listen, it's easy. I get why you think that, and I don't blame you for thinking that. But when you know how to discern it, when you actually pay attention and you're not biased, because I'm not biased, bro. But when you're unbiased, when you don't really have a horse in this race, and you're just looking, it's not about trying to prove I'm not a Republican or Democrat. I'm a supporter of Trump, and I know what he's doing. That's what it is. It's easy to think that Trump is a part of it, and it's their propaganda. But no, this is not a propaganda because nobody is talking about this. When they spread propaganda, people talk about it, right? Most people don't care. They say QAnon is a hoax. If it was their propaganda, the word around town wouldn't be QAnon is a hoax. It would be like, it's real, we need to get on it. Propaganda that is spread by elite powerful people works. This propaganda, if it was them, is terrible because nobody believes this shit. So your point fails flat because you're not thinking deep enough. They're good at it because they're good at it.
There's no percentage of people like yourself that actually parrots their propaganda, and I'm here in the West, and I'm like, holy shit. So this shit on state media, they're repeating here.
So basically, state media, that's not the main media branches. We know who the main media branches. That's where the propaganda is spread, right? But people like you'll find out later.
But the thing is, guys, one thing you're not realizing, for the past 45 days in Iran, there hasn't been any internet. So when you're talking about state media, they're trying to educate you on something that you don't even understand. From America's point of view, yeah, correct. But in Iran, for the last 45 days, there's not been any internet. You cannot connect with people. My point is, she's trying to educate you and you're listening. And you keep talking about pure.
Check, this isn't a university, check. No one's here to come here to get educated, check. Please, if you got a point to make a point. And stop asking so many questions. Just tell us something informative. Thank you very little.
Okay, every time I talk, you always give the chance. One second. My point is, you two are having different conversations. You're not understanding each other. Like she's trying to tell you something different, and you're trying to tell her something different.
No, you're listening to her. She says I'm spreading their
Alright, let me
propaganda.
do
No, bro, you're not listening.
Okay,
You're not
maybe
listening to each other, bro. It's fucking.
I apologize. Let me re-explain myself. What I'm saying is that there are countries that hate America that I know very well, by the way. And I know the things that they have been spewing, and the things that they have been spewing into the world on your little social media platforms and stuff, is like you guys read that and you don't realize that they're trying to feed you their propaganda to make you hate America. For purposes.
See, okay, I get what you're saying. No, basically, I get what you're saying.
What's up?
I get what you're saying.
What the fuck I mean?
I get what you're saying. Bro, let me, bro, Peter Parker, you're not Spider-Man, bro. Shut the fuck up. Listen, I get what you're saying. But the whole thing is, no, I know when this is their propaganda versus my own understanding of things. I don't fall for propaganda. You know, most people, here's the thing, you guys say it's propaganda. And I ask you, what do you believe? Who do you believe? And whatever answer you give me, I can tell you
Not
why
your
it's
enemy,
propaganda.
honey. Not your enemy. Don't
But
believe
I don't
her.
hate you. Who said I hate? I don't hate America. I'm just telling you what's going on in our own household. Simple as that. I'm telling you, somebody, man, and I'm telling you, Donald Trump is here cleaning that shit up. I love America, you know, and you know, Trump love America. Other people love America, and they're doing right by America. You know, I know who doesn't like America, and I know who does. You know, that's what it is. And no, this is not coming. This is not coming.
I think Peter wants to get something out, Kaz.
What is that, Peter?
Peter, what do you got?
I've got something important. I am pursuing the news in Isra, and Prince Reza Pahlavi recently announced that we did not sacrifice this number of lives for another JCPOA. And I am wondering why the people who are asking me to say Javed Shah chose the peace option in this pool.
Nobody's asking you that. I just told you.
Nobody's asking you to say fucking Javed Shah.
It's not just billionaires, it's the corporations funding billionaire intent space. It's a bailout for Wall Street and attempts to fool the people.
We're not asking you to say that.
I am on the track of Prince Reza Pahlavi.
I don't give a fuck if you like the Pahlavi or not.
I'm also glad, but I am not this radicalist like
These people is crazy.
I don't care, bro. If you like Prince Reza Pahlavi or not, you bullshit, bro.
The same front.
Bro, just fuck your body away and go get a return fucking Pahlavi with your bullshit, bro. Just fuck up with it, bro.
Shut up.
Nobody's asking you to say that.
Mary Jane is falling off a good
Yes,
right
you're
now.
right, Peter. We're all wrong. Okay, shut up.
Peter, shut the fuck up. Don't go eat a fucking American. Nobody's asking you to say that, bro. We
You can listen to people like that.
If I don't like the freak or not, nobody cares, bro. Like, fuck off.
It's because of your reasoning.
What treason? I'm not fucking Iranian, you dumb cunts. What the fuck has to do with Iran? I'm not Iranian. What the fuck are you calling me people to this world?
You. That's the thing.
Shut the fuck up. Stop fucking
Hold on.
Why you sound like you would have a heart
Who are you calling into?
It used to be like a fucking like it used to be like cartoon character voice or something.
moral of the story.
Everybody here is a cartoon character.
Don't fuck me. You are disobeying the police while you are radically
Baljeet, man. Baljeet, chill out, Baljeet.
Sam, where are you from, by the way? I mean, this is a lot of years.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Shut the fuck up, the money's on his speak.
But why have people that are from where you from always like this, man?
We're all like that.
You don't give a fuck if you say fuck or not.
Nobody asked you anything. Oh my god.
Hey,
We don't give a fuck if you say Johnny.
I'll try one more time. Yeah, it's all good, bro. Everybody's coming for you. I get you. If you're going for your neck, I got you. Sam, where are you from the U.S. or I don't even know where you're from?
What do you believe in, Sam?
You don't have to say it, but I'm just.
I don't want to share where I'm from.
Okay, you're gonna do it. No
What
worries.
do you believe, Sam? Who do you believe?
I believe in
That's a
God.
big general question.
No, in terms of okay, basically, man, what I'm asking you is,
Excuse me, you were just asking Cass who is Q, give you the name, and you don't want to say anyone where you're from, no sharing basic, you know? No, Cass, I'm just saying that she was asking you the name. Give me the name. It's to me, it sounds like she wants to send. Yeah, I know, buddy.
Like facts. That's your own facts. Facts. Government career parasite.
I'm talking about Sam was asking you
Race hustle. Low IQ scandal fraudster.
Some of us were thinking about that. That's why I
You're asking me a question that's basically
yeah, and now Matt is asking. Exactly. Matt is asking where are you from. Nobody's gonna go after you. You're from Iran. I'm Iranian American. Guys, you're sorting at Iran. I just listen. You know?
I mean, Barty, I was gonna ask.
Nobody can go after me.
Because it's like people like this, right? When I tell them, that sounds stupid. Okay. Who do you listen to? Where do you get your information from? How do you know it's true? So, I always have something to say, but I can tell you why I don't believe in what I believe in, and why I believe what I believe. When I ask people, okay, what do you believe? They either tell me their beliefs, or they say the stupidest things. Like, what do you believe in? Okay, that's basically what I'm asking. Where do you get your information? How do you cooperate and confirm your information?
Share the info with you.
Please.
Somebody should unplug you. Somebody should unplug you.
A while or so.
Take some break.
Spider-Man, chill out, bro.
Take some break.
How did you know it was valid?
Yeah, I like this question.
I'm gonna ask you something.
Let's go. I get my information. Do you mean like in general information?
Okay, you see how I have a belief system, right? How do you know when it's okay to believe something? Where do you get your information from? What do you consider valid? What do you consider invalid? Is all information good information that you discern like good? What do you believe is going on? If you don't believe me, what do you believe?
Well, I definitely don't just believe one person
I'll tell you what's going on.
Information. I'm
Don't bring
talking.
God in. I don't understand.
If you want to answer,
Don't bring
let
God
me
in.
speak.
Let her answer. Let
Go
her.
ahead.
Secondly, you have all these information outlets. You have leftist information outlets, which recently I discovered are very, very one-sided and unfortunately not completely like giving all the context.
You
And
just found this
you
out
have
now.
the rights. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
And then you have the right-wing media outlets, and you have the centrist media outlets. And I just like all of these different outlets, and also from universities, and yeah, so basically that's where I get my information from. I don't go on social media for my information. That's one thing, that's for sure.
Okay, I see what the problem is. So,
The university have different information, no?
please, Peter.
What is she talking
Yeah,
about?
so Matt, if you could see her answer. One, I took a couple things. She said she just recently discovered that the left is, bro, I've been knew this. Some people, we all know this. So you were listening to the left and you recently found out they're lying because you don't have any discernment. Because you would have been new for years. Now, I'm not telling you to listen to the left. I'm not telling you to listen to the right. And you listen to universities. But the thing is, you're giving your own power away based on the information you receive. Because every information, you have to receive it from people that have to state the information before it gets to you. Me, and then you're going to discredit social media. Well, you just said you take information from everywhere. I take information from everywhere too. And I know social media is one of the biggest places to get the information from because social media has all the truths on there. So if you go to Twitter, you will see everybody posting information in real time. Now, you're not going to just take the information. You're going to go down the rabbit hole. Usually people have a lot of explanations and evidence to the stuff that they say.
You can get some
Right,
information
but the
from
thing is,
social media, but not only.
I get you, Sam, but the point I'm trying to make is your level of discernment to me, you have a weak level of discernment because you just X'd out social media, right? So basically what I know way
I
more.
did not. I just told you I do get some stuff from social media, but not
right. I don't exclusive. I get information from everywhere, but I have discernment because you would not say anything I was saying is stupid or far fetched if you've actually gotten all the information, right? Because what I'm saying, other people know this because this is real information. So what you're telling me is you just
You're literally repeating what she said already, dude. Yes, you're being disingenuous as.
I heard what she said. Because when I said what I said,
she said she gets it from like world pieces of university, studies, and she gets some from social media. And all you're doing is saying the same thing backwards. And she, because she has a different culture or ethnicity than you. Bro, all you've been doing is like hate bashing, bro. Like she's a different old group. Her version of culture and ethnicity is different than yours and mine. Like, give her a freaking break, bro.
You're making a conversation. Look, it doesn't matter what your culture is, but there's only one truth, right? There's only one truth.
I don't have discernment. I don't know the truth. You're like a conspiracy.
You don't even know what you don't even know.
Okay, these are ad hoc attacks. Let's not matter anything she said.
Okay, guys, we got it. Let me just get more people in here. I do like this. I like the subject though, because it does really matter where people get their information. I do think Sam does do more than just, she does get her stuff.
He doesn't know what QAnon is, bro.
Well, we know what it is. Everybody knows what it is. It doesn't mean that they don't know what's going on.
It means you don't think.
What do you know about MIRC and Galnet servers and serving files? Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, you don't know that? Oh, you're so
How's that relevant?
Yeah, because you're trying to tell her that what she doesn't know that you know makes her irrelevant to your point of view.
You gotta know what's important, what's going on, right? So this room right here, we're talking about Trump and Iran, right?
Back in. All right. Sam, welcome to the stage.
I wouldn't know that you know because it's hashtag is sensitive information to
Jesus. Alright, so one of the things that goes with the mother movement is that it's a cult, right? The Father Trump can say that he about a meme that says he's Jesus Christ.
Trump, we're coming to Atlanta to see you, Tim, and we're gonna save you.
He didn't say he was Jesus. Mother people don't wait. Whatever else is this, dude? I will never support Trump. I will never be mother. The fact that mother people don't do that proves to you that mother is a cult. Today, a mother congressman said Trump is the second coming. That's what mother. Hold on. Let me tell you, I'm the man. Mother people, you are a cult. If you come in,
Why are you whispering? Are you in the basement? Number one, are you in the basement?
You are a flipping.
It's all funny, dude. Hey, Tanner, are you sad that we're winning? Are you sad that we're winning?
Oh, you are.
What, are you in the basement?
Disgusting cult. You always were.
It's okay, you're not getting in trouble. We're
No,
not speaking your
Tanner,
mind.
you're making me rethink my choices about supporting Trump. I'm a cult? It's a cult? No way.
One, speak your mind. Speak your mind, one. Speak louder. Speak louder. If the person's there with the gun, don't worry.
I'm rethinking my choices about Trump now. It's a cult. I've just learned. Oh no, it's about supporting. Oh, don't tell me that, man. That's
Can you
too
whisper
much.
any lower? Can you go lower in your whisper?
Trump has presented himself as a deity, and you still support him.
Tell us how the earth is flat all over again.
There was a ton of Osama memes showing you as holy.
Cool, I'm part of a cult now. I like this. Cool. I didn't know that. Whoa.
When Obama was the Messiah, we had a conversation. What do you make of Obama being the Messiah? He was talking about him.
Wait, Obama did Obama? Did what a meme saying that he's the Messiah?
No, but people did, and nobody outraged.
His White House referenced it in one of the first press briefings.
Do you see what the problem with 10 is saying? 10. Let me answer it with a yes or no. Did Donald Trump say,
he's gone,
I am Jesus Christ? Yeah. Or this is me as Jesus? Did he say that?
No, he left.
He's gone, dude.
No.
Time out. I feel like we're being a little bit maybe disingenuous. I mean, he doesn't need to say.
Our play food? I don't know.
Well, he doesn't need to say. He doesn't need to say that he's the Messiah for the second time. I mean, posting that image. I mean, whether or not someone actually. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that the middle of my sentence began during your sentence. So, whether or not he's saying that he's a Messiah, that one is without a doubt disrespectful, and a lot of Christians comparing it to blasphemy. So, I mean,
here's the thing though. He posted a picture. Now, tell me, what was evil about that picture? And one, yes, he does need to say, this is me as Jesus Christ.
I'm disrespectful.
You can't just go by the picture of him touching somebody, right? And hating somebody, wearing something that not only Jesus has worn, and say he's saying he's Jesus Christ, is blasphemy. Bro, you guys are reaching, because if you really just look at the picture and listen to what I'm saying, you'll see, this isn't blasphemy. He isn't doing it.
Are you saying he's a doctor, or are you saying that you're making the claim that he looks like a doctor?
I'm saying what he did say was he's a doctor. I say you guys say he's Jesus Christ. He's let me tell you what was disrespectful about that picture, because didn't Jesus say to be just like Jesus? Didn't Jesus say to be like him?
Are you prescribing me what I'm supposed to do as a believer of Jesus Christ? Are you prescribing me what I'm supposed to believe as what Jesus Christ wants me to believe? Are you prescribing to me? You're not answering the question. Are you prescribing to me what I'm supposed to think as a follower of Jesus Christ? Yes or no?
I'm prescribing to you. No, I'm prescribing to you. Did Jesus tell us to be like him?
That's not what I asked. So your answer is no. You're not telling me, but then you continue
tell me, which is a prescription for you to continue to tell me how I'm incorrect with my own belief system. So please continue to tell me how I'm wrong, Kaz.
Yes, this is why you're wrong.
All you have is ad hominem attacks. You can't actually attack the crux of you. You attack the people within the view.
3 reasons why you're wrong. You could attack these points. I want to hear you attack these 3 points with logic, right? Beat my point. I'm making a point for you to beat my point and prove me wrong and make me look stupid.
What them are you? You here moving to the south side, working apartment. You could probably win the election. You would actually have to do it. Still.
Let me say this again. 1, the picture does not
What are you?
Jesus Christ. Is that a fact? Is it Jesus Christ having sex or doing smoking cigarettes? No. It's healing people. Is that what Jesus did? Yes. Can you heal somebody as a person?
Of America to the Republic, for which it stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's the claim I'm making. I'm giving you both sides. Whichever way you want to look at it, right?
Make up your ever-loving mind.
Bro, shut up and listen, you old ass man. You always have
I'm old. You might want to learn from the wisdom of your elders instead of being a little fucker.
So this is a new age. Clubhouse is a new thing, not an old thing, okay? So you're in the wrong place.
Who do you think made it?
Made it for who? Not old.
You kids didn't make this shit. It was the old heads that made this thing. Y'all taking over like you like, oh, we invented this. We invented peanut butter. Didn't you know black men invented peanut butter?
Is the pictures disrespecting Jesus in any way, have him doing something he wouldn't do? No. 2, did Jesus Christ tell us not to follow in his footsteps? And 3, did Trump say that was him, Jesus, and is Jesus the whole?
Number 2 would be wrong. Because he told us to follow. He told us to follow his footsteps.
If you're gonna rebuttal one of those 3 points on all of them, don't say nothing.
Sure. So, Kaz, the New Testament, and before I
You prevented shit from rising into the top.
about the laws of the Old Testament when talking about Christianity. First, I don't even know if you are a Christian, but it does say in Romans 2 about claiming divinity or even a form of divinity and providing power or even being ordained by God as a form of blasphemy. And so depicting yourself in the image, healing the nation, which he said, I'm a doctor, I'm healing the nation there. So he's saying in that image, he feels that he's healing the nation, which, I guess that's a subjective term, but can consider especially through that picture, that's divine. Putting your hand on someone and healing them, that's a divine power. So, yes, that would be considered blasphemy in the New Testament.
So you're saying the people that followed in Jesus' footsteps in the Bible were blasphemous to Jesus because they're doing his work, right?
Didn't Jesus say, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's? Wouldn't it be like in the modern days with people that are alive now? Render unto Trump what is Trump's? All you gotta do is interrupt. Because I made a point.
Why don't have it pay as you go?
Explain it first.
I said, did Jesus not say, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's?
What is that?
Yes, he did. But those people are dead. That's 2,000 years ago. Can you shut the fuck up for fucking 5 seconds?
What you saying, bro?
I would if you would shut the front door.
That's what you should have done next.
Shut the front door. Go on mute.
Explain what you
Go on mute.
Money well spent when you can only fund 4% of health insurance corps everything. Why not have a pay-as-you-go system of efficiency for healthcare? Stop the annual budgets and so on.
Keep going or what, bro?
Keep on, bro. I'm waiting for him.
We're gonna beat it up, so
There's no noise coming through my phone.
That's right.
All right, we're gonna wrap up this discussion, I think. I don't know.
Matt, this is Alistair. I'd like to say something about Epstein and Alex Jones and the truth that has come out.
You say Epstein?
Yeah, Epstein, because the truth is we're talking about QAnon here, and QAnon is a banned hashtag. It's totally censored because there is such conspiratorial information that in some people's minds it can cause schizophrenia and revolutionary fervor. So, but the point is, Podesta, Bill Epstein, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, dozens of other people. Nobody's been arrested, but dozens have resigned. And that's the only outcome of this entire thing. But now that the Iran war is all wrapped up, I'm sure Trump's going to look internally inside the country and reinvade these woke liberal cities with the National Guard, the Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, and we're going to remove these Venezuelans by their necks, and we're going to drag them to the airplanes and the buses, and we're going to do the biggest deportation, illegal alien invasion deportation operation in American history. It will make Operation Wetback look like Operation, I don't know, no sacred cows. Let's just say that. Rabbano Shalom, good Shabbos. Everybody have a great miracle of a Shabbos. And don't forget, America and Israel are connected at the hips. And if you think just another $100 billion for security is too much to pay and you're worried about paying your property taxes, just remember that Uncle Sam doesn't give a fuck if the government sells your home out from underneath you because you can't pay your property taxes. The teachers' unions have to be paid. These communist, socialist, liberal, Democrat leaders are nothing but bullshit artists, fraudsters, scammers, thieves, and traitors. And you know what you do to a traitor with the Second Amendment? You take action. You do.
Now, just to your point, bro, yes, just to let y'all know what's going to happen to the QAnon, they say after, shut the fuck up. The QAnon, they say, the QAnon, hey, don't you gotta be swinging on buildings with your web or something, bro? Like, yo, Peter, bro, chill out, man. Come on, we're trying to get some shit going.
Peter, pumpkin eater!
After this war in Iran is wrapped up, right, Israel is last, and that's when we should start seeing the things that we want, which is these people getting in trouble. So if you see a lot of people been silent, even Bill Gates, he's on trial in the Netherlands for lying about COVID. Y'all should start seeing how everything connects to each other, leads back to the United States, leads back to the Epstein files, and you'll be surprised, bro, by what happens next. Just remember I told y'all, and when it's happening, pay attention. Remember I told y'all this shit, bro. You know, because all this shit's coming true. Thank you.
Hey, Matt, you see why Matt, you see why I don't take your room seriously sometimes. I mean, letting an idiot like this guy speak.
What makes
Uh-oh, somebody's projecting, Ben. Somebody's projecting, Ben. Ben, you're projecting. Michael Jackson, you're projecting, Ben. Ben, you're projecting.
I love you, but letting idiots like this speak for this nonsense. Look, I've heard Cass speak in several rooms, and every time I hear them, like, nobody God created can be this dumb.
Got it, Ben. So what was on Weiner's laptop, Ben? What was on Anthony Weiner's laptop that a dozen New York Police Department officers died after they saw? What was on Weiner's laptop, Ben? And who is Huma Abedin married to now? Alex Soros.
Yo, Matt, people like him, they don't know about the Anthony Weiner laptop. That's the problem, Matt.
It was an accusation. He broadcast. He gets to respond to it.
Right. So, Ben,
so
Ben, you say I'm dumb, right? And this is why people like you, don't attack me for what I believe in. Just ask yourself, why don't I know this shit? You know? Because you're the dumb one. I'm just giving you information, and what people, the reason the information is out there is somebody always trying to discredit somebody. Stop trying to discredit what you don't know and go learn and go prove me wrong. Don't call me dumb. Don't hold up the conversation. Don't manipulate people. You don't even know about the Anthony Weiner laptop.
It's just projection, Kaz. He has no point. He just comes in here to project. That's it.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of real confirmed things that confirm the conspiracy things, right? So that's what I'm saying. You take real facts. You have to use real facts to even confirm the shit you don't know. And that's what I've done. The Anthony Weiner laptop is real, bro. The fragile trick.
How did he confirm it? How did he confirm?
For example, let me tell you this. Let me tell you one thing. Bro, shut up. Let me answer your question, bro.
Guys, chill.
Let me answer one question, right? So, in the Hillary Clinton, let me tell you, I already know you.
I was in the room, so someone said very rightfully.
You want me to walk you through it? You want me to walk you through it? Okay, just be quiet.
He never brings any receipts.
So let me tell you, did you Hillary Clinton deposition, yes or no?
The one with Epstein?
About Epstein recently, yes or no?
Not really. I mean, I heard snippets.
Okay, so this is the problem, right? You didn't watch this interview. So I watched everything. If you watch that interview, you would hear them ask her, do you know anything about the Anthony Weiner laptop in the video Frazzle Trip? You would hear them ask her that question. And you will see her respond and her lawyer get mad, and then they go off the record. But they officially asked her about the Anthony Weiner laptop and Frazzle Trip. Now, if you don't know what the Frazzle Trip conspiracy is, it's a video of Hillary Clinton killing a little girl, ripping her face off. So, listen, bro, and this all connects to Pizzagate and X-Files. You're lost because you have no discernment. You have nothing. I can't help you, bro. I can't help you, bro.
Answer. Even you that is MAGA, I'm sure your chocolate man.
You asked him about what I said. You asked him why they asked him.
How do you spell that? Dude, can you put a link in the chat? I've been in several rooms where I've actually told you, can I finish? I've been in several rooms, and not just myself. People have always said, Kaz comes on stage and just says the dumbest and most best thing without any proof.
You know, if you're in a room with stupid people, you're going to be stupid.
I know that you are the Socratic method of like spinning everything into like spinning confusion into the conversation, because there was Sam making a very good point, and then you took it personally and you took the high ground of being a victim, and then you started slamming her. Dude, all you started doing was ad hominem attacks. You never attacked any one of the points.
You guys are doing ad hominem.
Bro, all you are is a distraction of a complete digression. That is literally your whole shtick. This is literally your whole thing, bro.
Anthony Weiner laptop. Why did they ask her?
Because they were stupid.
Yeah, it's a truth.
Okay, Bingus, if you ask the question, people. You get the.
You heard his answer. He said because they were stupid.
Hold on. Bingus answered. Ben, this is the way this works. Go ahead, Ben. Go.
Yeah, because they asked that. Let me be a little bit nicer. They asked that question because they're as retarded as you. And to ask that kind of conspiracy field question on a national stage like that.
Do you know who Anthony Weiner is?
Same people. Now, look at what you're saying. Oh,
do you know who Anthony Weiner is?
Hillary Clinton.
Dude, we all know he's a congressman that sent dick pics, dude. Nobody fucking cares, dude.
Basically, he's guilty of doing pedophilia shit, right?
He sent it to an adult woman. That's not pedophilia, you dumb fuck.
Listen, bro, I know what I have to do. Let's connect the dots slowly, right? Let's see how stupid he is.
Let's hear how dumb your conspiracies can be.
You know why you're going to prove how stupid you are. So basically,
he does the same thing on every stage. So I'm surprised. So
let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner. Let me get this straight. Hold on, Ben. Let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner is
Hey, man. Catherine, your girlfriend.
Ben. Let me get this straight. Anthony Weiner, he's a real person associated with Hillary Clinton. The laptop is real. He did get in trouble for sending dick pics to underage girl. So all of these
it was an underage staffer, you dumb fuck.
So all of these are real, right? It was an overage staffer. What the fuck? It was a 14-year-old girl. But so all of these.
Let me use it.
I got you.
Trump is a real person, right?
I got you.
Trump is a real person, right?
Yeah.
He was in pictures with Epstein, right?
Did he go to jail like Anthony Weiner?
Let me finish.
Epstein was accused of Anthony Weiner.
To little girls, right?
Your point is
so
dead.
By induction or by whatever logic you're using, Trump did something, right? You see how dumb it sounds?
Here's the difference.
Really see how dumb it sounds?
Anthony Weiner
went to jail.
Went to jail for that.
Matt, are you recording this so he can play it back to himself?
Hey, Anthony Weiner, you sound retarded. Somebody went to jail for doing something, and you're talking about the man that didn't go to jail because none of this shit was found to be true. You're talking about
Epstein didn't go to jail. Epstein didn't go
jail, dude?
Anthony Weiner went to
Anthony Weiner. Anthony fucking Weiner, bro. Listen. Anthony fucking Weiner. He just said it. Brother, Anthony Weiner.
He went to jail. He pled guilty to sending inappropriate pictures to a 15-year-old girl. He did do that. But like you act like there's some other conspiracy, like drizzle, like Hillary Clinton ripped the face off of some girl in Pizzagate. How do you make that fucking connection?
Because the Fauser video was found on the Anthony Weiner laptop. This is the same Anthony Weiner that went to jail for doing pedophilia.
Wait, you're telling me that like the Department of Justice has Hillary Clinton ripping the face off of a young lady and they've done nothing about it?
They have that shit.
I call bullshit.
Hey, bro, that's why they asked her about that shit. The stage is being set. And this is what QAnon has said the whole time. And I'm watching this real time. I'm just giving you all the information, the obvious shit, right? And these are the people that call me stupid. Ben, he's talking about Epstein when we're talking about Anthony Weiner. I'm connecting the dots in a way that even a stupid person could do.
You got a fucking shopping marker and you're talking about
Hold on, stop. You guys gotta stop because he is right. Look it up yourself. Anthony Weiner.
I literally just fucking said it. I literally just fucking said it.
Doc, chill, bro.
I literally just said it. You saying it again doesn't make it more right.
Wait a minute.
I literally just said he was sending inappropriate pictures. He pled guilty for sending it to a 15-year-old girl. I already said that.
Hold on.
Why are you repeating it?
Why did you say overrated staffers?
Well, you said overrated staffers.
It started with overrated staffers.
Yes, but he went to prison.
Oh my God. You are so much more right than I am. I am so glad you're more right than I am.
Bro, I mean, you see what people deal with, bro?
Be real. I mean, be a little hard. All I'm saying is and I'm not even.
I'm saying it's the same thing that you already said, but I'm just saying, like, I've said it more than once.
You said overrated staffers.
You don't know what
he made the claim.
The whole thing started because, oh my God, you're so dumb.
Why did he go to jail? Is it a crime to text an overrated staffer, Doc?
He went to jail, bro.
He went to jail for texting a 15-year-old girl. Sexting her. 21 fucking months in federal prison.
They're just trying to compare Donald Trump to, he got exonerated, bro. They looked into him too. They didn't find nothing. But guess who? Bro, you guys are so blind. It's so scary how people are so blind and stupid, bro. I get stupid. I get called stupid by the most retarded people on earth. People
You get called stupid by a lot of people, though. You get called stupid by a lot of people.
Well, I can imagine that you get called stupid quite a bit.
I don't.
He does. In every room I've been to, 9 times in a room.
Your personality is completely egregious.
My personality? You didn't want to say it back.
Well, dude, I've been on here for 5 years, bro. I ain't yelling at all.
Come on, bro.
I ain't even got. Dude, you didn't yell.
These are dots, right? So
I'm ex-military. When I yell, you know I'm yelling.
So 9 officers looked at the Anthony Weiner laptop, right? This is all true.
Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares about your wiener. Nobody cares about your wiener, bro. Nobody cares about your wiener. We were talking about Trump. We were talking about Trump. And you got to make it digress into what you want as the centers to you being the centers to the room. Wow, Kaz, you already slammed Sam because you didn't attack her points. You attacked her. You made her go on you. Well, dude, I'm coming after you because I ain't afraid of some little bitch like you.
NPC, bro. You're old.
Dude, you're a non-playable character that I fucking did the cheat code on, bro. I'll do up, down, left, right, B, green light, select star on that ass.
Your time on Earth is almost expired, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna be alive when you die.
Somebody shot his eye.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Tomorrow is promised to no man.
Oh my God.
It's enough. This is an old man, bro. Like, this dude's almost expired. This dude is wearing a NASA shirt. That's how you know he's a dumbass, bro. He's wearing a NASA shirt. He's supposed to NASA.
You don't just
But as you can see, right, these people just took a convicted pedophile,
talk about pedophilia like, you know, like you're trying to justify and project from your own position, kids. Bro, like you sound like you did a little kid, bro. You sound like you're a candidate for my wood chipper.
He's just repeating like he's nobody.
Guys, why are we doing this shit, y'all? Come on, let's not do that. Let's like chill out.
Too much, bro. Like, come on.
He does not. He never to be shit. He talks.
You guys keep attacking me, but not attacking the shot me, bro.
He seems an element.
You guys are not acting right.
You were the one that started the whole process. You know, I wasn't. I'm just better at it than you.
Somebody tell me.
I'm just better at it than you. You're just bad about that. Trust me. Would you prefer to take more time to get down?
These people, man.
It's up the phone right now. That's why we gotta like hold the room together, not let it all get killed.
That's the problem. When I speak on stuff that people don't know, they just don't know.
Nobody cares about you talking for the last 45 fucking minutes, bro.
Hey, Cass, I ask you a question.
You can't.
Can you at least just one receipt or one link for anything that you speak about? Just one. I'm asking you one.
Want me to show you their position quotes about the Anthony Weiner infrastructure?
No, you were talking about the infrastructure.
They want me to show you the question that
I
they
want you to show me the video of Hillary Clinton pulling the face off of the girl.
Yes.
How do you know that there was a video? Did you ever see the video? Or you just talking about something that you heard about?
It's in their possession, bro.
Well, I mean, but you're just talking about a video you've never seen. But so now you're being a propagandist. You're literally being a propagandist because you're talking about a video you've never seen.
I don't think the video came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody just made it up. Nobody just
You have the people that saw it, right?
It's who this stuff.
Who this stuff?
You guys. Yo, the last person I want to get out here is Peter, bro. Alright, I think it's horrible to hear, bro. Go on there, that's tired, bro. Go on.
What's going on around here?
He's basically asking me to show him the files of the video.
I want to see the video of the lady when Hillary Clinton killed a baby and ripped the baby's face off.
It's a kid, a little girl.
You
said what, man?
There's a video of that?
Yeah, it's a video. I don't think they probably got something about the internet now. There's people that see it. They all talk about it. There's this one lady, right? There's this one lady that speaks about the passenger video, official lady. 9 cops saw the video and they're all dead. They all died by suicide.
Dude, the lady's probably as retarded as you as well.
What are you doing about that? Yo, Matt, I was gonna say, Matt, can we get a chance? Can we talk about those 11 now scientists that have I heard they're all of a sudden going missing and getting murdered?
Don't talk about that because
He wants to lose his mind.
They won't believe you either, man.
No, they'll believe me. And, Alan, if you want to bring that up, let's get back on a different topic or whatever's going on around here. Yeah, for sure. So I guess now it's another one that just got murdered, but a lot of these scientists have got, it's almost like the nuclear scientists in Iran that were getting killed for years before this intervention. We've now had, over, I think, a dozen scientists that have ended up dead or missing. And, it could be a coincidence, right? There's a fuckload of scientists, thousands of scientists in the country. But, I don't know. The media is saying, Fox News, of course, is saying that a lot of these guys have got ties to alien military technology or they suspect that they just have a lot of military ties, right? And to our top secret private military corporation technology and potentially alien technology. I don't know. I can't be a coincidence.
May I point out an observation about your observation? The NDAA, the National Defense Authorizations Act, it gives the ability for the government to come in and pull you if they deem you a high value asset for whatever they want for as a matter of national defense. And they don't have to tell your family, they don't have to tell anybody. they could just take you off the side of the road coming home from work one day, and nobody even freaking knows. They just find your car on the side of the road. You know, like there's a lot of stuff like that. Like, I'm not gonna really talk about the stuff that Dorma does, but like there's a lot of stuff that's really deep and dark that like they'll yank people straight off the street if they deem you high enough of an asset.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, it's called the NDAA. The NDAA gets reauthorized every freaking year.
There's no I can believe what you're saying without a link.
NDAA.
Can you post a link, Brody? Old man, can you post a link for us?
Kaz, will you be able to read the link when you post it? Well, yeah, you want me to read something off to y'all real quick here? Just I'm not talking out of my ass. This is on Claude. So the real and actively developing story, and it's being taken seriously at the highest level of government right now. The basic facts are accurate. The White House is investigating a wave of scientists and government employees with high-level classified clearances who have gone missing or died. The number being cited is around 11, though the exact body count or exact count depends on how broadly you define the group. Those who they say are missing. The cases span NASA, national labs, defense contractors, and academia. Some examples are Anthony Chavez, former Los Alamos National Laboratories employee, missing since May 8, 2025. Melissa Casios, administrator worker at Los Alamos, missing since June 26, 2025. Monica Reze, director of materials processing at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, missing since June 2022, June 22, 2025. Stevia Garcia, the government contractor at Kansas City National Security Campus, missing since August 28, 2025. William Neal McGoslin, retired U.S. Air Force.
Everyone is after Trump.
Anyway, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot more too.
Trump is not investigated. Trump just
No, I know. I'm just curious. Like, it's interesting. It all started in 2025.
Well, probably not. But anyway, let's see here. The caveat, the critical caveat, law enforcement and other scientists say they don't see any connection between the cases. Several of the disappearances share behavioral patterns consistent with mental health crisis rather than foul play. People walking away from homes at night, leaving phones and wallets behind. Some deaths have no confirmed cause of death disclosed publicly, which fuels speculation, doesn't confirm wrongdoing. The bottom line, the cluster is real, and the White House is genuinely investigating it. There's currently no established evidence of coordinated patterns of foul play.
It's so crazy.
Maybe a giant,
it's so crazy now. You see, and this is why wherever you're reading this, whichever AI, you can't trust the AI because they will never tell you straight.
The media is sensationalizing it too.
Right, but there's
no. Makes me suspicious.
Right, there's no these coincidences, bro. No, this is foul play. Anybody that needs a news article to tell them if it's foul play, these are the idiots I talk about because they don't even trust their own judgment to make the conclusion.
Here's the thing, though, Cash. Can I say something about that? I'm not one, so we're not from. No. Check this out. Listen, guys. I want you to understand. Like in my city, we kind of had the same suspicion. I mean, the last 5 years, we've had a lot of people end up dying, and a lot of them are close to the river. Like, one thing that everyone noticed is that they were close to a body of water when they died. We've had like 5 people. And I was starting to believe it too. Like, man, there really is a serial killer around here. And then I started investigating it personally. I started finding out a lot of these people that ended up dead were homeless vagrants with drug problems, people with mental health issues. One lady had a giant fight with her husband and her family and fucking disappeared in the middle of the night, in the middle of a snowstorm, and ended up fucking probably trying to walk into her. I don't know. But, I mean, a lot of this shit is kind of explainable, like, right, but some of it is weird. There's potentially still a serial killer here, but there's also...
So you think a couple scientists going missing, right? And all of them working on, super high tech shit.
is the same as strangers go missing here and there. No, I don't compare them at all. One is, look, coincidences. Y'all gotta really study the probability of certain things happening. What's y'all ask? What's the probability?
Have you studied it? The probability of something.
So Ben, he's trying to understand me other than what I'm saying.
I'm not.
He's
Dude, because he
still
just
making
saying shit.
it personal.
I feel like I'm not being personal.
It's always a black man trying to understand. I'm not even talking to you like that, bro. I'm talking about him, bro. I'm talking about him, bro. You can get your chance a little. I'm talking about him. I'm basically saying, right? Because even Ben, he has to study the probability of him being a gay.
I haven't. Yeah, I'm telling you, I haven't.
He hasn't studied it. I've studied the probability of you being a dumbass.
Tell me what you learned.
It's very high.
Always actually ad hominem attacks, man. All you do is have ad hominem, bro.
If you don't want to get bitten by a dog, you don't go near it. You don't go near a dog. You don't want to get bitten.
You got nothing of substance. You attack the people. Your viewers are new. At least.
You guys sound like I hurt y'all feelings, bro. Relax, just let it go. I'm talking about.
It's not my fault you don't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth.
It's not my fault you're old and about to die.
You got all them teeth and no toothbrush. That's why you're so ornery. That's what mom said.
I guess, man. Did you write your will yet?
Dude, I've had an irrevocable trust since I was like 35.
Did you write your will yet?
Man, I don't know what's going on today, y'all.
We're just talking, Anthony.
Yeah, what's going on? I just got a question for y'all. You know, we're the terrorist cells that were going to destroy America because we went to, we attacked Iran and we knocked off the head of the snake. I thought that we were supposed to have all of these terrorist cells that was going to destroy our infrastructure and that we were supposed to be terrified. I don't know what happened to those terrorist cells.
Those are the idiots that don't follow QAnon.
You know what? I'm confused, y'all. I need somebody to explain to me. Maybe the terrorist cells are taking out the scientists. Maybe that's what's going on. I got it, y'all. The terrorist cells are taking out the scientists that are investigating the extraterrestrials.
Right.
That's what we got going on.
The whole thing is when they talk about the terrorist cells, I watched Donald Trump say, yeah, there's some sleeper cells around and we know where all of them were. As soon as he said that, I knew, okay, Ben, that's not going to be a problem. But these idiots was like, Trump is going to war for no reason.
They were all over the app. They were saying that America was going to be under attack.
They're all in the same room, Anthony. They're all in the same room.
Anthony, there's two different types of people. There's the people that are wrong and the people that are right. I ain't the person that's wrong. These people, I've been wrong. And you're right, Anthony, because like I said, why would we be worried about people don't understand Trump has this under control? I told people that. I ain't worried about that.
You go to certain spaces, around the web. I'm not calling out any names. And, the first thing they're going to tell you, right? They're going to read to you the poll numbers. That's what they're going to say. Oh, my goodness, look at the poll numbers. The American people don't support this.
That's the people like
That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. The American people wholeheartedly back this. You saying that they don't do it, that ain't true. Bro, you saying that it ain't true, ain't true.
One second, right?
Bro, it's not my fault that you ain't American, bro. You like, we ain't fucking involved in this shit. Bitch, we don't deep in this.
No, just saying at this point. Just give me a second.
Doc, man, you have the wrong shot of that, man. Like, Anthony's
Listen, listen, y'all. I want to speak. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, Cat. So, listen, man. Before the election, right, you had people that were reading the poll numbers. They were telling you all kind of arcane shit about the poll and the tabs and they were telling you all kind of shit
$500 bet on this app. They begged me not to take the bet. I said, Donald Trump will win the popular vote. They said, do you know how many people live in New York and California? That's impossible. There's no way in the world that that can happen. That's impossible is what I was told. That's, right now, they're talking about the blue tsunami. They're talking about
that banana game. I'll take $500.
You see the stupid people talking against you? I'm telling you. Yeah, all the people, and the dumb people, Anthony, you're saying smart stuff. I was waiting for you. What you did, I was waiting for you. Ben, I don't know what you want to bet, Ben. Okay, Ben, stop. Ben. Let me, I'm going to land, and then we can start talking about bets. All right? You and I have, Ben, I ain't scared of betting shit. Let me go after you. You got it, Cass. I'm happy. Just let me land. Let me, you know what? I've been inundated. I've been bombarded with Trump haters. I just want to have my moment in the sun. Can I have my moment in the sun, Ben? You guys can get back to hating Trump. You can do all of that shit. Right now, all I want, Ben, is my moment in the sun. Let me enjoy my moment, Ben. That's Ben, listen. Ben, there's spaces that we can go to, and we can have all the Trump hate in the world. Ben, right now, right? You have people on and off the app, all over the internet. They are unhappy. They aren't happy right now. They are upset. They're upset with Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open. They're upset with this shit. Peter, I can't do it, Peter. Peter, I can't do it. I really can't. Peter, I just want to hang out for 1 second with some friends, some loved ones on this app, and commemorate what the fuck is going on outside. Just give me that. Leave me the fuck alone for a second. Listen, I want you guys to see the brilliance. This is one of the greatest military campaigns in the history of the world. And I'm not saying but listen, every life lost is a tragedy. I sympathize beyond fucking words. I love our troops, man. I will donate whatever to whoever for our troops. They're the most greatest fighting force in the history of the world. We have the most amazing military ever. I love our motherfucking troops. Every life lost matters beyond words. I have shed tears for our troops. I have a son that has friends that are in our armed forces. I've known those kids since they were young boys. I love them individually. I pray for them individually on a nightly basis. I am not cavalier about the loss of life in our armed forces. It matters to me. The wounded matter to me. It's nothing that I'm nonchalant about. All right? I want you guys to understand that our president has led us into this conflict, and he has minimized the loss of lives. I want you guys to understand that we had administration after administration after administration who talked about we can't afford a nuclear-powered Iran. We had that BAN, Barack Hussein Obama, who gave us this fucking bullshit-ass agreement, this feckless motherfucker, and his bullshit-ass agreement was fucking toilet paper. After him like he did something. Fuck him and fuck his agreement. So we got finally.
Can you tell me how that agreement is different from
If the moderators in the room want me to shut up, I'm happy to shut up. I'm going to talk until the moderator tells me to please stop. So, yo, this is where we at right now, man. You can leave quietly if you don't like it. There's plenty of spaces that will support you and your ilk. I'm happy to listen to you. I will let you speak uninterrupted when I'm done. But right now, I'm enjoying my motherfucking moment in the motherfucking sun. All right? So, back to the issue at hand. Barack Hussein Obama and his bullshit ass motherfucking agreement. They want to talk about, oh, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Yo, I want you guys to look back and ask yourself a very simple question. Really, really simple question about Donald Trump. Since we've had the division of North and South Korea, and that thing called the DMZ, Demilitarized Zone, the DMZ, how many sitting U.S. presidents have gone to the fucking DMZ? How many? How many? One. The motherfucking president that went is Donald J. Trump. Motherfuckers, sit down and look at a Netflix special. They call it The Unstoppable. But the true name of the Netflix special is the Unstoppable Nigger Act. Alright? The Unstoppable Nigger Act. That's the real name of that Netflix special with Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle sits down and he goes through this whole diatribe. He breaks down why they started this motherfucking act. Mind you, this is what the only two charges that Sean Puffy Combs got convicted of, another unstoppable nigga got convicted of, was the Unstoppable Nigga Act, the Mann Act. Yo, he talks about McCain, Stevie Wonder asking him to go, all of this motherfucking shit. You know what Dave Chappelle didn't mention? There was a president that posthumously pardoned Jack Johnson. There was a president that did that. Do you know who the fuck pardoned Jack Johnson? None other than Donald J. Trump. I'm so fucking tired of the hate that this man receives. I'm so tired of the bullshit rhetoric that we are exposed to on a day-to-day basis. Motherfuckers don't know their fucking ass from their elbow, and they talk the most shit about this dude. I know the words coming out of my mouth hurt you guys. I understand. This is what real leadership looks like. This is what it looks like. Take a picture. You'll tell your kids and your grandkids, regale them with the stories of this man. We ain't had one like him before, and we ain't gonna have one after. Alright? I have more to say, but I've spoken enough. Thank you for listening.
You're cooking, Anthony. You're cooking, brother.
Keep going, Chef. I just know what it is.
Listen, y'all. Okay, listen. I'm happy. I'm happy to keep going, y'all. So, listen. You know, Donald Trump, right? They were like, yo, listen. We are the puppets of Israel. That's the other talking point. It's, you know, Epstein was an agent of Mossad. There's dirt on Trump. We got bribed into this fucking war. Yo, really? Oh, this war was a distraction from Epstein. The war is a distraction from Epstein, but our first lady goes on national TV and says she was not a victim of Epstein. How the fuck is that going to make everybody forget about Epstein? If this was supposed to be a distraction from Epstein, make it make sense.
That's a reach.
It doesn't make any sense if that was the goal. As far as, yes, we've had moments during this conflict where the United States and Israel have had divergent agendas. If you read between the lines, at certain points, Trump wanted to negotiate with Iranian leadership, and he was frustrated with the fact that Israel kept on knocking off their heads, just kept knocking them down. So, yes, we had some divergent interests. But, of course, we can't acknowledge that because that doesn't suit the narrative that he's a puppet of Israel. That would contradict that narrative. But we can't be honest. We can't tell the truth. We have to pretend. Do you guys remember in his first term, who was he supposed to be a puppet of back then? Vladimir Putin, anybody? Anybody? Do you guys remember when he was supposed to be Putin's? What happened to all of that talk? Manchurian candidate Putin has so much on Trump, and he's just a puppet. What happened to that bullshit talking points?
Yeah, he was on the street.
I'm happy. And listen, I believe everybody should have a right to talk. I think bodies should have a right to express themselves. I'm not a censor. I'm not that dude. So you're welcome to talk, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I can't. All right? Respect. Respect. I can't hear you when I'm talking. So here's what's up. We keep on having these bullshit narratives. And I want you guys to just tell the truth. Just be honest. I want you to go in front of the mirror and say it out loud. Free yourself. I hate Donald Trump more than I love America. Say it. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. Acknowledge it. The first step to recovery is acknowledging you have a problem. That's how you fix it.
Sounds like you're talking about.
That's how you get. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. You guys have had enough. I'm good.
To the people, hey, listen, if it doesn't apply to what you're doing, then don't let it offend you, man, if it doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, I think you have the problem, and we have to support the leadership of this nation. So I will never say what you are trying to get me to say, because you're not the Pied Piper. Okay, so I'm gonna denounce it, but brother.
You're kind of getting them wrong. You're talking about the people who are acting like they are criticizing the way that we're conducting this war legitimately, or acting like that they don't just hate Trump. They just need to go out and say it. Because this is the thing, as I've been criticizing every step of the way that we've been conducting this and trying to tell people that we've been losing this war, we have been winning. So just the people who are really just hate Trump that bad, just fucking say it.
Can I speak up a little bit more as well? Miss Lacey, can I tell you something as well? Right, you're delusional. The rest of the world has been dealing with America. America and Israel. Where the fuck have you been, missus? Where the fuck were you? Where we need you? Where the hell were you at? What the fuck are you talking about?
Somebody's getting packed.
Yeah, someone's getting packed. No, we're not saying to the lady down there that's in the goo now, we're not saying about the rest of the world. This is an American conversation. So you get the fuck down there. And I'm just pointing out that we're talking about America and our president. So show that up your Biden. American wasn't popular. Alright, go ahead. So I'm just with that. So Anthony, you still want to do the $500 bet because I gotta buy my kids Christmas presents by December. You want to do it? I'm game. We can give it to Matt. Ben, we can give it to Matt to hold.
Ben,
I'm not trying to argue.
Ben, I'm not looking for an argument. I don't even know what you want to bet. What are the terms of the bet? Okay, so Ben, I want to be clear. All right, right now, historically, we can look at your boy Barack Hussein Obama. He lost more freaking congressional seats than arguably any president in the history. The midterms normally the pendulum swings opposite the person sitting in office. His party tends to lose seats. So I don't know how you qualify or quantify a blue wave. In order for us to have a bet, we need to settle on terms. I know you got a hard on. I know you really want to get something going. And yo, dog, I'm never running. I'm here for it. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. I don't mean it literally. I don't mean it literally, bro.
But then you have been following the rest of the room. You have been in every other room today. Then you cannot say you have not had tingle. No tingle? You don't feel like you Cinderella today? No Cinderella Eve? No Cinderella.
I think Kitover is a penis eater.
Oh, brilliant, Jack.
Don't worry, Anthony.
Let's just sit down and get together some terms that we can agree to. I'm happy to sit down and get some terms that we can agree to. And we can agree to terms. Alright? I have no problem with that. I got no problem.
I got no problem with that. I can't wait to eat that $500. I can't wait.
Eat. You want to eat. You want to eat. You want to eat. You like you claiming something. You want to eat like you some form of you representative, right? You are just doing that thinking thing, right?
Another one of
Like,
those drunk versions again.
no, I just want to know. I just want to know what the mistake is. If they
The drunk
look like
person who drank too much wine.
Ready to chef. Making fun of
it's okay. Go on, Ben. Go on, Ben.
Elon, we're going to pass the mic around a little bit. NY, BT, Mo, I noticed you guys came up on stage. Man, it's so good to see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Nothing but love. Hope you guys are, just winning in life. I hope Most High continues to bless you guys. Do you guys have anything you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for what you said, Anthony. I just want to say that for me, you can see, June knows this wrong. I mean, so far, he lost it very bad. All the objectives that he had before the war.
Wait, I need to leave this room.
Let me finish, young lady. This is not personal, okay?
So he had these objectives, and he had none of those things. Right now, Iraq is stronger than before. And they actually released a statement saying that even though the Strait of Hormuz is open, they still have control who's going to go there, they're still going to get paid, and they are not allowing the military to go there. And also that now they know they can use that as a leverage. Before that, that was not even, like you started a war for regime change, like the Strait of Hormuz were completely open. Now is that you're negotiating to have it reopened to get back where you started after you spent billions of dollars, and also you lost some of your men and you killed innocent people. It's completely lost. And you didn't even need to do all of that.
This guy's honestly, listen, Mo, you are absolutely wrong, man. Like, how was Iran stronger? They're not stronger. They are weaker. And all of our objectives are honestly doing pretty well, man. I mean, we
decapitated the Navy, the Air Force, their ballistic
Friends, the city's debt has been growing faster than the teenager's mullet. That's why we need to talk about property taxes. Take a look at this chart. So, this is
So, like, I'm just curious, like, now we can, but also that, hold on, Scott. Also, this is the biggest thing. This is one thing
I think there's still some interpretation around what unreleased, but and that's how I'm going to try to declare gun violence. I know sometimes I might come up.
If it's done, then why do you need to negotiate?
Look, first of all, I am deep.
You think America?
First of all, I am deeply heartbroken. Listen, I believe that whether it's at the city level, the state level, have that honest conversation. Our point of view on the tip wage was that the voice of war. Our point of view on the tip wage was to make. Excuse me for a second. I'm going to these folks have been staying for a very long time. I'm going to have them sit down. That's a tough job. Their job is hard enough. He's trying to protect work.
That was the objective before the war. Now,
we'll continue. So, because we've seen who your children are.
Okay? And the current administration is the Trump administration. Now, if some foreign power attacked and they assassinated Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance became would that be regime change? Yes, no, and explain.
no, it won't be rejected because J.D. Vance is still part of the American government, the current one that Trump, before he got assassinated. There is no change. All you did is just replace.
Okay, it's not one. Okay, so thank you for saying that, Mo. So Mo, what you're saying, right? I just want to be clear. You're saying that J.D. Vance is going to handle every situation the same exact way that Donald Trump would handle it because it's just a system. They're not two distinct
a huge impact on our car companies, which are
choices.
My heart.
They are going to do the same exact thing.
Even if somebody asks me from here, it would not be a regret on my part because it means that I'll pay my dues in this country. I'll pay my dues. If I go back home, I will still be doing what I'm doing. The only difference I'll be, I'll have to manage my very proper fees. Now, in America, all I gotta do, go to journalism and talk to y'all. So either way it plays out, well, I guarantee you, they can send every other immigrant home across America. I'll be the last to send home. I'll be the last to send home. Totally. But anyway, let's get going. I work harder than you. I own three businesses. And I'm the next. Congrats. You guys work. Congrats. Free stuff. I get free stuff. You know?
So Mo, here's what's up, brother. I understand what you're saying, right? And I don't know where you're at. I don't know what your religious background is. I don't know anything about you.
I'm actually a US citizen.
Okay, cool. Mo, you're a citizen of the greatest nation in the history of the world. Congratulations. You know that in of itself is an accomplishment. All right. So God bless you for that. Now here's what's up, Mo. I want you to understand something. The Iranian regime Okay, Peter, we can't do this, Peter, please.
This is not an accomplishment.
Peter, please. Peter, please.
You don't have a choice.
Peter, just hang out with
One
us
mic
for a
on the
little
Black
bit.
American, please. One mic on the Black American. Please continue.
Thank you. So here's what's going on, right? The IRGC, the current regime, however you want to classify it, Mo, it's over. It's finished. All right? They might last 2 months. They might last 6 months. But they have been mortally wounded. They're in ICU. They called the cleric, and the cleric is giving them last rites. This is check and mate. It's over. They are dead men walking, dead men talking. It is over for them. This regime is finished. So if that's your requirement, give it a few months, and you'll see what happens. What comes
next. A few months. They're still in power.
Yeah, Othello. I just want to say something really quick. I just want to say something really quick. I'm gonna mute up. So listen, I understand, right, that for some people they're literalists, and I'm gonna preface all my comments by saying this: I am one man with one opinion. I could be 100% wrong. God didn't whisper in my ear. I'm not the Pope. God didn't whisper in my ear and tell me what's going to happen. I'm just one man with one opinion, and I could be completely wrong. You're entitled to your opinion. It doesn't make me right and you wrong. Let's see how things develop. You got it, Mo. And then Shiva next.
Anthony, I really appreciate that. You gave me this opportunity to give my opinion.
All right, Mo. All right.
I think that though. Here's the thing. Regarding what you just said, the problem is America, the Iranian, they could not have, or like the way you take it, like they would come, take out America, come. They already knew that was not the objective. The objective was to inflict a lot of economic pain to America so they can take in a position where they can have leverage. And they say what they were going to do. If you attack us, we're going to attack your ally, and we close the strait. And they did it, and they accomplished the whole objective. So the United States, if you remember, you have to go back at the objective of the war. They said Iran could not have the nuclear weapon, which is what was strange because they did say that before, back in June, that they completely destroyed. And they also said they want regime change.
Check.
And they went to take out the head, and they thought that the
Baseball check, baby, John Kitover.
You have to understand, this is not a nation that was created.
I'm going faster than a teenager's mullet. That's why we need to talk about property taxes. Take a look at this chart. This is my credit card. Business expenses. Anyway, give me friends. The city's debt has been growing faster than a teenager's mullet.
Elections coming Tuesday.
Today's special free vaccine. Voters deserve a choice.
Providing abortion care vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. The survey here is the pregnancy 6 weeks long. Talk about the options to make sure you're taking it.
One mic. I don't want to mute the stage. Just give me 1 second, guys. So, Shiva has next, guys. Shiva has next.
Fuck you too, my brother. Fuck you too.
Actually, it's not the regime change in Iran. I agree that now there's Islamic regime and USA, again, Islamic regime can't get enough power. Then there is no regime change. The reason is that we have the same system.
And they're more dangerous than ever now.
Exactly, because
Abortion care vaccine.
and if we do not stop them, then it would be a very big danger. They
machine gun. Those children that you saw from young childhood, when machine gun in the neighborhood that they were running, saw from young childhood, when machine this thing does get for no more.
Are you going? Well, are you going to go back? Are you going to go back to fight? If you get the chance to fight for your country?
Because Iranian
Yes, definitely, Max. Yes, definitely. But the regime must be crippled, and you have there should be a way paved for them to rise up again. Because right now we have like a lot of militia, Shia militia from Iraq, the Hezbollah, PMF from Iraq, and Hezbollah from Lebanon, and the Houthis from Yemen inside Iran to counter every Iranian and kill them again, just like on the 8th and 9th of January. So they're more dangerous even now than before, because now Ghalibaf is in control, and he's the head of the military. And this regime right now is more dangerous than before. So I agree with that they've done a lot, but we are now in the most dangerous time.
That's probably Allah Akbar. They'll let Dave get in here real quick.
Let's just
I love us.
let's be clear here.
Bitch, just live in
Yeah.
like a bitch.
You're just gonna overtalk this road, dude, until you know that. This is crazy. This dude just.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, so just to be clear here, the United States, President Trump and his cabinet have never said that regime change was a goal. So we've been having this conversation the past half hour, at least I'm in the room, where we keep talking about the goal of the Trump administration is regime change. WhiteHouse.gov has pulled up Donald Trump's initial statements on the war and corroborating statements after the fact from Pete Hegseth, as well as Marco Rubio, as well as J.D. Vance. Regime change has never been the goal here. So we're looking at regime change is because regime change. Peter, I don't know why you keep coming off the mic, dude. Like, I'm not done talking. When I'm done talking, you'll know when I'm done talking because I'll stop talking. So, anyways, regime change has never been the goal of this administration, and it has stated it from the beginning. There has always been 4 objectives, and the United States has, in many ways, shapes, and forms, upheld those 4 objectives, right? So, number 1 is obliterate Iran's ballistic missile arsenal and production capability, annihilate its navy. That's number 2. Sever its support for terrorist proxies, and ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism never acquires a nuclear weapon. Let's be clear, Donald Trump, not only has he been clear the past couple of months about this, you can trace his comments all the way back to 1989. This guy has been talking about this stuff much, much longer than he's been in political life. Certainly did back to when he was in private life. He says that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. So, this idea that we're going to somehow go, well, if the war's not a success, look, my heart goes out to the Iranian people. Obviously, any good-hearted American person wants to regime change in Iran. These terrorists are throwing a minimum of 30,000 of their own civilians. Obviously, a regime change, a top-down regime change would be ideal. But, like, that may not be the United States' military objectives are not that.
That's a lie. You've been rude against us because of your hate for Israel, so you should shut up. Yeah, that's not true. I'm just saying I don't care about them among other people. All right, go ahead and tell them.
The whole point was to get rid of the IRGC. Trump's whole MO for this war were a few of the things that you mentioned, but he also said the Iranian people will be free. So are they free?
Again, I'm looking at this statement from March 2nd. Our objectives, and I'm quoting, our objectives are clear.
Are the Iranian people free?
No, they're not currently free.
Okay. Are we negotiating? Do we have to pull up to the table to negotiate with the same IRGC?
I don't know who we're negotiating. I don't know that we're negotiating with the IRGC or the other factions in play.
We're negotiating with the IRGC. Pakistan is the mediator.
Sure, I didn't know that was. I know that there's a differentiation. I'm not a
there's a difference between the Iranian, like their own military and the IRGC, and like there's a bunch of different factions at play here.
And I get your point of view. I just want to state something which is factual, because I do have the links. Donald Trump came out and stood on stage in front of every news channel out there, and he said, I quote, "To the brave Iranian people, come out to the streets. We will have your back, and take over your institutions," which they did. They took over police stations, but then they came in with like more militias, and they mowed them down. And they said that they would be freed. He said that they would be freed, and that they should keep steady and stay at home now, because there will be a lot of bombs dropping at the moment, and it's not safe out there. And wait for the final call. That is what Trump has said. So the objective is not there. What he said did not happen yet.
Obviously, with the war's over, so it won't happen. Israel was taking a lot of bombs. That's why they had to pull it to the table. Like, oh, wait a minute. This Iron Dome not holding up.
You also can't even do the Iranian though. They're very smart.
Well, this is what how do you have to get it? They've had this plan for years. They did it during the Iran-Iraq war. It's no secret that they will close down the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only fucking playbook they have. What are you talking about?
People thought that's what
No, we didn't.
I just want to be clear, you guys. This idea that it's the responsibility of the American military to change the regime in Iran, it's not only nonsensical, it's dangerous. This is not our responsibility.
Back that up.
Time out. Listen. I can't hear you when I'm talking. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm happy for you to respond. May I please land, man? Thank you. Here's what's up. Okay. We tried. We knocked off the head of the snake. The snake grew another head. Listen. This is on you guys to fix. We just want to make sure Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is it. We are not here.
We don't want
We're not here. Okay, Peter, I'm not going to go for it, bro. Please stop. We're not here to ensure that your regime gets changed. You're like, listen, I don't like the Zelensky. I don't like Zelensky. I don't even think Zelensky's a good leader. But you know what I do? I do respect Zelensky. And you know who I respect way more than Zelensky? I respect the Ukrainian motherfucking people. Those are some stand-up people. That whole idea of fight like a Ukrainian means something now. They're putting blood and treasure on the line. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody that's not putting blood and treasure on the line.
They don't have guns.
Yeah, I don't want to hear from people except our military. I don't want to hear that. You got it.
You're right. People don't have guns.
Yeah, but that's not how you beg people to go back to you. That's not how you say it.
Okay, do you think
It wasn't random.
Yeah, she's a we got mute her, buds. Hey, calm down, buddy. We got it. Right, we got mute her, but real quick, because before we lose Ben's point, Ben said the American people, and I'm going to make this point very clear. I don't believe Americans actually truly care about civilians dying in Iran. We don't care about the Nigerians. We don't care about the Congo. We don't care about China. The civilians are dying by the thousands in so many other countries. We don't care. That's not the reason we're there. Exactly for what Anthony said. We're there for uranium enrichment. We don't want them to have a nuclear program. And we know Israel does it, and that's the reason why we were in there. Now, we believe the objective is finished. Now, Israel, without a doubt, is making a very big plea that they do not want us to be done because they do not
military objectives exactly as you stated them. Like this is not. I'm not like, oh my gosh, here's my hot take on this. I'm literally the president.
I know, but remember this though, man. We have to remember that. And I'm a Trump supporter, man, so don't get this wrong here. We're playing checkers. He's playing chess. Remember, he told everybody that the intervention in Venezuela was because of the drug loads, and ended up being, Maduro and the China. So hold on. No, well, yes, not just that though, but rare earth minerals, oil, and our intelligence agencies assessed that they were Maduro. He'd already bought weapons from Russia and China, and they were going to set up military bases in the southern part of their country. It makes sense because the Chinese were already trying to take over the Panama Canal. So hold on, let me finish, ma'am, please. So, God damn it, dude, shut up for a second. So, hold on, man, Peter, please stop. So the point is here that we need to remember that this is not just about Iran. Of course, it is about, a lot of it is the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile and the proxies, but also China, man, and our petrodollar. We want to make sure that people are buying their oil through the petrodollar. Now we are guaranteeing that China can still buy their oil from Iran and Venezuela, but it's going to be through the petrodollar. It's going to be overseen by us. And if we have to cut that off in a military situation, like if they want to take Taiwan, we can cut that off. We can blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
Taiwan is nowhere near next to Iran. You need to put
You are dupes, man.
No, sir. You've been lying to us, right? And we've been allowing you to lie to us. You've been lying to the rest of Europe. Because we have to rely on you. We have to rely on you. We have to rely on yours.
Would you please kick Peter down, man? That's ridiculous. I've been, for fucking hours, we've been listening to this dickhead. Like, come on, man. Fuck.
What are they lying about?
Just say it, yeah. If we're gonna talk the truth, are we allowed to react as the rest of the world? Or are we gonna react based on their fucking theory? Like, I just wanna know. What am I doing? Shut up, sir. Whatever the fuck you eat. Yeah, am I being bought by the salesman? Because I'm the wolf. I'm not a salesman. I don't know what the fuck is. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Would you please respond to what I said?
What are you doing? Because the parents, you're not.
God damn, this room is retarded, dude. I swear to God. Stupid, man. I'm gonna leave, man. Like, if we just got a bunch of retards running the room, get out of here. This is fucking stupid. God damn it. We're trying to have a legitimate conversation here, man.
I'm starting to think you're in trouble. I need you to succinctly answer no. I'm not playing. I need you to stop and succinctly answer the question. You made a provocative statement. You called Mountain a liar. Explain succinctly why he's lying, or something else is going to happen. Explain it.
Wait, what do you mean something else is going to happen? Are you threatening me?
We'll see what happens if you don't explain it.
No. Wait a minute. Are you doing a threat because you got the green?
That is none of your business, the issue between US and Iran.
So, on to the next, man. Alright, let's get back to regular schedule.
That was a troll. That was definitely a troll.
Are you on the phone or not? I can't tell if she's on the phone.
Yes.
Response to the person that was speaking about after researching in Iran, and people wanted to make sure the Islamic regime doesn't have a nuclear energy. To respond to this, and I want to
My mother was murdered so she could take her place. You did nothing, and my father banished me. How queen questions her king. And I thought my opinion that you couldn't get any lower. I'll bring a message from the man. He asks you again if you get his son. The agent comes and have off. He has a son. I have no true claim to the throne. My father had no legitimate son. To honor our father. He didn't. My father. Child, I never spoke of this. This is some other man's bastard, not my father's. I don't know what I did.
Is this the boy that took the blowjob when he was born?
Yes. Who's this son? My son.
You know, you're trying to put a battery in somebody's back. You're trying to put a battery in our back. To do
Okay, but you have been on my
Shiva, I didn't interrupt you. I promise you I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't interrupt you. I listened. So what I'm saying to you is that you are trying to put a battery in our back. You're trying to make us responsible for some shit. You're trying to, another hood term, you're trying to gas us up. All right? You're trying to make us, oh, yo, they've been screaming death to America. Yo, they're still going to do the same thing. Listen, y'all saw that shit out. Y'all saw that shit out. But listen, you guys sort it out. You guys take care of it. I'm sorry. I know it hurts you, Sam. I know the words coming out of my mouth. But it's like sunlight to the vampire. I understand. I get it. I get it. The sun is shining down on a vampire right now. Okay, but so here's what's up. Here's what's going on. The United States is not responsible for regime change. We're not responsible for the safety of the Iranian people. I empathize with you guys. I pray for you guys, but it's not our responsibility. It's some shit that you guys are gonna have to figure out. Yo, look at the Ukrainian model. Look at what they're doing. There's 90-something million of you guys. Handle your fucking business.
Okay.
Handle your business.
Okay, I'll tell you. I understand. Okay, I understand you. First of all, I understand you. You don't like fight. It makes sense. This is your country, your people, and you don't like fight. I understand it. But the thing is that here, Islamic regime is the enemy of the America, the USA, the people of America. Then it's not a trusted regime that United States wants to negotiate with. Okay, this is the first thing. And the second thing, suppose that this regime, I don't want to say that, okay, this is the pressure on you. I want you to understand what's going on in the future. In the future, this regime now has enough power to suppress its people, to kill its people. But later, after the negotiation, after getting more power, it will go through around Iran, not only one country, the enemy. Then it would be the big enemy and the dangerous enemy for the USA. You told me that it's not, you don't care about Iran and it's our responsibility for regime change and everything. Okay, I agree. But the thing is that we did it. It's not us. It's not our fault.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not our fault. Okay, could you please
there are coming from other countries, and there are supported from other countries. No, China. You can see China and Russia now supporting Islamic regime. If there is no support from other countries, our people in Iran can do the regime change. But unfortunately, due to all supporting that they gotten from other countries, now the people couldn't do that. How did people were killed in less than 2 days, more than 42,000 people. My point is that guys, my point is that the Islamic regime got power because of the other countries. This is not our fault. We do not like this regime. And from the beginning, we wanted regime change. We tried several ways. We tried ourselves. And you can see only look at all documents.
Hey, Shiva, we had more lessons here since 1,000 years ago.
And the Carter administration put them there.
So Shiva, I'm sorry. I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to Shiva, and then you guys sort it out. I believe Jack had next, and then Mal. Hold on. Here's what I'm going to say to Shiva really quick. Peter, please stop. Shiva, here's what I got to say to what you said. All right, Shiva. Prior to the escalation of conflict, prior to the 12-day war, prior to all of this stuff, that same Iranian regime that had been in power for however many years, we were murdering Iranian nuclear scientists. We sent the Stuxnet virus over to Iran. We went on Iranian soil and we murdered your top general. Just took them out. We bombed your embassy. We did. You know what Iran did? Absolutely nothing. The United States is not scared of Iran or this regime. Israel is not scared of Iran or this regime. We're not scared of it. It's not our responsibility to take them out. Iran had one job. One job. And one job was to develop a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing they cared about. Everything else was noise. And we refuse to allow that to happen. You guys gotta. I believe that the regime is mortally wounded. I believe the regime is mortally wounded. You guys might feel differently. We'll see what happens.
I agree. Jack was next, and I'm after Jack. I'm after Mel.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. Jack, can we just get the cue real quick? Jack, Mel.
Yeah, okay.
They don't tell him. I'll put it in the chat.
Alright, so you heard a lot of lies from this lady Shiva and other Iranians who come and say we never wanted this revolution. Maybe you guys did it because we're born in 1979, but your grandparents definitely did. The Iranian Revolution.
I don't have the launch for my what the fuck? God.
Holy shit. Peter, so this is the thing, their grandparents and so the Iranian Revolution of 1979 was one of the most popular revolutions in history. Up to 9 million people flooded the streets to overthrow the Shah. They had a wide range of a broad coalition of leftists, secularists, Islamists, and laborers. All these people fucking hated the Shah. It's revisionist history to say, oh, we always hated the fucking mullahs. We never wanted the revolution. That's bullshit. And whoever believes that, just go do some research. And the fact, and every historian agrees on this. I know they're very mad about what happened because obviously their grandparents regret this revolution. And show some accountability. The Mexicans didn't do this revolution. The Japanese, the Chinese didn't do this to you. Iranians did this. Iranians are responsible and should be held accountable and start taking some ownership of what happened in their fucking country.
Because the Carter administration
they're going to be a nuclear weapon. They're going to be destructive country and destroy us. You know who the fuck we are. This is America, okay? We're not scared of anybody. And your little threats, they don't scare anyone. So that's what it is. I just want my fellow Americans to understand this. Do some research. And just call out the bullshit. And these people can take this fucking balance of accountability. Thank you.
I love what Jack just said there, man. Just the truth, you know. I mean, these people wanted this. They absolutely did, and they were able to band together and fend off the Iraqis during the Iran-Iraq war. And I mean, fuck, they had a common cause there. So I don't know how you guys are letting like 3% of the population kill the other 97%. It's fucking ridiculous. But also, guys, we got to look at the track record here, man. I think Trump understands that all the regimes that have fallen, Iraq, Libya, fucking goddamn Syria, none of those places are better off. Okay, I mean, so we weren't willing to get in a forever war. Trump knew that. He knew the people who voted him in were never willing to accept that, and he's not stupid enough to do that because he knows the country is 2.5 times the size of Texas, 98 million people. That's way more than the 20 million people in Iraq, and that took us fucking over that officially if you count that we left actually all combat operations last year. But it was always going to take the people to do this, and it wasn't just alone can't do that. But we wanted to decapitate the regime, and we're doing that. But we want the nuclear weapons. Let me finish here. But that's just something we have to really consider there. But you guys definitely wanted them what was there originally. So I don't know, man. But it's going to take you guys to get your country back. But the track record is not good. All these countries are in the worst. So I didn't know that was you, Matt. Sorry. But anyway, all these countries are in the worst positions. When we overthrew them anyway, or helped, like I say. So we don't want some lawless place to be worse off necessarily, and we're not willing to commit, to a forever war. So we will blow the fuck out of these people though, and keep them at bay, and we will do that. I mean, they're always going to probably be a pain in the ass, but now we have demonstrated they are pieces of. I mean, they're not able to even contend with us, and we're going to just keep on hammering them periodically. But the whole nuclear weapon thing, I think we really gotta. That's something we have to deal with. The enriched uranium, we have to find it all.
Well said, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Good job. Edward, you are up. I don't know if you're at your mic. Mr. Edward, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I do.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. TV, Beaver, and also Anthony. I am an American. What you guys heard. I love my country. I also love our president. And I just want everybody to know, America first, not America only. Every country is sovereign, and they should take care of their own government. They should take care of their own people. For anyone to expect America to take care of their country, or to even, I don't even think that we could even think this way, because it's kind of interesting, and I know that a lot of countries would like the United States to come and help them. At the same time, we got to ask ourselves this question. The largest population of Iranians outside of Iran is the United States. That's a pretty huge gift to Iran. Between 600,000 to 1.5 million people from Iran live in the United States. Total population outside of Iran, 4 million people. 4 million Iranians live outside of Iran. The last we all checked, over 90 million people still live there. The regime that they had and currently have has been under 47 years of reign. I just want you guys to understand. We did not, at any time, want to change. I know what Ben said earlier. You guys got to listen. We know the objectives of America. We do not want, I'll land on this guy. We do not want the regime or the Iranian get a
objectives going into this conflict, and it's not to say that the United States didn't have other things that it wanted to achieve as well, but there were four main objectives laid out here. As Mr. Edwards so eloquently said, a lot of what I was going to say anyways, that the United States has overlapping objectives with her allies, and that's fine. Sometimes the United States is really ground things, sometimes they don't. But the United States laid out four military objectives, and again, that does not mean that other things, the United States doesn't have other things that it would like to see happen. Obviously, the United States would love to see a brand new regime led by a government that's friendly to the Americans. Obviously, who wouldn't want that? But that was not one of the military objectives laid out by the Trump administration. Why I keep laying this out, I think this is important. Why I keep laying out the military objectives of Donald Trump as stated on March 2nd. Why I keep stating that is because this is what the American people are signing on to. This is what the people who supported Donald Trump sign on to, in the sense that this is what Donald Trump is saying. Look, I'm not going above and beyond this. Once these are accomplished, this is when we get to say that this war is done. And obviously, nobody outside of a few quote-unquote neocons wants a massive overhaul and 100,000 troops on the ground and a giant military incursion like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nobody really, save for a very, very few minority people, certainly not this administration, and certainly not the vast majority of voters for this administration, want a giant, huge Afghanistan, Iraq-style troops on the ground thing. That's why I keep going back to these objectives. Destroying their capabilities, their missile-making capabilities, that's number one. Annihilating their navy, number two. Ensuring they can't be the world sponsor of terror is number three. And making sure that they can never achieve a nuclear weapon. So to all of the Iranians that join these rooms and speak passionately, my heart goes out to you. It genuinely does. It really, really, really does. But those are the four objectives of this administration. Anything else is a bonus. Yes, again, of course the United States has an interest in that. And Shiva made another point earlier about them getting a civilian nuclear program. The United States has been offering Iran a civilian nuclear program for many, many years at this point. And basically said, you guys don't need to enrich into uranium. We'll give you the uranium so that you guys can have your own civilian nuclear program. But that's not what they want. They don't want civilian. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't bury their nuclear material hundreds and hundreds of feet underground. Countries that want civilian nuclear programs don't continue to escalate their enrichment of uranium far past civilian levels. And this is what this regime has continued to do over and over and over again. Iran has shouted death to America since the inception of this current regime in the 1970s. Anybody who thinks that if they had a nuclear bomb, that they would either use it or threaten to use it is out of their minds. Of course they would. So, again, the United States has had four very, very basic, so we hear on these rooms all the time, oh, well, if the regime doesn't fall, is this really a mission accomplished? Again, the Trump administration, not only Donald Trump, but also J.D. Vance on March 2nd, Marco Rubio on March 2nd, United States Command Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said this on March 3rd. Marco Rubio on March 3rd. Pete Hegseth, March 4th. Dan Kane, March 4th. Again, I could keep going down the list of this keeps getting restated and restated and restated.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. You done, Ben?
No, that's literally, I thought it was funny that it was Celos, and you get it, because that's literally, I thought that was me done.
Okay, now that we got it.
He was restating the objectives. I got it. Okay, we get it. To the Iranian people, you've been had, once again,
out there on CNN and turn your back on your country. Well, not your country, but the RGC. You guys, just like those Cubans who were saying, vote for Trump, vote for Trump. I love Donald Trump. And then they booted their ass out the country once he got in office. You've been had. Oh, they tugged at our heartstrings. These Iranian people, they're being murdered by the thousands. We must get over there for a regime change. We have to do this war. Now they're scaling back. Now it was never their objective. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump don't run shit. America don't run shit. Israel running this motherfucking shit. It is all about prophecy. They're not like you lukewarm Christians. They believe that shit in the Talmud verbatim. Everything is holy. Everything is about God. They're not lukewarm like you. Church on Sunday, they go to Louis. They sit it all week. They really believe this shit. This is holy. And with the Balfour Declaration in Great Britain, they knew they had to put their Caucasian ancestors, the Ashkenazis, on the throne. That's why Balfour sent the letter to Lord Rothschild. And they've done it. Now you have the most egotistical man in the history of the United States. What does he want? He wants to be a friend of the Jews. Why? That sets you up for life. He doesn't want to just be in the U.S. history books. He wants to be a part of religious prophecy. Okay? So they tugged at your heartstrings. They said, yeah, we coming to free you. No, they're not. They come to get that land. They come to get that oil. They're going to try to do their best to make sure they're not a threat to Israel. That's the whole game here. Finish.
All right. That was the end of the queue, so the floor is open.
Okay. Yes. To respond to this person, that's nice, Nani. We don't need the people to cry for Iranian people. This is the first thing. And we don't know in the future what happens in the other countries. This is humanity. Then please don't separate yourself from Iranian people. You can only understand. First of all. The second thing is that we are in this situation not because of the people. This is because of the other countries. And first of all, because of the Democrats in the United States, because of the supporting that they got it from Biden and other Obama, and all are responsible for this situation for Iranian people in this country. Then, if you said that you are not responsible for the Iranian people, then the other countries shouldn't be responsible for their Islamic regime to support them. Whenever they start supporting them, they gain enough power. And for 47 years, they gain enough power because of the supporting outside Iran. And then now it's the responsibility of all people around the globe to finish and end this terrorism. And this is not the there are some terrorists that are living in one part of the world, and this is the other country's responsibility to end them. And as an example for you guys that's only talking about your country, that's respectful. For 47 years, none of those countries accept to introduce the IRGC as terrorists. And after Trump's attempting and trying and showing is forced to say that the IRGC is terrorist. And then I want to end this. We don't have any other country support. Until now, they are supporting Islamic regime. They are negotiating with Islamic regime because the Islamic regime don't care about the people. And they have, the other country have a lot of benefits to regime. By the chance, in the one part of the history, finally, the benefit of one country is to removing the Islamic regime. And this is Donald Trump start this war, and we appreciate it, and we want to end it. And this is, guys, if there is a revolution, there was a revolution 47 years ago in Iran. Again, it was not due to Iranian people. Carter, first of all, and the other country. Ireland and Latin, please only read the history. It's very easy. There are a lot of documents. You can only read. And now the Islamic regime is supported by Russia and by China. And that's all said. Please don't separate yourself. You are people. And then you cannot say, it's very easy to say that, okay, this is what is it. Later, if the Islamic regime got enough power, you cannot say this is what is it. This is not only our responsibility to be against all countries or other governments that supporting Islamic regime.
She said she supported Trump's war. I don't think you and Trump support.
Yes, I am supporting.
Excuse me. Shiva, hold on.
I was speaking, guys.
Sorry. Okay, let me talk whenever it's my turn.
When I'm done, you can go. There's no tears.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say, like, again, no accountability. Blame Obama, blame Trump, blame Jimmy Carter. Blame everyone except Iranians who led the most popular revolution we've seen in modern times in 1979. I mean, I don't know who's telling you history about what happened. You're like the revolution now, but at the time, in 79, it was very popular. And today, you say, yeah, they're friends with Iran, they're from Russia, they're friends with China. Okay, and go fix your country, go overthrow your regime. Trump weakened the fuck out of the regime. He bombed the shit out of them. He fucked them up. Left, right, and center. Now you guys can go and finish the job. That's what you want. But
There, I want to show people that, dude. Shut up.
But instead of actually capitalizing on the weakened regime that Trump bombed the fuck out of, you guys are blaming Trump, and now you're blaming America and saying it's all fault.
No, I never blamed. Oh, okay, I never blamed Trump because he is not favorite person in our history. I encourage him, and Iranian people also support him. I never. Yes, but we don't want the negotiation with Iran. Islamic regime. We don't want the negotiation.
Now we should answer our nationality to move.
No, Peter, how about you guys take charge? I mean, answer my question.
How the hell do I talk about Peter? How do I get back to Peter?
Peter, how about answer my question?
I don't know if you guys know this shit. It's losing games. We're not losing back again.
Why the whole time?
I just don't understand. 94 million people. You guys hate our government so bad. Go do something, man. They're really not doing it.
If other country didn't support Islamic regime, we could do that.
Oh my God.
Okay, whenever you don't know, you couldn't say like
What are you talking? You're crazy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. When we're all talking, I'm missing a lot of things here, so I just want to make sure
since March 2nd, we have an objective. Number one, to make sure that Iran never get a nuclear weapon. The second thing that we wanted to do was destroy their navy, which we did. Also, we did not do that.
No, not yet. It's not completed. Okay.
Hold on. How many ships was in the Iranian Navy, and how many of them right now at the bottom of the ocean? It's a very direct question.
Okay. I'm not about the amount. Okay. I agree that now in the south of Iran, now the USA, fortunately, USA could surrender Iran and could open the.
No. Shiva, hold on. I'm sorry. Shiva, hold on. Shiva, I want to have a back and forth, but I want to make sure we're answering the same thing. Okay, I'm going to say again. Do you know, before the conflict started, on March 2nd, before the conflict started, how many ships were in the Iranian Navy?
No.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. Because you said you know the regimes that are in all of us, you know this. I need to be aware that you're speaking from a place of understanding, not just a place of emotion. I got it. Because you listen, if it was America, I'd be just like you, but I'm going to come with some information. Also, you need to know which site did the United States hit in Iran? Which site? Okay? What military post? All this stuff is documented. Okay, how many trains is no longer in their Air Force? These were things. What was the three countries? Hold on. What was the three countries? Which is our objective, that Iran would no longer support in reference to their proxies. These are terrorist proxies. Do you know the three countries?
Okay, I know that now. Okay, I know that now. Sorry. Can I respond? I know that the Islamic regime now is in the weakest point. Okay, I know it. Could you please now take a look at the reference that I sent to you now? But you need to know what's going on during the ceasefire now in Iran. And what's going on in Iran just now. Take a look at it and take a look at other documents. The Islamic for 47 years, the Islamic regime shows that it's not trustable. Whenever, okay, you can say that, okay, we try to stop the nuclear energy, but it's not. It's not happening at all. And I promise that, I swear to God, never it happened. You can say in the word, but in the reality, it's not happening at all. It happened only whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said. You can believe me or not, but I know the Islamic regime better than you. Okay, you are trying to say that, convince me that now you hit a lot of equipment in Iran. I agree. I don't deny it. But the thing is that the truth is that now, in the reality, the Islamic regime will get enough power to continue nuclear energy. That's all said. This is my point. They are liar and they are killer. And if you consider these 2 points, later, whenever they got enough power again, they will continue this again. And they will be the big danger for the United States as well. And also you said that it's done. The objective of the United States is done. I said that no, it's not done. It's done whenever the Islamic regime is ended. That's all said.
Hey dude, excuse me. No, you have the answer. I'm sure you're the only one who have an answer.
No, I don't have any answers. Stop it.
No, you have the answer. Believe me, you do have the answer. I want to ask you this. Why United States? This my question answer will go to Iranian new generation. They will understand why America doesn't wanna regime change in Iran in his way. So why U.S. drop nuclear bomb in Japan.
Why don't you allow someone else to speak? You've been on the mic a lot.
My bad. Okay, no problem. So, first of all, we're not talking about Japan right now. I'm trying to stay focused on one country that we're dealing with, and we're not getting that clear. Okay, so I did not know, and I just want to make sure that the objective of the United States government moving to the conflict was to make sure that there will be a regime change on the ground in Iran. And anybody give me that document that was the objective of the United States military to go into Iran and to make sure that the Iranian people, after the regime was removed, that the United States would set up some regime. Because everything she was, no, for 1 second, everything she was saying, that inside of Iran, after everything's been done, the objective has not been clear. And I'm saying that was never the United States objective, not the military objective. Again, we have that clearly written down, and our core objectives have been accomplished based on what they set out to do. So I don't know why.
Edward, you're very erudite, but you're not succinct. You made your point, but you keep going on and on.
I'm sorry. Edward, it's kind of to you, Edward. I just want to respond to something you said. Listen, I really, really, really want to be clear. Right? The United States had multiple objectives, right? But if we're being honest, we had one real objective, and that was to prevent a nuclear power Iran. That was it. I want to be super duper clear. Everything else we could have been, is cool. But our primary objective.
I think China was a huge one too, Anthony.
So here's what's up. Like, I know it's sexy. I know it's like the global conspiracy, and we're really moving pieces to get to China, Venezuela, and Iran. This is all about China. This is geopolitics. This is, the world is a chessboard. All of that stuff is super sexy, though. And can multiple things be true at the same time? Absolutely. But you see, I don't think you guys fully agree that Barack Hussein Obama was in office. And if he had sent one carrier over to the Middle East and sat it outside of Iran, we would have gotten a far better deal. We wouldn't be there right now. We wouldn't be risking blood and treasure. All of this other stuff wouldn't even be a thing if Barack had done that. Here we are, though. There's no time machine. We can't get in, Back to the Future and all of that bullshit. There's no time machine for us to go and fix the problem. Donald Trump is playing the cards that he was dealt, the absolute best of any human being's ability. Any human being's ability. If someone told you that we have the potential of resolving this conflict with as little blood and treasure as we've spent in Iran, and come out with a favorable outcome, we would have lined up and thanked our lucky stars for this outcome. We would all have gotten in line for this shit. I understand that there's some people that hate. Okay, cool.
Anthony, I'm speaking because I don't want to interrupt the moderator, but I have not yet spoken. And Evelyn, whoever your name is, you have been on the mic a lot.
Hold on. I have been on the mic. You're correct. But not a lot. But thank you. Because he did stop me because he's a mod. And I know how people use the mod. Okay?
So, Anthony, as mod, who do you want to speak now, Anthony?
interrupted Edward. How about echoes and then you go right after?
Thank you. So as you know, I 100% agree with you. And our main objective was to stop them from nuclear weaponry. That was the number one thing, right? You and I both agree that, to my knowledge, I'm 62. There's only one president in the history of America that has got this accomplished, right? So I'm grateful for that. So you and I are on the same page, okay? The biggest thing I say, Anthony, is you like you said, there's a lot of things that can be done at the same time. One of the things I would say, the objectives that we have outside of just stopping them from the nuclear opportunity is the terrorist proxies and also destroying their Navy and their Air Force. And I land there. Thank you for letting me respond.
So, Anthony, you're correct that ending the nuclear Iran was the most important objective, but let's all be honest. In an ideal world, it would be in the best interest of America if the IRGC was all dead and there was a new government. That would be the ideal. Now, the reason why we can't have that, it's not President Trump's fault we can't have that. It's the fault of Americans that are sabotaging President Trump that we can have it. You have the entire, if you are going to any Kuiper room, any Nick Fuentes room, any Tucker Carlson room, they're denouncing Trump for the war. At the same time, the leftists, the progressives, the people that hate America, they're also denouncing Trump. Trump is getting attacked by losers and pieces of shit on his left and his right. And the truth of the matter is, if this goes before Congress and the Senate, and there's whether to continue the war or settle for modest goals, he just can't get the votes. And that's not criticism of the president. That's an economic reality. The economic reality is you have to look your fellow Americans, and I say this to you, Anthony, you have to look your fellow Americans in the eye, your fellow Americans who are leftists who hate this fucking country, and your fellow Americans who are groypers, who also are sabotaging. The groypers and the leftist scum have teamed up to fuck Trump up the ass, and they have allowed Trump to only get limited objectives. It's 80%, but it's not 100%, and I think you're man enough to admit that, and I'm fucking done.
You know what I did? Those fucking groyper assholes.
Go ahead, sorry. I just want to say that Wenzel is spot on in everything he said. But Wenzel, I'm cool with what we've accomplished. I'm cool with it. But are you right in everything you said? Absolutely.
I would say this. I think the same thing we saw happen to Cuba, where you took out their life supply and just let them choke out. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw the same thing with these guys. You just rerouted they number one revenue resource away from them. And now the bargaining chip that they thought they had, they no longer have. So I'm pretty sure they feel that they
Sorry.
Yeah.
There's no question the Iranians knew that they were going to be squeezed to the table to negotiate or figure something else out. Whatever they had going on was not going to work in the long term. There's just no way.
They thought China was going to rescue on that.
China positive too. A bunch of other players probably. None of those folks, by the way, came to their aid.
When this thing started, I heard a bunch of people, even on the right, that was saying China's got a submarine tracking our carrier fleet. China's gonna attack. We're gonna have World War III if America attacks Iran. They won't do it because China will attack. Yeah, well, fuck it. Those assholes.
You know what we found out is that both sides found out who has their back. We noticed that.
Yeah.
The America, UK didn't show up. None of these other countries have been found. Trump, they called them out. Now we know their true colors, and we're gonna circle back around and take care of that too, by the way.
Oh yeah.
This whole contradiction. Why wouldn't they? They're our allies.
It's their oil too. It's their shipping lane too. Like,
we can go and we can fight without them solving that. What are you talking about?
Why the fuck do I need to tell you I'm gonna fight, nigga? I said, come on, you better bring your ass. Alright, well, I tell you what, I'm finna take my money and I'm going home. Y'all figure it out, y'all. Clearly, y'all can't do it on y'all own.
What kind of people turn their back on fellow friends or allies like that?
because they're not about to go to war for Israel.
Well, that's their story.
Shout out to Israel. At least Israel willing to fight.
Show up for a little
They have to fight.
Othello. He show up for a little bit of the game. Why should I think they show up a little bit by letting Othello show up on the field.
Wait, sorry, I can't even hear you, man. Go ahead.
I said they didn't even show up on the field. Who does that?
Like the guy said.
We don't need them. That's what
You didn't even
Listen, guys, man, just real quick, Othello. Man, I want to be clear about something. I go into a bar with Totem Pole, all right? Totem Pole gets a little inebriated, and he's talking to some guy's wife's behind. This is a good one. Wrong. He's dead wrong. I'm going to fight with Totem Pole. Yes, sir. In that bar. Every motherfucker in that bar, we're going to. Yes, sir. I'm going to talk to Totem Pole. I'm going to say, don't ever do no shit like that again. But Totem Pole ain't getting jumped on my watch. Totem Pole ain't fighting by himself on my watch. And Anthony, I'm right behind you, Anthony. Somebody get hit with a bottle.
How are you expecting Europe to pull up when motherfucking Spain sells weapons to Iran? Like, y'all don't even know the geopolitics within Europe itself. There's an infight going on right now between Israel, the U.S., Spain, Italy. They're not even on the same page. And they're saying that you guys jumped the gun. This is crazy. You know what I mean? We need to come together and see what's the best option now. Great Britain, who started this whole shit with the Balfour Declaration, putting the Ashkenazis on the throne, all right? They said, okay, we're going to send the missile catchers, right, to Israel. We're going to send that and help. So Britain showed up a little bit, but you still have infighting within the European nations on who to fuck with. And Spain does not fuck with Israel at all. Italy neither.
And you know what? Spain is also funding the USA demise. So, Othello, if we in the club, same example that Anthony gave. If I see a nigga finna sneak you, what you think I'm finna do? Knock him out.
Taiwan did the smartest thing you can do. When that prime minister went on there and shook Xi's hand, they said, look, we want peace. Everybody want peace. In the end. Not Israel and not the U.S.
And not Spain. Not Spain.
That has to follow behind. The U.S. got to follow behind it. What did Joseph King say? Joseph King was in all the damn meetings.
Brother, you just admitted that Spain. My bad.
I love this dialogue. Joseph King said that Trump couldn't even give them the names of who they were negotiating with because if it got back to Israel, Israel would bomb the people. Okay? So they got their own fucking agendas. How dare any American in here say what Israel's agendas are? You don't even know. All these goyim conspiracy theories, I'm tired of this shit. Okay? Trump wants to do enough not to put boots on the ground, but at the same time wants to be able to say, I was a friend of Israel in the end. I did enough. I can't go all the way, but I did enough. Okay? This is Israel's fucking war. Period.
So, here's what's up, bro. Listen. But the reason, the stuff that you just pointed out, whoever's off the microphone, please mute up. My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so here's what's up, man. Othello, there was points when we had divergent agendas. The United States was looking for a certain objective. Israel had a different objective. 100%. But I'll be honest with you. I would go to war with Israel 10 times out of 10 before any of our NATO allies. They are useless. They are completely hapless, useless, and feckless. Fuck them. Alright? And they have been exposed. And you know like NATO's scared of? All of those European Union friggin' patsies, they're scared of Russia. They're terrified. And the only thing that was keeping Russia off their ass has been the United States. And watch and see what happens if we withdraw to war. Watch and see. What happened when Trump came into office the first term? He said, you guys all contributed your fair share to NATO.
United States like their big brother, and they would run home and go get their big brother. That shit is over with. That's over with. We're not fucking with them like that anymore. They have been exposed. Thank God.
I can amazing. So I'm just saying from now, and which is like, and rightly at some point said that regime change is never objective. Well, that's just not true, right? Like, there's literally several tweets by Trump that you can go and look yourself where regime change is mentioned explicitly. And I guess, Anthony, here's a more accurate analogy of what Totem Pole. If Totem Pole went into the bar and tried to rape 6 different women, would you still be fighting along with Totem Pole? And then Totem Pole said, hey, because he's a rapist and he's trying to rape 6 different women, people are kind of, attacking him or fighting him. Can you send your son and your daughter and your cousins to fight on behalf of them? Would you still fight with Totem Pole? Because that's more of an accurate analogy.
So true. All jokes aside, right? Let's just call Totem Pole Mr. X. Let's not put that on his name. All right? Cool. We'll move forward from there. Now, I'm trying to understand who in your analogy is Mr. X is. Are you saying Israel's Mr. X, the rapist? Who are you talking about?
Let's use Totem Pole as an analogy of
I'm not trying to use that analogy for rape. I'm not trying to do that today. I'm trying to get
you asked me a question, let me answer it.
Sure.
So you know, nobody's being that good.
Exactly.
I appreciate that. I'm using the analogy. You use. I'm not saying I don't know Totem Pole. I'm not suggesting Totem Pole would do that. I'm just using the analogy that you use, whereby you said if Totem Pole is a reflection of Israel, and you being the United States
of this conversation. Let's move forward. It's not a big deal, truth. I don't want to get bogged down with this.
You're asking the question.
I'm asking you in your analogy, who is Mr. X, the rapist?
Right. Okay, Mr. X. Mr. X. So you, in your initial analogy, my understanding was that you were saying you were the USA and Mr. X is Israel. And even if Mr. X is in the wrong, you will stand by Mr. X and fight alongside Mr. X. Right?
Let's go with the
I'm saying at some point, there is enough that Mr. X will do that at some point you have to say, how should Mr. X be there, even if Mr. X is quote unquote my friend? And at what point do I say, okay, this is too much. I need to distance myself from this.
Be honest with you.
I need to control Mr. X.
The truth, to be honest with you, you're 100% correct. There is behavior that's going to cross a line for me that I will not be able to. You're 100% correct. But I would also have to call this question, right? Like, how was I hanging with Mr. X and he was a rapist in the first place? Like, how was I such a bad judge of Mr. X's character? I would have to really call into question. But absolutely, you are correct. I'm not going to support people, just like there's lines, there are limits. So you're right. You're 100% right. Now, why would you, right, draw a parallel between a rapist and Israel?
For one, that's literal. Yes, we can start there. If you want to speak in the literal sense, but aside from that, I think, at some point you're going to say, well, if a country is, waging war on 6 different fronts, is occupying territory, is building illegal settlements, is keeping people kept here.
Men of House Darkland, all who bend the knee to the true King Aegon will be spared. You can earn back your honor by raising his banner and fighting in his name against the whore of Dragonstone. All who refuse, like their death.
More or less.
Is there no honor left in this world, Cole? Sacking your queen's own castles and putting up people to the sword, kingmaker. You're not fit for idle work. This isn't a death and try to deserve. You should thank me for it. Yours will come, kind. Man of house.
So obviously it's not the entirety of the country, that's just ridiculous, but you do have government officials, saying some of this stuff. You did have government officials saying there should be no food and no water, and even, the access to basic necessities.
Rampage wall tunnels were being dug underneath them. While the tunnels were dug, the tower was already moving. Assyria didn't besiege cities, it ran them through machines. 701 BC, Lachish, the second most important city in the kingdom of Judah, King Sennacherib arrived with the most sophisticated siege operation the ancient world had ever seen, and he ran all three methods at the same time. The battering ram had been refined across generations of Assyrian kings. Ashurnasirpal II built them 15 feet long, suspended on iron chains inside a wheeled housing with an archer turret on top. Each iteration got lighter, faster, and harder to stop. The ram's metal blade didn't smash, it pried bricks out one by one. The ram required 3 million stones, quarried from a cliff face 80 meters from the wall, passed hand to hand along human chains to the construction site. Battering rams weighing a full ton were hauled to the top on wooden beams. Defenders threw burning torches at the wooden siege towers. Assyrian engineers poured water from hoses on top to stop them catching fire. While all of this happened above ground, sappers worked below, undermining foundations until entire wall sections could be brought down from underneath. Sennacherib was so proud of Lachish he had the entire siege carved onto his palace walls. Those reliefs still exist. They're in the British Museum. The city fell. The machine moved to the next one. What ancient siege do you want us to cover next? While the ram hit the wall, tunnels were being...
understand what the gentleman just said in regards to the rape thing. Because in some ways, I kind of feel the same way. Is that Israel has really pushed the line on some of this stuff as far as on a global level, as far as they've been very aggressive in their way of dealing with the U.S., with our economy, our banking system, the media, also with Palestine, and they've been very rambunctious since October 7th with quote unquote defending of themselves. And to a level, I understand as far as what kicked it off. They didn't start that. And I can understand to a level of defending yourself. But then I just feel like there is a line that you kind of have went overboard. I mean, all of your neighbors don't even receive this. I mean, you killed hundreds of thousands of people over there in Palestinian land, right? And so I feel like Israel has become a little cold. And so for us to line up with them, I feel like Trump in a way was compromised. And I've said this before. I know that he came in, we all know that he came in to office with a significant $400 million debt from Latricia James, right? And we knew that I believe it was $420 million that he owed. And now he's up almost $7
on Trump for years. Don't just sit here and act like.
Just let him land. I believe. I'm gonna land right here. I believe Trump was compromised, and he is a transformer. I land.
You do know how, like,
I just want to point this out. I would like you guys to go, and I haven't looked at it myself. I'm willing to bet, though, that petition, James' judgment, was overturned. Right? This idea was. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So that's one thing. This idea, right, that the president of the United States would come so cheap, that dog won't hunt. Here's the thing, right? You got people that are going to co-sign what Totem just said, right? They're gonna agree with him. And in the next breath, they're going to say that Israel and the United States had separate agendas. I want you to round that, to circle that square. I want you guys to make that shit make sense. Because it's either we had divergent agendas, or Trump is a puppet, whatever, to Netanyahu. It's not going to be both. And clearly,
I just wanted to say, man, like, I don't know why we're allowing this guy to stay here and lie. Like, he said he was down with the terrorists. He's been shitting on Trump ever since I've been on this app, which is now over 2 years. So he must have just recently changed his tune. But don't believe him, folks. He's a liar. He has not liked this man since before the election. He's been shitting on Trump. Everything he can find.
To be fair, Mountain, to be fair, right? We're not like the other spaces where people can't just express themselves freely. We're not just going to yell people down. We're not like that.
But understand this guy's dishonest.
So this is what we do, right? We contradict it with facts. If he's lying, we show where he's lying. It was simple for me to say, and I didn't even go look it up. I believe that judgment was overturned. It was simple for me to say that. It's not really a hard thing, Mountain. I don't want us to stifle communication. I don't want us to just not be able to hash it out. It's cool. We agree to disagree.
We don't want this all in other spaces like we have been saying. We literally can't have any discussion anymore. It's completely ridiculous. And Andy's completely right. The best way to counter anybody's, in your opinion, stupidity is let them get it all out and then counter it. It's pretty straightforward. Because now,
it's true, but you got.
I already know what the polls all about. So a lot of people do. We're all sitting here quietly waiting. So it's okay, man. We get you. We know what's going on. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, like, if someone's full of shit, though, I mean, I will call them out after. I don't care. Like, they're not gonna sit here and act like they were down with Trump and then fucking. Yeah. Now they're changing their tune. This fucking dude has been against Trump for the get-go.
But we're getting in front of him too much. You know what I mean? But I mean, you get it. You know.
Yeah.
Anthony, I want to focus on your initial question. You said pick the dog hunt. Israel and the U.S.'s agenda, right? So I'm pulling up an article, and they say in recent days the cracks have started to appear between Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, particularly over energy and leadership targets. On one side, Trump appears to be interested in the Venezuela model in Iran, which is predicated on aligning with the pragmatic regime on the other side, accessing vast oil reserves and resources. On the other side, Netanyahu seems to prefer mowing the grass method, weakens Iran and continues the conflict. Both approaches are at odds with each other, especially as Israel increasingly intends to dictate the terms of the war. Now watch this. As far as Israel's agenda,
Terminating the person, not murdering.
the true objective of the conflict is regime change. Now, we just spent the last hour talking about how the U.S. doesn't want regime change and doesn't want to. It's not our job to rescue the Iranian regime. Wait, no. Hold on. He just said. I'm not following what you're talking about. Well, you need to follow because
Just 1 second. I want to say, I'm going to hand it right back to you. I want this to be a misunderstanding.
Let me respond to that. If you say that their core enemy, the core agenda is regime change, America, just like you, Matt, says that if it happens, cool. We took out the Ayatollah, right? We just want to get the oil, baby. We want to get this money. But we are at odds with Israel because they're like, no, regime change, which continues.
This is really important, Othello.
What are you going to do?
This is really important. We have an opportunity right now to learn from each other. According to Totem Pole's thesis, they have compromised. They have Donald Trump is compromised. That was the basis of his thesis. The information you are presenting contradicts that, which was my point. If Donald Trump is compromised, he's not going to be able to publicly disagree with Netanyahu. He's not going to say stuff like Israel keeps on killing the leadership. We can't find anybody to negotiate with. He's not going to say stuff like that. That is my point, Othello. Now, Othello, he's trying to run the war, right? Othello, no one is saying that we are against regime change. No one has said that at all. If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, so be it. To say that we've been arguing for the last however long against regime change, that's not.
That's what threw me off. I never heard that. Well, they would think that it wasn't one of our core tenets, like one of our core and I understand that, but what I'm saying is Israel's main goal. Okay, that's Israel's. Why can't we separate the two? Okay, you can, but if we're in direct alignment with them as far as like we don't have to be. We don't have to be. We all can do our same thing, but still be on the same field. It's all good, right? Let me tell you something. As long as Israel is continuing this war, our battleships have to be in the Strait of Hormuz. You know what I mean? We have to pull up. Period. Listen. I'll stipulate this to you. Sorry, if you want to go after me. If Netanyahu came to Trump, it's Hulk Hogan. You know what you want to know, baby? I've been watching you on TV day and night. And since I'm inside down the Windy City, I'm going to keep you right there. After I get done beating the magnificent Morocco down to where he should be. See what I my friend Mr. T, my main man in Chicago, he told me a lot about the city. I know a lot of hot places I'd like to take you tonight. But I'm going to take you all around the town. What do you think? I'm some kind of clown? You know, everywhere we go tonight, you're going to see Hulk Hogan running wild. So when we're done, you're going to hang and bang day and night. You're going to be training. I'll need your body to be there. That's what it's all about, you know. It's not our agenda, but as Americans, we need to know what the fuck their agenda is and what we're getting into. So I'm not mad at anybody in this room, right? I'm just offering another side to it because we're focused on the American side. But we have to understand that that is our ally, and we are there as long as, you know, they want to continue this. They want to continue this. Right? This is I don't think we don't know their agenda. I don't know that part either. I'm a little confused on that. I think we do know their agenda.
Talked about men in Russell today. Yeah, it is. What do you do when you want
from a lot of
Well, they're gonna do what God wants.
Like God. Yes, that's true.
How to do a miracle when they do what God wants.
Well, that's obviously,
But that can't be true though, because they wouldn't get going on. So I get your point. I think you're looking for conflict, but there is none. You know, and the thing is, go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Ann said personal vendettas. Okay, why do we have a personal vendetta? Why can't we just listen to Joseph Kent, who was in the meetings and literally told us? Hold on, Matt. He literally told us that Trump couldn't even leak to his personal cabinet who they were in talks with because Israel will go and bomb them. Now that's crazy.
I agree with that, but that like if you remove it from the government and you bring it down to a personal level, I'm pretty sure you got friends that if you got into a fight and you wanted to go back and do some damage, you got friends that I can't tell them to do what they willing to do. I can't. Like everybody got them type of people around them, so that don't surprise me. And then when you look at where Israel is geographically in all of this stuff, if I was from Israel or I was a part of the nation of Israel, I would want them wiped off the map as well. Let's go ahead and get this shit over with.
It's cold red with this right now.
Yeah, so I kind of get that. Like they got this belief system and we got ours. They trying to colonize us and we ain't going for that shit. We finna go ahead and take them out. So I kind of get it. So if I was Trump, yeah, I'm not finna tell them everything because they finna take off.
It's like Matt said, we do need to circle back because they trying to make us look weak. But I'm just saying, if Trump's begging for NATO and the European nations to pull out, obviously, he wants some other backing. And he says that this is,
No, he's doing that to make sure their allies will do it, and he was just exposing them. Man, this really was not them.
Well, no, I think he would like them there.
I mean, it's a little bit of like, okay, it's one of those things like, okay, I'm going to suppose these guys are being the chumps that they are, but if they do show up, sure, why not use them? It's kind of one of the,
Well, he wanted us to look unified because his whole thing is like, it's PR. He wants us to look unified to the Russians and the Chinas, but it shows chinks in our armor when we're not unified with our European partners. So we'll put it that way, and I know you guys can agree. But when I look at China, man, they're making chess moves. You know what I mean? With the Taiwan thing, they want to present themselves to the world as a level-headed force. You know what I mean? And not belligerent. And the only thing I'm worried about with Trump, he's making us look like belligerent pigs. You know what I mean? Like that deserve to be, swung on. Like we're just out of control. And I'm saying that he needs to move with a little bit more tact. And so when I look at just from chess and just like a PR thing, which Israel bought TikTok so that people can start to love them again, it's all a PR war, right? I'm looking at China and they looking very wise and they're moving.
Fellow, bro, I'm really disappointed. I implore you to really do some research into what's going on in China. I implore you to go and see what happened to the top generals in China within the last couple of months who didn't support, what some of the moves that she was making. Listen, man. I'm gonna use a movie reference to something that we've been talking about. When Michael went to that restaurant, you know what I'm saying, and they were talking about negotiating some kind of agreement, they were like, yo, listen, we can negotiate whatever we want, but Luka Brogdon, that motherfucker ain't listening. Y'all try to take out the Godfather, he's coming to see you. And they like, yo, Luka Brogdon sleeps with the fishes. They knew they had to take him out because there's certain dudes that no matter what, they're going to do what they want to do because they're going to address the situation. We all have friends like that. Here's what's up, man. As far as China looking like some kind of statesman and, reasonable force in the world, it's bullshit.
Taiwan. Why hasn't China run up in Taiwan yet? Why haven't they? Why? Because
Joe Biden's no longer president and they never get their ass kicked.
Because they are scared. They're shook ones, part 1, 2, shook ones. They are scared. That's why they had to run up there. And the other thing is, what do you think happens to the chip factory if China was to try to run up in Taiwan? That shit would be rubble overnight. We are not giving China the chip factory, which is the only reason they want Taiwan. So listen, man, you guys, you can worry about whatever you want to worry about. God bless you. But we see what's going on outside.
Did you see the recent?
Well, I'll go after.
Did you see the recent? Okay, I'm sorry, Toto. I'm just asking one question, Anthony. Did you see the recent? Photo of Taiwan's Prime Minister and her chief?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Go do some research on that because they just made amends. So that's the big thing that happened this past week. China and Taiwan just shook hands on a grand stage. So the board is changing, and I implore you to do some research on that. And that's why I'm saying.
But what does that mean, though? What does it mean?
That's why I'm saying they looking wise. Go look at that photo. It was the photo of her seen around the world. China and Taiwan are about to become allies again.
You know, they can become allies to look out for. As long as China doesn't do a hostile takeover, I got no problem with them being allies. If that
Here's a Reuters link. I'm posting a Reuters link.
If that avoids World War III, I have no problem with it. I'm cool with that. That doesn't undermine America's interest.
Well, you have to understand something. Taiwan has already agreed to come on shore here in America and put a factory together. They've agreed to do that. I believe it was over $1 trillion. They're talking about, or billions, I'll say, that they're going to put into a factory out here, also employment and training for the people here. So over the next 10 years, the chips will be over here. But there's another
some of what is being said, frankly, in some ways it's a bit childish, this idea that, go find out about China and all the rest of it. I mean, you can point to things like even Afghanistan, right, which is just, the Taliban was a ragtag group of guys in sandals and AK-47s, and look how that turned out, right? The Taliban of Afghanistan now. But if this argument, China hasn't done shit in Taiwan because they're scared, it's a joke. I mean, maybe there's another reason that's totem, and I completely agree with totem. Maybe it's because they respect international law, has that struck your mind, that's all. And we can point to some other evidence. So, for instance, Russia right now has invaded Ukraine. Did the USA engage in direct?
True, if you keep going out, I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Drops out more than anything I've ever seen.
Can you hear me now?
You must be in China.
Yeah.
Well, I might have had some decent connection. But I was just saying, China's army is actually larger than Russia, and if the USA is not willing to engage with Russia in direct warfare, why would you think that a direct war, or even that indirect, between China and the USA would ever happen? It's just childish. Like, it's not going to happen. No one's going to come to check, quote unquote, as you said, or knows. Everyone knows a lot better than to do that. I'll just leave that there.
True, we missed like the last 5 seconds of what you said.
Well, I hope basically the point was clear. I don't think there's ever going to be a direct engagement between the USA and China. And not because China is quote scared, but because it just doesn't make sense for anyone. No one wins that.
So, would it be safe to say, because we know that's not the U.S. standpoint, the U.S. is like, if we got to get it done, then let's go ahead and get this shit over with. And it seems like Israel got the same perspective. Shout out to Israel. Let's go ahead and take these gloves off and get this shit over with. If China's gun shy, don't you think that can be leveraged?
Are they gun shy or are they wise?
Oh, because to shoot a gun, you gotta have some bullets. If you don't got no goddamn bullets, what does it matter how big a machine gun? Because you don't have to get sufficient. You can have all the fucking guns in the world. You don't got no damn bullets. You gotta stay cool and stack up your weapons and your stockpile of bullets. You don't got enough bombs. You don't got enough ammo to fight nobody.
Anglo-Saxon thing. It's an American protection.
Just came up on stage.
Well, how are you guys doing?
You're not Sandra from other stages that are the opposite view of this.
Yes, I am. I just came to see what I was talking about.
All right. I gotta commend you. You're one of the very few that ever come this way. So I'll give you any kind of grace and room to do what you need to do. In fact, I don't even have to have anybody respond to you. If you just want to make a statement and leave, that's cool.
Oh no, I just came to see what you guys were talking about. I came in here and then I was brought up and I was just like, okay, they must be pretty cool. I just want to see what's happening. I don't have a problem with anybody. And there's a lot of people in here that I know. So it's cool.
That's right. Welcome, Sandra.
Yeah, I just
Thank you.
that was the same one from what house I'm talking about. But yeah. So you have no thoughts on anything that's been said, or just kind of like
I've only been in here like 3 minutes, so yeah, I just want to check it out. But I mean, I don't have beef with anybody, so
no, I
that's all
think
good.
so. I mean, you talked to someone from oh, yeah, take it over, yeah. You know her better than I do. I don't know. Anthony.
No, I'm cool.
I've been in many a stage with Sandra. We don't typically agree, but I'm happy she's in here. I'm happy, she's willing to come and exchange ideas and listen. And it's impressive. God bless her.
Yeah, well, Anthony, I given my command, or I don't know what you call them, the rules of engagement from the other houses, that if you want me on their stage, you have to come on mine. So there's been this ongoing battle with a bunch of people about that, and then I'm like, well, you guys just show up over on mine, it's fine. And I'll get one or two that will show up, or they're actually in the queue mostly. So I'm like, okay, and then when someone does show up, it's like I'll clear the way, that's the way it goes. So.
I've been on these stages for over 6 years. I don't have a problem with anybody. If I have an issue with somebody, I just leave that room. But I mean, everybody it all makes sense until it doesn't. And everybody has to express themselves the way that they do. And you can't be mad at somebody who feels differently from you. Like me and Anthony don't get along, but we don't agree on the same things, but we're still friends. We both follow each other, so it's not a big deal.
Well, I give you more balls than literally most of the men over there. No offense to your friends over there, but you have a lot more bravery and balls than they do. I just have to say that right now.
Where was over there?
Well, you know the places to go. Come on, I don't know if you're playing.
No. There's a few. I was wondering if there was one in particular, but
yeah, I'm not going to mention it because it does get out or whatever. But you know the ones that the ones that you tend to get tossed from. You know what I mean?
Yes. To be honest with you, it doesn't make any sense for us to mention them. That's counterproductive. Honestly, I'm just saying it to you. That's just
no, that's fine. It's perfectly understandable.
we don't have to discuss it, but I appreciate, quote unquote, your use of the term Anglo-Saxon thirst for war. That's a new one for me. I don't disagree.
I know, that's interesting. Because I was thinking the same thing, Alan. That alone gives me a room. You know what I mean? You really break that down. That's a fascinating way of looking at it. Because, if we do go to war, Saxon people do, we do drag everybody with us. So go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I used to get a lot of heat in certain rooms because I acknowledge it. I mean, when you look at the last 100 years, the number of world wars white people have started and engaged with. I mean, we've killed at least over 100 million of our men in these wars. Easy. And when
I say white people, I am using the traditional distinctions of race. So there was the white race, there was the black race, and the Asian race. Now the Asians, I mean, they were, come on, they were amateurs. Now, you know, under Mao Zedong, he killed 20 million in 5 years on the Great Leap Forward, and then I forget, there was another program that killed another 20 million. So they're up to about 40. But yeah, when it comes to white people, yeah, by far, we've gone at it further, farther, and more deadlier than any other race on the planet. And I say that as to say, you know, maybe those other people should take note of that. And don't fuck with us. Because if just be glad we're only focused on ourselves. And yeah, every once in a while, we commit a few genocides here and there of other racial groups. But by far, the people that we exterminate and war with is ourselves. And just stand clear, we'll be fine. And try not to get caught in the crossfire. So yeah, totem pole, completely agree. And that's my very, very, very dark view of that.
All in this room, I consider all to be Clubhouse friends, if not friends, acquaintances. And I see you in rooms all the time, and I'm in your room all the time. So much so that I think I'm top 5% on the app. And so the app told me by giving me a badge that I'm important in any room I'm in. So I come into these rooms and I communicate with my Anglo-Saxon friends. But the reality of it is, in my lifetime, in the 52 years that I've been on this planet, I've never seen you not have 2 consistent years without a war going on. And like I say, this type of a mindset, when you bring in technology, right, it's one thing to have all the information in a book, and you say, we'll keep the books in the library. It's another thing to upload all the information into the cloud and put it in your hand on a cell phone and say, here's your own smartphone, and all of our history, all of our information, and everything we know is right here at the palm of your hand. And then you expect people not to look at you a little different, Anglo-Saxons? Well, wait a minute. Now, I don't have to do much to do any history. I don't have to have a library card to do history on you folks. And so now people are starting to side-eye your movements a little different. Because we have these smartphones, and this AI, and this Google, and all this stuff makes you even more arrogant. Because you say, I can give you fools all of the information and history on us, and we still will be on top. And I don't think that's the way it's going to be with the technology. I think people are starting to look at you a little different, and people are starting to see, wait a minute, you fools just like to fight. But there's something that happens to a fool that likes to fight all the time. There's only 2 things that can happen to him. Either he's going to be put in jail, or he'll be put in a box. And don't forget that. I'll put some totem pole on it, and I'll stick it right there.
Well, totem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, more people are aware of the history. More people are looking sideways at all of this and saying, what the hell? I think, but I think what's true now and what was true 100 and 200 and 1,000 and 2,000 years ago is all of these foreign wars, they were always fought
Now, you spoke about China earlier. Yeah, China's not sitting there smiling. China's sweating bullets because they get all of their oil from Iran. Well, they got it, if I understood or am remembering correctly, they were getting some from Venezuela, and they were getting a good portion from Iran. And initially, what I heard, they were the ones who told Iran, look, go to the peace table, agree to the ceasefire, because if you don't, we're not going to be able to get the oil we need from you, and then we're in trouble. So you better deal with the Americans. So no, they're 100%, by the way, Al. 100%. Yeah, thank you, Norm. Thank you. So, and that's and you know when you talk about white people and their predilection for war, you know, Western European culture, we had to fight over resources. Resources were scarce. That the surviving in Western Europe over the past 10,000 years in that environment required people that came from Africa or the people that came from Asia or the people that came from the Middle East. It is just the way it is. And you have to fight. You're starving. Your families in your village and the women and your children are starving. Or women and children are looking at you saying, you know, we're hungry. We don't care. Yeah. You pick up some rocks and you go over there and you start hitting them on the head and you steal their food. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's what it boils down to. And that's where it comes from. So, you know, I don't know what else to say, except that I'll land with this. In today's world, we are still fighting over resources. And now it happens on a global scale. We're fighting, you know, they blew up in the Ukraine war. They blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. That was the pipeline that transported oil from Russia to Western Europe. And Russia was making $1 billion a day from that pipeline. Well, you know, Western United States, Western Europe, some Middle Eastern countries said, no, we don't want Russia selling oil. We want that Western Europe to get oil from these other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkey, other different countries. So boom, bye-bye Nord Stream 2. And, you know, for the time being, now Russia's shipping it to India, and India's shipping it to Europe. So you're still making money on it. But eventually, that will change, and now those other countries will get it. Is it right? I don't know. No, was it a justification for war? I don't know. I don't think they should have done that. But it's done, and that's the kinds of games they play. And that's the kinds of games we need, because, yeah, gas price is one. They're making a deal, the Strait of Hormuz is open, Trump played them, he won, and now gas prices are going down.
Okay, and don't spread all white people. They are some murderous people, but those Arabs too. Though, are we lumping Arabs with white people because those are some killing, warmongering, enslaving, conquering people too. They went all the way up into the Caucasus Mountains trying to spread Islam. They went all the way into Europe. They went all the way through North Africa. So you know what I mean? We're not just going to yeah,
Otello, yes, I know, but totem pole was focusing on white people. That's why I limited it to that.
I think it's a fake designation, white people. I can't think of the people who haven't had a history of murder, war, killing. I don't know of any people that are free of that. People from the continent of North America, South America, Asia, Africa. Just killing on every single continent. I don't think anybody has a monopoly on killing.
That's true, Norm, but when you rack up the actual numbers, and this was before you came in, the distinction we made, white people have by far outdone every other racial group.
I mean, if you just look at more advanced weapons, not because of a lack of desire on the people's part.
Well, if you just look at King Leopold, we talking about 18 million.
That's one guy. Yes,
Exactly. 18 million.
That's not white people, that's one man.
But he's a part of it.
Well, he's one gabillionth of white people.
Yeah, and look, he took out. Listen. This is not 6 million.
We know about
18 million people.
Well, I'm not sure how many it is, but he certainly was responsible for some. Well, you don't know and I don't know, but he is responsible for some.
How do you know
about it? Definitely a bad guy.
I think we can concede a little bit on things. I mean, that's Alan, right? Do you agree? I mean, we did drag and kill quite a few people on our way to where we needed to go, you know? So, I mean, it's not like...
But there's a lot of killing in Africa. Let's not
I don't deny it.
Yeah,
I just say don't fight it, you know what I mean? Like, we can agree on all these things, you know?
Yeah, but Norm, look, I don't shy away from the behavior of the individual implicates the entire group. I don't need to say, well, it was just one person who doesn't represent all. We're talking in extreme generalities here, and I think it's for the purpose of this conversation. I understand you don't want to do it, Norm, and that's fine. I get it.
I think it's scientifically dishonest.
When this conversation started, I pointed out, when World War I and World War II, I mean, the death toll, Russia had a death toll of, all said and done, of like 50 million by the end of World War II.
They sent their own people to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's, and I said, in Mao Zedong, there was the great leap forward of 20 million, and then something else was 20 million. So
Cultural revolution.
Yeah, but I mean, by comparison, Asia is not, is amateurs compared to white.
Don't forget Pol Pot.
Oh yeah, I mean, Pol Pot too. How many did he kill?
3 million, I would say.
Oh, 3 million, come on.
Well, that's rookie saying those are child numbers over there.
I'm not impressed with anything under 10 million. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Yeah, high standards.
Yeah, it's interesting because even the Khmer Rouge, they sprung up because of the bombs that were dropped during the Vietnam War.
So that's not accurate at all. There was a communist movement. He was educated at the Sorbonne in Paris, like many of these fake revolutionaries, like Ho Chi Minh. The Khmer Rouge existed before we bombed the supply lines to the North Vietnamese.
Yeah, but you guys we bombed a lot of the farmers' land, right? Which is why.
I don't know about the farmers. We bombed the supply lines to our enemy that were coming through Cambodia because they thought they were more.
We bombed a lot of those people that got so mad that they joined the Khmer Rouge, right?
No,
yes,
they tried to flee the people.
Hold on. The Khmer Rouge, they killed a lot of people, but the most people that they killed were the artists, were the business people, and intellectuals.
They killed whoever wasn't down with communism. I don't know something how you want to kill intellectuals.
They focused on the artists. They focused on the artists.
Forced marriages. There were not 3 million artists in Cambodia, bro.
Oh, what?
There were 3 million intellectuals in Cambodia.
Well, come on now. Cambodia was a hub for art before the Vietnam War. I got some documentaries that I can send to you.
Yeah. I mean, because I made a film there. I'm quite familiar with Cambodia.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Have you seen Don't Think I've Forgotten the Lost History of Rock and Roll in Cambodia?
No. Oh, yes, I did. It's a long time ago. It's a very old one.
Yes.
It's an interesting film. It has nothing to do with art.
ideology.
With my friends here on stage. I have grown up in a time where, and some of you have too, where there were actual crop circles that were coming up when I was out. There was no way that they were making these signs and symbols, geometric symbols, in the ground on crops. And I remember that some of the mathematical scientists started to get together and decipher some of the messages that were being sent through the aliens that were coming down and beaming these crops in one night, and then the next night you wake up and you have these geometrical signs on the ground. And when they started to decipher, the only thing they kept coming up with when they started putting the mathematic universal numbers together was be at peace, stop war, stop fighting. This is the message that the aliens were giving to the planet, right? So the Anglo-Saxon has had a number of years in, I would say, power over the earth. They've been in existence, we know. You guys go back at least 6,000 years. We go back to the beginning of the planet. When I say we, I'm talking about melanated, right? So, with the existence of you on the planet and in power, the only thing that you've done is precipitate war. But the reality of it is, the whole universe knows about it. Because we've had visitors from other planets come and tell us, be at peace. Now these people are these beings we know can go.
What language are you talking about?
Excuse me, hold on.
Well, I'm curious. What language do you mean?
Excuse me. These beings can come from the sky and go right into the. Hold on, excuse me. I just like to land. I know it hurts when you hear the truth. But please, take the message. Okay, so the reality of it is this. And I know you don't like it because you're being irritable right now. But hear this Anglo-Saxon here. Hear it, Anglo, and listen to it good. They have asked you to be at peace. Their technology is beyond any Earth technology. They won't even share the technology with you. And the only thing you've been able to do is reverse engineer down aircraft. You could have been receiving direct technology. Some of the problems we've had could have probably been fixed. But you're warmongering people. I'll stick my totem pole.
Well, why don't they speak to the guys like you then? Why don't they just talk to you? Hello? What language are the crop circles in? When you say mathematical scientists, were you trying to say mathematicians?
Now it's interesting. I didn't know he was going to go down this route, but when we watched the documentary Disclosure, Marco Rubio was in there as well as some other people. This is definitely this is not totally far-fetched.
The documentary Disclosure. It's called Disclosure.
Yes, Marco Rubio as well as.
When did it come out?
I think last year.
Okay. And what did it close? What did Marco Rubio say?
It's a lot, but basically what he just said, been reverse engineering.
Marco Rubio said that the crop circles were messages from aliens.
Did you see the documentary?
I'm asking you what Marco Rubio said.
Okay, so
did Marco Rubio say that the crop circles were messages from aliens?
No, but they did greenlight a lot of the other things that he said. I think he's mixing
Who's they?
things that he had learned.
Okay, what did Marco Rubio say? Because you said he said basically what the other guy said, but now you said he didn't say that. I'm just curious.
He more so greenlight that there are orbs and UAPs and unidentified objects that are a national security threat.
Senator's called Disclosure. Everybody should go see it.
So he didn't say that there were aliens from other planets coming up to be peace like this guy just said, did he? He didn't say that, did he?
He was sleeping in his English panicked.
Man, you know what? Some were saying that they were already here and they're underneath those.
What about Rubio? Did he say that they were aliens?
Yeah, I was surprised Rubio put himself out there like he did. I didn't think he would do that when I watched
What
it.
did he say?
He just intimated that that aliens are real. I don't remember any specifics.
Intimated it?
Yeah.
Okay. How did he intimate it?
Why don't you go watch it and find out?
Well, you're the one making the claim. I mean, you saw it. I mean, if you remember, if you don't remember, just say, I don't know.
There's a lot that we're still in the dark about, right? Okay. At the same time, like Beaver said, for him to put himself out there in the documentary, agreeing with the general agenda of the documentary.
What's the general agenda?
That there are UAPs, orbs, on the planet that
So they're unidentified.
Yeah, unidentified aerial phenomenon is what they call them, Norm.
Right, but he doesn't say that they're aliens. He just says they're unidentified.
Yeah,
him specifically.
What they're saying is the propulsion technology that these UAPs have, the way they're able to slow down, move fast, and they've been doing this since like the 660s. Yeah, it's unexplained pretty much.
But he doesn't say that they're aliens.
Well, I mean, we didn't have any capability, so it definitely could have been like some type of orb or artificial intelligence, kind of tracking, vessel that just goes through the galaxy. You know what I mean? It could be something like that too.
Here's a quote. We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours. I mean, to me, the implication is that it's China.
The nuclear they've been able to turn it on and off. It's been documented that any time it was turned off, they didn't do it. And in the orb, they overshipped it. Yeah, I just want to land. The orbs have been turning these nuclear facilities off because they want peace. They want the only kill.
When was the nuclear facility turned off? When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I'll let you talk and then talk once you go on mute.
When was the nuclear facility turned off?
I can Google it, Norm. I can Google it.
I just posted it in I forget what it was on. I ignored it. But I will say this, Norm. If it is another nation, it's still a national security.
Like China.
Because the speed at which these UAPs are moving is way faster than anything we have. So even if it is China, the way it's going into the ocean.
Now, this wouldn't have been China. This is 67. He's talking about it was in Montana. There's no way that was China. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
Hold on, let me continue. These UAPs, the way they're moving, stopping on a dime, speed and velocity that they're moving is faster and stronger than anything we have. So if it is,
what if they have no mass? What if they're just lights?
It's still a national security threat, and that's what.
What if they have no?
These governments.
What if they have no mass? They're just lights.
Could be.
Yeah. So then the light goes faster. What's that?
We should still dive into it because they were the whole.
Sure, we are looking into it.
Yeah, the whole premise was that it's a national security threat.
Well, sure, but not the whole premise is that it's aliens.
Have you seen the documentary?
I'm asking you.
Have you seen it?
I'm asking you.
And they said, be at peace.
You've seen it, right?
I'm trying to.
You've seen it, right?
Too bad the Ayatollah didn't get the memo.
Look it up. Look it up. They saying.
Look it up. Did you look it up?
And they don't want to commute with us. They don't want to deal with us.
Right.
Because of
how would you know that?
War.
How would you know that?
Because the crop circles said it.
Really? In what language? Hello? What language were the crop circles in?
saying? Huh? It was in mathematics. So there were numbers.
Our universities deciphered the code.
Yeah, and what language did they find that they were?
If I could add a quick comment.
So, I offer for you.
You don't know? I mean, why would you say this crazy stuff if you don't know?
Hey, I don't know where this conversation is going, but I think it was, what did Mark Rubio say? Here was something Mark Rubio said. He said,
I quoted
said that
he said they were playing. I quoted them. We know already what he said. It's in the chat. If you don't know. We're talking about aliens. She was playing closely copies of the third kind.
Can we just do 1 2 and 1 minute intermission, please? Thank you, Alan. Go ahead.
You want me to?
Yeah, please carry on. 30 seconds.
I nobody heard it. I just know the name.
Donald Trump, president of the world. Donald Trump, president of the world.
Anybody really gets into it. The reality of it is, mathematics, we know is universal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count just like any other being in the universe can count. And so that is
10 not 11, 10 not 9. Rabono Shalom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
and I'll just say this. I like shalom. Right. And even they had 12 candles. We can all count. All right. So here's the reality of it. The mathematical code and equations were the same not only in Europe, they were the same in America, they were the same in Australia. Everywhere they found crop circles, the same message. Be at peace. Stop war. This is the type of shit that they've been saying. And they've been flying over the nuclear facilities, like I just said, turning these goddamn things off because they don't want you to destroy the planet because they're sharing the planet in a submersible.
Wait, you're saying there's an alien force going into farms and pushing down the crops to teach us peace? That's
They wanted to scare Earthlings. I think they would do it more upfront. I don't think.
I was actually at a crop circle, and I actually felt peace when I was in the crop circle personally. But there were other people that were upset the crops were destroyed, and they weren't able to sell the crops. And I said, no, this is a message from international outer space aliens declaring peace. You have to look at it positively with a positive attitude.
Hey, I didn't make it up. You made it up. It's your internet. Go to your own internet. Don't ask me. I'm just a phone user. But the evidence is there.
Really, where is the evidence?
Use your internet and find it.
So, in other words, you can't find it, so you want me to find it for you?
Norm, what you really need to do is just get in your car, drive out to your nearest farm right now, and see if you can see any crop circles anywhere. If you see one, take a picture, change your PTR, and we will meditate on peace.
Oh, yeah. They didn't say that since I was a little kid. I'm 52 years old. But I'm telling you.
Right.
They figured out the motherfucking mathematics. Not me. I was in fucking middle school.
No, I put the the YouTube link that I put in the chat. Yeah, you see that?
Hey, for those of you who are interested, there's a longtime group called MUFON. I think it's MUFON or just maybe one F. And it's been a group that's advocated, discussed UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. If you're interested, look them up.
I hear Donald Trump is actually interested in crop circles and international peace, and he too believes that there are alien powers out there that the government is covering up. But I think it's just the military-industrial complex playing games, psyop games with the public, so we keep funding them at $1.2 trillion a year.
Eleanor, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you saying you do not believe in aliens? I was trying to figure out where you're going with what you're saying.
I'm just interested in the evidence. I don't believe things, I just look at evidence.
Well, if we look at the evidence of just the solar system in general, I mean, you know, for sure there's more intelligent life than us.
You can't say for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
You can say it's likely. You can say it's likely. Out of all the millions of solar systems, I get it. And there's planets like, yes, I get it.
You know, and especially further, because we're at the edge of the galaxy, you know? I mean, think about what's at the center of it, you know what I mean? I just would definitely believe for sure that there's higher intelligent life forms, for sure.
There's planetary shit. There's shit sharing our planet right now, you fucking idiot. They're in the fucking ocean. They're ocean.
Calm down. You need to calm down before you give yourself a heart attack over aliens.
Here's the reality. It's not up to me to educate you on what the fuck is going on the planet.
Bro, you need to calm
So I don't know. Let me talk lower. I'll talk like this. And can you hear me like this? You guys, can you hear me? You can hear me this way?
Crop circles, you should be picking cotton.
This is the nature. And this is the nature. This is the nature. And so,
we can't filter out white trash through the app, brother.
Well, the reality of it is, so
why is everybody off their bikes? Like literally everybody's off their bikes.
Is there a rule here that we're not supposed to?
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. Everybody's off their bikes.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles, California, sir.
Oh, what's your ethnicity?
Their background is Syrian and Greek.
Oh, that's why you look like a child molester. I was just wondering.
Oh, that's why you're a coward behind a fake CTR, and you wouldn't say that to my face. So come on now, bro. Seriously. You should have seen what I did to Nazis like you in the county jail, bro. Yeah, I used to throw you guys off the tier on a 2000 hour. It was like cardio.
No, you fucking savage. No, in Greece, they were fucking raping boys, and in Syria, they're slaughtering each other. The fuck are you talking about?
Like I said, white trash, what we used to do to you in the LA County jail was so fun.
Oh, you used to be in the LA County jail being what? The Armenians a fluffer? What
being against knocking over Nazis like it's nothing.
Oh, yeah. You didn't do shit. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until
the Nazis and the
you Nazis couldn't walk the main line until the Mexicans.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid. The Southerners run the California jails. Everybody knows this. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, you think so?
Yeah, they do. Literally, they're the fucking majority. Which of the main groups in the California system is the largest and the most powerful? Everybody knows it's the Southerners.
Yeah, of course it is.
And who are they fucking aligned with, you fucking retard?
But before the Southerners gave you a pot of pissing, bro, you motherfuckers weren't dictating shit.
Oh, that's bullshit.
You wrote off the Mexicans, you wrote off the lie.
Where did your fat other ass end up having to roll with?
Victimize you. We victimize you.
Because you're in other. You're in other. You don't have a crew. You're the smallest group in the fucking.
I'm against the Crip. I'm with the blacks.
Yeah, right. Shut the fucking dick
out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck out of here. You're a bitch. 3 times moving. Fuck Nazis, nigga. Just like that. Fuck Nazis.
Don't blow your fat ass up so easily, you fucking retard. You don't even know who you're talking to.
Fuck Nazis.
I would smack the fucking cat off of your face, bitch. You wouldn't be wiping your thing out. You shut the fuck up.
I'm in Los Angeles right now. I drop out.
Okay, go. Drive your fat ass around in Los Angeles. Like, I give a shit. You want a fucking medal?
White trash. Fuck white boys. Fuck Nazis. Fuck white boys.
Yeah, I just want to smack the shit out of you. Make you cry. Shut the fuck up.
Please, you'll be running back to the Mexicans.
like, legal fucking. Yeah, I know, you fucking retard. Quit acting like a tough guy online. It's stupid.
You are a faggot.
You're not a fucking creepy fucking faker. Now shut up.
Shut up. Fuck white boys, bro. Fuck white trash. What you
You
gotta
think
do about
fuck
it?
boys all you want? I don't give a fuck.
Fuck white trash. Shut up, white trash.
You're just mad because you were getting your ass plowed by the fucking boats on the yard.
Fuck white trash.
You didn't county time anyways. That ain't shit.
I smashed woods, nigga. I smashed the wood pile every time. Fuck out of here, bro.
The others would never. You're an other. You would never touch a fucking way. Shut the fuck up.
Black too strong.
You're not. Dana would not let you roll with him, you fucking dumbass.
Check the BTR, white trash. Left. Don't say so. Fuck out of here. You're a bitch. Fuck white boy. Shut up. Your parents were siblings, white trash. Your parents were siblings. Come on, go ahead, bitch. I'm not hiding in front of. I'm not hiding behind anything. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said. Fuck white trash. Yeah, nigga. Fuck Nazis. Hitler was a faggot just like you. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck the wood pile. Fuck NLR. Fuck P9. Fuck all of that. I'm all Aryan killer. That's what I am, bro. Remember
you're not. You fucking.
all Aryan killer. All Aryan killer, bro.
Dude, even the blacks and the northerners don't talk like that. You fucking.
Fuck white boys. Nigga, fuck
This
white
is how I
boys.
know you've ever been to prison.
Can your mouth be saved though? Can you save
the white girls?
Can you save the white girls, please, Remy?
Fuck Nazis. That's all I gotta say. Fuck the woods and fuck the wood pile. Fuck AB. Fuck all that bullshit. You couldn't even walk the main line.
You would never say this in prison.
I've been through. What the fuck you talking about? I've been in 3 fucking riots in the county behind them. What are you talking about?
You got county time.
Fuck out of here.
Oh, you got county time, you fat fucking.
I want to see you. I want to see you on a 2004 for 3 years. I want to see you in Wayside in a gladiator school, bro. Please get the fuck out of here. You woods are base heads, all of you. All of you were in there for crystal and breaking into cars and dumb shit. Y'all
fucking wannabe black piece of shit.
Fuck white boys. Fuck white boys. You heard what I said. Fuck white trash.
Beautiful white intelligent boy girls do not claim any type of Nazis, Remy. We do not claim them. Remy, we do not claim them.
That nigga Peppy claims this, so fuck Peppy. I'm an Aryan killer.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Fuck that nigga. So just like that. Right here. I'm right here.
You roll the grips?
I roll with Rabbi.
Fuck this nigga.
Wait, was Rabbi the guy that kidnapped you and took you on all his drug deals, Bima, and you willingly drove him around and participated in all his drug deals? Is this who it is, Bima?
So how does a little Syrian wigger like you end up, and why do you want to be black so bad? I'm just curious.
Too black, too strong, bro. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're not black. Literally, it's not in your DNA. You fucking poser. It's pathetic. Like, why? No, I understand. If I was a dirty.
Rabbi, let's be honest. How long do you think Pepe would last in the can? If Pepe went to federal prison, how long would he make it?
You want to hang out with black people and act like you're a gangster and all that stuff.
Take it back.
But you know that it's funny though, because you do know that you would never disrespect any Southerner or white that in the fucking county jail or prison. You would never do that.
I didn't talk about a Southerner. I'm talking about you coward ass white trash.
You're gonna tell me the AB, they're pussies, they would let your fat ass talk shit to them? You know they would.
The ABs couldn't even walk the main line until they.
Oh, you're so fucking stupid.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all were always.
They literally controlled the fucking state system for decades, you moron.
You just back in the day, you just had some racist ass white videos bring you in drugs. That was it. Nothing on New York. Until you clicked up with that.
I'm not an AB, and I'm not a skinhead. So what the fuck you're talking to me?
Shut the fuck up, then, bitch.
No, you can shut the fuck up. I'll smack that goddamn beard off your face, you that fucking sand nigger. Shut the fuck up, man. Learn how to speak English like a white man. White trash, look at you, motherfucker. You have to act like a fucking hood rat. And you're white, you fucking fat fuck. Worthless fat fuck.
My vernacular can go from the corner to the corner store to the metropolitan to central.
Oh, so in other words, you're a faker. In other words, you fake it. That's what you do.
I'm versatile, motherfucker.
You're versatile. You're versatile.
Yes, sir.
You know what? If I were speaking like this, why did you look this up? Versatile.
Wallah,
Yeah, I don't speak that garbage.
Yeah, Yeah, all that, nigga. Fuck white boys.
No, fuck you, fat fuck.
Fuck white trash, nigga. Just what I said.
You know what's really funny though is white trash was literally killing your fucking family in Syria. Literally, white boys, middle class white boys are going to Syria and putting bullets in the heads of people who look like you, only less well fed.
Shut up, white trash.
Shut up, fat ass.
Shut up, Aryan bitch. Shut up.
You're just a dark boy with a black dick. That's all you are. Right around your butt holes.
Like I said, fuck Nazis and fuck you.
You fucking fart out. Every time you fart, you put chlamydia in the air. You got it in the ass so many times. Dirty bitch.
Every time we catch you, motherfucker. That's when we whip your ass and we take the razor blades, we put it on the broomstick and shove it up your ass. That's what we do.
Bullshit. You fucking sit on it voluntarily. Shut the fuck up.
I was known for that. I was known for taking the phone up little ALR. Moving Chris. I got a fucked up.
Hey, Big, I want you to try to guess what we were talking about before we got here.
White boys, bro. I victimize white trash.
We're talking about aliens.
Victimize white trash, bro. Shut up. You're a bitch, bro. You're not even a man. You can't even show me your face on your PTR, you coward.
It's the prison.
Behind the house. Motherfucker.
I have my face on here a million fucking times. The fuck are you talking about?
Shut up, white trash. Shut up.
But you have sunglasses on and all your fucking sunglasses too. You fat fuck.
I am who I am. I'll give you a little.
Yeah, and your fat will show you your face, bitch. And you're hiding behind sunglasses.
My face right there.
If sunglasses means you're hiding your face, then maybe you should take a picture of sunglasses.
Maybe if you were such an inbred white trash, you could see.
You're so inbred. My parents are not inbred. They didn't give birth to somebody who grew up to be a fat fucking wigger. Yeah, amazing.
You're white trash.
Fat fucking wigger. That's all you are.
No, low class white trash from the fucking bottlenecks of the United States cannot get through London Heathrow. They don't let you in England.
Oh, they wouldn't?
Trash. No, they won't.
Oh,
okay. They will turn your ass.
You know who they won't let in? Apparently you're a criminal, so you probably wouldn't be allowed in. But I, on the other hand, can go in.
Actually, I just came back as my blacks in Central London broke motherfuckers.
No, you didn't.
Take a look at the
Wait,
PCR.
did you guys, Pepe, Gravity, did you hear, I guess the 11th scientist that was part of that anti-gravity thing has been found dead?
Amazing. That's because this fat motherfucker sat on him.
I'm telling you, man. Those people, man, they had a hard job. Not like growing up in the trailer park where they just come and box and siblings, you know. White trash.
Wait, so why do you think they're killing these scientists, though?
Wait, Abby, there's a room you haven't heard about. It's called Chillism, and I would love for you to spend maybe a couple years in Chillism. I think you're really going to do great there in the Gladiator School.
One thing I do know is I'm American, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my country, proud of my president, proud of the world and the petrodollar, and I'm proud of my ignorance as it was. But I'm a man, stood on my own, and he's talking about, oh, you're just with the blacks. It's
you're fucking freeman. What the fuck are you talking about?
Outnumbered 10 to 1. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and I grew up here in Los Angeles.
Oh, you're from Boston. Amazing. That's where my family's from. That's cool.
Oh, you're liberal white trash. Oh,
liberal? I'm not liberal.
Also, be sure to tell.
First I'm a Peckerwood, then I'm liberal. Oh my god.
You got liberal Peckerwoods for sure. You got a shitload of liberal with Peckerwoods. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you got bullied. It's fine.
What you think the surfers were in Venice Beach? They weren't no real right wingers. They were cowards. All you white boys were cowards.
We're cowards? Oh, so you would go running. So wait, how old are you? How old are you, tough guy? Hey, tough guy, how old are you? Like what decade? Like what decade?
I'll give it to the Northern Cali.
I think they're cousins.
Are you like in your 40s? Are you in your 40s?
That'd be some shit.
I'm 41.
Okay, so you're telling me that like the white boys and the South from Southie that you think they were pussies?
The majority of them were not factors whatsoever.
Oh.
Not factors for decades. They were just strung off drugs. That was their damn
Repeal
fault
the big
because they were
beautiful bill. Also, be sure to tell your voters who the top 50 recipients of tax credits are. Many of the corps that are donated to you, more than 600 million.
I'm talking about Boston. Southie.
No, I don't say that about those white boys. Fuck no.
Yeah, because I don't think he would talk shit to
those white boys.
I wouldn't want to talk shit to those white boys. Why would I? What is the Irishman gonna do? I have no quarrel with him. I have no quarrel with the Irishman. I don't like Nazis.
Even in Revere, some of those areas, I don't think you'd want to talk shit to them.
I don't talk shit to a Catholic Protestant white boy. He's an American. God bless him. But Nazi motherfucker.
Oh, I'm a Catholic white boy, you dum-dum.
No, but you're a Nazi, though. You're a neo-Nazi.
Oh, how am I I'm a neo-Nazi? Wow.
For sure you are. For sure you are.
Oh, how? How do you know that?
Because you took such offense when I started disrespecting Aryan brotherhood and Peckerwood. It's like I heard your family line when I said that.
No, you think it's funny? I think that's LARPing. That's like me saying I went into the Hells Angels clubhouse and I started beating all of them up. And then I'm the Hells Angels killer. It's just so it is so stupid and like so, out of this world and like dumb. No, I'm not gonna take it seriously.
You're a racist, inbred, lefty, white trash piece of shit.
I'm a lefty.
Oh, that's all.
And I'm racist. Amazing. I love that combo.
For sure.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Free healthcare for all, but not for the niggers. Amazing.
See what you said?
I hate you for that word.
Lefty white trash, bro. It's disgusting. The bottom pit of America.
That's exactly, yes.
I gotta thank you, Ravi, because usually I'm the only one here making fun of Pepe, and thank you for letting me take the day off. God bless you, Ravi. And sorry to hear about all your trouble in prison, but I really appreciate all the great work you're doing here with Pepe.
Oh, no problem, sir. I think you were the Jewish brother that came in, so Shabbat Shalom.
No, he's a Michelin. He's a...
Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos. Thank you, Rabbi. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lahadlik neshel Shabbat b'nei pri hagafen Pepe.
Well, I got the pre-gotten some beastly for you if you want to pull up.
How much is your grocery bill every time you go shopping?
I've been actually on a diet, Pepe, and I'm trying to, cut the pounds down.
There you go. Shaming words.
Are those begonias in your PTR, Bima?
I've been trying to, Rabbit. Me too.
Well, you probably don't have what I have, so, you probably just get your...
Don't forget, going to the gym and sweating your ass off is a great way to lose weight. If you've never been to the gym and sweated your fat ass off, well, that's why you're a big fat ass.
Yes, sir, and I'm trying to...
If you've never been to the gym and sweated your ass off, that's why you're a fat ass.
That has helped. My legs are built good, but I got to get the upper body trimmed up so I can fit into some of these old shirts I got.
Also shiny.
Say again?
Imagine being a fat ass couldn't be.
Sorry, though. I'm kind of festively plugged right now. I'm not exactly.
I know that you're fat. FET.
So are you, Mikkel.
Listen, it's okay.
And you're a faggot at the same time.
Listen, I'm not tripping. I'm not the one complaining about it. The fuck? I'm not complaining? Okay, yeah, exactly. So humble yourself.
I think Pepe might be right, Ross.
Listen, dude, I really don't give a fuck. I'm not here sitting on an app complaining about I'm overweight, bitch. You're fat, then you're fat. That's what you want to hear. You're fat, FET, fat, overweight.
Sure,
yeah,
fat.
Yeah,
I know you.
Own it. Are you mad? You're my bitch. Because it sounds like you're mad.
No.
Okay. I'm not talking to you. I am not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
You need a blood test.
Listen, what you need is a bitch flat. And what you need is a bitch flat. That's really fine. Listen. You need some blood with that word.
Are your demons methylate? That's a good idea. No, need blood.
Like, the fuck, don't be sitting on the alcohol just complaining. Like, you're fat.
Stay away from the kids, you piece of shit. Just understand that. Stay away from the kids. We don't need you around. You're evil. Why is the Lord's name? The Lord's name.
Why are you so mad? That's what we want to know. We want to know why you're looking at the demon, bitch.
In the Lord's name, amen.
It's like everybody's getting scared. It's out today.
Zesty demons are going on.
along well tonight.
I do think Rabbi is correct. Like, the only reason I wanted abortion was so black women would abort their babies, and I do think we should have large safety nets, just not for the blacks. And he's actually right.
That's fine. Us blacks don't want nothing from you either, but don't fucking bother us either. We don't, just leave us the fuck alone.
I want every black to vote. I wish every black voter would vote Republican in the next election. They'd have the party under their fingertips in 2 years. I swear to God.
It's starting to sound like we need to separate.
White boys will still be stealing all of our music and style and targeted things.
No, I mean, everybody's got style in America. And, of course,
white boys can dance. Is there any white boy on this stage that can dance?
Depends on the kind of dance.
Any dance, just rhythm, period.
They have rhythm, but if you're talking about, like, dancing to percussion in particular, as opposed to just a four beat per bar pattern or something like that. Yeah, I mean, black. They look what they do in Africa. Like you always see them using percussion drums in every one of these little tribes. It's dancing to it.
Look at some of these old Soul Train videos from back in the day, bro.
Yeah, the 70s. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. When Tina Marie was performing when she first came up, you know how many white girls and white women was dancing? And I'm telling you, just all depends. You just got to be in the right pot of seasoning, and it works out for everyone. I mean, come on. I mean, if we look at Europe, I mean, they have big style with music. I mean, like ABBA, Queen, fucking, the Beatles, all that stuff, man. I mean, come on.
You can't say white people can't dance when Jean-Claude Van Damme had a cameo dancing Boom Breakin'.
Come on. I mean, that's John Travolta too, bro. I mean, come on. Are we going to forget Saturday Night Fever? I mean, come on.
No, not Saturday. No, literally, Van Damme in Breakin'.
I agree. I know the movie. I know it very well. You are right. You are 100% right about that. For sure.
So did you guys find out that you were cousins?
Y'all gonna let him get away with this? He went from the Orange County jail straight up to Bel Air to say it. Like, this is fucking, you are so fucking whack. You are so fucking whack. You're so fucking whack. You're so fucking, come see me at Thea Lacey's, bitch. Come see me at Thea Lacey's, bitch.
Who are you? I wasn't even arguing with you. Who are you? What's your name? Nice to meet you. Stop being so extra. You're a female. Be in a woman's place.
They call me Big Adams. You don't want to fuck with me, bro. They call me Big Adams. I'm here with you, motherfucker.
Okay, so you from West Boulevard?
Some stuff that's not in LA County that's in LA County.
So are you from West Boulevard? Because you're from Adams. Are you from West Boulevard, like the set? You're talking to me like you're a gang member. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's a what is it called? High post. It's not about, listen, we don't need to be advancing anybody, okay? But the point is that when you have rhythm, there is a particular place inside of the brain and the soul and the spirit, okay, that allows you to connect deeply with earth and vibrations and rhythms. Okay, so it's ancient wisdom, is that what I'm talking about? Okay, it's
Would you say it's a spiritual thing?
Yes, it is. Right, because the earth gives rhythm and structure, and then just by everything that we see, right? All of the, what is it called?
I think you're overcomplicating it. Like blind people.
Once again,
if you look at the most intricate drum patterns, patterns. Like, for example, if you listen to Latin American music, where there's a level of what do you call it, syncopation that happens, how they're I don't want to go on about it, but if you listen to Latin American music, that's pretty much African drum pattern influence. If you look into a lot of things, they just have, I think, it could be that it's just it is even part of their DNA now. They've been, for who knows.
I mean, that's why when you talk about that kind of music, that's why I love old Brazilian music from like the 60s and 70s. I can't get enough of it. Like I have anthology and all that percussion that you're talking about, it did come from African customs for sure. And the Portuguese went all over Africa, to what they found.
Yeah.
For sure. But I like how she was trying to describe it though, man. She was really artistic with it. I like that.
There's something deep about it. We do a lot of African drumming here, like there's African drumming classes and stuff. And I don't know, if you can't get into that and you can't feel that, I don't trust you as a human. You're something else. You're maybe soulless or something.
No, I went to like a drum circle like you're talking about. They used to do stuff like that in Lamert Park a lot, like here in Los Angeles. So I used to go to Lamert Park. They used to do a lot of that stuff. And I was sitting around. It's very nice. It's very peaceful. It's very nice.
It's very connected. There's so much deep, infinite wisdom and the ability to connect and just actually flow with the earth and each other and vibration. It's a beautiful thing. It's also incredibly, there's like ecstasy. Like you don't need drugs. You don't need to escape. It's just that is the escape, the connection. It's a beautiful thing.
I love music myself, so I agree with you. That was very eloquent. Very nice.
Thank you.
Brabby, in your bio, a lot is 2 words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to.
You're fine. I am totally that spelling and grammar police. I am, but I am.
Okay. I can write very well too, so.
I went to college and I make that mistake all the time.
I mean, what can I do?
Dude, autocorrect is making everybody a worse speller. I really think so.
Not me.
I find that autocorrect also misspells too.
Oftentimes.
Yeah, I find that a lot. At least with Android systems, it's horrible.
We're not bad spellers. The English, we're just so weak.
No, I know they are.
Darky people who are trying to make it hard for everyone.
Just remember your mother's a demon.
Yeah, so much. Get it and not get defined. That's pretty crazy.
And your mother's a big back, jawless, cock-sucking animal.
I love moms.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna say those. Both of those.
Unless they're single moms, then they're fucking worthless whores.
Or you're shooting blanks.
Jesus.
Yeah, men don't make them the way that they used to.
Yeah.
They used to be able to handle women and children and provide and not.
And women became a bunch of
You know what? Like I have a daughter, she's the most amazing, most beautiful person. And God made her for me. I know it. Tabe, how about you?
I'm not a single parent. I'm good.
Are you shooting blanks?
I wish I would.
Oh no, I'm not.
Hold on, y'all.
I can promise you.
I'm getting tired of these protesters. I'm gonna pull over. I'm gonna ask them a question. Yes.
No, don't be careful.
No, I'm going to.
Excuse
me. Why y'all not out here protesting for black women? Excuse me. Why should we protesting for black women? Black women, thank you. Why should we protesting for black women? Get him, Adams. Get him.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was good. That was really nice. Hey, tell them why weren't they protesting when the LAPD were shooting black kids?
They're protesting for Gaza.
Why Gaza? How about?
Damn, why can't they do both? Exactly. Gaza don't exist, but you have black women out here in America that have no representation.
Exactly. No, I agree with her. No, I have to. Sorry. She's right. black women in this country is a sin. It's a sin on sin on sin. It's disgusting.
Gaza doesn't exist. I mean, well, technically, maybe not anymore.
He doesn't. Well, hopefully there can be a solution where they demilitarize Hamas and they let the Saudis come in and sponsor a Gulf cooperating government there in peace with Israel, because that's the only way it's going to happen for Palestine to have a real freedom.
I just want peace, like
what
happened to Bob Marley, One Love, peace.
You're right, Mr. Matt. Oh, you're 100% right, but unfortunately the world has very hot blood right now, sir. I agree though. I agree. I'm out to Bob Marley.
We need more, just a little bit more marijuana given out to everybody. Let's all just relax a little bit. We'll get Trump to do something,
See, the truth is, even if Gavin Newsom becomes the president, the Democrats will force project, even though Newsom will go to war overseas, they will still project him as being the solution or the truth because it aids their feelings. What the Democrat Party believes in is a black tax. They want reparations for blacks in this country, and everyone else will have to pay it. And they are so delusional. They think it's in the trillions. There are other things. They believe in abortions at scale. They want more abortions. They want to fund abortions even more. They want abortion buses. They want abortions everywhere. They also want trans men dressing up as women everywhere. They want as many gay people as possible. They are so delusional, so psychotic, so sociologically deranged, and so backwards that there is no way after Donald Trump, America ever slides back into that type of mold. That mold is mentally ill, destructive to the country. It's suicidal to the country. And in many ways, there will be a cultural or a real Civil War revolution. If men dress up as women in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, there's going to be a catastrophe. There's going to be a cataclysm, because that type of behavior will be force projected onto the population. And we, in my opinion, I won't tolerate it. I'll never live in America. I'll leave the country if there's no resistance. But that type of mentally ill, deranged communication projection to the population, it's suicidal and it's retarded. Hello?
No. Well, let's hope he finds happiness and finds, a better America so he doesn't have to leave, How about that? Let's hope he can stay.
I'm just trying to call out the hypocrisy that Democrats won't criticize international regime change when a Democrat does it, but they're more concerned about propaganda. All illegal aliens are great. They're great for society. Oh, the Republican capitalists, they love the illegal aliens. It's all a lie. It's all a lie and propaganda. The Democrats do it all day.
Now, sir, if they cared about the Latinos, right, they wouldn't use them as voting slaves. That's what they do to them, right? You look at how many trillions of dollars that the elite left has in California, from technological, I'm talking about Silicon Valley to even farm industry that they own, agriculture, just all types of technology, even fuel. They have trillions. That's why they bought up most of the elite properties in Hawaii to keep the property rates up, and keep the property high. They gentrify everything they touch. So at the same time, right?
Have you been to Hawaii? It's all Japanese.
Yeah, if they really love the Latinos, my thing is since this has been happening since the 80s, the Democratic Party could have put together a private funded workforce kind of community out in rural areas and start training these people and then have them on paperwork where everything they make, they take taxes from. And you have a system of work to citizenship. They let them in and say, oh, we're a sanctuary city. Come, we'll give you healthcare, we'll give you this, but we just want you to vote for us. We're going to keep you broke enough to where you vote for us because we won't deport Latinos, which they did with the blacks till about the 90s, and then they added the Hispanics to it. So I mean, they create the high cost of living and the rat race for the everyday American.
Rabbi, we have an internal fiscal conflict, an internal fiscal crisis. Democrats are Marxist communist socialists. The way to expand the currency and to inflate it more, we are now paying $100 billion a month, $100 billion a month in interest. The top 10 recipients of our VIG, and it's only going to get bigger. And the Democrats want to expand it at an incredible rate. Donald Trump is the solution because he at least knows how to spend it, and he knows how to win a war at a good price. Hello.
Isn't it 27% of his debt? America's debt is all on the Trump. Yet he knows how to spend America's money. Right. You know the problem is it's this the big cultural wars that you guys always that's why you'll be losing support today. Like if you look at the 29 elections, it swung in favor of the Democrats. The Hispanics that you guys keep talking about, yeah, they tasted a little bit of the GOP, a little bit of Donald Trump. What are they doing now? Every one of them is running away from MAGA, running away from the GOP, running back to when they have the same state to the side of the country. So, I don't know.
I disagree.
Oh, yeah.
I disagree.
That's why you guys disagree. Elections. Tell me one election you've flipped since Trump became president. Tell me one. And I can tell
Not many. But Trump is fighting for the petrodollar. And that is the most important thing here, along with the terrorists in Iran. So at the end of the day, securing our petrodollar, securing our allies in the GCC, and eventually having a peace kind of talk between the Gulf states and Israel for a greater peace along the Levant will boom this economy, something that don't worry, we'll take care of that national debt all right. Because when we get that economy moving, we get that economy moving, we get peace. We get peace between Al Saud and Tel Aviv, and then we have a greater peace going throughout the Middle East. Not a fucked up Middle East behind Iran and their dirty politics with China and Russia playing the games like puppeteers. If we really have an assimilating ecosystem, we can do a lot, and that's what he's doing. He's protecting our petrodollar. Because at the end of the day, they invest in the U.S. economy. They trust the dollar because what? It's not backed up by gold anymore. What really backs up that dollar? The United States Armed Forces. We pull up, we bomb shit, take shit over. So if you fuck with our dollar, we're pulling up. So as long as we have that power, we will be on top and we will remain on top. And I believe it.
Why do I get this freaking music, you guys? Why do you guys think?
Well, what about the innocent victim in Austin that died from that piece of shit American, whoever the fuck he was, who was a sleeper cell for Iran? The fact is there were no more sleeper cells, or they took them out. But there was a 24-hour period after Trump came up at 2:30 in the morning and said, we're going to war. Within 48 hours, there should have been sleeper cell attacks, but there weren't. Why weren't they? Why weren't there any real terror attacks in this country? Hello?
Excuse me, I have a question. So, I mean, this is the Trump house, and we've been belaboring this topic for quite some time now. When are we really going to have a conversation about the protection of black and white women? Okay, because I'm really tired of listening to the hijab crowd and everybody complaining about what's going on in the Middle East. Okay, when are we going to talk about black and white women here in America? Okay.
Speak up for him, sister. Speak up for him, Queen.
We got to make our local politicians make that a part of their voting platform. We got to start saying that. What about the women's rights? What about colored women? What about white women? What about American women? There has to become a ground movement, man.
Right, but y'all have to understand. But listen, y'all have been focused on halal.
Dr. Adams, they already get $100 trillion in female reproductive care. How much is enough? All this reproductive care, it's not reproductive care, it's abortion murder care. It funds the doctors, not the patients. $1 billion a year in reproductive rights? $1 billion a month, I mean.
Any women in hijab or any other women of the Middle Eastern ilk. So I'm trying to understand, why are we continuing to belabor this topic in the Trump house? Like, what are we doing?
Let's talk about these white women and black women, Dr. Adams. Preach, Queen.
and his fake rubber breasts than listen to another 10 hours of y'all bitching and moaning.
Rubber breasts? The man is an artist. He likes to role play, like you, Dr. Adams.
We don't know that he likes to role play.
He does. He's trans. He's just trying to figure it out. You're trans, right?
Like, what's the story completely?
So,
Fake rubber titties or what's going on?
all right, so check this out. So Kristi Noem's husband, while she was, serving as the Secretary of Homeland Security and deporting people, which she did a wonderful job deporting people.
She spent $200 million on TV ads and was banging on an airplane.
Her husband was at home, okay, at the same time as John Kitover. They may have been on the same website with the same fake rubber breasts.
Don't dox me, Dr. Adams. We have an agreement.
He was wearing fake rubber breasts, and he was on chat websites with transgender sex workers going by the name of Crystal, where he was asking for the sex workers to call him, are you guys ready for this, a trans bimbo slut. So apparently when he didn't pay one of the sex workers $25,000 fast enough, they ended up letting his business out. And that's how we know about him wearing those fake rubber breasts.
Wasn't she also allegedly having an affair with Corey Lewandowski as well?
Yeah, banging on the airplane. Banging on the job. Banging them out. She's actually in the canning business. She's in the Puerto Rican, Mexican, Ecuadorian. Every and there is. But Operation Wetback was a failure, wasn't it, statistically? Because Obama supposedly got more numbers out. That's what they like to say, but I don't believe it. Alcatraz Island at this very moment is housing some of the most deadly, vicious, criminal, illegal alien intruders this country has ever experienced. And it's just beginning. And I think we should all pray to Donald Trump that he refocuses his eyes, his gaze, his one eye back into the country, into Chicago, into New York, into Miami, into Dallas, into Austin, into Seattle, into San Diego, and he redeploy and hire an additional 500,000 law enforcement to take out this alien invasion of over 20, 30 million illegal alien invaders. They don't belong here. Time to go.
They need to go to the loony bin. I'm trying to understand what's wrong with Edmund. Why does he need to go to the loony bin, Pepe?
Do I really have to answer that?
Yes, you really do, because I'm trying to understand what is it about John Kitover and him.
We have an agreement, Dr. Adams. My name is Alistair Crowley. Do not dox me. My name is Alistair, please. Hello?
Why does Alex go into a padded room for doing the same?
Alistair. Pronounce it correctly. Alistair.
Recording people, hold on. Recording people going into the rooms with the same shtick over and over again, insulting the same people over and over again. Why do you feel like he needs to be in a padded room and you don't?
Sure. So I don't know if you've noticed, but like, you've seen pictures of like him with his like 20, 30 phones, and he just spews nonsense all day and films to no.
I've seen those pictures, and I'm trying to understand why more white women are not in his back channels. I mean, first and foremost.
Don't you know that Jews started Hollywood? I'm in the pictures business. You guys are in the talking business. I'm in the recording business. You're in the talking business. Get back to work.
Why do you feel like he should be in a padded room for doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, being loud, bombastic, and being entertaining to some, not to all, but to some? I'm not understanding exactly how is his behavior much different than yours.
Oh, mine's different. I mean, people actually invite me on stages, and I can talk to them.
Well, people are inviting him on stage too. This isn't a just listening room. He had to.
Most rooms. Come on.
Well, but wait a minute. You just said that you're.
Dr. Adams, he's saying it's a popularity contest game. Don't you hear him? It's a popularity contest game, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the conversation's all about.
Thank you. So you don't think that you're trolling insults people?
I'm saying, but I can do it without trolling or insulting people.
So what part of this trolling right now is being insulting to anybody? He's not using slurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call the Dr. Adams and PP special. This is a recurring... Hello?
About what you witnessed on his live feed. Beamer.
Wait.
Which one? Boogergate, Fartgate, Shitgate? Which gate? Jackoff gate?
Mr. Kitover, on camera.
Listen, my name is Aleister Crowley. Stop doxing me, and everybody in this room should know that there is a warning before you come in here that you will be recorded in this room and put on many YouTube accounts that you didn't agree to, but that's just the rules.
Well, then you shouldn't be too upset to have your story told again since it's recorded and for everybody to hear themselves. So, one day, Aleister Crowley, he was doing a live, and he was looking very fresh, a nice black collared shirt. And
So you were watching him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was watching him. He popped up in my news feed on TikTok. And I was like, oh, I know that face. So I proceeded to watch. So as I was watching, he, this nice, and I mean like this black collared shirt, it wasn't like a washed collared shirt. It was one of those very fresh, like the deep, dark black that it's,
Like a black t-shirt, Bima. Hello?
And no, it was a nice collared shirt, and it was nice in a deep black. So either you did.
This was a different Booger Gate? I thought there's two Booger Gates, ladies and gentlemen.
Or it's a brand new shirt, which I would think it was a brand new shirt. Anyway, he proceeded to pick his nose with his right hand, and then he pulled a special something out, and then he wiped it on his left pec. And on the left pec of the black shirt,
I'm sorry, that is so fucking dirty.
you saw this big booger on his shirt. Now this shirt, it's crazy. And so now there's this
stop. That is, I don't even want to hear the rest of that. That's just so nasty. That's so nasty.
You have damn nerve to be calling anybody dirty. You're fat as hell. I can't imagine anything more dirty.
You're the one that wants
But you're fat as hell.
That is just so
You're fat as hell. The skin between your eyes are darker than your face. You're fat as hell.
Don't see me.
What are you talking about?
See me.
You are fat as hell. We know what you look like. We know what you look like. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice, fat ass. We can hear the sleep apnea in your voice. Let this black woman finish speaking. Go ahead, Bima. Go ahead, Bima.
So I refer to everybody. If you could just see my PTR, I was able to grab the moment.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that.
I was able to grab the moment.
Oh, pick the winner! Pick the winner!
Pick a big winner. Holy shit.
And so he wiped on his shirt. This is really it's interesting. That booger was infused into the fabric of this nice black shirt because he had.
So you must have really been staring at your chest.
I was. And wait, but first, Dr. Adams, can you look at my PTR?
This is Booger Gate.
This is the moment that made me have to follow up, right? But this was the thing. He then, the day went on, and he did other lives, and the booger was still here.
The booger had staying power.
And he had like a robot that was like putting those on and off, and the booger was still there.
Some boogers live on forever. That was a powerful booger. That booger had strength. Booger had staying power.
Now, see, Bima, now you're just making shit up. The man was clearly scratching his mustache, and you can see because his fingernail isn't properly in his nostril. Have you ever had a booger just sitting up out of your nose?
I just want to say that booger had strength. That booger had staying power. That was a powerful booger. A profound booger. I only pick winners.
What if you were scratching the side of your leg and somebody said you were scratching your pussy and you're not clean? How would that make you feel? This is a wild accusation. Like, y'all need to stop. The man is weird, but to say that he's dirty based on that PTR, like, this is weird.
I appreciate the attempt to maybe sort of bond with John Kitover, but you gotta
I want to thank you, Dr. Adams, for coming to my defense in Boogergate. I am appointing you chief counsel on the campaign to elect John Kitover to Chicago mayor. Thank you, Dr. Adams. You are now my chief counsel.
I'm showing you a photo, right? It was difficult because it's a video. And let me remind you that it
You
is
showing a photo of a man scratching his mustache.
right because you can only capture.
Moderators, I object. This is hearsay. Show the evidence. Moderators, please. I object. I object. I object. Moderators, I object to this. This is all hearsay. Strike from the record and silence the prosecutor. Moderators.
You were studying the man's chest. You said it yourself. I asked you and you confirmed you were studying the man's chest.
Well, I mean, I wasn't studying the man's chest.
You were studying the man's chest. You gave great detail about the man's chest and about what you thought was on the man's finger. Like, this is weird. This is weird, Bima. You were watching the man. Maybe you're watching because you like him. I don't know. But this does not raise. I don't see it.
This is a cute. I approve. This is.
I don't think it's cute at all. You are too grown, Bima. I don't think anything about this is cute. If you want to fuck the man, tell the man you want to fuck the man.
She did. She asked me one day, John, would you, she said, Alistair, would you go out on a date with me? She asked me, and I said, Bima, what kind of question is that? You have a love of your life. You're dating a black man. I was shocked when she asked me if I would sleep with her.
Kitover, I'm sure you were shocked you found she had a crush on you too.
I was shocked because she says she loves her boyfriend so much, but yet she made a pass at me and tried to, say she wanted to sleep with me. Then her and She-Wolf came in my room, and guess what She-Wolf said? She said her mother raped her. And then they reported my room and they banned all my accounts. She's a fucking snake. A fucking snake. Bima is no fucking bee. This bitch is a fucking snake. A communist. A socialist. She's nothing but a goddamn Democrat hustler. Posting a strong Republican picking his nose. Shame on you, fatty. Drug delivering mule. Slave to the robbers. The victims are not innocent. The criminals are innocent. You side with criminals, Bima, not the victims. Side with the victims, not the criminals. Take Boogergate down.
Bima, you were watching the man, you were studying the man, you went out of your way to go and see the man's broadcast.
The fact is that it was a fact.
Bima, you have no evidence. You have evidence that you took pictures.
It's true, I was only tickling my nose, scratching it. I'd never picked. There was no booger. There was no booger. I deny this prolific booger, this clinger on a booger that stayed on my shirt all day and then I put a bathrobe over it. That is hearsay. Show the proof of the booger. We want to see the booger. There was no booger. I was merely tickling my nose, scratching it. I wasn't picking for a booger and there was no booger. Show the booger or it's all just gossip and hearsay. Strike it from the record. I know I have prolific boogers, but this was not that day. How dare you, Bima?
Why are you questioning this man about underwear?
Why do you
What is going
say
on?
underwear on camera? That shit is not okay.
Yeah, that's a little strange, Adams. Don't you think?
Again, show the evidence of the shit-stained underpants. Let's see the evidence. Show the evidence. There was no shit stain. Those were clean Hanes. Clean Hanes underpants. How dare you, Matt Cool? Accuse me of shit-stained underpants because Jazzy likes to carry around pictures of me doing yoga. How dare you? Gossip and slander. Defamation of character. Defamation. A man is entitled to scratch his nose when it tickles. There was no booger. I picked no booger. There was no carry-on clinger booger. You are full of shit, Bima, as usual.
I guess Boogergate, it's not getting him into the padded room like we tried to do, it looks like. What do you guys think?
Yeah, y'all the one that came up with this evidence. Y'all the ones that should be in the pattern room. I'm sorry. And like I said,
I think you need to go in the nut house too, Adam.
Like Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Jeffrey.
I saw the video. He was sitting on the toilet taking a shit, got up, came to the thing, and picked his nose.
So you were watching a man on the toilet. What evidence you have?
You're on candid camera.
My nose, the weapon on my shirt, like, I was like, I can't press it. I'm like, what are you talking about? And so she sent me the link to the video and she watched it. And she told me exactly what she said. Holy fuck.
See, what I think is funny is this is technically like the new candid camera. You guys could technically just call me Bob Saget. Like, I am the host of Clubhouse Hidden Camera. Welcome to my show.
Well, I'm looking. These 11 scientists, so they miraculously, some of them were shot dead in their homes or just disappeared completely with like everything left in their house, perfect, no packing, like purses, phones, everything, like they were just like sucked up into space by some beam of light. It's crazy.
I wish I could learn how to do that. If I'm sick of having to go to truck stops and find fucking women that probably nobody are looking for anyways.
Pepe, listen, you're into lot lizards?
Oh yeah.
This is gonna get dark.
But there's mine shafts all around the fucking country. There's maps for them. They're not gonna find them.
So who here is interested? Is anybody here speculating that the United States is going to invade Cuba and do a Day of Pigs, but we'll call it like the Day of Elephants? Because I have a striking suspicion that we are about to topple the government in Cuba once and for all.
What do you guys think? Are we going for Cuba?
A lot of the Cubans I hear mixed opinions from the Cubans, which is weird. So like a lot of the Cubans, obviously they're against communism and they hate the current I'm not sure you call it government. But they also, a very common claim though is that the best of Cuba is already left. And so what you're gonna get is like a huge underclass of people that are, I guess it's, you don't really want them coming here.
So what do you think we're gonna do, Pepe? Do you think
I think they'll be easy. I think they'll be pretty easy to choke off, financially. So
I don't think we're gonna do anything like militarily, right? Like
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to say that America First is actually a socialist program because it is for we the people, but we don't want the clown world aspect of it. I just want to make that submission. Thank you.
Well, it's funny is because the people who are against America First are usually the Israel First crowd, which is kind of ironic. They want socialism for Israelis, and only it's funded by Americans. Isn't that something?
So, do you think that there will be a ground invasion of Iran at the end of the day? Because based on my experience and the things that I've seen, until U.S. boots are on the ground, it's not real. And to make it real, that requires tens of thousands of men deploying to go conduct operations.
It's a highly unpopular war, and Trump's approval ratings have fucking absolutely tanked. I just don't see it happening.
Well, you don't see a lot of things happening. You probably didn't see Maduro getting scooped up in the middle of the night by a griffin and flying him to Manhattan for justice. You probably didn't see that one, did you? The president of Syria is making a security deal with Israel. Boom, done. No more problem from security from Syria forever. But it looks like that guy is going to be the strong man in Syria now.
I love how Israel, our greatest ally, is making alliances with basically the fucking ISIS leaders.
No. These are Al Qaeda leaders. There's a difference between Al Qaeda and ISIS, Pepe.
What is the first thing they started doing once they got power? They started fucking killing Druze, Christians, and Alawites. Like, these people are fucking terrorists.
They're just doing what Muhammad told them to do. But at the end of the day, our glorious president has won so much already that I can't believe there's even more winning to do. I'm actually, in many ways, a little terrified that I've supported Donald Trump this long because everybody I meet, no matter where I'm at, seems to hate Donald Trump. But that makes me think, you know what? Maybe I was right all along.
How much do you think that the hate is justified, and how much do you think is just complete, unsupported, bandwagon appeal? Hate.
He's the all or nothing catch-all for people's complete lack of enlightenment. He's the opposite of people's non-enlightenment. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why the Jesus meme is so funny, because this is what I can't understand about people that hate him, especially in the psychedelic community. They fail to see the divinity that is within Donald Trump. And they fail to see the concept that there's... Yeah. No, it's not stupid. It's philosophy. You're stupid. The thing is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so even guys like Pepe that hate the Jews and hate Israel and hate Zionism and hate philosophy, they come on here and they just scream, N-word! 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 Because that's all they got. They don't got nothing but the N-word in the show. It's a boring Pepe show. But if you like to be shocked, Pepe's your guy, because he will say the N-word, which is one of the most verboten words in America, as well as the F word, as well as even the R word. You can't say the R word. That's so ridiculous. Anyways, I hope I'm articulating, because I want to get into the ejaculating. And what I'm trying to tell you is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. If you have that reframe, even in your own personal life, it'll resolve a lot of memories that might be a little traumatic. Hello?
What was that big word you used, John, for Bolton?
It's just verboten.
Can you spell that big word for me?
DERBOTEN.
We'll use it 3 times next week.
Yeah, don't give me ideas. Hold up, you. What's this guy up to? Let's let him talk. Hold on. Ah, shoot. Did someone move him? Yeah, I wanted to keep him up.
I did.
People keep talking about the fact that I got no children, and all I want to say is Danny, Jewish Danny on here, very annoying girl. If her and I have a kid, we will create a Super Saiyan annoying person. This could be the Messiah we're looking for. If you've seen the movie Dune, you got to understand genetic engineering and all of this eugenics, it's real, meaning that the elite understand and practice genetic organization. All I'm trying to say is, if I'm the most annoying person in the world and Danny is a close second, together we will create the most super annoying child you have ever heard in your lives. And we believe it will be just like Pepe. We think Pepe is actually a protean type of mutant that is emergent only when the internet came into existence. And so Pepe, in a way, he doesn't like the fact that Donald Trump, I said, has divinity. Well, Pepe has divinity. And if anybody hates Pepe, that's because they fail to see the divinity in themselves. So all I'm trying to say is, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Hello.
Proteum? What was that word? What was that word you used? Earth to John. Come in, John.
He's picking his nose.
plan or a plot. Generally, it's like a diabolical plan. In other words, like an evil plan.
Exactly.
Look, if you believe that the Zionists, blew up 3 skyscrapers on 9/11, and Shel Silverstein was involved, that would be diabolical, wouldn't it? Diabolical! Motherfuckers diabolical! Articulating, ejaculating, articulating and ejaculating. Diabolical, motherfucker!
So, have you heard the term Jewish lightning? It's when you burn your own house down and say that it's struck by lightning, so you can get your insurance money. It's a Jewish thing to do.
All right. So I want to go back to what Bima asked about the hatred that people may have for one person. So I'm just going to run through a couple things, and you tell me what human being on planet Earth has been impeached twice, had a Russian that did not turn out correctly, had 2 assassination attempts, had 34 counts against them in the New York court, and went there every day.
Who robbed off the porn star while his wife was giving birth?
I would never interrupt you, Tom. Who decided to make $7 million on his mugshot? I don't know how many people in the world ever done that on their mugshot. And how many of us would have even survived any of these things to go through the J6 committee that they tried to tear down, and to come back and win every swing state, and swing the popular vote, and to beat not only Hillary Clinton, also Harris, the whole Democratic regime. Tell me one person that no, Biden didn't do any of that.
Well,
So
Biden was part of that he lost, that Biden lost the meeting or running.
yeah, exactly. But you're correct, man. So, but if you look at all these things, why would anyone want to criticize someone who's had all this up against us and he still gets us every day because he loves his country? Just think about what the regime, the machine, has tried to put against one American. Because I look at Alger as my man. He just happened to run for the office of president. But he's just another American. So, B-Mom, this is what I say to you. Disease is real. The Trump deranged syndrome is real because people look more at someone else than themselves. And for me, the only person I'm responsible for is Edward. Donald Trump's responsible for Donald Trump. But I am right now, at 52 years old, happy that he is the president of the United States with everything he's gone through. Because he's been through some stuff. And whatever the world tries to throw at him, I think he's proved that he can go through some stuff. I land there.
Thank you, Edward. Bima, what?
Unwarranted hatred for Trump. I think a lot of it is blind. A lot of it's bandwagon appeal. But I have to be honest, I see that with every presidency that I've ever been alive to see and witness. It might be more so with him, but I don't know if it's just because of the connectivity and the measure by which we can keep track and then spread information now versus yesteryear. So, I mean, I don't know, but I don't trust anybody who says any president is overall just been bad or good, right? It's just, you gotta remember that they're inheriting an entire issue, an entire system, and they're working off of what's already been in place to try to improve it. And I think that there are ultimately some good things that every president could be net positive or negative, I don't know. I wouldn't be the one to tell you that, but I don't ever trust anybody that says ultimately.
You want the federal government completely removed, right?
Kaput.
Yes.
I want it deregulated. I want it like massively limited. Like if I can't get, post-conventional cognitive moral development,
what?
i.e. highest level of emotional maturity, I would say, can we do like a far libertarian sort of like
Bima, employment at the federal government is down 40% already. Do you want the president to not have as much power to take us to war?
So you would bring power back to literally the states to start with, right? You want more than that, obviously, but that's where you want power to reside, right? Obviously, back in the hands of the local government, of your local government.
So that's difficult too, because then when we say local government, we're saying there's going to be a level. But ultimately, I think there should be
like a starting thing. I know you want more of that. You want to go way further. I get that, but
right.
You would take that in the heart.
Man was not having it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. In the federal government is to protect the local, not the local, but the states from over-regulating themselves, right? So the federal, we want to keep it deregulated, innovative, creativity, loving, forward-moving.
Sank back in 1912. The owner said that the storm all of that part of the museum ended up taking over out of a Midwest, a pretty bizarre coincidence in Illinois.
What would the government, what was the United States look like if we were to do that? Do you think it would be anarchy? I'm just going to say the word, or would we be able to govern ourselves in a micro version of ourselves in that way? What do you think? What would look like? I don't know.
Well, one thing, I don't think that we would be a superpower anymore. I think that that would, because of all the other potential competition for other currencies and everything that we'd be able to grow, I don't think we would have that power. But I do think that we would be extremely successful. It tries to keep us up all the time, despite, some failures. We're going to have to take the failures as they come, but the failures are going to be just as great as the next model.
Right. And we're chomping at the bit. I think he's going to make this one go forever.
Yeah, and I do agree with you. We actually have the only constitution that supports limited government. Right? So if I say to you, I'm 62, I've got to govern my own life locally. So, and I know that I live in the state of California, but I do everything to make sure that they do not infringe on my rights, right? And unfortunately, if you ask the average person that comes to these platforms, who is their local mayor? Who is their local sheriff? Do they even know that government? Do they even know what's happening in their own state? Most of them couldn't tell you. They can tell you what's happening here, removed, and what's going on with the machines overseas, which is kind of interesting. Because I'm very focused, like you said. I don't think that you should do anything other than we, the people, need to take our rightful place in the actual documents we have. We, the security, I ask a lot of Americans, what's every week? What truth do you know? Do you know what a lot of them do to me, D-Mom? What we're going to talk about? If they was written documents, they don't even know. Actually, from the rights protectors, they don't know. So it's very hard to govern the people who don't yet know the foundation of the country. That's the hard part. We think that central government is the reason why we have a bloated bureaucracy is because the people that's even running for all these offices know that it's a big.
What do you want to say to the next person?
Okay, the only place for you to go to become a millionaire. There's so many back channels, so many things, and they're just living off of public dole. And this is the hardest thing. But you just, we shrink it here. We the people have to get the courage to really do that. And I don't just, it works observation in 62. I don't think America got to do nothing to I don't think it has. I don't think we have this nothing. I think we're afraid to really hold ourselves accountable and then our relationships. Like people say, oh, they turn on this. No, you just need to vote for people out every time. You know they're not doing it. No, I like to.
That was a good point. When you follow the Constitution, ideal world at all? That's a good question.
Yeah, that's actually my biggest claim. The Constitution is not legitimate in my view because it's only legitimate for the people who were there to sign it. That was their contract. They contracted and they had the opportunity to say, this is what we want for this society, right? New generations that gain the ability to participate in society, we don't get to opt in or out of what we decide, right, that is going to be beneficial or harmful to us. We just inherited the system that more, significant more, a lot more competition, a lot more free market. And, because it's not that I don't like a lot of things that the government is trying to do. It's just that was never intended for the government to do. That was intended for us to do. How they organize and get our tax dollars together to pass something. The reason they did that then, I believe truly, is because it was beneficial, because we didn't have the technology to connect and network the way that we do today. But we have that now. There's no excuse. We have an amazing ability to connect and network and to take control and to opt in and out with seconds. We spend 7 to 8 hours a day scrolling social media, our kids do anyway, and then God knows how much adults do. I mean, look at us right now. We could spend a couple, hours a week opting in and out to things that we want with direct control over. We have direct agency, right? More accountability. This voting in new representatives, I'll tell you what, that was what got me, that's what made me lose my passion for the Constitution as it stands, because that's what originally was brought to me. They said, oh, you know what? You don't like the way that the laws are, BMO. Well, you got to make sure that you vote. Okay, all right. So make sure as soon as I could, I started to vote. And I started to vote, and I'm like, listen, I'm voting, and these politicians still ain't doing shit. They're not doing what I need them to do. Oh, well, now that you're voting, you also have to campaign for the people that you want to get into, a vote, elected. You got to go out and campaign. You got to put that work in, get them elected. Okay, no problem. So I campaigned all over, local, all the way to presidential. I was doing campaigns for a really long time, but then when I saw, even after they got elected into office, they still weren't doing what they were doing, what they were supposed to do, or what we elected them to do. And so then I said, well, what now? And then society said, oh, well.
Which president was this, Bima? George Bush? Who was it?
You're talking.
I know you said you worked even up to a presidential campaign. Let's hear the presidential campaign you worked on.
Definitely the presidential.
Who was it, Bima? Specifics. Hello?
There is no specific. It's every elected official. Do you know how many elected officials there are in the United States? Over 500,000. Okay? So this is the ultimate point.
500,000? Holy shit.
Yeah. Exactly. And so ultimately, what we're doing is we're just giving our direct agency over to somebody else to make these decisions. And I think that's I like the organization. But all I'm saying is we should have a little bit more ability to change it, to change things that we can find more benefit to and immediate. It's not to wait every election. And sometimes it doesn't matter. Even if I'm a Republican or an independent, and we all went to a Republican county. Oh, well, look, there ain't no Republican counties in my state. Oh, we'll go to a whole new state. Oh, and then you get to the whole new state, and then you're still there. It's no guarantee. There's no promise, right? And then you wait to change the laws, right? The one thing that I did like is some of the states in the United States have direct democracy measures, and some are indirect democracy states, right? And the direct democracy measures, I do like that, and I do dig that, as long as they are for deregulation or to protect people from government force versus for.
But Bima, if you got pulled over by a trans police officer and he took $10,000 out your car because he thought you were involved in a drug deal, would that give you the right to kill that man dressed as a woman robbing you? Hello?
Well, you said it.
I love the way you articulated your information.
Articulating and ejaculating.
So this is what I would share with you in contrast. You right now take life, liberty, and your pursuit of happiness. That's not given to you by any form
ascending.
You know, people don't stand on their principles. This is the hard part. Because listen, I have a company, right? And if I bring somebody in, I have to keep my word to them. If I'm going to run for any public office, I got to do everything I can to keep my word to the constituents. And really, it's not my word, it's their word. Because I'm supposed to be representing them, not everywhere. So when my wife and I here in Orange County, California, go to our meetings, one thing we always say is that
You keep going in and out a little bit.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Can you hear me now?
I got her good, Ann. Are you sure?
Yeah, I got him good too. It might be you, Ann.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I've learned and my wife learned, and if you don't show up at a lot of these places, Bima, I can tell you literally, the city we live in is 48,000 people, right? In Orange County, Cypress, California. We probably get less than 1,000 people show up at our meeting. Okay? And out of that, there's probably literally 73% of our city are registered to vote. I don't care if they're Democrat or not, they just registered. We get less than 17% of the people both in the every 2-year voting and also the presidential election. So it's really, the people who are running know this, that there's not a lot of people that's going to participate. And I think that's where we're missing it, Imam, is that the people do not govern themselves enough so they can see all the foolery going on out here. There's a lot of foolery. And that's why I don't trust any. I don't care who it is. Listen, any elected official, I know they do not have my best interest in mind, nor my wife's best interest in mind. I already know that. So whatever they're saying, I can take that with a grain of salt. Okay? So, Lima, I hear you, but I hold truth to be self-evident. That there's no person on planet Earth that has my interest in mind better than me. No mayor, no sheriff, no congressman or woman, not my governor, and not the United States of America. Yet Edward does not, him and his wife does not keep their own interest in their mind.
It's called personal responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. My responsibility. So, Dima, I hear you, but for me to actually really give my sovereignty or my agency to some other person, hoping they're going to do right, it's hard for me to believe that one. So,
Edward, are you a Quaker?
Yeah, I agree with you. Edward, I totally agree with you. See, and I think that you're right too. And I learned that also very early on. I've been an elections inspector for many, many years now. Oh my God.
That sounds official. Are you a member of like the Communist Party? Is that what makes you an elections inspector? Inspector is here. Everyone stand up straight. The inspector's here.
Elections inspector, that's right. I was an elections inspector back when we were still pulling actual canvases with the little click machines. I don't know, the older...
Damn, Grandma, you are an old singer.
Yeah. And so, my point is I was shocked back then when I would pull canvas for a city of 60 to 70,000 people with only 1,000 people showing up to vote in a local election. That's insane to me.
That's because it's election fraud.
It's crazy. Okay, that's insane. So yes, and I see that too. But that's the cool thing, because I think most people just want to get along, right? We don't want to have to. We want to be. People don't want. We just don't have the bandwidth to put all of this extra energy into managing whatever we're going to do. But this is the thing: for some of us that do care about the little things that we don't disagree with, we're stopped.
But Bima, where are you on accounting? Because at, $100 billion a month and 40 trillion in debt, where do you stand on accounting, Bima? I mean, your philosophy's brilliant, but are you an accountant? Are you an actuarial scientist?
Carry on, Bima.
I forgot what I was saying. He's so annoying.
Well, I admitted that I'm one of the most annoying people in the world, but again, I do understand accounting and finance. And when you go to usdebtcollector.org and you look at the financial picture, oh my fucking God. But the fact is, we have a $60 trillion a year GDP. But so does India, so does China. We're in the top 3. I don't understand. If anybody's complaining or upset, thank God you live in America. Just praise God now. Hello?
this is so random, and like, just, I don't know why I just thought of it. But what happens if people just never? What if they all just decided not to vote? Does anybody know what happens?
Yeah, the person with the most votes still wins, dumbass.
No, it takes one person to vote. I get that.
Exactly. How much weed are you smoking?
I know. I'm really high right now, so I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is going on? Like, what would happen? Does anybody know? I mean, seriously.
You know, I know, but I think we need to get more people to participate in their own republic. I think that this is where I think we miss a lot. And right now we're paying for it. We're paying for the neglect.
We pay for the elections through taxes, people. It's your state board of elections.
And so one thing that Bima said earlier, she said about, you know, the taxes and all these things. Guys, 1913 is when they actually instituted the tax rate, okay, where we get taxed as Americans. Just think about this, 1913, we're only 250 years old as a country. But how did America survive before 1913? Think about it. We did that all through tariffs, export, import, and we still survived. And I don't think that today that a lot of Americans really understand that the government has nothing to really offer us. I mean, really, there's no real benefit. If I made an investment in anything, I should get a return on it. And right now, if I have a representative say they're representing me, and we give them our tax dollars, how do I know that I get it back in return? Now, in Orange County, I can tell you that a lot of the tax dollars do go to our schools. We have great schools. I also know that we have great roads out here. Our trees, everything are taken care of. Because we do have people in our city that we know personally, my wife and I, that are there because they care about the city of Cypress. Okay? They care about our parks and recreation. They want to make sure that the sidewalks are balanced and everything. This, to me, is people who live in the same community versus people just going for power. And Bima, you know this. I'm around some of these people, they're just there for power. They don't care about nothing else. They just want to keep climbing the ladder, make as much money, meet as many networking people as they can, and get as many free meals and go on golf courses. That's all. So for me, it's really hard because the average American today, correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, the average American today is uninformed about how it's supposed to really work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. Especially with, I definitely agree. I worry though, is it a worry? Because over the years, especially in the 20th century, we built such massive piles of legislation. We taught, trained, and indoctrinated the growing generations to think that government's supposed to solve the problem. And they forget that government's only supposed to protect us so we can solve the problems. And it's so interesting when we look at the left and the right. The left and the right have such positives and such cons. And I'm always forced to just side with the political right, even though I know that there are things that need to be done that the political left are saying, just because I know that it's not the government's job, you know? And I wish that we just had a better opportunity to do that, or to teach people that it is up to us to build these solutions and to resolve this ourselves. But at the same time, we need legislation out of the way so we have the ability to do that. That's why I liked one thing Trump has made me very proud about is I always mention this, it's his promise to eliminate 10 pieces of legislation for every one he passed. That was the promise he made to himself. In January, he said at the Economic Forum, and then I'm not sure if he mentioned it again during the State of the Union, but I think he said it both times where he said, I'm averaging, over 125 pieces of legislation that I'm removing, right? And the this is the thing, a lot of Democrats are frustrated because they see how so much funding is being pulled from so many aspects of society. And that's the way it's supposed to be, though. And it's not to say, right, Democrats process it as, oh, you don't care. You don't care about education. You don't care about health care. You don't care about money. The thing is no, we care about it. But we care about it so much that we know the right thing to do is to let us solve it. Because we're going to come up with the better solutions versus a bunch of pencil neck bureaucrats that, you know, get together, they slap one thing together and think that that's the one way that we can solve a problem, with the infinite number of ways that this massive, this world power with all these amazing people, everybody that's listening to this right now, absolutely brilliant minds, right, that we can't come up with better solutions, right? Even if it's a year later, even if it's past, and then it's a year later, right? We have to be able to continue to improve all of our processes. So we have to deregulate.
Yeah, meanwhile, you give him a bigger neck than I would. You just pencil neck. I don't think I have it.
I feel that from my COVID.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty crazy because these people have no, I mean, literally, what are they actually doing? They're just pushing paper and this legislation that they keep passing, like you said. Most people don't even know it. They don't even understand it. We got so many legislators that the average American cannot even understand. Listen, there's 81,000 pages to the U.S. tax code. 81,000. Why? I mean, it's just crazy. That's what I mean by you get people who really have zero value trying to explain to people how each state should operate, but not how only each state. Because this is my understanding. I'm going to land on this guy. We have 350 independent Americans. We have 50 independent states. And we have 435 people in the House and 106. I do not know why they don't leave us alone. Just leave us alone. Period. Let us decide. I personally believe that we can, my wife and I, we can invest our money better. We can take care of ourselves better. Just leave us alone, because I've learned already that no form of government can spend our money better than we can as the American people. And I really believe that if we didn't have all this stuff over our head.
Edward, that's where the Libertarian Party is trying to liberate America. It's in the name, Edward. Join the Libertarians.
Do you ever do that, Edward?
I can't go that far. I'm a Republican. To the Republic or whatever you say. I still believe I'm personally responsible for that for my life.
Then what is it about a Republican form of government which you think is the optimal form of government? Please enlighten us, Dr. Edward.
What truth do I hold self-evident? Right? I don't think a lot of people hold their truth to be self-evident. That my life, my liberty, and my pursuit of whatever I want to pursue is up to Edward. I say this a lot, guys. Am I willing to work for the outcome I seek in life? Whatever it is. Am I willing to put the work in? Am I willing to do? I tell my children all the time, you got to decide, are you willing to work for the outcome that you seek? And I personally believe today that a lot of Americans have excuses and they want to go to some central area to see if they can help. And that's just great. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no one. My dad used to say this all the time. Okay, my dad was born in 1919. My grandpa was born late 1800s. And they both said, oh, the life comes out of a parachute. The person's going to be your biggest problem every day is the one you see in the mirror.
Yeah, you're so amazing to have around, Edward. You know, just listening to you, it's so, I don't know if you understand the depth of the influence that you have, but I have to say, every time I hear you speak, it really inspires me, even when I'm feeling like hopeless and sad, and you know how we could cycle about our thoughts. It's such a good, refreshing, I don't know how to explain
It's
it.
very wholesome, don't you think, Diva?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, you know what? There is a lot of problems, but I'm gonna get up tomorrow and I'm gonna do stuff because I still have the ability, the capacity, and we have so much opportunity. Yeah. Thank you, Edward, for always, constantly just awesome positivity and really uplifting and encouraging.
It's a philosophy, really. It's neurolinguistic programming.
My wife says this all the time. We were fortunate to be born in America to where we have the opportunity to do what we do. An opportunity that someone, before we ever got here, said that you can pursue your own happiness, your life and your liberty comes from God. You have a right to protect your family. I'm going to use what I know that has been written way before I got here. I'm 62. This country will, in July 4th, be 250 years old. The longest standing constitution. Okay? The Constitution was never built for an individual. It was built for the people. And I personally believe that a lot of people miss out on the supreme law of the land. Because that's why I tell people all the time, you guys focus on Donald Trump or Barack Obama or Joe Biden or whoever the president is. That's not even the issue, guys. You are the president of your life. It is so sad. And I deal with this a lot with ethnically black people because they want to always name all the people. Nelson Mandela, Taliban, Dr. King. Like my dad used to tell me all the time. Didn't Dr. King say, I have a dream? I is a personal pronoun. And my dad used to tell me, that's not my dream. That's his dream. I have my own wife, I have my own kids, I have my own house. That's my dream. So I learned that from my father. So I'm going to take what my father, my grandfather taught me. You are responsible for your own life. Never let anybody tell you there's no person thinking about you every day. And my dad used to say that, and I'll end with it. If you think some white guy is sitting around with your house thinking about me every day, you have mental issues. My dad said I would have mental issues. No white guy is sitting around thinking about me. If they are, my father said, you both got mental issues. But I'm not focused on that. I'm 62.
I think about how I can bring about the demise of the black people of the earth on a daily basis.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Thank you.
Well, it's good fun.
Edward, did you read what Clarence Thomas said just this week in Austin, Texas, about the Constitution? It touches on some of the points you're making.
I haven't got to read it yet, but I will get up because it did come to my feed because I love what Thomas, what he writes, because obviously, again, he's one of the longest sitting Supreme Court people, but yet he is really, for me, an individual who loves the documents, but he tries to smart.
He completely describes in the legislative speak what you just described about, those of us who choose to be left alone by our government and pursue the core tenets of the Constitution. We require people like him to basically put it in the context of how the political entities in the country threaten those, rights that were extended to us by the Constitution, right? So, what I find nice about this, because I don't know how his comments could have been more perfectly timed than right now. He went to Austin, Texas, which is the liberal capital of Texas, and at the university, which is the only liberal university in Texas, and had enough gut. He was not booed. No one threw anything at him. There were no protests. And he was in a rare situation where he was able to articulate that without distraction or disruption. You should read it. It's a pretty. He had a speech, and then they had a question and answer period where he was asked, and he reinforced his points in his lecture, which I think you'll find resonate with what you just told everybody here.
Actually, I definitely want to look at it. My wife and I look at it. It gives us something good stuff for tonight to watch.
Well, it's just, I'm just bring it up because I read it, of course, and you're just, like I said, those of us who are preoccupied with the whole effort of trying to control the rest of us actually live a life where we go out and realize no one really gives a shit about us. There's no white man trying to take you down, and there's no black man trying to take me down type mentality. Your dad, that was pretty good advice from your dad, by the way.
a systematic, refresher of why and how our countries differ from all the other countries that ever preceded us with sort of a core document. You know what I'm saying? So it is the sort of discussion of the day, and that's why I keep telling you to go ahead and read it, because I hope there's very few voices that could be as articulate as his. He spoke. This speech reminded me, and I don't know if you still read, but if you want to really read something boring and read for the rest of your life, go ahead and read it. Abraham Lincoln's Diaries. It teaches you how to think and speak succinctly. And when I listened to Thomas talk, he reminded me of how Abraham told people that, you've heard of the Gettysburg Address. That's just a few hundred words. It was very few messages ever better communicated than that. And that's what he sounded like. That's what this face sounded like today. So I was going to say the last time I get lost, I'm going to drink some beer or something. But the deal is, if you get a chance, go ahead and listen. Thomas is pretty good. Can you drop that to the chat? Organization to combat and keep track of holding criminals accountable. We need this institution. I don't think that that's what defund the police is saying. Defund the police isn't about that. It's about all of the other things that come with the institution of law enforcement that are negatively affecting a cycle that are causing it's just creating an endless cycle of criminality and circumstance, and then because of where you are, because of the beats, because of the over policing, because of the lack of whatever there might be in the particular area, it's just going to be a constant thing. They talk about the school to prison pipeline and stuff like that. So what I would like to have seen, because the defund the police, that gets everybody immediately, like, you just want to reject. Like, yeah, what do you mean? You're telling me that just people are going to run amok and create crimes, and nobody's going to be there to, that's what you want. You want chaos, you want anarchy. No, that's not what we want. We want defensive security.
We want people to be there to hold people accountable for their crimes, okay? But what that requires is if you are not committing a crime that involves a person or person's property, then you can't have violent back force be the solution to something that isn't a violent crime to begin with. You see what I'm saying? Like that's a problem. It's a contradiction, not even a hypocrisy. I don't know what we would call that, but it's not proportionate. It doesn't make sense. So we see how other countries, and I understand we have a large population, and I get that. And also, there are different communities that are going to require different levels, right, of this because of whatever is happening at the time. But I think that we really need to start to transition out of everything being violent back force. We need to look into rehabilitation and restitution. What is it called? Restoration. A different type of jail system, because the recidivism rates, this doesn't make sense. This isn't helping anybody, and we're not helping. I mean, I just think that's crazy. So yeah, let's not defund the police entirely. We might be able to get there. There's a town that's next to me that has no police in the entire town. Zero, no police department. They only have a sheriff. And that's just been the case forever. And you could imagine how do they solve crimes? You think they don't have crimes? Yeah, of course they have crimes. Of course they do. But they have. Maybe.
Bima, this goes back to what Dr. Edward was saying about personal responsibility. You know, we don't use our right. We've got a Second Amendment right, but we've got a debt problem. How do we solve it? We arm ourselves, obviously. Hello.
So you think with a debt problem, arm ourselves, and then what do we do with the army?
Well, making an adjustment to a budget. Hello? Again, I know you're not an accountant or an actuarial scientist, but numbers and finance are real, as we just occurred an hour ago when we were talking about math. Some of you think that math isn't real. That $100 billion a month in VIG on a $40 trillion mortgage isn't real. Those are your taxes you're gonna have to pay back, everybody. Everybody owes $400,000 to the government. You just don't know it yet. Hello? Hello?
When we say, and I want somebody to look this up, we have 350 million Americans. Can anyone tell me how many law enforcement that we have in the United States, including all federal law, federal FBI, everybody? I just
couple million?
No, not even a couple million.
I think it's less than a million.
170,000?
Yeah, there you go. See, so look at the number. Guys, we have 350 million Americans, and we have less than a million law enforcement. Okay, guys, most of America are governing themselves. How about defund the criminal? How about people talk about the people that are actually assaulting all the people and breaking in there and doing really bad? It's okay, Dima. Listen, I got it. So all I'm saying to you guys is this. I'm 62. I've never been arrested. I've never gotten involved with the police in the sense of, have I been pulled over? Yes.
He's a smooth criminal.
Thank you, Pepe. You're correct.
He's a smooth criminal.
Because I'm choosing not, Pepe, to be reckless in life. Because I learned from my father, the word reckless is with two words. Whatever I wreck, I would have less of it. So one thing I'm not going to do is participate in criminal behavior. That's a choice that Edward gets to make and everyone else gets to make. So, and we all know this. And you correct me if I'm wrong. If you're driving down the freeway and you happen to see a black and white, what happens with all of us?
Come on, Edward. We know you ran out of embalmer's fluid at some point and you used maple syrup. Come on, Edward. You cut some corners at the mortuary. We know, Edward.
Stop. Okay. What we all do is we go back. Okay. So the bottom line is, most police officers, and again, look up the number. How many people who serve as a police officer, a sheriff, an FBI Secret Service, in their whole career, 45 years, 40 years, 35 years, never use their firearm? Never.
Majority of them.
And I think
Except for a lot of women that just pull it out by accident and shoot somebody by accident. Oops.
Don't you have somewhere to be? That's what I love about our country, because Edward, you're right. And we have a lot of problems, right? Sure, no, yes, I agree. But we do. We govern ourselves, and we are really good people. We're generally really good people. And what I'm saying is the level of law enforcement that we have now, it's not that it even has to be lower. It just has to be different. Because even if it's just 1 million, there are still so many circumstances in many different areas across the United States. Let's say that even if there were just, I don't know, I mean, you could just say half the unit, or we could say even a quarter. We could say, I don't know, like 15.
Half the union, what is this, 1865, Bima?
Okay, if we have issues with police that can be improved, we should want to improve them. I've seen for myself how law enforcement,
Bima, how are you going to improve a cop? You've been on Clubhouse. People here have the emotional tolerance of a gnat. How are you going to change a whole culture, Bima? What are you going to do? Put them in police re-education camps, Bima? Hello?
State to state and culture to culture, particularly with what type of area, what type of city, whatever type of scape, you know what I'm saying, right? Environment. You might need more, you might need less, whatever. But in some areas, there are a lot more problems that they don't need to exist. And I want to point those out.
I disagree with what you're saying entirely. We're one of the only. In fact, I think we might be the only, what I would consider highly advanced economies, or country in the world, an economy like ours that allows people something like the Second Amendment. It is unheard of in other countries that are similar to ours. Guns are everywhere. In fact, guns are so prevalent that it's not hard for the bad guys to get a hold of a gun. Now, our police have to deal with something that ours do. And it is also true that, and you have to understand, that changes the game of policing. It's now, police officers have to assume everybody is armed, because, it's not hard for people to get a gun. And if you're a criminal, you're probably, there's a good chance you'll have one. And it is also true that if you look at a map of any given city, and sometimes the cities by and large, or towns even, can be a hot spot in and of themselves, but you're going to get police that live in, or that are working in a city that has a huge violent crime problem. And the reason I'm bringing up violent crime is because violent criminals are the ones that will tend to shoot at the police, point a gun at the police, that kind of stuff. You're kind of asking for a perfect system where you cannot have perfection. Without firearms, fine, nobody's allowed to own firearms. The cops can't own them. People can't own them. There's a complete abolition of firearms. Something tells me that there's still going to be, abuses that will take place. Miscalculations. I don't see there's no such thing as a perfect police officer.
That's true, Pepe.
They all have to make snap judgments.
I agree. I think, Chris, you wanted to mention something about this. Do you want to jump in? Chris?
I was going off on basically what that was about. Look, but the whole defund the police, most people, especially black people, we're not yelling defund the police. I got homies who are police officers. One of them went to school with, and they've never done any type of activity to where they violated somebody's rights. But we're not asking to defund the police. We're just simply asking for the percentage of cops who criminal activity, we want them to be treated just like actual criminals. Because an actual criminal does a crime, they go to prison. Well, the cop who does it, the same thing, should be go to prison too.
Can you give examples though of where our police used to be far more corrupt? the special with the special something division, I forget what it was in New York City. More than half of them got arrested and fired. It was the special investigations division, and